Welcome back to Ragman Tweeties. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. The Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing. Okay, that's what I want right there, dude. The energy, like, I don't know why your energy goes, welcome back to Ragman. You're right, I fucked up. Like ouch. But then when I start laughing, you get angry. I like that. I would just start laughing at you in the beginning. I wasn't really angry, but I just wanted to be, live. I wanted to give the audience something, right? I want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV. Not on TV, but on YouTube. But anyways, on the Patreon, they get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. And I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know the podcast did this, I'm sorry, but I think this is funny. Right. We had a buzzing in one of the, it was Gerardo's microphone. That's not a dead, that's not saying anything bad about him, okay? It just happened to be his microphone, it's not his fault. It's the team's fault. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, do you know why the buzzing is after we saw it, after Gerardo saw it? After I motivated Gerardo to saw it. And he goes, do you know why that happens? I go, no. And he says, what it means is that an electrical cable is on top of a microphone cable. What is it? Is it how he said it? Microphone cable on top of an electrical cable. Or vice versa. Does it matter? What did you say after I said that? I want to get to this. But does that, which one is on top of the other? Does that matter? I think it does because, the power grid is kind of on the floor. Like when you turn to the top of your board. The power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid? Yeah, like the grid of power. Basically, like all the power cables that go here, there, over there. What's a grid? A grid is like a line of cables. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay, wait, I'm making this up, though. I'm not, you don't even know. You don't even know if that's what a grid is. Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets, I get used to it. Yeah, that's right. You walked into Cooney's corner. No, you're obfuscating what you said. I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know if it's right. And I have enough humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't think it's funnier if it's wrong. Okay. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said, I don't even know the difference between those two entities. And he laughed. But, and now that I think about it, an electrical cable, that just probably means that it's what you plug in for power, and the mic cable is what you plug in the mic. So I didn't know. It's a Cooney laziness. My wife, she calls it weaponizing competence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, I didn't know that. Fuck my face exploded. Actually, wait, I do the electric cable. Let's start the show. We'll talk about it. And she gets mad at me because, I'm not really, trying to figure it out. Because I'd rather just be tweeting. Oh, man, I wanted to wait till later. I'm going to wait till later. Let's get into this. Yeah. Yeah, but how are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would prefer to know some fucking Spanish, dog. Weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. Oh, I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm going to be there's a why not. I was going to do some stuff. But no, weaponizing comments, that's just me. Well, comments mean you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon, right? So I'm like, kind of, as a way of like not doing things, I'm using it as a, like, I don't know how to do it. I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know weaponizing comments meant not being but all that saying, though, all that being said, though, is that I didn't want to get into this so early in the podcast. I just told people to start listening to the podcast that I see all the time, and they were like, send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're going to check it out on the big screen. They were saying, like, yeah. And this is the first thing we see. Upset, pissed off. Well, that's an accurate depiction of your that's not true. They're like, oh, it's just like we just saw the other day. He's the same man on that show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what we want. Just start yelling at them. It's just like on the show. And I don't even have to pretend. I'm just this stupid person. I was peeing at an In-N-Out bathroom. Right? Okay? Like, this is where this is coming from. Okay. Granted, this is going to be like Memento because it goes back in time, but like a delay of emotion sometimes. Or like how I feel about something, I won't know it until tomorrow. Like, wait a minute, I hated that. You know, kind of thing. I don't know why, maybe because my parents made me up one guy's going to beat me in the shower when I wouldn't eat them, stuff like this, right? So, on the what's it called? I was peeing in a bathroom. And I was like, dude, I got so pissed about the conversation I had yesterday. Oh, shit, okay, yeah. Because talking about white people doing this whole thing about fucking like minorities and shit like that. And then they're like creating their own ecosystem of language to like define what our experiences are so that they feel better, but it's still kind of like white power. Anyways, I was peeing it up thinking about this. Okay. And it was, but you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. You can't talk about. What's an example of that conversation? Microaggressions. Shit like that. Oh, but is that white? Yeah, I guess I know it's white. Okay, this lady was white before. And she used the phrase microaggressions. She was using a lot of first bathroom. Remember the delay here? He's having some. Oh, right, wrap down. Weaponizing it again. That's all right, go ahead. I really just want to make funny. I didn't even try. No, I know. I'm making fun of white people, so it's not going to hurt even. Microaggressions suck ass. I have always hated that too. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's white people that hated that. But then I watched Jeff die today, dude. And he's talking about, like, suck it up and this and that. And that's me when it comes to terms like microaggressions. Like, suck it up. And I start feeling like Jeff died, dude. I feel like shit because of white people. That's what I'm saying. Is it confusing? Like, you know, white people is what I'm saying. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's like, everything sucks. Everyone sucks. Nothing's real anymore. All we're doing is talking about each other and putting people down. When it's all about
I don't know a lot of workers, the face structure for all the recent, both the reviews and the hearings. The American America had signed Weinberg 14 years ago. Fully so forward to Onion Salt for Erickson Salt on the merits of the speedy arrival of Mashiach. But Daniel and Bachela Papa of the strong information of the American of Bachela's father, the Shlomo Ben Yehuda Aryeh Day of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Thomas, is a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 pieces of the American American over all over the Shama Southern Aliyah. The family dinner Hama, all of those who need the Jewish gathering for those phone call radio stars and talk to me at the Shindig Homer hostages. Some of the power should our holy soldiers to be successful. If all I say you probably social revenge. The son Yeshua said, "Come and watching Reddit shopping, everything's fine. Shots on that wall, hate each other for whatever reason. It's so stupid. What can I say something? What can I express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did. And I was in the room. So I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still about this thing that happened. I was just like a cop watching. again, in yesterday's Mishnah, we were talking about, once again, a continued discussion about missionaries and stores that maybe can get on the day of the actual sick itself, being concerned that one goes in a patronize one of these establishments, so one could be inadvertently going ahead and getting out of these others. So then you can realize the story. So you know, Rabbi going ahead and bought a pair of sandals from one of these stores. The Yeria Zaban Pita, the Yeria bought brothers, and they encountered each other after having made their inspections. So very easily. All the way from the Papa, he said to his fellow, Yasma, you orphan. Although like this, I was like, what is the orphan that was the stuff? You know, what I mean by that? So obviously, just like the orphans on home, they were accusing like the orphans of a Rabbi. Like the orphan, what do you don't have a Rabbi? You don't know what are you orphan? Who's your Rabbi? I'm not looking down to like to one other, but the other one is with Yasma. Really Yasin. All the last Bahati, right? Don't call me Yasin, you're Yasin. Right? You drop that you're asking the same sort of obviously you're both doing each other stuff for having patronized the store owned by So hold on, what happened here? Which I value, we got a value stuff. I say fuck all people because both of them, both the purchases were totally legal. They have to bring up buy from shopkeepers, not to who they buy from, about us. Right? Again, what we said before, we're talking about some very back to look at that this whole issue of patronizing the store of an outlet and having the outlet pay taxes to whatever the local level. These are establishments, now when you've been in local established private store owners. But again, about a buyer, he just goes ahead and sells stuff from his home. The tax person is not paying the tax, and therefore local it was permitted. So interestingly enough, they were both engaged in committed activity, but they both thought that they both assumed that the other had bought from a merchant. Which I must say is such a fascinating idea. You know, if you think about this, it's pretty heated words, right? Call someone merchant, right? But essentially that's like saying that obviously you have no obviously you have no one. It's a pretty strong statement, and incredibly enough, they came to that realization just based on what they saw. And again, they both were wrong. Tremendous social house. How often does this happen? So like, we see a situation, we see a circumstance, we see a whole thing. You automatically do narrative around the behavior, only to find out. I won. So one of those items, you know, the honor that we have got, honor and Abba, brave, the Pira para Abba, Moshe, Abba, Captain Ataga, the shocking Sunday, this whole prohibition of patronizing the store of an apple is that only by a former proprietor, by a store. Why? Because when you purchase in a store, the shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay the taxes. About the shopping, the shopping in the stuff. When you purchase in a household, there's just on the buy a $12 boss, where he's not paying taxes on anything. Ultimately, I'm not rather with the apple. Your mother, under the open and hot and single. Since the mercy is not, the way ends up in college. The other very good stuff. That's how it's. So after the Hashak in the stuff, even the Balabai have also. And this is interesting, but the art used to be highly raised. Practices changed, and workplaces that did collect taxes easily from like an individual stamp, like an individual guy out of your house. It would also collect the opposite of the opening the years in the right now. Hava also. Ultimately, again, she would have asked for this practice as well. Which makes sense, because once you're collecting taxes from all then by definition, you can't buy from the Balabas either, because the also important is supporting our Gonzala. Our EU making something voice and here's the problem. And he was making some children of the Abba, which was probably claims to reach the Jacob and the Julia everything as well. In which case, he said the fact that Jacob was able to buy the sandals. So the only was able to buy the bread, because we bought from Balabas. And now the Abba society, even Balabas is paying taxes. So what's happening over here? How are they permitted to go ahead? How is it to make their respective purchases if they're going to be paying taxes, if the Balabas is paying taxes? So we very interesting case, so you might say our EU Rabbi Abba and how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Asad, how Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi are able to buy the sandals and the bread. The Balabayas is also paying taxes, which the Gemara says the Balabayas She'ino Kavua. They bought it from a Balabayas who doesn't regularly sell items. So look at Rashi. Rashi says She'ino Kavua. Rashi says so apparently, even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody was paying taxes. Muslims were paying taxes, Balabai is regularly paying taxes, but that's only if you were what we call someone who sold stuff on a regular basis. But if halacha l'maisa, again, the things are like that, an episodic seller, recreational seller, cleaning out your garage, so you put stuff on the garage. You're not established merchant, they're not taxes. Apparently, when the Yaakov bought for sandals and the bread, they're buying it from one of these $10 boxes. It turns out at the end of the video that there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's a classic paga, who is the merchant, who Mishnah tells us again. On any day there's a young girl, you can't purchase from that person. Now, also, I can't point out, and this is a little bit different. So remember again, beforehand we were talking about just engaging in transactions with the contract. This is now in a more commercial setting. Mishnah tells me I can't do that on the day of the Yom Tov. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the holders. That's category 1. Category 2 is about a bias who is also established merchant. What is between the Paga and the Balabayas? The Balabayas from his house. But this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's also apparently going to be paying taxes. Therefore, again, you can't patronize him either. That's on the other thing. The third category, Balabayas is not. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes at all, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, you could patronize it from the individual. Okay, it's fascinating. So we're continuing on the same theme here. So Mishnah, David Farmer assumed the Mishnah of David following things, so now a little bit of switching gears. The following things you cannot sell to an apple. Now, again, we're going to see how you can sell this because you can't sell the following things. What can you sell them? Find what that is in the Gemara. It's Shua. Find what that is in the Gemara. These colors. And look at these colors. I know that now only continues to well. The truth is like someone to get a time. So if you're going to someone white who's still apples, then cut off one of the claws, and I think he says, if you shame not even cut level of ultimately again, because they do not go ahead and work, they do not go ahead and offer up cluster a deficient item to their apple desire. Because it's a very, very interesting idea. There's also tremendous mission about it as well. That even of the apple desire, if you're going to do it, make sure you don't take sorry fast. Don't be a passer. So many times you say, right, you start to do things and you're going to just kind of like, you don't give it all. So halacha l'maisa is if you're going to do something in life, make sure that it's solid. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure there's a sense of stillness. Even the devil, there's not to understand. Don't offer up something that is incredible. You shot for a and again, all other items.
Yo, what up, Christian? Shalom, shalom. How are you?
All the other items, it's not saying if you just selling stuff to an akum, ultimately again it's going to be mutter.
Let's go. Well, make yourself at home. You're amongst us.
And get what happens found to choose also. The mayor says the mayor
Absolutely. Just watching some podcasts.
the chatzaf asalim kol avik v'chavim. The mayor says you also can't sell a decal top. The most decal top literally sounds like a good palm tree. Good palm tree. You can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzaf. This is a need for a good. The boss here we go. Top of you down. Let's go. Says Gemara, my experiment, what's an experiment? Tony son, if the Tony son, very helpful for us. Rashi says over here, right, what's Tony? So Pat Rashi, min eresu, the shifta, the Rosh Hashanah. It's a type of symmetry, thank you. A type of symmetry. Okay, we went to the midway. Where the question is actually got two definitions. The Sifu Alei, the listen now, this is right that we're putting over here, happens to be that Shmita, that's the Indian Shmiz. So now, it says that Shmita, by Shmita, or Sifu Alei, and Allah says, it's the little way, Nichsasin is the most black. So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shmita Revolution. Yes, if you saw that the Muslim Taranisa, Taranisa that was in the Shias, that if you think that the Muslim is in fact this Taranisa, the type of cedar, is this item really included in the Shmita Prohibition? Now listen, this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar tree included in the Shmita Prohibition? It's fascinating. When he says this now,
Jelly roll?
שיש לו עיקר, יש לו שביעס, וככל שאין לו עיקר, אין לו שביעס. Now, that's actually a fascinating halacha. Ikar means a root. So the Gemara says, whatever has a root, ultimately subject to the laws of Shmita, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shmita. Now, what is the root? We're going to get Rashi. That's the second one line. Second line is that, Kosher Ikar, which claims the art to be most like the Sunday, you're going to be sure to do it. So that's what it's to do. Any object, any item, private item that has a root, that people share in the root, ultimately is subject to Shmita. But any item that has a root source, that's why example that you need to do is the most subject to Shmita. That's what we have. Therefore, it's Philippians, it's Philippians. The problem. Like this is the cases. Mishnah says you can't sell the religion to the object. What is the religion? My version told me so. A type of secrecy. Nothing that can't be true. Why? Because again, in Mishnah, Shabbos, it says the following items are subject to Shmita, including in the list. It's the religion. Only items subject to Shmita are items that have root systems which enjoy during winter. And it's the and again, the Taranisa, the cedar tree, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Taranisa is the Muslim point in Taranisa. That's the thing we want to do. Ella, that's what I just also point out. The wording of here is very beautiful. Kosher use for Ikar, Mitch, what's use. You know what I'm saying? One of the beautiful things we have in our Yiddish is Shabbos. The Shabbos is what makes Shabbos so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos is Shabbos is the day in which you really reach the collective benefits of how you spend your week. Like a powerful Shabbos is one that follows on the heels of a powerful Shabbos. The 6 days I'm plugging away. The 6 days I'm working hard, not just at my job, but in my witness. Literally again, I'm learning, I'm gathering, I'm doing pressure, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. And Shabbos ultimately becomes so powerful. Shabbos is a composite of 6 days of dynamic activity. So please watch me also. Kosher Yisrael Ikar. Whoever has a purpose in his life, whoever has an Ikar in the way that he lives, Sunday through Friday, is for Shabbos. The 7th day Shabbos will be incredibly special. Zero said, otherwise, it tailored in the seasons. Shabbos to be a day in which I fast and just working very hard during the week. In this case, the month in Shabbos physically rested but not necessarily spiritually restored. Or Shabbos could be a day where ultimately the collective benefits of how I play during the 16th. What's useful is that whoever ultimately again has purposeful, intentional living life, Sunday through Friday, that person Shabbos will be. That's my mission with anyone in Habba. So again, and what's that? It's delivering. I'm not Safra, Kiri Da'arisa. equilibrium is not the receiver to itself, rather what is equilibrium? Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the receiver tree. The fruit of the tree. Here is the Rabbi on the Raza. Here is ultimately, again, the fruit of the receiver tree. Incredible. Okay, so nice and therefore, we got our first definition now. So apparently, again, from the number makes all these items is going to be that these were actively used in our body. So you can't go ahead and sell whatever is our base settlement. Okay, next, the notes to us. White dates. Once again, it looks like nothing special per se about these items except that just they were actually used for our bodies other purposes. Okay, next. What up, you guys? I'm going to open so again, remember, Pikaros are stems. So when you read the Mishnah, what it sounds like over here is that Pikaros is a separate category, right? These are things you can sell to other providers. You can sell it similarly. It's only established as the fruit of the cedar tree. Next, you can look into white beets, and then it says stems. Almost on into the third category. And it interesting enough, you know, stems is actually a fire on the previous. What it means is the base and the fruits of the cedar tree ultimately, again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi points out over here, look at that, the two-way statement, Shalik, first by Rashi, Pikaros, when I'm finishing lot, maybe back in action. Pikaros, right, the is not always carried by our happy summer. A local agriculture is the woodland, the Shuak, the future, ocean, the Fiat, all the stuff, the background of them, the country, very interesting. What would they do with the white states, and what would they do with the white states, and the frequency of fruits, they would dangle it. So what they would do is they would keep it on the stem, they would have the stem of the idol, hang it on the idol, hang it next to the idol, so the stem would necessary parts ultimately of the fruit. Okay, it's kind of a really good writer. Nirvana, frankincense, I'm going to mix up on some of the records. Nirvana Zappa, it is not just any frankincense, that's any Nirvana. And let's just about all this, alright? Therefore, it doesn't matter when you cannot sell these to, you cannot sell these to an apples. There is no exception to this, which like this says, what you can do is you can sell to them in bulk, essentially. So I could sell, let's say, the Boina to an apple in bulk. Now, what's the logic behind that? Because since I'm selling it in bulk, the assumption is he's going to resell it to others. That's the assumption. So somebody's buying something for that. But you're going to buy a small amount. You're buying a large amount, perhaps it's the way to resell. So, you know, so the comic has got how much is considered to be a large amount. And so you say that in covering what's the case in this color morning. That's 3 months, I should say. 3 months. The list is still not all the monthly last meeting in that week. Exactly. So let's say this. Now, can you think of it like this? The seller, let's say, I don't know what I was called a small one. The seller made it for what we're going to put out from a mile out to use. Because ultimately, I'm going to use it for a whole other. And if you sell them a large amount of the whole, no? Because I know that's when we sell. That's when we sell. He's not going to use for a whole. He's going to sell it high. It's like the Gemara. Maybe I should be considering that he in turn is going to sell it to someone else who's going to use it for a whole desire. So I still participatory in Avodah Zarah, in the performance of Avodah Zarah in some way. Rabbi, I listen with Afinon, I listen the listening and the Afinon. So that's very interesting. I am charged ultimately again with, or I am able to come listening and not seeking itself, right? What is that the beginning of the chapter? Why can't I sell? Why can't I transact business as well? On these items, because again, I am putting somebody back. I am facilitating one of the reasons is that I am facilitating the practice of Avodah Zarah. So when is this called? This direct participation, right? Or because there's like what we call listening the listener, where essentially two steps to listening. Right now, I'm going to sell it in bulk to the outcome, which is because he's doing it and he's going to resell it to someone else, and that's not what's happening. I'm listening to Latino, I'm listening to listening on Latino. So this is also that lesson over here is supposed to sound as well. Obviously, the listening is talking about a real listening even or seeking itself. You know, so it's something about in front of someone. When you selling the Lavona, let's say for an apple, that's listening. You selling in bulk the apple, and when you selling it to someone else, that's a called listening. That's to me, I remember this talking with rabbinic to begin with, we're not going to start legislating additional layers of rabbinic prohibition. Yes, the Russian itself is so beautiful. You know, in life, when you entertain the possibility of taking ourselves in, or we entertain the possibility of taking ourselves in a different direction, we're just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. But often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, and we try to contemplate all of the different things that could happen. And I want to put it in my life, so if I do this, so this could go wrong, this could go wrong. And obviously, one can't live life blindly. The simple thing that happens is that all these things to a point that it renders us absolutely passive. What the American telling us is, I listen with that when you make decisions in life, definitely contemplate what's in front of you. But I listen to the listeners, not the fucking life. If you learn to begin to contemplate every single what if, every single what if, first of all, there's no end to the what ifs in life. The transition have a nice performance. Like it's fascinating balance. On one hand, thinking about the possibilities to the outflow and unfortunately, just really suspended the life of incredible for a life of Carnival lover. Don't sell life these people. Says you know, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Carnival news. What happens? What happens from there? Like an Akim is shopping for. He basically obviously goes off and he says, listen, I like these trouble, right? Run. That's why we didn't do it, right? We're going to go summer because that's how we are.
Take care, big dog.
Start to purchase. Now, what's unique about this case? He's not going ahead and asking for a white t-shirt. He's just saying, whether it's Muslim Carnival level, in this case, again, you says you could sell him a white t-shirt. Why? Because since he's not asking for a white t-shirt, the assumption is he's not being asked for a white t-shirt. Therefore, he could sell a white t-shirt. That's what he just had on his most of the time, he just says as follows. Most times you know Carnival love anything that's Carnival is. But you say, remember the work that I was just saying, but you decide to sell an offering a white t-shirt if you're selling them a preference. Like, so if there were a group of you, and inside of these is a white t-shirt, that is commercial selling. The one says, thank you, dummy, what's the case? He made the comments, kind of go love on the news, kind of go love on the news. So if the Akum is saying, listen, he has a white t-shirt, right? This is what he says, where's the white t-shirt? Who has white t-shirt? Ask me for that. And ultimately, again, then you have kind of doing Namiro. Then you know, say, if he's asking for a white rooster, then halacha l'meisa, even if I'm selling you a group of roosters, I still should not be able to sell him a white rooster. And a lot of the Amar can't go with me. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is really checking for a rooster. Like, who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, there's not even mentioning a white rooster. Rabbi Rothschild, the Rabbi Dana kind of going in, if may act small, go. So we'll say, what do you see from here? That if everyone knew that even if he just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit he has to sell them in white rooster is when he's selling this in a group. In a group of roosters, or a kind of camo,
It's totally different to say that if you
so it's actually a friend that kind of camo. You can't sell him a white rooster under any circumstances, even as part of a rooster cover. I'm not the right use to talk about here what the case is going to Amar. That is what's the case here? What's very interesting. Well, ultimately, again, Akum says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at that. Talk about it's given the Amar Zeb. Masculine the lower you would get the Asmo, so what kind of Gamreg, that's going to be a car and Samba on the shop of the other. Philippa doesn't very interesting. So let's say the Apple says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a red rooster. Right? So what happens? You work all kinds of roosters. So that you look at the Apple, I'll take a really car, the Asper shop of the others, so I was going to make car, and I'm probably going to go on. Behind the Asper shop, you really are on. So you know, in that case, here, since he identified any kind of action identified as a white rooster, even if halacha means you're buying in the context of group, the purchase is really prohibited. The only time ultimately again a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified. You just find a separate group. Then ultimately again a white one is incredible. You know, to kind of look at that, once the color is lost, a Mosai went into the rooster. His man's Amar, sorry, what is it, Esther? Like, not so much on it goes that love. About him, Amar, that, a white piece can be problematic as well. When the Aquaman identifies it, he identifies, I want that rooster, right now it goes that. But if he says that, and when it comes ahead and he identifies the group, he's now, again, in these cases of even if I'm off the right side, so, you know, he does not always go in the head and.
All the stuff's happening now because he doesn't want to answer the question. Yeah. But it's like a tactic, right? He's saying because he didn't have a phone, he only knows what's been going on for the last 4 months, but if it was on social media, he doesn't know. It took me a while to get there. Because I haven't had a phone.
Weird.
But,
Okay. Anyways, we'll say so. So, right, even if that you know, I'm trying to go that. I remember the thing about that. I'm trying to go that. About I'm a that. So, says like this. That if you just go ahead and you identify a white rooster, that's one thing. And if halacha l'maisa you say terrible zeh lavan, it's like about an amar zeh December. So halacha l'maisa again, if you go ahead and you're buying a group of roosters, even if the athlete goes ahead and identifies that he wants a white rooster, ultimately again it is going to be. אפילו חמש ענו בהשתת, או בתקופה משפחת משתמשים לו, או שיכול לה בסוף פייסו מותו. So there is no exception. What's the exception? If halacha l'maisa is measured like this, if halacha l'maisa is only for common days, if he's making a mistake, making a party for his son, or he has someone who is killed inside of his home, ultimately it is going to be mutter. I will say, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is if he's making a party for his son, or ultimately again he has somebody still inside of his home, that means he's using it for what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, I love for myself. That would be mutter. I do not think that I know. Always go talking to us in the show, no. Ain't no us with Ella Osa, Yova Osa. We just said before that in general, when it's always go talking to the salvation for the service, and this is back to the beginning of the chapter, right? That under circumstances like that, halacha l'maisa is always up. Right? In other words, we see that before. That those that think, all right, only from the vision of salvation for his son, that's the kind of dafka we would be faced with. So isn't that dafka an acute issue of Apple Zara? To which the Gemara says, also involves the Shlomo, also is Yasa. So again, you can't go ahead and sell a white piece to the apple. Why not? Because you're going to use it for apple Zara, but if you know that it's making a silica for it, or you know that he's going ahead and has a hole inside of his house, you sell the white piece. Why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. I was one second. We said before that on the day when he's taking a for his son, that's not a day when what? When he's going to go ahead and he wants to use the hotel. He's going to use the hotel. What's going on there? Already start out of the house. It touched it. It's another touch. And he said, becoming with the link of those articles over the party, the least they could actually sell a white Easter, not Easter, to know. To have $5 half dollars already spoke on. Right, it's a wedding. The wedding certainly can't sell a white Easter because the person would go ahead and definitely give things to their holy Torah on a day where they're making a free cup of this. So what's the fire here? Some of the what happens when a group of guys get together? Again, that is so you look at everything else, all other items, someone mutter, you just sell them stamp to an apple is going to be mutter. You should also, but if you listen or sell it, it's going to also. I the merchant stamp my page. What is that exactly? What is stamp? What is stamp? You stamp on how much you right? You usually become a problem. So you like maybe stamp means stamp comes says I'm buying white meat. Right? Doesn't say what it's for. I'm buying white meat. And English means because I'm buying some or a whole. You know what it says? So most stomach people don't like this. Look, usually people don't do that. So that's not this case. Right, the whole thing. So obviously, if an open problem comes on, the open problem says, I'd like to buy white meat. Right? And it doesn't explicitly say what it's for. Then why can't you go ahead and sell it? And this says, I'm buying white meat for a whole Zara. Of course, you're not allowed to sell it. So what's going on over here? And if someone, how much you send it, how much you use it. Right, I will say, happening over here is if an athlete comes on, you say, I want to buy meat. He doesn't say what's going to be, he just says, then ultimately again, that is going to be that's the case of stamp. The case of English is very white. White meat, and that's going to be problematic because again, explicitly asking for white meat seems to indicate that he's using it for apple Zara. You know, I said, Miflau, the kind of gola, he was somewhat nanilo. Now, we'll say, this is the case by wheat. Now, we must presupposing that a rooster is going to be even more common than a wheat piece, or we can refer from here that whenever an person asks to buy a rooster, it's most probably for his other purposes, and even stamp, like even if he doesn't explicitly say white wine for apple Zara, he still cares to sell it. Under the Olam standard, Amar, it is the back start to become a complete. I'm sorry, the Olam Amar. Looks at all this year. Is where an aqua says, I'd like that's the scam case. What's the Paris case? Says, I'd like to purchase white travel desire. If an aqua rolls in your store and comes to your house, he says, I'd like to buy white travel. They say, what's the obviously you can't trade and sell that thing. So what's the charge? The Paris is secret. The US says no white necessary. Say from you, what? I got love. You love about us talking about it. Was a I would have thought like this. Even when the option comes over to looking to buy white food travel desire, family travel desire. I said, why did you say about desire? Hello, maybe he's the other travel desire. Listen, the guy is not about desire. The idea is he wants about desire. The suburb, the air you can have a possibility, fully almond gummy and cheese. Listen to this. So sometimes, right? You open up on the right? And he says, well, he's a big over there on the and he assumes, because he was about the therefore what? Therefore what? Everyone was about the right? That's he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me because this is fascinating, right? How, like, we often assume that the way we think is the way other people think, what we do is what other people do. This guy comes over to me, like, as soon as I'm over there about the also. And therefore, this doesn't mean it. Right? What is he trying to do here? He's looking for he's looking for this much. One only that on the dark right? You know, but it's just like, somebody coming up to do stuff on the dark. Like, what's that mean in my life? When someone is also over that whole he doesn't need it. He's just trying to do is he's trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore, I'm up on the base. I might that he's not really needed for a over. So he's just his name dropping. Busy day at the foul, like so I'm gonna fucking he's just going on kind of dropping up over just to get a discount. Much more than I will say. What is too much more than we know here? Too much more to me. Maybe he's doing that. Maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he's doing. But I love the myself. If he says about Zara, you can't get involved in such action. That's the bottom line. Okay. So by Ravashi. Ravashi is the guy. Or right? Article 11 cuts law to me. This is very interesting. What happens if the Akim is in the marketplace and he's asking who has an amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger digits, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So Malvin Carlo, Carnival Love and Shalom. So we'll say, so let's say I don't have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster. Right? Am I allowed to sell him the white rooster? Now, what's the shadow? Me, I mean, on one hand, the fact is looking for an average. This is because I use this kind of maybe I can sell the white rooster as well. Vilma, you're looking from a house, or maybe this is playing a trick. This is a ruse, right? Because he's a smart man. He knows that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what's our thing? He pretends like he doesn't know what kind of rooster it is. Well, that's the vendor's probably roosters, and they'll be able to get white rooster. Incredible. So the Americans of Roma, I really to come out of it. I want to say that the whole thing is the Jews are trying to get white roosters. Go love on me, trying to go love on me, the Yahweh Shaka, the Shako, the Yahweh Adam Shako, Malvin Carlo, love us. So what's the following case? Let's say where the Akum comes along, the Akum says, I'm looking to buy a white rooster. And what happens? I say, I don't have a white rooster, but I'll say, he buys it. Or a rooster, and he buys it, and I then sell him a rooster. Why? The Gemara says, so on one hand, since the white rooster is black rooster, then obviously he's not using his roosters for ideal service, and therefore selling him the white is not a problem. or maybe not, maybe the roots. In other words, the Akum is also, he knows he needs to get the weather. He's not going to get the white rooster out, so maybe he's just honey, he doesn't care. Ultimately, in order to get the white rooster, to which the Gemara says, this is an open-ended question. The Mayor Omer Akel, so the Mayor said, what do you call that? What is this? The Mayor says, Miri was incredible. Miri, the Avodas Kochavim, the Avnavim, Dalit Mea Shirke Havim. You have Misora, the Avnavim also have Mesachas Avodah Zarah. That's not Mesachas Avodah Zarah, because the most I get, Avnavim also have to know how to navigate the Avodah Zarah realities of this time. So what's this? Avnavinu's Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400 prakim. 400 prakim. The Gemara says, whereas our Mesachas Avodah Zarah is only 5 chapters, and yet we struggle with it. So it's obviously interesting. We have the fact that Avnu's Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400 chapters, indicates that first of all, this was halacha l'maisa, right? We found halacha l'maisa day in and day out. You have to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of his time. So 400, talking and ours is only 5. So we'll say, so interesting enough at this point down, how beautiful is this? And the Gemara says, Avnavinu had Mesachas Avodah Zarah, and we had Mesachas Avodah Zarah. One of the most beautiful things also, when you open up a black Gemara here, we're on Avodah Zarah Daf Yudaleh. Just to understand that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same word. It's something so beautiful to know. And this is the power of Torah in general. Torah links you to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity of Klal Yisrael. My children look at the same black Gemara, and my grandchildren will see the same black Gemara, and my great-grandchildren will see the same black Gemara. It's the most incredible and beautiful and overwhelming thing in the world. And you see this. There's so many things in life that will change. But Mesachas Avodah Zarah, Daf Yudaleh, this was the same for generations before me, and it will be the same for generations after me. So often in life, there's so many things that we put our effort into, or we spend our time with, and they may endure or they may not endure. One thing is clear, when I took an investment in Torah, that is an investment that will last me, but it has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely unequivocally last until the end of time, right? How incredible is it? You pick up these money, you hold up over there, I'm going to also have over there. Now, granted, his Avodah Zarah, I don't know how many walking that is right? 400 chapters, or chapters like this, shelf, right? But when I saw, how incredible is it? How you set Avodah Zarah, and you and I do this like it for the other sector. Egypt is something that is mixed. So many things that in our life we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, are generally unimportant. Totally absolutely incredible. So the word says, right now, what's this? You turn it up, get that cross, the thoughts of the Nikla, that's what you throw all these different. I can remember the Mishnah said all of these items. So now that's something of the Gemara says. The deck of Kofu the Lama Dinon, but deck of Kushmi Sabinon. You can't sell a good country, but you can sell a bad country. Like, what do you mean? In general, you can't sell it from anything that is attached to the ground. I will say, I will get to this in just a couple of days, but you're not allowed to sell an earthen land. You can't sell land. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, guys, but again, I'm not able to sell the country at all, right? Because at the end of the day, a country is attached to the earth. So I guess about good country, bad country, for the Americans underlay, my deco code. What is deco code? Payroll deco code. It ultimately refers to the fruit of a country. The thing of payroll deco. Okay, versus everyone from the rest of us. So you can't tell me again. These are all items that we use for our purposes. Chasav, what's a chasav? A kashpa, right? A chasav is a kashpa. Rashi says that we are minced mud, type of thing. Niklas, what's a niklas? Ja ostatnimi Amerykano dają się Kulajki, okay? That's the beer. Min chaos. Another type of food. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, Niklas, Moya, Dina, Maki. So the thing is that we learn Niklas, we don't know what Niklas is. The act on the Kulajki is so Moya, Dina, Maya, so on the lake, it's like a huge issue. Especially all that much more than what Niklas is. Okay, so what's Niklas is Karaiki. What's Karaiki is Niklas. What it means, I have no idea. Right, but the message of how exact these alternative definitions of you, which Gemara says, I'll tell you why, my honest one. On the way, Ahani, the Azmus Hassan, Omer Beli Niklas, Koloyadi, Omer Beli Karaiki, Yadi the Kamakula. Over the rest of the why it does help. It helps at the end of the day because if you go to yourself and you say Niklas, you might not know what it is, but I'll tell you Karaiki. I don't know if you again point out.
There she is. There she is.
He's still sleeping, he said, so he can't come in here and sit him around and say, excuse me, sir, we're going to need you to wake up. It's time to wake up. You got to open your eyes.
All right. Well, that's great.
We're going to get a hospital bed that's coming tomorrow from the hospital. And they're going to be transporting him back over here to the house.
Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful news. You'll be able to see Poppy 24 hours.
Yeah, I'll be
Still hear me because you're all still here. So this means you hear my voice. Right? So I'm sorry that
That's great.
I'm excited.
Ooh.
Well, how was your day? I had a wonderful day.
It sounds like it. So far so good. I stayed up most of the day. I was able to talk to and promote my project to a bunch of people. Got another 50 followers, which is good. And then took a little nap. And then Zoot was in here and we were chilling. And just had a overall thankfully good day so far. Now I need to get this to make it better. Ooh.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show.
Yes, ma'am.
For dedicating all the show
You need 5 more wins, and then you have 200.
For Total sponsors for the month of
Yeah, it's right. Get those two.
Revealed and
Easy.
ago.
Oh, the toughest shot in the game. The toughest shot in the game.
But Daniel and
Just give
Bathsheba
me one.
Papa of Eretz Yisrael, the creation of the second yahrzeit of Bathsheba's father, of Shlomo ben Yehuda Aryeh Vey of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 180 descendants. We obtain the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Salih Aliyah, the families in the Chama,
Okay, you
all
need
of
to
those
get
who
this
wish
one.
Everybody
knows you're gonna get this one. They shouldn't even make you do it. They shouldn't even make you do
Allow our
it.
holy soldiers to be successful.
Because they do it. You're going to get it. A perfect bear. Maybe one of the greatest bears in the history of the world. Now give me... No, but I have to get these 4. These 4 would be giant. That's not what we want. It's Aquarius. I've got 9 every single time. 9, 9, 9.
2, 4, 6, 8, about 20 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yaakov Zabin Salas. Let's just remember again, in yesterday's video, we were talking about the concept. Once again, we continued discussion about how patronizing stores that maybe access to the Avodah Zarah.
That was big time.
Especially again on the day of the actual celebration itself, being concerned that if one goes patronizes one of these establishments,
oh, Mr. Aquarius answers with a perfect match. No, folks. Turn out the lights. The party is over. Miss Aquarius did the win. No doubt. No doubt.
They encountered each other after having made their respective purchases. So very interesting exchange. So one said to
It's over, Mr.
Yasma,
Aquarius.
you orphan. I
cannot win.
acted like this. Rabbi said, now when they called each other orphan,
And
that was
Miss
stuff,
Aquarius,
right? So
she's
like the orphan
closing
that
in.
they were accusing each other.
Closing in, Miss Aquarius.
Right?
You need 4 more wins, and maybe you might get one right here.
Orphan, would your Rebbe have done this? The other one said, right? So one said that to the other. Then the other one responded, Yasma, you're the Yasim. Avid Rab Fahachi, right? You don't call me a Yasim, you're a Yasim. Right? Your Rebbe had acted this way. So it's obviously what they were both doing was they were giving each other a shtar for having patronized the store owned by an actor. So there was one second, hold up, what happened? You know? The Tarbayu, Mibalabayis is seven. Now the truth is both of the purchases were totally legal. Why?
Maybe.
They actually did not buy it from shop.
Maybe not.
Rather, who did they buy it from?
That's not what we wanted, Mr. Aquarius. That was one of the worst rows we've ever had.
That this whole issue of patronizing the store of an Akum and having the Akum pay taxes to whatever local establishment.
You got 6.
Established proprietors.
You got 4 left, and you're going to get them right here. So it's not even a big deal. Not even a big deal. Not even a big deal. You've gotten 2 spares in a row. Miss Aquarius, folks, has gotten 2 spares in a row.
So in fact, interestingly enough, they both had engaged in committed activity, but they both assumed that the other had bought from a merchant, which I must say is such a fascinating idea. You know, if you think about this, they say pretty hidden words, right? To call someone a yasim, right? Because essentially that's like saying, like, obviously you have no record.
Miss Aquarius is starting to pull away, folks.
It's a pretty strong
She's going to get this. This looks
and
perfect.
Enough,
Folks,
they came to that realization.
she might have
based
2
on what they saw.
wins
And
here.
again, they both were wrong.
I'm trying, girl.
Person doing something. We
I'm
ought to
trying.
not create an entire narrative.
She's going to get a strike here
their behavior.
and put this
We need
game
to
out of
find out.
reach.
I was wrong. I was wrong. So the Gemara goes
Really
back to the Gemara
good.
and says,
Really good. Get this one.
This shock
Oh, she got the spare. Folks, Miss Aquarius has gotten 4 straight spares.
Only by a formal proprietor.
No.
The shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay the taxes. When you purchase from a household, they're just stomach guys.
Thank you, madam.
Ultimately,
Folks, if you're keeping track on Miss Aquarius is dominating. Pure dominance. Pure dominance. She's going to get her 5th straight spare right now. She put up a big score. Somebody needs a big score.
So this is interesting. So
That's big time. That's big time.
Seem to have evolved and changed. And there were places that did collect taxes from Balabati.
Oh, what a comeback. What a comeback right here at the end.
Stuff out of your house.
What a comeback right here at the end. Miss Aquarius, Rabbi.
That's right.
That's right.
I win, you win.
You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in both. Yes, ma'am.
Here's the problem. Now, the Gemara is making it
You too, God willing. And great news about Papa.
Yes, thank you. I know.
Because they bought it from
But I actually read about something like that. I told him to open his
So what's
eyes.
happening over here? How are they permitted to go ahead? How are they permitted to make their respective purchases if they're going to be paying taxes?
Well, we gotta work on it.
So it's very interesting to which the Gemara says,
Yes, ma'am.
So how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah were able to buy the sandals and the bread, the Balabayis and taxes, to which the Gemara says, the Balabayis she'ino kavua zahu. They bought it from
That's a plan.
Balabayis who doesn't regularly sell it. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says she'ino kavua. Rashi says For the Masik Muksi Adatayu the Migdi Minayu, the little
I will talk to you later. I'll be back on my
So apparently,
iPad.
even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody was paying taxes. Merchants were paying taxes. A balabais regularly sold from his home was paying taxes. But that was only if you were what we call someone who sold stuff on a regular basis. But if halacha l'maisa, again, you kind of are like, I don't know, an episodic seller, just a recreational seller, you're cleaning out your garage. So you put stuff for a garage sale, but you're not an established merchant, they would not tax you. So then apparently, again, when Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah bought their sandals and their bread, they were buying it from one of these kind of alabatim. Okay, so it turns out at the end of the sugya that there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's the classic tagar, who is the merchant, who the Mishnah tells us again, on any day where there's a Yom Tiv, you can't purchase from that person. I just want to point out how this is a little bit different. So remember again, beforehand we were talking about just engaging in transactions with an akum. This is now in a more commercial setting. So the Mishnah tells me I can't do it on the day of the Yom Tiv. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the Avodah Zarah. That's category one. Category two is a balabayis, who is also an established merchant. What's the chiluk between the tagar and the balabayis? The balabayis is selling, I don't know, from his house. But this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's also apparently going to be paying taxes. Therefore, you can't patronize him either. That's on the Yom Tiv. The third category is just a stam balabais who's not kavua. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes at all, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, you could patronize such an individual. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to continue on the same theme over here. So Mishnah, the following things, I will say, so now a little bit of switching gears. The following things you cannot sell to an akum. Now, again, we're going to see why you can't sell them is because these were things that were often used in the service of Avodah Zarah. So you can't sell the following things. What can't you sell them? It's tarublin. Okay, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Benos shuach, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Pitu taros. That wasn't a pitu taros. Literally means stems. Again, we'll define what that means in the Gemara as well. Ulavona, frankincense. Tanagol halavan, a white rooster. Rabbi Yehuda says, Mutar limkar lo tanagol lavan bina tanagolin. Rabbi Yehuda says, if you're selling an akum, a bunch of roosters, and in that chevra, in rooster chevra, there's also a white rooster, that's going to be permitted. That'll be fine. What happens if you want to sell a single white rooster to the akum? So the Gemara says, Kotea es etzba'o umokro. You could cut off one of its fingers. One of its I don't know, is it a finger or a toe by a rooster? Claw. Okay, right. Good. You cut off one of the claws and ultimately send. I wasn't know what's the chaf with that. Because interestingly enough, apparently even by the akum, if the animal is deficient, if it's chaser, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see there's something with white roosters. So if you're going to sell a white rooster, ultimately again to the akum, then cut off one of the claws and ultimately sell it. Ultimately, again, because they do not go ahead and worship, they do not go ahead and offer up chaser, a deficient item, to their avodah zarah. So also it's a very, very interesting idea over here, which also tremendous Musar Haskell, if you think about it as well, that even of the avodah zarah, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in a shalim fashion. Don't do it chaser. So many times we say in life, we start things, we do things, and then we just kind of like, we don't give it our all. So halacha l'maisa, again, if you're going to do something in life, make sure that it's shalim. You're going to engage in spiritual. So this make sure there's a sense of shleimus. Even the old avodah zarah understand. Don't offer up something that is chaser. Incredible. Ushar kol advarim, and again, all other items, staman mutar, uperushan aser. So we'll see exactly what this means. All other items, it sounds like what it's saying is if you just sell it stam to an akum, ultimately again it's going to be mutar. But perusha, if you go ahead and it's explicit, and again we'll have to define what this means. Aser. Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer af dekel tav the chatzav aser nimkala of dekel tav. Rabbi says you also can't sell a dekel tav. They both say dekel tav literally sounds like a good palm tree. A good palm tree, you can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzav. You see what that means? Good. Here we go. Tapo Yudalit. Let's go. Says the Gemara. My itztarublin. What's an itztarublin? Tarnisa. It's a tarnisa. Very helpful for us. Rashi says over here, right? What's tarnisa? Top Rashi. Min eresu vihishita. Kitama Rosh Hashanah. So it's a type of cedar tree. Thank you. A type of cedar tree. Okay. So Gemara says Raminu. Gemara is the kasha. Is that true? Is that a true definition? Osifu alei. Now this price that Gemara is quoting over here happens to be by Shemitah. Rashi in Shvius. So now it says by Shemitah, Osifu aleihem alachsin v'itztarublin muchsasin ubenos shuach. So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shemitah prohibition. So the Gemara says v'isa that itztarublin tarnisa me'isa b'shvius. Now if you think that the itztarublin is in fact this tarnisa, which is a type of cedar, is this item really included in the Shemitah prohibition? Now, this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar tree included in the Shemitah prohibition? It's fascinating. He says, "Disnan zakwal kol sheyesh lo ikar yesh lo shvius, v'chol she'ein lo ikar ein lo shvius." So this is actually a fascinating halacha. Ikar means a root. So the Gemara says, whatever has a root ultimately is subject to the laws of Shemitah, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shemitah. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is the second line from the top. Kosher eno ikar liskayim ba'aretz b'yemos hagishamim kigon kishurim v'luim. So listen to this. Any object, any item, planted item that has a root that is able to live through the winter, ultimately is subject to Shemitah. But any item that has a root source that dries up or that withers away during the winter is not subject to Shemitah. Fascinating halacha. So therefore, again, apparently, this itztarublin. So if the itztarublin, see, here's our problem, right? Let's just go trace this. Mishnah says you can't sell the itztarublin to the akum. Gemara, what's itztarublin? Gemara's answer: Tornisa, a type of cedar tree. Gemara says that can't be true. Why? Because again, in the Mishnah over here in Shvius, or I should say, it's actually Mishnah in Shabbos. In the Mishnah in Shabbos, it says the following items are subject to Shemitah. Included in that list is itztarublin. Only items subject to the laws of Shemitah are items that have root systems which endure during the winter. And the itztarublin, and again, the tarnisa, the cedar tree, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, itztarublin can't be tarnisa. That's the point the Gemara is making over here. Ella, I'll just also point out the wording over here is very beautiful. Koshi yesh lo ikar yesh lo shvius. We'll say that one of the most beautiful things we have in our Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. So the shaila is what makes Shabbos so special? What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos is the day in which you really reap the collective benefits of how you've spent your week. Right? A powerful Shabbos is one that follows on the heels of a powerful Sheshes Yomim Tasa Melachtecha. If for 6 days I'm plugging away, for 6 days I'm working hard, not just at my job, but in my ruchnius, right? Literally again, I'm learning, I'm davening, I'm doing chesed, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing, then Shabbos ultimately becomes so powerful. Shabbos is the composite of 6 days of dynamic activity. So it's really the lesson over here also. Kol sheyesh lo ikar. Whoever has a purpose in his life, whoever has an ikar in the way that he lives, Sunday through Friday, yesh lo shvius. The seventh day Shabbos will be incredibly special. So Rabbi said, otherwise, and you see this, Shabbos could be a day in which I crash from just working very hard during the week, in which case you emerge from Shabbos physically rested, but not necessarily spiritually restored. Or Shabbos could be a day where ultimately the collective benefit of how I toil during the 6 days, Koshi yesh lo ikar, whoever ultimately again has purposeful, intentional, driven life, Sunday through Friday, yesh lo shvius. That person's Shabbos will be, that's the Mamishan Ein Olam Haba. So again, what's that? It's the Rublin. El Amrav Safra, Piri da Arza. Oh, so it's the Rublin is not the cedar tree itself. Rather, what is it's the Rublin? Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the cedar tree. The fruit of the cedar tree. Piri da Arza. V'chein ki asa Rabbi Amrav Elazar. Piri Arza. Ultimately, again, the fruit of the cedar tree. Incredible. Okay, so therefore, we've got our first definition now. So apparently, and again, common denominator amongst all these items is going to be that these were actively used in Avodah Zarah. So you can't go ahead and sell Avodah Zarah, it's the Rukun. Okay, next. Benos Shuach. Amra Barachana Amra Yochanan Te'eni Chirasa. White dates. White dates, once again, I will say nothing special per se about these items except that just they were actually used for Avodah Zarah purposes. Okay, next, Pitutaros. What are Pitutaros? Amra Barachana Amra Yochanan Bepitchusehen Shani. So let's say, so again, now remember, Pitutaros are stems. So when you read the Mishnah, what it sounds like over here is that Pitutaros is a separate category, right? Because the Mishnah reads, these are the things you can't sell to an Ovid Kochalim. You can't sell, it's the Rublin, which can be established as the fruit of the cedar tree. Right? Next, what can't you do? Benoshua, white dates. And then it says Pitutaros, stems. Almost sounds like stems is a third category. And also, interesting enough, the Gemara says, no. Stems is actually a modifier on the previous two. What it means is the dates and the fruits of the cedar tree, ultimately, again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, Piturosehen Shanu, first short line in Rashi, Pitutaros Temasnisin Lav Minhu Baki Nafshe. Pitutaros, right, the stems is not its own category, Elahaki Kamar, a Mochel Lahem called Elu, it's the Rublin, Ubenos, Shuach, Beukzeyen, Lefisha Tolin Osam Bifnei Avodas Kochavim, the Darkan La'avdan Bekach. This is very interesting. What would they do with the white dates? And what would they do with the white figs, I should say? And the fruit from the cedar tree, they would dangle it. So what they would do is they would keep it on the stem. They would tie the stem, and apparently, I don't know, hang it on the idol, hang it next to the idol. So the stems were necessary parts, ultimately, of the fruit. Okay, incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Levona, frankincense. I'm Rabbi Yitzchak, I'm Rabbi Shimon Lakish. Levona Zako. It was not just any frankincense, not just any Levona, but pure Levona. Okay? So it says, Tana, Umikulan Mochanahan Chavila. So it says, this is very interesting. So now, I can't sell Levona to an Akum. And again, I'll say, interestingly enough, I just want to point out, up until now, everything we've been dealing with has been very what we'll call either, date-centric or date-specific, right? In other words, I can't transact business with an akum on a particular day or a certain number of days leading up to a particular day. If you notice over here, the conversation has switched, and now it has nothing to do with date and everything to do with product. The following items are items that are regularly used in the worship of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it doesn't matter when, you cannot sell these to an akum. Now, the Gemara gives an interesting exception to this, which Lakish says, what you can do is you can sell to them in bulk, essentially. So I could sell, let's say, Levona to an akum in bulk. Now, what's the logic behind that? Because since I'm selling it in bulk, the assumption is he's going to resell it to others. Now, that's the assumption. In other words, if somebody's buying something for the Avodah Zarah, you're going to buy a small amount. You're buying a large amount for Pashto, so you're going to resell. So the Gemara says, the Kama Chavila, how much is considered to be a large amount?
Sweet dreams, guys. I hope everything goes well this afternoon.
Three min. Right, 3 monas. 3 monas. I believe still not also the Muslim last million actually. For a second. So let's say again, so now the Mishnah says it's like this. To sell, let's say, I don't know, whatever, we call it a small amount. To sell a label full of Levona to an Akum, I'm not allowed to do, because ultimately again, you can use it for Avodah Zarah, and I can sell him a large amount of Levona, because I know that's for resale. That's for resale. He's not going to use it for others, he's going to resell. It's like the Gemara. Maybe I should be considering that he in turn is going to sell it to someone else who's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. So aren't I still participatory in Avodah Zarah, in the performance of Avodah Zarah in some way? So interesting. And Rabbi, I'll listening with Akinon, I'll listening to listening on the Akinon. So this is very interesting. I am charged ultimately again with, or I am prohibited from listening even though seeking Nixon, right? This goes back to the beginning of the chapter. Why can't I sell? Why can't I transact this with Ovid Kochavim on his yard? On some of these items, because again, I am putting a stumbling block for him. I am facilitating. One of the reasons is that I am facilitating the performance of his Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, when is this prohibition? with direct participation, right? Or direct just on what we call liftnei the liftnei, where essentially have two steps to move. So what? We're afraid now I'm going to sell it in bulk to the Akum, which is committed because he's doing it for resale, and he's going to resell it to someone else, and that's my problem. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I'll liftnei mutakinon, I'll liftnei the liftnei lo mutakinon. I will say also that Russian over here is so profound of that. Now, obviously, the liftnei is talking about over here, liftnei iver lo shivnei mitzvah. Do not place the stumbling block in front of someone. So me selling the Lavona, let's say to an Akum, that's liftnei iver. Me selling in bulk to the Akum, and him reselling it to someone else, that's what's called liftnei the liftnei. It's two steps removed. And remember, this whole thing is rabbinic to begin with. We're not going to start legislating additional layers of rabbinic prohibition. Notice that there's a certain, the Russian itself is so beautiful. You know, in life, when we entertain the possibility of taking on something new, or we entertain the possibility of taking ourselves in a different direction, or just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. So often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, or we try to contemplate all of the different things that could happen. And I want to pivot in my life, or if I do this, so this could go wrong, this could go wrong. And obviously, one can't live life blindly. But sometimes what ends up happening is that we overthink things to a point that it renders us absolutely passive. So then what the Gemara is also telling us is, when you make decisions in life, definitely contemplate what's in front of you. But liftnei the liftnei lo mutakinon. If in life you begin to contemplate every single what if, first of all, there's no end to the what ifs in life. If you contemplate every single what if, that'll lead you to only one inescapable conclusion, which is inaction, passivity, and non-performance. Life is this fascinating balance between, on the one hand, thinking about the possibilities and the dangers and the what-ifs in front of you, the liftnei, but liftnei the liftnei, thinking things out too much. Unfortunately, we just learned to a systemic life of passivity, incredible, or a life of systemic passivity. Technical level. Next, don't sell white roosters to an Akum. Says the Gemara, I'm Rabbi Zera, I'm Rabbi Zera, I'm Rabbi Zera. Take it to Master, I'm Rabbi Zera. Technical level. So listen to this. What happens if an Akum comes along, right? And an Akum is shopping for a carnival. He doesn't have, obviously, if the Akum shows up and he says, listen, I need a white rooster, trouble, right? Run. That's like you didn't hear him, right? Don't go summit because that's $500. Well, let's say he shows up and he says, carnival to me. In other words, who has a rooster to purchase? Now, what's unique about this case? He's not going ahead and asking for a white rooster. He's just saying, where's the rooster? In this case, again, the Gemara says, you can sell him a white rooster. Why? Because since he's not asking for a white rooster, the assumption is he's not in the market for a white rooster. Therefore, he can sell a white rooster. He's not going to talk about desire. Rabbi says as follows. So Rabbi says, remember again, what did our Mishnah say? Rabbi said that you can sell an Akum a white rooster if you're selling him to a cover roosters. Right? So if someone with people who just inside the group is a white rooster, that is permitted to sell. The Gemara says, hey, what's the case? Either you have to come and turn to go love on the knee, turn to go love on the knee. So if the Akum is saying, listen, who has a white rooster? Right? If somebody says, where's the white rooster? Who has a white rooster? He's asking for that. Then ultimately, again, they have time to go in the non-low. And again, I will say, if he's actively asking for a white rooster, then halacha on my side, even if I'm selling him a group of roosters, I still should not be able to sell him a white rooster. Allah, turn to go to me. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is where he's just shopping for a rooster, right? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, when he's not even mentioning a white rooster, Safi Lohafi, Rabbi Yehuda Beina trying to go in, Gifne Atzmo Lo. So we'll say, what do you see from here? That according to Rabbi Yehuda, even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell him a white rooster is when you're selling it to him in a group. In a group of roosters. So it's kind of camel. You look at that kind of goal, but now you go. So it's actually the princess and camel. You can't sell him a white rooster under any circumstances, even as part of a rooster. And you're not going to use what's the case? He's going to Amar, Zed, this Zed. What's the case here? What's that? Very interesting. But ultimately, again, the outcome says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at Rashi. חכם העסקים זעמר זה וזה, מסתיסים זה לא רק יהוד בפני עצמו, ולא תנקם לגמרי, אז going to make עד קרבן בשחר באדם. So this is very interesting. So let's say the Akum says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a red rooster. Right? So what happens? He wants all kinds of roosters. So Rabbi Yehuda בפני עצמו, also giving me עד בעד בשחר לבן, ואז לא נקרא נמי חבר לבן, בהיד עד בשחר איומי ערר. Versus Rabbi Yehuda was saying, in that case of here, since he identifies them to actively identify a white rooster, even if halach says you're buying in the context of group, the purchase is going to be prohibited. The only time ultimately again a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified, and you're just buying a chevra of roosters. A group. Then ultimately again a white one would be permitted. Incredible. So the most kind of lucky rest that's the first that's only Yehuda. A Masai. When is it mutter? Is man Amar Carnival? Sorry, when is it Aser? Right? Is man Amar Carnival Zeh Lava? Avalim Amar Zeh mutter. So those is now the verses that Yehuda look like this. That Yehuda halach l'maisa the only time that a white rooster is going to be problematic is when the Akum Mamish identifies it. He identifies, I want that rooster. Right? Carnival Zeh. But if he says Zeh, but again, if he goes ahead and he identifies a group, now again, in this version of Yehuda, even if halach l'maisa, so in Rabbi Yehuda's model, he's going ahead and
so I can see why everyone is stressed out, but it's also there's Diet Coke. We're drinking Diet Cokes, we're watching Ren and Chop, dude. Everything's fine. Chop people hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid, I think. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did.
Okay. Anyways, we'll say so. Halach l'maisa, right? Even if that Vila Amar Carnival Zeh, since I remember the Imam said this bench, Amar Carnival Zeh Lava. About which Amar Zeh Zeh. So halach l'maisa, the Gemara says like this, that if you just go ahead and you identify a white rooster, that's one thing. But if halach l'maisa, you say Carnival Zeh Lava, it's about Amar Zeh Zeh mutter. So halach l'maisa again, if you go ahead and and you're buying a group of roosters, even if the Akum goes ahead and identifies that he wants a white rooster, ultimately again it is going to be permitted. Good. Tashidu Amar Carnival Zeh, Ovid Tusam Sha'asim Shalibno, Oshahaya Chola Beso Mutter. So there is an interesting exception to this rule. What's the exception to this rule? If halach l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. If halach l'maisa, the Ovid Tusam says, if he's making a mission, making a party for his son, or he has someone who is ill inside of his home, ultimately it is going to be mutter. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is if he's making a party right for his son, or ultimately again he has someone who's ill inside of his home, that means he's using the rooster for what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, halach l'maisa, that will be mutter. The Gemara says ha'kanya. Only to publish also no. Aino also ella osa yom osa ishkabu. 1 second. You just said before that in general, when an Ovid Tocham is making a celebration for himself, this is back to the beginning of the Sefta, right? That under circumstances like that, halach l'maisa is always us, right? In other words, we've seen that before. That those are times that Ovid Tocham is making a celebration for his son. That's the time of Dafka he would give thanks to his deity. So isn't that Dafka an acute issue of Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, so again, see what's happening over here? So the Gemara says you can't go ahead and sell a white rooster to the Akum. Why not? Because he's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. Now the Gemara says, but if you know that he's making a simcha for his son, or you know that he's going ahead and has a cola inside of his house, you can sell him a white rooster. Why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. I think what's one second. We said before that on the day when he's making a celebration for his son, that's not a day when what? When he's going to go ahead and be worshiping his own God. He's going to be going to God. Let's go over here. Already start by Mosharia, the Tabzi. The Tabzi. What is that? Tabzi. What's Tabzi? Rashi says over here, Tabzi glass Rashi over that. Heimlich that the turning with them for those kind of love on the party when we stay to like to sell a white rooster, blank mishtet sopas below. To have that attack notice over this profile. You're right. If it's a wedding, you certainly can't sell them a white rooster because the punishment the person would go ahead and definitely give thanks to the Rabbi on a day where they're making a simcha for their sons. So what's the party we're talking about over here? We're talking about over here. Chavis getting together. So Akum is hosting a get together for his friend. They're bringing a little bit. So nice again. There's no life cycle event over here. Literally again, it's just a group of guys getting together. What happens when a group of guys get together? Again, you're going to enjoy something, but there's no necessarily avodah zarah component to this. That is going to be mutter to sell them a white rooster under those circumstances. Incredible. So the Gemara goes out. The Gemara says, we shot for parts, Staman with the pollution onset. Remember again, Mishnah ended up by saying something very interesting. And everything else, right, all of the items, told the Baran, of Staman mutter, if you just sell them stam to an akum, it's going to be mutter. Pollution also, but if you explicit, or it sounds like it's explicitly sold by Avodah Zarah, it's going to be also. The Gemara says, nice time, my Perushan. What does that mean exactly? What is stam? What's Perushan? The Gemara says, you name a stamad, become a hitis, the backbone. So you write Perushan, the Kamala, all this problem. Say something like this. Maybe standing, the Chum says, I'm buying white wheat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for. This is buying white wheat. And English means he says, I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah on the base. The Gemara says, so no stomach people may imagine this thing, right? No Perushan people may do much bigger. So that's an obvious case. Right? That goes without saying. So obviously, if an Ovid Kocham comes on, and Ovid Kocham says, I'd like to buy white wheat, right? And it doesn't explicitly say what it's for, then why can't you go out and sell it? And if he says, I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah, of course you're not allowed to sell it. So what's going on here? Emma, very interesting. Someone, the Ka'amar Hiti, Perushan the Ka'amar Hiyurka. Rabbi says it's happening over here as follows. If an atom comes along and says, I want to buy wheat, it doesn't say what kind of wheat, it doesn't say what it's for, it just says wheat. Then ultimately again, that is going to be mutter. That's the case of stamp. The case of English is where it says white wheat. White wheat, and that's going to be problematic because again, explicitly asking for white wheat, you think you're going to be using it for Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Nechlau, it's on the Gola, someone now looks like this is the case by wheat. Now the Gemara is presupposing that a rooster is going to be even more common than a wheat case. And we can infer from here that whenever an akum asks to buy a rooster, it's most probably for Avodah Zarah purposes, and even stamped. Like, even if he doesn't explicitly say white one for Avodah Zarah, he still can't sell it to me. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to be Olam Stalan with Amar, Hiti, Yes, I'm sorry. The Olam Stalan with Amar, Hiti, Perushan, the Ka'amar the Avodah Zarah. What's the most solution? No, it's not the case. Let's revisit the case. The case of stamp is when Akum says, I'd like to purchase white wheat. That's the stamp case. What's the Parish case? The Parish case is when he says, I'd like to purchase white wheat for Avodah Zarah. And listen, if an Akum rolls into your store or comes to your house and says, I'd like to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah. I say, what's the shot? It's obvious. Obviously, you can't go ahead and sell that to him. So what's the shot? The Perush says, so this is fascinating. The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. Start right from, high tavla, la avodas no chavri kabai. It was listen to this heavily. I would have thought like this. Even when the Achron comes over to me and he says he's looking to buy white shoes for Avodah Zarah, he's not really buying it for Avodah Zarah. It's not really for Avodah Zarah. Why does he say Avodah Zarah? Ella, maybe he's the other Avodah Zarah. Listen, the guy isn't an Avodah Zarah guy. Right? He is. He works Avodah Zarah. The Sarah, Yechi Avodah Zarah, fully Armanami Avdiki. So listen to this. So sometimes, right? The Ovid Avodah Zarah comes over to me, right? And he says, listen, he's a big Ovid Avodah Zarah. So he assumes that since he worships Avodah Zarah, therefore what? Everyone worships Avodah Zarah. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me, which is just fascinating, right? How like we often assume that the way we think is the way other people think. What we do is what other people do. So this guy comes over to me, like assumes I'm going to Avodah Zarah also, and therefore he says, "Emahachi ki heichi the lace belief." So I said, this is great. So when he says, I'd like to buy some white beef for Avodah Zarah, he doesn't mean it, right? What is he trying to do? What's happening over here? He's looking for a deal. Right? He's looking for a deal. So come on. One Ovid Avodah Zarah to another, right? By the way, what a stuff. Somebody coming over to feed it to Ovid Avodah Zarah. Like, what must I be doing wrong in my life? If someone thinks that I'm also an Ovid Avodah Zarah. See, he doesn't need it. What he's just trying to do is just trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore, Allah, I might have thought that he's not really using it for Avodah Zarah. He's name dropping a little bit. Busy day at the fall today, how poor, that's right, So I might have thought that he's just going to kind of dropping up Avodah Zarah just to get a discount. Kamash Monar, I will say, now, what does Kamash Monar mean over there? Kamash Monar, I mean, maybe he is doing that, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he's doing. But I love for myself. If he says Avodah Zarah, you can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line over here. Okay, so by Ravashi. Ravashi is the Catholic. Right? Vertical loving cuts well. This is very interesting. What happens if the Achron is in the marketplace and he's asking who has an amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger claw, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So now we go, time to go love and shalom. So let's say I don't have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster. Right? Am I allowed to sell him the white rooster? Now, what's the shayla? On one hand, the fact that he's looking for an amputated rooster would clearly indicate that what? This is not for Avodah Zarah, right? Because for Avodah Zarah, they don't use this kind of roosters. Maybe I can sell him the white rooster as well. Oh, Dilma is really from the Arab. Or maybe this is a right, this is playing a trick, this is a ruse. Right? Like, if he's a smart guy, he knows that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably have white roosters, and therefore they don't care white roosters. Incredible. The Gemara says, "So no matter how you live it from Aaron." If you want to say that the whole thing is a ruse and he's really just trying to get a white rooster, you might say, "Trying to go love him to me, the yard." Why? So the Gemara says, So on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, then obviously he's not using his roosters for idolatrous service, and therefore selling him the white one is not a problem. Oh, Dilma, he really come out, or maybe not, maybe he's making his ruse. In other words, the Achron is a smart guy, so he knows he needs to get the white rooster. He's not going to get the white rooster straight out, so maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care, ultimately in order to get the white rooster. Which the Gemara says, take it. Okay, so it leaves this as an open discussion. Right here. Mayor Omer Av Dekel, so Rabbi here said, even what he calls Dekel Tov. What is this? Gemara says, I'm a later of this Miri, this is incredible. Miri, the Avodah Zarah, the Avnavinu, Dalit Mea Pirkei Havir. So you have Masora, the Avnavinu also had Misakas Avodah Zarah. That's not second Saul Zara. So let's say again, I mean, you also have to know how to navigate the Avodah Zarah realities of this time. This Avram Avinu's Mishnah Avodah Zarah was 400 trucking. 400 trucking. Gemara says the Anon Chamisha Tanan Below Yadina, whereas our Mishnah Avodah Zarah is only 5 chapters, and yet we struggle with it. So it's obviously interesting. We have the fact that Avram Avinu's Mishnah Avodah Zarah was 400 chapters. Indicates to us that first of all, this was halacha l'maisa, right? The found halacha l'maisa in the you have to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of this time. So 400, talking on ours is only 5. So let's say, interestingly enough, I'll just point out how beautiful is this. And the Gemara says, we have Mishnah Avodah Zarah, and we have Mishnah Avodah Zarah. One of the most beautiful things was, when you open up a block from like here, we're on Avodah Zarah Daf Yud. Just to understand that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same words. It's something so beautiful to know. And this is the power of Torah in general. Torah links to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity with Klal Yisrael. My children look at the same black Gemara, and my grandchildren will see the same black Gemara, and my great-grandchildren will see the same black Gemara. It's the most incredible and beautiful and overwhelming thing in the world. In this case, there's so many things in life that will change. But Mishnah Avodah Zarah, Daf Yud, it was the same for generations before me, and will be the same for generations after me. So often in life, there are so many things that we put our efforts into, or we spend our time with, and they may endure or they may not endure. One thing is clear: when I put an investment in Torah, that is an investment that will last the end of it. But it has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely unequivocally last until the end of time. Right? How incredible is it to think you pick up the Gemara, you hold down Avodah Zarah, Avram Avinu also had Avodah Zarah. Now granted, his Avodah Zarah, I don't know how many chalakim that is in our scroll, right? 400 chapters. One chapter is like a shelf, right? But the Maisa will say, how is it to think about that? Avram Avinu, how is Mishnah Avodah Zarah? And you and I, as we go through our day, forget all Mishnah Avodah Zarah, the continuity of Torah, to be rooted in something that is nitzchi. So many things in our life that we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, are generally unimportant. But the Torah we have is absolutely eternal. Incredible. So the Gemara says, oh my gosh, what's the issue? The Rabbi Meir Omer, Af Dekal Tav, the Chatzav, the Niklas, Kashos, Krona, Obin Tochav. So the Gemara says over here, that remember, the Mishnah said all of these items. You're not allowed to sell to Obin Tochav. The Gemara says, so Dekal Tofu, the Lomas Dinon, Hot Dekal, Bishmus Dinon. So I understand you can't sell a good palm tree to an athlete, but you can sell a bad palm tree. Just trying to figure out what does it even mean? But now, in North America, what we learned was that in general, you can't sell it from anything that is attached to the ground. I must say, I will get to this in just a couple of days, but you're not allowed to sell an aquam land. You can't sell land. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, it's Eretz Yisrael. We'll talk about this, but again, someone says, how am I able to sell a palm tree at all? Right? Because at the end of the day, a palm tree is attached to the earth. So I'm going to say, palm tree, good palm tree, bad palm tree. So the Gemara says, my Dekal Tov. So what is Dekal Tov? Peiros Dekal Tov. It ultimately refers to the fruit of a palm tree. And the Ein Amar Puna, Peiros Dekal Tov. Okay, let's say now we're going to go through the rest of it. So you can't sell these again. These were all items that were used for Avodah Zarah. What's a Chatzav? Kashpa. Okay, a Chatzav is a Kashpa. Rashi says over here, mint morin. It's a type of date. Niklas, what's a Niklas? Yasvadini Amar Kama Bayose, right, okay? Rashi says over here, min peiros, another type of food. Only a Bayin Rabini. Niklas, Loya Dinan Ma. So again, so Rabini, so we learn Niklas. We don't know what Niklas is. The Ash Amrit Kalaiti is a type of food. So Loya Dinan Maya Hanastan. So Amalei is also, so again, here's the issue. It's not like Kalaiti helps us all that much more than what Nicholas is. Okay, so what's Nicholas is Karaisi. What's Karaisi is Nicholas. What do they both mean? I have no idea. But the Gemara says, how exactly do these alternative definitions help me? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. My understanding, Lahu, Shiki Azlis Hassan, Omer Lahu Niklas, Kala Yadi, Omer Lahu Karaiti, the Yadi the Kamakula. Ultimately, I'll tell you why it does help. It helps at the end of the day because if you go to Israel and you say Niklas, you might not know what it is, but they'll tell you Karaiti, and ultimately you're going to be able to point out to you what it is. So apparently, again, Niklas was the more uncommon name. Karaiti was the more common name. So although for us it might not be exalted when you go to Israel, and again you go ahead and you say Karaiti, they'll be able to point you in the direction of what it is that they are discussing. Those are stop over today. Tremendous back. Tremendous back.
That guy over there, he's in a helicopter. He's pointing down tables.
Rothschild, yes. Also, minions 650 this morning. Last minion had to Kaplan Shiva home. That is 650 and 3112 Hatton Road. Other problem made much appreciated. Should be simple.
Because he never talks to him really. He has his staff go sneak up. I mean, probably not even have to sneak really. Just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and then it changes him, and he becomes like a country guy, from a rapper to a country guy who's has manners.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Toshim's Rothschild Mercy Israel, dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year. This bus to be so from Israel. From Rothschild to Stephen Abaldim with all the students that is in loving the rich, each one of yours is in Laura Pastor, Install Yoel, supporting the Rothschild sponsors, the short station of his father's birthday, Shmuel Ben Shimon. I think he's just on the wrap up. Not only sponsorship with tremendous gratitude to the entire ship for gentle encouragement, starting to do that journey over 2,700 days ago in September. Zara, celebrating Shimon Shas and Message from beginning around to remember Fleischman, the memory of Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Shmuel, Yubel, Ben Young Yaakov, Racha, and his Neshama Hamravi, those that America, all of the Neshama Hamravi, the families in the Torah, all of those who were fortunate all over Israel, and America Hashem. Provide Aliyah for the Neshama of all the precious soldiers who were killed in the roadside bomb in Gaza. America Hashem, giving the comment for Mishpachas, Shemet Hashem, and the hostages, B'Kara. Shemet Hashem give incredible strength and Yishmael to our own soldiers. Give community sales to our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael and Palestine and Eretz Hashem. Continues to give Hatzlacha, Ziracha, and the Eretz Hashem victory to Shalom Yisrael, to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. Today, that is exciting with a lot to do here, Baruch Hashem. We are picking up on Vav on the day 6b, and we left off. Let's pick up actually Tanya Kavate Jerei Slogish. So we'll say, which is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines down from the top on Vav on the day. Remember again, a little bit we were talking about yesterday. We left off in the middle of Evan Slogish for the Yochanan and the Shlokish. And then our focus was regarding the following. In a scenario where, again, Mr. highlighted that we're not allowed to transact business or other types of deals with an alcohol within 3 days before the young. What happens if one didn't? Right? What's the status of the proceeds of such a transaction? So the Yochanan said, Asa, proceeds are Asa by law. Reish Lakish says the proceeds are mutter by. That's the of my focus. That's what we're about right now. And that's depending on what Reish Lakish. There's a price that's for Reish Lakish. So Asher the law says money. When Chazal said that you're not permitted to go ahead and do business in Akum, Lo Asru Ela B'Davar HaMeskayim. The only prohibited something, let's say for example, selling the Akum something that is going to last up for the young of their young because again then the assumption is if the sold item will last up until their young then halacha said they'll give thanks to their deity but let's say you sell something that's not going to last. For example, if you sell akum vegetables, so if I sell the akum vegetables 3 days before the young it's not going to last up until the young so tell you Rothschild is kind smoking ahead about a local so he did partially agree. He said the truth is you can sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. A lot of people over there, because the apple has tremendous impact when he sells like something that he will last. For example, again, vegetables, he doesn't be able to go ahead and make money before it drops. You might tell the story over here. Who we know, very interesting, who we know, the suddenly Jara, he started with the see of Yomi though. So there was a particular min. It's a heretic. It was a heretic who sent Rabbi a special coin. Dinar, he signed off. Literally, he's getting Kesarian dinar. He sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi Buddha this gift? On his Yom Tov, on the Avodah Zarah Yom Tov. So have you also been to Rish Lakish coming? Rish Lakish was sitting before Rabbi Buddha. Amar Hefi Avi. So Buddha said, what should I do with the gift? Ashkelay, if I accept the gift, also in Moda. Then ultimately, again, this heretic means will give thanks to his deity. And that's not good. More Ashkelay, if I don't go ahead and accept it, Habila Eva to cause animosity. So what we're going to talk about this concept of Eva, creation of animosity with the outside world. And we have to be careful with that as well. So we're again to see it in context. So you're going to see I wasn't sure what to do with the coin. So Shlokish gives me an interesting answer. He says, only Shlokish, always welcome. So the bar, just to go into a pay. Take the fact that into a pay. Just also the bar. Just go in the face, right in front of this character. I'm going to lay, first in the Eva. So I think we're going to see it says, well, one second. So you got creation of animosity. Ain't animosity, you don't lose out, right? That's pretty much kick the guy off. Which is like, no, till half and not even coming up. Which like, I meant like kind of make it look like an accident. In other words, it's kind of like you tripped and like you lost the point. In other words, obviously, you can't hold on to this, but somebody else will give. And it was actually even a different kind of case, because remember, this case over this one, the next stuff, this case over here, the gift is actually being given on the Yom Tov itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the 3 days before the Yom Tov, as we'll discuss. So it's like says to him, pretend like you tripped, you lost it. This way again, you don't choose the gift, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass the and the whole right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an atom on the 3 days before his Yom Tov. What is the halacha? So the Rambam passes in Lochos Avodah Zarah, Parakas halacha, because like a lot of halachas in this packed into this one halacha over here. The Rambam writes, Abba v'nasa iman va'osu shlosh yomim harei zeh mutar b'hano. So Rambam passes that if you violate it and you transact the business on the 3 days before their Yom Tov, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. So the Rambam passes like Rish Lakish. However, the Rambam does a very interesting if you transact business or do these transactions with an akum on their Yom Tov itself, then the proceeds are asur, right? So 3 days before, if you violated, you can benefit from it. On the Yom Tov itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back first. So next, ultimately again, Lashon L'Sholem. So what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, we need to control these from the 3 days before the Yom Tov. I understand why I can't lend something to an akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tov, because again, I'm not simply benefiting because again, he's growing his assets, right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, I found the Shlomo and look at my food. Why can't I borrow from him? But at the end of the day, to borrow from him, again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be prohibited? Rabbi Zera Lishon Meher Atula Hashkiva. Rabbi is concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's a bite. Rabbi says, no, Kulam Yishum the Azul Moser. So Rabbi says, no. The issue here is in general, the Akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his friends. And we're going to see this multiple occur over and over. So what Rabbi is really saying is like this. When an Akum sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him so fascinating, right? Then what does the world want? What does the world always want? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So the nice again, and that's why the world is so difficult to see when Jews stand up for themselves, and when Jews fight back, when Jews don't have to rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says over here that when the Jew borrows from the Akum, as much as from an asset perspective, the Akum has less. At the end of the day, he still gives thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, to lend or to borrow from them. So I understand why I can't lend the Akum, because by lending him, right, he has more property, he has more assets. And a little but why can't I borrow from him? Because again, if something over here, when you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the Akum. Rabbi so once again, Rabbi says he's concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to them. Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the Akum sees that the Jew depends on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. Vishlama, sometime in the forerun. First of all, I'd like to go ahead and literally again pay back the Akum and to collect payments from him. So we must Vishlama the forerun. So I understand why I can't pay him back. You shouldn't become our vessel. Because at the end of the day, I'm increasing his assets. I will withdraw a man, but again, ultimately, to exact payment from the Akum, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that not be muttered? Rabbi, once again, Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payment, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, all of this is because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent upon him. We'll say, so the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? In other words, whenever you see a repetition of cases, and the cases are all highlighting the same basis of principle, the fundamental question comes up, just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after the fact. We need all of these cases. Why? Allah says, but Allah says, so I predict if the Tanakh were just regulated doing business with Akum in 3 days before Yom Tov, you shouldn't become our vessel. But also, we'll know that. Because again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from him, he's gaining money. It makes sense that we'll go and give gratitude to his deity. About this show, man, but I would have thought that, like, to borrow money from the Akum would have been fine to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Akum. Therefore, I would have thought that would be mutter. Because if you can't borrow from the Akum, which means that when someone has to borrow something from me, what does that show? If someone has to borrow something from me, what does that show? I have and you don't, right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. So I thought, okay, therefore I can't do that with an Akum because he's going to go ahead and give gratitude to his deity. About little boss man. But ultimately, again, to borrow money from an Akum, that's Sarah the Alma. Unless it's very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender sad. Right? Why does it cause the lender sad? Because ultimately, again, it doesn't have to get paid back. Gemara says, Sarah the Alma is like Amar Tub Lo Hajazuzi. And whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that you will not get paid back. Therefore, I would have thought that should have been mutter. Akum's not going to have simcha from that. But even where just tell me the case that I can't borrow money. No, because the Akum will say, no, I'm going to get my money back. one way or another, I'm going to extract my money from the Jews, and I'll list from my hand the Sula Adjuzi Matsara is paid below us in the Moda. But let's say to extract payment from the Akum, I would have thought that's mutter, because there's no real Simcha involved in that. Therefore, he's not going to go and thanks to the DFC, and I would have thought that would be mutter. Different Simcha. People will say, look, it might be in all these cases, because we're not able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained something additional and going to be thanks to his deity, or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he's going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved with anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances the relationship between the Akum and his deity. Okay, incredible. Then Yehuda in front. So let's remember again, Yehuda. Then Yehuda holds the halacha l'maisa. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payments from an Akum 3 days before, right in front of him. You can't collect payments. Why? Because Rabbi Yehuda assumes that halacha l'maisa, there is no simcha involved in going ahead and paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akum is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to his deity because he repaid his debt. Interestingly enough, the Tanakama says, the Rabbanim say, no, the Rabbanim say, no, you can't collect the debt from the Akum. Why? Because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run. I think this is a good option. He'll be happy in the long run, and therefore he can't express it. The Gemara says, 1 second. The Gemara says, I don't understand. I don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda, the last thing Rabbi Yehuda, is Rabbi Yehuda supposed to say, so apparently, what's at the core of this machlokes over here, so Rabbi Yehuda in the Tanakama, is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness but long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an Akum? So there's really only one thing that fits into that category, which is collecting payments from an Akum. Right now, we're causing distress, but later on, it's good to know that you paid off your debts. So Rabbi Yehuda says that's not a problem. We just look at what the transaction is now. We don't look at what it is in the future. Tanakama says, no, we look at what it is now and what it is in the future. So the Gemara says, I understand that Yehuda doesn't hold with this concept about how he doesn't hold with this concept that something that causes you temporary distress but long-term happiness is considered in general to be happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, listen to this, and Yehuda says, a woman should not go ahead and put lime on her face. So women use lime like a facial. Right? So you cannot apply lime. So the way it works with lime is when it was on you, it was distressing. You leave it off for some amount of time, and then you would take it off, and it was like this. Because one day was taken off. Right? And so the Gemara says over here that a woman should not go ahead and apply lime on her face on Chalamai. Right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from the Snichas Yamtiv because her face is covered in lime. So the Gemara says, I guess like a shorter, a face for a shorter duration, where she can put the lime on and then give it off, then it's okay. Right? Why? Because it's distressing for her now. Ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. So what do you see from there? Rabbi Yehuda does hold with this concept. And I love like that. If you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, we look at that as a happiness transaction. If that's the case, then our Mishnah should say you can't extract payments from an Akum 3 days before his Yom Tov, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will cause him long-term happiness. So interesting, the Nachman Yitzchak says the truth is, don't bring in the halachas of Chalamai. Because also in general, remember Chalamai, you're really not allowed to do the law. You're allowed to wear things for Okal, and if perhaps to stave off save off some type of loss. So in general, anything you're allowed to run Chalamayit is things that cause you temporary distress. In other words, because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term or for some down the road simcha. So you can't really be in the right in Chalamayit, because Chalamayit is a little bit different construct. Rabbi says, only for the Olam. So it's interesting. Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so Ovid Kochalim is always in a state of distress. Paying back debt is just distressful for a time. In other words, by a Jew, you can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful and temporarily difficult to yield long-term happiness. By Apple, they don't have that construct, and therefore payment of a debt is always just going to be distressful or difficult. So we'll say, by the way, this happens to be a fascinating idea. So I think it just makes it all the it could very well be that the difference by the Jew, like what is unique about our people? Like just if you think about it, what is unique about Am Yisrael? Well, see, Am Yisrael can really be summarized in this one phrase. Like the whole Yisod of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. Is almost like our mantra. That's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day, because we believe, right, that the tsar of the action, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. But that may be something that hashkafa may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I will say, by the way, it's not just on a national level, it's on the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is still, I'm talking about on a personal level. I'm talking about Iran. I'm talking about us, right? Like just like day-to-day in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things, which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of the Yid is life is incredibly difficult. It may be very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart, I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later on. This one line of us, one line, this anything, and this is what we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabbi that comes along and says, by the way, and all they go Chavin, they don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means they live in the here and now, whether that means they lack the ability to have future-oriented perspectives to understand that sorrows of today pave way for the sweetness of tomorrow. But the people are just simply saying, this is so. This is the hashkafa of the Yid, and it's unique to our people. Incredible. So Mara says, Masisa Yusha Bekaka. I'm just going to found the Yusha Bekaka, or Yusha Bekaka say. Yusha Bekaka all day. Malva Ishtar is very interesting. Malva Ishtar in Yisrael Mehen, Malva Al Hes, Yisrael Mehen, they should make some others. We'll say, the Shimon Taka makes a very interesting distinction here. There's a part that says that halacha l'maisa, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lend money to an uncle, if I lend in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the yamtiv. Why? Just wait, because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If, however, it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea. So you collect that whenever you can, because that's always in fear of being lost. So if the day time collected is just 3 days before the yamtiv, then ultimately again you take care of that. So it's interesting again, our Mishnah does not make that distinction. Yosef Yosef okay, according to Rabbi Abba. Yes, Rabbi Abba coming to Rabbi Yudah. Yosef the Kama. Hilchasa, Rabbi Shimon Karpa. Hilchasa, Rabbi Yudah. So ultimately again, what happened? So Yosef is sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba is sitting before Rabbi Yudah. And Yudah said as follows: the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon Karpa, and the halacha follows Rabbi Yudah. Hilchasa Rabbi Shimon Karpa. Hada Amran. Rothschild said the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon Karpa. That's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rabbi was making this decision, and he said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan, if it's only recorded in a document, do not collect it in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. Collect it afterwards because it will remain collectible. And if halacha l'maisa, again, it is a no ba'al, it is a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, even in the 3 days. So that's halacha there. What about study? What does it mean? What do we do? It's a sanya. So what's the declaration? I know things Sarah let's have on the swallow of the mitzvah shachar. Shachar is small. So let's watch this case. I give my milk to a dyer, D-Y-E-R. Right? I give my milk to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. And he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What do we go here? So what's the top of Zion with Aleph? Shemir says, no sin low, who makes some road. Shemir says essentially the dyer is obligated to refund me the value of unprocessed wool, undyed wool. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? But Yehuda says no. Now let's say that the reason Yehuda is dramatically opposed to that is because you set up a scenario where the dyer profits. Just think about this in just a moment, right? I told him I wanted to dye black. He dyed it red. It's still okay. He didn't do what I wanted, but the value of dyed wool we assume is always greater than the value of undyed wool. So essentially, what's going to happen over here is the dyer is going to get dyed wool for the value of, for the price of undyed wool. So he says, how can you do that? You're allowing the dyer to profit, even though again he did something wrong. So he says like this. No sin less Yitzia. So the Yehuda says like this. There are two costs here, right? So let's say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation, right? How much more now is the wool worth? And there's the expenses. So essentially, Yehuda says the owner of the wool pays the dyer the lesser of those amounts. Right? So whatever is the lesser because the appreciation of the wool, not of the dyed wool, or the expenses. He pays the dyer, so again, I, the owner of the wool, pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. So we can and therefore, again, both is turned back. But Puna says that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda in this case. And in this case over here, again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the expense, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expenses. Sajur of Yosef Lake. So Rav Yosef heard this, and Rav Yosef turned away. So let's say this act of turning away, right, was an act of like
46 times.
Not disrespect, an act of displeasure with what was said, right? He turned away and was like very displeased with this whole discussion. So Bishna Lachad Yishon it's there. So now why was he upset? So first he said like this. I understand why you need to make a declarative statement that the halacha follows the Yishon Karpa, right? Why? Said that in terms of his collecting of the debt from his akum, it all depends how the debt was recorded. If it's a debt in a document, you are not allowed to collect it on the 3 days before the month because it'll be collectible after that. But if it's a verbal loan, you got to collect it as soon as you can because we're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that statement had to be made. Why? So generally, the halacha is like this. When you have a focusing individual and the group, the halacha follows who? The group. Again, therefore, again, the Gemara is going to tell us, or Rav is going to tell us, that halacha l'maisa we pass in like we should like talk about. I don't know why that statement was necessary. Halacha Yehuda like. So why did we need to make a declarative statement that halacha was not to be remember again, bless you. That's the case where I give the wool to the dyer, right? I want to dye it right. He dyes it red. So Yehuda says what? I give him the lower of the two amounts, appreciation or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. But why was there the need to say the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda? Shita, that's obvious. Why? The machlokes, the achar stam. Someone said this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two Mishnayos, Mishnah number one requires a machlokes. Mishnah number two is a stam Mishnah. What's a stam Mishnah? A stam Mishnah is a Mishnah that records one opinion without attribution. So whenever you have machlokes and then stam, the machlokes always follows the stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now watch this. I will say now it's our case over here. Machlokes is a Baba Kama. I will say now ultimately again, the machlokes that we quoted before is a Baba Kama. Right, so what's that that we just quoted before, right? Is Baba Kama. Right? I know seeing Sarah, the Sava is full. So the machlokes from Yehuda and Rabbi Meir is in Baba Kama. Stam the Baba Mitzia. Then there's a Stam Mishnah Baba Mitzia. What's the Stam Mishnah Baba Mitzia? It's not. HaKola Mishane Yada Ala Takto. The Kola Chozirbo Yada Ala Takto. What was the Stam Mishnah in Baba Mitzia? The Mishnah said like this. Whoever changes the parameters of an agreement he is put at the transactional disadvantage. Just like the person who retracts is put at the transactional disadvantage. So what does that mean for our purposes over here? So again, remember, in this case over here, I gave the will to the dyer. I want it black. He dyed it red. Because he changed the dyer, changed the parameters, changed the details. Therefore, he is put at a disadvantage. That's the Stam Mishnah, which would then tell me that's what. Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the two expenses, either appreciation or the lower of the two amounts, either appreciation or expenses. So the Stam Mishnah. Now, what do I have? I have my focus in Baba Kama, between, as we just mentioned before, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and then a Stam Mishnah that's the next halacha like Rabbi Yehuda. So whenever you have a machlokes and then a stam, the machlokes always follows the stam. So why do you need to tell me that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? That's obvious. That's where Rabbi Yosef was annoyed. So he's trying to like, what are you doing? Why are you making like this better statement when it's obvious just based on Talmudic principles? So why did Rafuna feel the need to say that Allah calls them? Why did he feel the need? Listen to this also. We should get a Seder Mishnah. So this is very interesting. Because Rafuna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? Because the neighbor Stam Tana Bereisha Yakakach Mafos. Because they will say, okay, so like Rafuna will say like this. I agree with the principle. Then whenever there's machlokes and then stam, the machlokes follow the halacha follows the stam, which also makes sense, right? Because like comedically, what's happening over like the Gemara goes and discusses the machlokes, and then the appearance of the stam says the halacha is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. What goes on to go through this problem? Go through this problem, or what we go through this issue. Go through this segment, there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. Because you're going to order there for what? It could very well be that what? The stam came before the machlokes. Well, if the stam comes before the machlokes, and you can't divide this in 1 second, hold on. He asked me, Kol machlokes, the achar stam, lema in Seder Mishnah. 1 second. If you're going to throw out that idea of the Seder Mishnah, that there is no order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively you've been coded that entire principle. And you can never learn that principle of machlokes v'achar stam, the halacha is stam. Why? Because who knows which reason came first? Which verse is going to know? But who knows? Kilo aminon ein seder echad l'masefta, v'tremak sefta aminon. Which the Gemara says like this. No, Rabbi says like this. When do we rely on an order of Mishnah? That's in one Masefta, right? In one Masefta, there is an order. In two Maseftas, there's not necessarily an order. So in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have two Mishnayos in one Masefta, so again, we can always say, machlokes v'achar stam. But in two separate Maseftas, there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnayos. So therefore, in our case over here, because one Mishnah is in Baba Kama, one Mishnah is in Baba Mitzia, you can't rely on the principle of machlokes v'achar stam. Therefore, Rafuna felt compelled to say what? That again, that you pay the lesser of the two of incredible. So Yosef will say, now we'll say, if that's the case, then Yosef is going to turn away a little bit like his pleasure. So Rabbi Yosef, why getting all right? Rabbi Yosef, Kulim Nezikin had necessity. Because Yosef, full of Nezikin, has the status of one Nesachta. And therefore, again, he felt that the statement that Allah was unnecessary because he couldn't attach on account of the Akar sorry, the focus Akar Levi Zema, we should be clearly Gabi Lokas of Sikta. The Yosef also felt that this is different. Why is this different? Because in this type of case, the Mishnah itself gives the definitive ruling. What's the definitive ruling? Well, Mishana, Yodo Aratona, the Falafozebo, Yoda Aratona. The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are put at a disadvantage. So the Yosef felt that that is such a declarative and accepted statement that there was no need to state that Allah follows them. Okay, the brother was like, Allah does follow them. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. Allah does follow like you do. Then Allah makes again in this kind of case. Let's say again, I use the roll for the dyer to dye black. He dyed it red. I pay him the less of the 2 or expenses, and I get back my roll. That's what it works. And you see that Allah follows the Shabbat as well when it comes to collection of debts 3 days before the young kid. If the debt is reported in the document, don't collect it. We class the young kid. However, again, if it's a verbal or an oral loan, Allah will collect it. Why? Because again, there you're in real fear, real blues of these things. Come on, brother. I both feel like that. So now, by the way, that I mentioned Yisham and Karcha, we're just going to do a whole bunch of Yisham and Karcha pieces, which are really great. Listen to this. So let's listen to this. I need workers. I need Ruvain to come work for me. So I'm now allowed to say Shabbos Ruvain. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching easy. Right, but rather again, I'm thinking, maybe you'll show up to work together. You'll come stand next to me after Shabbos. There's no way of saying maybe you'll come do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos. That's kind of coming. So when Karcha Omer, Adam Lekaber New York, it's mutter. Now why is it mutter? Because also in that statement I made no reference to work. So the Shabbat Karcha says the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come? Can we meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you can go ahead and do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos? Very problematic. But to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, it would be wonderful to see you, right? Will I see you on Motzei Shabbos? Rabbi Shabbat says that is a mutter statement. Makes no reference to work. So most of this is part of the greater motif that in general the way we speak on Shabbos has to be different than the way we speak about when we speak during the week. So therefore we speak about business matters during the week. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. But Shabbat says as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matters, it's going to be mutter. Omer Rabbi Bar Bachar Yochanan Bilchasa Rabbi Shabbat. And again Rabbi says that again, this statement, because at least just taken at its surface, is an innocuous statement. Well, I see you, right? Do you want to get together in Motzei Shabbos? Because it makes no explicit reference to business, therefore it is mutter. What's another interesting case? So watch this. I asked the Shaila to a Chacham, and the Chacham ruled that the item is tummy. Well, you shall don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a more lenient opinion. Or the Chacham ba'aser, well, you shall Chacham. If you ask the Shaila and the answer is aser, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer of mutter. How you shnayim? What happens if there are two Rabbanim, two Chachamim, Echad kind of the Echad Mitayer, Echad also the Echad Matir. So what happens if you happen to ask two Rabbanim, like two Chachamim sitting next to each other, you ask the Shaila. One says Tamei, one says Tar. One says mutter, one says aser. So what's the halacha? Let's say one of them is greater than the other. Now, I think the Russian of that's more an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Then follow the greater chacham. The im lav halach akar hamachmir, and if not, follow the machmir opinion. We'll say now, watch the showing us just hold up there. So those who actually put in such words night in a topic, the shal Torah halach akar hamachmir. children. Hold up. You don't always have to be here. In the case of biblical law, the Shaila is a biblical one. Okay, then God will not do it. If the Shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the. I'm gonna go see. Help us from Shabbat. And what's the real thing? Says that is again indeed how he's asking. Right? Again, when you have a suffix in halacha, so suffix the oraisa with the doubt in the biblical law will go with the law. Suffix the rabbanon ultimately again with the law. So Kula Shechazru Ba'al in the Kabul also. Okay, let's say I have someone who is possible because of the business. So Rashi points out over here, guys, Lana and Ba'ameh Haaretz. Now, if you get Rashi, it seems over here, Amaretz. Let's use Amaretz a little bit. Let's focus on the guys, the thief. A thief is possible Aegis. A thief is possible Aegis. So I'll say, get ready. This is, by the way, such an incredible Gemara. Right? So now let's say you have a thief did tshuva. The thief did tshuva. Does tshuva restore his ne'emanus? Does it restore ultimately again his believability or reliability? Does it restore his status as being someone trustworthy? Now, for example, is he allowed to show up in Beis Din and go and the testimony? So Rabbi Meir says no. In Mekabel also, once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. That's scary shita. If you don't ruin the status, Chazu Bayu Machmoni, also in Mekabel also, that Barhesya Mekabel also. So also, I believe this is something very interesting. I believe this seems to say, now, the way it literally translates is like this. If he did tshuva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, we restore his credibility. So let's say, which is interesting. So everything depends on the public versus private nature of the tshuva. Alternate version of this. Asin divrei matmonios the kabbanon. So on the base. So the hasim the kabbanon. So let's say the alternate version of this is what was the nature of the avera? If he did the avera, if the avera was an avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility can be restored. If it's a public avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic over there? Well, say all of us commit averas, but at least if I commit an avera, must be what? Be able to do it privately. Right? Because what is the private avera? What is the private avera highlight? That halacha l'maisa, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something privately, I will say shame is incredibly important. Because what is shame highlight? What is shame highlight? Right. That I know what I'm doing is wrong. I will say the most important. I'm not going to say raise your hand if you sin, right? Because when I say we both sin, I'm pretty sure actually probably committed avera since we woke up this morning, right? It's only 6:31, right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of averas committed today, right? So you might say the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that halacha l'maisa, you feel a sense of embarrassment. Because at least the greatest challenge is not when you sin. What's the greatest challenge? When I begin to justify my sins. Right? That's where there's a lot of challenge. Because I think we do this all the time. And it's incredible how we do this, right? We go ahead and we make excuses why this is not a bad behavior. Or the truth is, I'm not bound by some other things because I have a different hashkafa. Or this, or that. We come up with all kinds of reasons why we are allowed to do the negative behaviors. And besides the fact that it's just exhausting, it's so much better instead to say, I'm a human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes. And maybe even be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correcting certain things right now. I mean, but as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this and like this certain things. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and honest with the Kodesh. So Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. What he loses his divine patience is when we sin and we're dishonest. We pretend that it's not a problem. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of busha. If there's busha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sinning means that to a certain degree, a person has lost their moral compass. So when you down over here, Rabbi Yehuda says like this: if you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. And we'll say, get ready for this. The best line in today's daf. I don't know. They're all excellent lines in today's daf. One of the best lines on a personal level. Rabbi Shimon, both say, Zayin of the second line. Main task is getting task from the counter. No, doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. You sin privately, you sin publicly. You do tshuva privately, you do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, you should always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you testify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always accessible. Shemar Shubu Banim Shofim. One simple statement. Return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? It's me. Who's the wayward son? It's you. We're all the wayward sons. And for Trump speaks to all of us and says, just come back. Just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all of your mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just leave it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all doing things against the Lord of God. We just cannot act together and just own what we've done. He says, I'm waiting for you. The door is open. The door is open. And we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment. But the door is still open. Shul on the shoulder. So Shulman Papa says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, you can always restore your credibility. And God said, it's the best out of the world. The open on, hook us up. The open says, the halacha of myself and the hashkafa of myself follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Shimon. And also, when I say anyone could restore their credibility, obviously, in a most from a judicial perspective or from an English perspective, there are certain steps a person has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is absolutely the halacha. But from a hashkafic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, the door to tshuva is always open. Shuvu banim shuvin. Remember again, who even heard this statement? Who even heard this? Even Rabbi Shimon Abuya. Right? Even Rabbi Shimon Abuya heard this statement. Everyone, if you're in the Shema hears, who calls out every single day, Shuvu banim shuvin, then the Shema hears it. I just have to be courageous enough to act on it. Incredible. All right, Rabbi say, Mazel Tov on finishing the first Mishnah in the second Avodah Zarah. Now it's the long Mishnah. Now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So, Rabbi Shlomo, we actually referenced this in yesterday's down. Rabbi Shlomo Omer, Shosh Lefnei Shosh Lacharei Abbas. Rabbi Shlomo actually holds that that's only 3 days before their Yom Tiv, but it's the 3 days after their Yom Tiv that you're not allowed to transact with them as well. The Chum say, Lefnei Idei and Aser, the Asher Idei and Some on the other hand say no. It's only the 3 days before the Yom Tiv that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. Says the Gemara, so also remember again, we saw this yesterday, Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tiv. And I remember again, according to Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. So effectively, according to Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an akum. But again, that was yesterday's time. But from the film said, so what's it? So the Chachamim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the first Mishnah. Right? They seem to be saying the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're not actually business. You're allowed to engage in transactional activity with an akum 3 days before his Yom Tov. So again, the Chachamim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says maybe, hey, Loi date giving out. Maybe the point of the contention of both say is going back to yesterday's daf. Do the 3 days include the Yom Tov, or is it 3 days not including the Yom Tov? So the Gemara says, Tanakama Sabra in below day. Tanakama, the previous Mishnah holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tov, so a total of 4 days. Rabbanan Basrai Sabri indeed, as Rabbanan Bar Mishnah might hold that no, the 3 days include the Yom Tov itself. You might say, well, another potential point of mention. Once in other words, all we're trying to do is try to figure out the distinction between the Chachamim of our Mishnah and the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. We seem to be saying the same thing. By some of the other possibility is Nasa and Nasa Ikabinah. So we'll say that possibility is what you finally and you did transact with the Akum in the 3 days of the Yom. What is the status of the proceeds? So the Gemara says Tanakama Savar Nasa Nasa Mukha. Alright, the previous Mishnah Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you did something prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. Rabbanan Basrai Sabri Nasa Nasa Nasa. Whereas the Rabbanan of our Mishnah hold that no, the proceeds will be prohibited. Okay, some other possibility is Shmuel. The point of contention between them is Shmuel. Remember Shmuel said, but Gola ain't us al yom. This is great. This is great. Shmuel said in the diaspora. So also remember again, the Omdei Kochav in there, so and some of the Christmas. So also get into this. Shmuel says in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with the Omdei Kochavim, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? I will say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Bagola, this is great. Ein ha'ovdei kochavim adukim kol כך ba'avodos kochavim. Kidamino etamon, ovdei kochavim של חוץ לארץ, רק ovdei kochavim nilu. Bonus was this to this. Apparently, the ovdei kochavim of Chutz La'aretz are not so from. They're not so from. They're not so committed. They're not so committed as estimated. You know, the Chutz La'aretz ovdei kochavim, they're not as intense. They're not as intense. Like, I just take a lecture, I don't know, whatever. They're not an ovdei kochavim. You know, I don't know, whatever it is. They're also got an ovdei kochavim. Whatever it might be. So the nice is fascinating. So therefore, again, I will say, and again, we're going to see this. That ultimately, again, from the Gola in the diaspora, I'm sorry. Shmuel stated. So the Gola in us, so again, Shmuel holds that in the Gola in the diaspora, ultimately, again, only transaction with them on the day of the actual Yom is problematic. But ultimately, again, but the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel. And ultimately, Rabbanan must very less than Shmuel. But the later Rabbanan ultimately, again, don't hold with Shmuel. Okay, Levi says that the possibility is Nachum Hamadi Kitabina. Right, ultimately, again, so other possibilities, and this is incredible because he's actually going to a lot about our next segment. The statement of Nachum Hamadi ultimately again is the practice. Sanya. Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Aser El Yom Echad Lefnei Yom. So there's another sheet of Nachum Hamadi holds that there's no 3 days. There's only one day. There's one day ultimately again that is problematic. Tanakama, Nachum Hamadi. Ultimately again the Tanakama, the previous Mishnah does not hold Nachum Hamadi. But Rabbanan Basrai is with Nachum Hamadi, whereas the later Rabbanan ultimately again hold of Nachum Hamadi. Okay, so we'll say, the point over here is, although it sounds like the Chachamim of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct opinions. We'll say, first wide line, design of the base. Kufa, Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Asa Eino Echad B'Snei Yidei. We'll say, so Nachum Hamadi Zaviyafi, he says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transaction activity, but rather what? 1 day. We'll do this. Amrullah, so they said to Nachum Hamadi, Yishtaka Dara Below Ne'ema. Right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. That's another way of saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But you talk. Now, one of our things I said, well, second, you just said before that one of our Mishnah hold like that. How can you forget it? You must man come in the word that comes about Mishnah. So not formal. That means it's not formal. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day, and you don't have to come saying, forget about that shit, you don't talk about it. Can you do that? Not from Hamadi, Omer, so what's it? Now that we mentioned not from Hamadi, we're going to keep mentioning not from Hamadi. So we're just going to point out that in this discussion regarding like transaction prohibited, essentially what you see over here is the part. We're reading 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbanan, or the Tanakama call it, 3 days before the Yom. Like, there's between Rabbi 12, he sleeping before, sleeping after, and then apparently there is this opinion of Nachum Hamadi that says one day before. One day before. Now, Nachum Hamadi seems to be taken out of play immediately. Right? That's what I said, no one subscribes to this, he's taken out. But just something that he's there. Now that Nachum Hamadi, you might say, close to Allah, Nachum Hamadi. He's used to kind of do that. Nachum Hamadi Omer, Mochel and Sus Zachar, the Zachar in the Mochel. What's very interesting. Let me tell you some of the that I was in Sabbath here. We're going to talk about there's this concept, a rabbinic concept, that you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to a B'nai Ladasa or to animals to non-Jews. We'll get into that, why that is. It's actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about selling? Well, so the Gemara says, so if you look at Rashi, it says that we have Mochel and Susakim, Susakim Mochel, Mashina, Lekavel, most of those most of them is like this. You can sell a male horse that is old. Right, so an older horse, ultimately again, will happen during war. Now, what does this mean? So actually, I'll say, stop here for today. I'm not going to rush through it. Stop here for today. Let's say tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow is Chodesh. So Meretz Hashem, we begin at 5:45. Meretz Hashem, Shabbos at 7 o'clock. We're also doing an additional Hisoros. Sorry, 6:30. 6:30 Shabbos. We'll also be in Meretz Hashem tomorrow, an additional Hisoros movie. Meretz Hashem with some additional singing. Some music, and that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. I'm sorry? Tomorrow. Right? I have some information for that. Right? So the Meretz Hashem, so that'll be tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Also, we put that out on the email as well. So that's what it's coming for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but the Meretz Hashem, we will get to this.
I always feel like that almost.
All right, so have a great day, everyone.
When it gets to like everyone. No. The enemy is my enemy. Yeah. I mean, it is fun. That when I replied to one of the tweets, I was like, what do it said? If you're at a table, mock your brother from the table or something. And a bunch of funny people had to grow good. And then another guy did it fucking out to go on with everything. I'm sure you make sure to respond to it. This is what the DOJ is going to do. There's millions of files that happen. Just imagine allegations made these fires sometimes on states like human beings and they're not written by the most protected people in your society. They could not give less of a fuck or they don't do it. They're all they don't live about it. They want to close it. They're all protected. There's a sickness, a sickness in your country and in your democracy. They're war criminals. That's why nothing works. That's why they're beholden to this one. Some of the things they do, like
You're a good shot.
they're acting like they're geniuses. All of them
All right, guys, good morning, good I'm going to spoke about Hashem to be able to continue in the second of the Zara together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual comical sponsor for 5785 Trucks and Pay, replacing the stock of our Yisrael, dedicating all the Sherman Drugs this year. These are books and service products for Am Yisrael. Our comical sponsors are the month of Sivan, Abavin Latova, Stephen Karizim, and loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Kazim, Deborah Basra, we saw Yoel on the occasion of a 50th yard site. Our week of learning sponsor, Jeff Schwartz, information of his father's yard site, Shmuel Ben Shimon Halevi, Zichron Lebracha, and an anonymous sponsor, which we blew lit off that yesterday. Meretz Hashem. Yitzi Statman, I just have to say, he's probably going to get suddenly to go on the recording. Yitzi Statman, with tremendous gratitude for the encouragement to start doing that Yomi over 2,700 days ago. At the beginning of the second of Zara, Yitzi just celebrated his Siyum HaShas yesterday at Ner Tamid. Kiddush at Ner Tamid, Mazel Tov. So Yitzi was doing that the rest of the time. So right, but today, I mean, that's Hashem again. But of course, the Siyum is very nice. It's even better than the Siyum HaShas. is starting at the second time. So we should be an incredible mazel bracha simcha hatzlacha as he begins this next journey. He also, of course, is always dedicated our audience to our precious hostages, making sure from Yirtz Hashem, bring them home with shalom and the color, and in the skills of our holy soldiers, may they be successful in Yirtz Hashem, on land, on air, and by sea, in Yirtz Hashem, the Choma, Sedim, the Kishpach, who shouted them with Shmiri, Serach, Shkocha, Plakas, may they be successful in all of their endeavors. May the Kishpach from Yirtz Hashem watch over our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, keep them out of harm's way, those who have been injured in the latest barrage, in the Iranian barrage, may they have a complete and enduring refuah, and may Yirtz Hashem be a week of bracha, hatzlacha, and shalom for Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. With that, let's go. So today's daf is Dalit, and Yirtz Hashem. We are picking up on Gimel days. We left off on Reish Lakish, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up on the bottom. On Reish Lakish, beautiful Gemara out of us today. Beautiful Gemara. Whoever learns Torah at night, HaKadosh Baruch Hu literally extends upon him a foot, is like a string or a thread of chesed. And I will say chesed is kindness, but chesed sometimes also in Gemara could also mean like a thing, like a type of favor. So the endows a person who learns Torah, he also endows them with a certain level of chesed, a certain level of pain by dish. Ne'emar Yoma Mitzara Hashem Chasdo Uvalayla Shiro Imo or Oni. So there's not time Yoma Mitzara Hashem Chasdo. Why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and literally again command his chesed to be with someone by day? You shouldn't the Balayla Shirani because my has sung at night. So the singing will reference the Talmud Torah. If you learn at night, it endows ultimately again with a certain type of chesed. So Ikidami, the most just before we go on, there's tremendously so tonight. There's two yisodis. First of all, it can mean if you go ahead and you learn Torah at night, there's a foot shel chesed by day to understand. The day begins at night. So really what it's saying is like this. On one level, a person who begins at night is really beginning their calendar for the day with Torah. When you begin your day with Torah, there is a special chesed that develops upon you, a special divine favor, a special divine kindness that develops upon the entire following day. That's number one. Number two, is in general, what's nighttime? Nighttime is the time that we relax. Like nighttime is the time that we take ourselves, we work hard during the day. I understand to be so, I don't want to do at night. I want to take it easy. I want to relax a little bit. A person who takes time out of their really allocated relaxation time to be able to learn Torah and get to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's a special chesed, there's a special thing, there's a special reward that comes to a person like that. Incredible. Ikidam, the others explain. Reish Lakish. All right, one more interpretation on that also is the idea of also for Laila. Laila is often a reference to difficult times. Yom is a reference to good times. Laila is a reference to difficult times. So someone is also Batola Balaila means someone who never allows his dedication to Torah even in difficult times. I would say life is good. Things go according to plan. It's easy to learn. What about when there's difficulty, adversity, challenges? So Osik Batola Balaila. Whoever doubts that in Torah when things are difficult, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Halot Chut Shel Chesed B'Yom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will make sure that in Yirtz Hashem you are able to see the chesed of what? The chesed of Yom. Incredible. Shema, but you could have the other interpretation. Reish Lakish. Also, we don't know all of them. Whoever learns Torah in this world that is often compared to night, I told you this world is compared to night because of the difference, because of the challenges. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Allah Chut Shel Chesed Ba'olam Haba Hadom Eliyom. Ultimately, Hashem will extend upon them the spread of chesed in the world to come that is compared to the day. Ne'emar Yom HaMitzav Hashem Chasdo. So it's a beautiful idea. If you put in the time in this world, we've seen this motif over and over. You put in the time in this world in Hashem, you will reach the benefit in the world to come. This world often compared to nighttime difficulties, but if you put in the effort, if you keep it up, and in Eretz Hashem, it will be zokah to the Yom Shekula Yom, to the Olam Shekula Yom, or the Yom Shekula Yom. You know those right there. I'm going to use the word Shua. My Dixie was the first one on the bottom. My Dixie. Not the us other can be hayam, can remes alone no shabo. Lemon is moving other can be hayam. So what's the really found Gemara? Why are people compared to fish? So we'll say some possible yet the Gemara's quoting. What's it from Kabako? Not the us other can be hayam, can remes no shabo. Why are people compared to fish? Not dogging Shayan killing Shakir all about Shami had missing. So when it comes to the fish of the sea, once they go ahead and they come up on the shore. Once they come up on the shore, what's down there? They go ahead and they die. That means they immediately die. After the other, even Shakarshim will give their Torah and mitzvahs, Miyadnis. So we'll say that water is to fish, Torah and mitzvahs is to us. Just like the fish cannot live out of water, at the end of the day, a youth cannot live without Torah and mitzvahs. Incredible. So the possibility. If you notice over here, it's very important also washing up Torah and mitzvahs. So again, it's actually interesting when you have those with women, they are different yourselves over here. Some just have it in the Torah. But it's interesting over here, the Torah is realizing that Torah and mitzvahs. Because I think over here, even in Israel itself, Hazal telling us something very important. What is the goal of Torah? The goal of Torah ultimately is to lead to dynamic activity. I don't even know this. If all I do is learn, but my learning doesn't translate into anything dynamic, there is stuff for that. There's definitely reward for that. But that's stunted Torah. Torah that leads to mitzvahs. Torah that leads to a lifestyle. Torah that leads to change and enhance dynamic activity. That's the Torah. So you ultimately, again, without Torah that leads to mitzvahs, there's like a fish out of water. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, this is very interesting. Another possibility, what's the comparison between people and fish? Just like the fish, if the sun begins to shine down on the fish, so ultimately again the fish die. So to again, the people, if the sun begins to beat down on them, they die as well. So what is that talking about? Some say this reference to the sun being the source of a person's death is a reference to the sun in this world. Others say the sun in the world for some. What does this mean? Very interesting. Everything is in the hands of heavens except what? Heat and chills. In other words, your health. In other words, or I should say, taking certain precautions regarding your health. Obviously, my general health is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But at the end of the day, sometimes I have to make sure that I'm taking care of just myself on a day-to-day basis in order that I do not become subject to literally, again, fever and chills. Look at Rashi. The Sishos from the Hobos have one in the other Kulam Aidin Zir Shanai. So in general, illness, sickness, that's all from Hashem. Chutz Sinim of Hakim, Sinim, Sana, Hakim, Holy Abba Aidin Chol. Chills and fever. So it's interesting over here that the idea that Chazal felt that at the end of the day, there are certain things you just control about your basic health. There's not much to see chills and fever. So the Gemara says over here, so therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead. HaKadosh doesn't see the Pachim. Shema, see the Pachim that Ikesh, Shomer, Nafsho, Yitzchak, Mehem. Anybody say one word, how about something that doesn't refer to the sun or to the heat of this world, rather refers to the heat of the world to come. You know, Shema Makish. It's just that Gemara seeing the Pachim is also a very profound Gemara. Because looking at the Gemara's highlighting is like this. Whereas in this world, there are many things that we cannot control. But there are absolutely many other things that we can control. And the challenge of the human condition is that sometimes we tend to focus so much on the things that we can't control that we keep responsibility for the things that we can. Right, things happen in life and we get so upset and so disillusioned and so depressed. And meanwhile, again, there's nothing I can do to change in this particular reality. I can't change this reality, but there's 10 other realities that I can shape. So there's so many things in life that are like big things, but there are so many other things like that are single happen. Like fevers and chills, those are the things you can't control in life. Put your effort towards them and stop worrying about the stuff that you have no control over. You're trying to luggage. Things are normal, but some say this serves a reference to what to come. I'm not saying that. But like, in Gehenna, also level, so we'll say, listen to this. What is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? Now, literally it says, Ein Gehenna Ma'asa Level Era. So, what is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? HaKadosh Baruch Hu Motzi Chama Minas Tika. Listen to this. Hashem takes the sun out of its covering. This is a reminiscence of what we saw yesterday by Sukkah. Hashem takes the sun out of its covering, and it causes it to dip down. Now what happens? You shut it and you go in, but you're sure not burnt by it, or you judged by it. The tzaddikim mislapping that. The tzaddikim are healed by the rays of the sun. You shut it and you go in, but the wicked are judged by it. It was a top of Dalit. Hine Hayom Boer Kasanar, Fire Kol Sedim, the Kol Ose Rishakash, the Lahat Osam. היום הבא אמר השם צבאות אשר לא יעזוב להם שורש וענף לא שורש בעולם הזה and no root in this world ולא ענף לעולם הבא no branch no world to come צדיקים מסתכלים בה צדיקים are healed by this sun that is beating down the tzid וזאת לכן יראה שני שמש סדרת ומרתן בכנתה this is another quoting this passage Moses speaking from Malach second is speaking from Malach the sun will come out for you those who fear and revere my name. It'll be a son of Stockholm, Martha, a son of righteousness, kindness, healing son that will heal you. Also, so incredible. Now we have the tzaddikim healed by this sun, but rather again they actually enjoy it. Right? It's actually beneficial for them. You like the sun and Kishtam to every day. So we'll say so again. So first of all, this is incredible Gemara. Because it's Gemara is describing what it is Gehenna. So what's Gehenna? Because Rabbi takes the sun out of its sheath, it burns the Rishayim, and it heals and is enjoyable ultimately again for the psychic. Which of us is quite a dramatic picture of what Gehenna is. Same experience, same exact experience, but how you enjoy it all depends on how you live in this world. This is reminiscent of another Gemara, which Gemara highlights the idea that all the Ma'abah is the Suga, and again the tzaddikim are able to partake, and the Rishayim have their hands tied. They have their hands tied. So they see the beautiful Suga happening in front of them, and for a Jew, that is Gehenna. That is Gehenna. Right, so it's like, so it has his hands tied and can't partake of the Suga. So you see this motif occurring a couple of times in Chazal, where they describe this experience, and it's the same exact experience. But how you experience is framed by how you live your life in this world. So it's the same sun. It's the same sun. If you are a Rasha, it burns you. And if you are a tzaddik, it heals you. Incredible. All dependent on how I spend my time here on this earth. Incredible, I say. So another possibility. Why now going back now we have a comparison between people and fish. Because men, people are like fish of the sea. Listen to this. It's like fish of the sea. Right, the big fish swallow the little fish. So to Afghani Adam, the Mullen Morar Shamafos, so to people, human beings, were not for the fear of government. The strong would swallow up the weak. Human nature is survival of the fittest. Right, it's not just human nature. Nature is survival of the fittest. So the big fish swallows the small fish. The strong person would swallow up the weak person. So what stops that? What stops that dynamic? So say government, societal systems. Behind the sun, what says the government? And if you need to come in Omer, and you swallow the Shlomo Shamafos. Always daven for the success and for the shalom of your monarchy. For not for the fear of monarchy, right, or government. Ultimately, again, people will swallow each other alive. I will say this is an incredibly important Gemara, right? This is why, right? This is why. Again, just even ourselves, we daven for the president, we daven for the vice president, and again, that is an apolitical tefillah. It doesn't make a difference whether you like the person sitting in that office or not. At the end of the day, we have a system of government that we have. people absolutely go ahead and swallow each other up. Now, listen, so it's such a profound insult. And again, independent of the person you like, you don't like. I will say, it also is a tremendous opportunity for us to pause and to express our profound hakaras hatov to the President and to the members of the brave armed forces of the United States of America who carried out that dramatic attack on 9/11 yesterday. You know, it's incredible. So, Jerry's on here, Jerry sent me a beautiful videotape from Yossi Dushani. They were sending hello after battling today. He was saying that we have to understand what happened over here. What happened over here. And again, it's important to understand whatever you think about the president or think about the president, and the president's already facing tremendous backlash about this, just understand what happened. Right? So that the greatest superpower in the world made Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael's war their war. Their war. We heard what the Iranian, whatever the spokesman said. Now every American soldier, every American base is a target. They made it their war. They made it their war. Right? They bombed these nuclear sites. Only that B-2 bomber was the only fighter jet that was big, could carry a full payload that could go and do incredible. And the president promised more if Iran does not back down. What it means to have hakaras hatov, the government is exactly that. You don't have to like the president. You don't have to vote for him. I think he's running again. You don't have whatever it is. But just understand what happened. So whether you're a Republican, whether you're a Democrat, hakaras hatov is hakaras hatov. And we all know that not every person sitting in that chair would have done what the president did. Again, not a political statement. But please understand the need for hakaras hatov. Government sometimes maintains secret, and sometimes government really steps up and does dramatic things. So we express, of course, our profound hakaras hatov to President Trump for what he has done for our nation, for our homeland. Most of all, we express our hakaras hatov for the Shbaruch, because Leighton Malach in the hearts of kings and the hands of our nothing happens without the revolving of Olam's choreography. That this is sort of hakaras hatov for government, for just the basic secret that they maintain, and again, the days in which we are living this invaluable assistance to our nation, to our homeland, to our Jewish soldiers, is something dramatically amazing and incredible. You know, there's like this. Look, what about Papa Rabbi? Look, what about Papa? Anytime I say something, you gotta remove people in the back of the stick off with comments. That's how we don't live like that. Let's say the movie say the comments, but let's about Papa Ranik says. Let's hear about Papa when I had a contact with our students. They get close to the other person. The Gemara says, it was pointing over here from Theo. Don't pretend like you guys know that pasta. Yeah, Papa. Oh, Theo, yeah. I'm still studying in the note. Big guy, I got it. Please. Yeah, so Papa says, oh, yes, thank you. It's a very educated friend over here. So let's do this all. Shagya no matanu. Sadiq Kor Urushpat Bro Sidaka Moya Ane. So say, Sid, Ukata Sid, Kado Adonai, the last part, Sid, Minka Shan, and Dari Bakar. So it's interesting enough to put a puzzle from the old things, that could inspire for again, so to speak, the minutes, right? And then the second, so you can highlight the idea that a conspirator who has an enhanced strength. So how do you reconcile those secrets? Which was a location, kind of discuss again. Kind of discuss no trauma. Ultimately, the Gemara says it's not a contradiction. Kind of discuss again. Discuss again ultimately again means when HaKadosh Baruch Hu delivers judgment. This is incredible. When Hashem delivers judgment, you are putting on upon Klal Yisrael. He does so with a diminished Torah. Intentionally, tries to do whatever he can ultimately to reward the Dina Klal Yisrael and discuss no trauma. This is beautiful. I'm very reminded of us. It's not like to do war. He has to go to work for Klal Yisrael, then complete Korah. So one part of the second I had no anger. Then it says Hashem is about him. No kasha, and Yisrael can go over the problem. Where does a Kaddish have no anger? That's the problem. Where does he have much anger? That's the over the problem. What is the honesty with that? What is anger? The Torah will always not always. The Torah will not express anger towards God Yisrael. But rather again, it's this same motif. The word you see as a Torah tries to blunt a little bit the effect of being on God Yisrael. He tries to blunt the effect of the scream of his anger on God Yisrael. It's not the same as what he went for when he took the world. It's in the Rabbi Ahmad. Prima Eli, Shazai Tad, wasn't there with love. So it's in the Rabbi Ahmad, like this. But God, when it's Prima Eli, I can't really get to really mean I have no anger. What it really means in this context is I do not express the full measure of my anger. Why not? Shakvan Yishbach. Because I already swore. Because I already swore. So we'll see what this means in just a moment. Shakvan Yishbach was a unit bringing Shalom Yishbach and add anything that I am not sworn. So was a Eya Shamir Bishit. I was totally destroyed. V'ayim the Amir of Alexander might have said, Shayab Yom Hu, Avakish Tahashmi B'Skol HaGoyim, Avakish Mimi, Omer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Avakish B'Nidnei Shalachem. I was looking at literally the Chronicles, the history books of the nations of the world. It makes sense of course. If I think the Ayana match from that, acting, I will redeem the nations. Meanwhile, but if they have no merit, Hashmidos, I will destroy them. The Ayim the Amarava might have said, Lord, my Yishbach Yad, in the Idol Lahem Shua, I'm going to talk from Israel. Kishanim Shabbos, I said, by the way, the Nishpati, ultimately, was talking about the idea that if the Nishpati went ahead and made a Shua, I'm not even about his children, and I'm still bringing that. I'm not even. He made a Shua ultimately and my ancestors not to destroy God Israel. If I did not have that Shua, you would feel the full measure of my anger. And now ultimately again, Nishpati does not express his full measure of anger to God Israel, but does express that full measure of his anger to the nations of the world. Now, that being said, if the nations of the world absolutely feel Nishpati absolutely takes that into account. So the Lord was like, I'm not going to follow Israel. When I judge Klal Yisrael, I mean Dan Osan to obey the Chol. I do not judge them like the nations of the Lord, but idolaters. It says, Ava Asimel. Ella, I will lift from the head to see the Shakhan of God. So ultimately, again, when I judge the Open Shakhan, the Lord is supposed to pass from the Tesla. Ava Asimel. Ava is a collection of Ava, like iniquity. But when I judge Klal Yisrael, so I judge myself to each kind of goal. Now, what it really means is like the pecking of the roosters. What does this mean? It's just like when a chicken or a rooster, when it pecks, right? It pecks a little bit at a time. The person says, when I punish Klal Yisrael, I punish them only a little bit at a time. Right? This way, again, I blunt the full measure as opposed to punishment coming like in one way. I spread it out like the pecking of a rooster. That way, that diminishes the full effect of it. The other aspect, I have the idea of the other side. The other aspect, I will say, by the way, and you see this theme of a little bit of punishment at a time coming in many times. For example, when Sakishima brings down, there's a person reaches into his pocket and he meant to take out a quarter. But instead he takes out a nickel, he must that's the steal. That's divine punishment. One thing is, interestingly enough, there's sometimes the way that I should respond to busy. Because the truth is, a lot of us are deserving of punishment because we've done our days, we've done bad things, we haven't done tshuva. So what Baruch often does as a chesed is he turns our punishments into a series of sustained inconveniences. And those inconveniences, ultimately, again, they take the form of punishment. And I must say, it's very important to say in life. So I always like about this in Ghana and Nilo. He says, this is why, like, a person has to really take the inconveniences of life in stride. You get stuck in traffic, you get a flat tire, right? All the things that really annoy us in life. Just understand, sometimes it can be for something good, but sometimes it's for the old. Sometimes it is. But so much better to get the ocean of life in the form of inconveniences than in the form of straight up punishment. Again, those inconveniences are for some greater good, like some greater good. Obviously, we have no idea how to know what is what. But when I suggest a all that mindset of Akar set up, it's so much rather take the ocean of life as an inconvenience than anything else. And what is like, Dobra Akar, Akiva Yisha also Mitzvah, Mufana, Kishin, Ma'at, Kipeta, Hanagolim. So we're not going to Ashkol, I mean, it's not in the Kashmir, I was saying, this is so beautiful. Furthermore, what does it mean when it says that actually compares us to the pecking of the research? Because what's like the student Christ only does a little bit of a mitzvah, right? A little mitzvah, just like the pecking of a research. I go ahead and I combine that to Session Double. So like this is Session, I'm not in the field where I such a beautiful soul. This is just into the text a little bit at a time. So if you dug a little mitzvah, you might think that perhaps like a little bit of disjointed mitzvahs, or a lot of disjointed mitzvahs, don't really combine to form something substantive. It's literally every single thing that we do, every little thing that we do, combines to some greater amount in the eyes of the Father. So this is so important because so often we think that only sustained dynamic activity is important. But like a one-off mitzvah over here, a one-off thing over here, actions in that, it's not true. That's true. Everything makes a difference. Everything adds up. And even a one-off, unsustained, beautiful moment of mitzvah means so much. Incredible. To start, furthermore, again, the other possibility is, in the time that they cry out before me, I say, Klal Yisrael. I need the Omar, Rabbi Abba, my big by no PFD, the Hades, the Hades, you alive people. And you're not the acting, so it's incredible. So you're not acting, but I want to hold them as that. Because she's really all of Habal. So it's not this, I figured that I'm going to redeem them with their money in this world in order that they will go ahead and merit the world to come. Now listen, what does this mean? So let's look actually for just a moment. It's almost right across. Right across and actually about 10 lines up. So that's not right across. Okay, good. Right across 10 lines up. I don't know already. But after you, some of them are behind you, you can kind of go and holding ma'at, shake stuff up. So let's say this is incredible. So the idea of this is there's a lot of actual discussion about this Rashi and what exactly this means. Because part of the causes us sometimes to losing money in this world so that we have the ability to be zilkar to all of Abba. But there are different forms of yisur, there are different forms of punishment. And sometimes what the Rothschild does is sometimes one of the most painful forms of punishment, or actually not punishment, one of the most painful forms of loss is financial. Like we work very hard for our money, and when I lose some of it, at the end of the day, it hurts. So if there's a notion of someone who does that, acting the mamona, who gives us with monetary loss, so that we will be joyful and yes, Hashem to the world to come. That sometimes that loss which is most painful and acute, that Rashi points out over here, or not the no shit stuck up. So it's like, this is actually interesting so that Sfarim brings down that every year a person is destined to lose a certain amount of money. So what's my choice? So the one choice I have is, quote unquote, lose it through tzedakah, or I'm going to lose it some other way. In other words, the amount of money going out is already set. What I have the ability to choose is how it's going out, which is a tremendous idea. Because sometimes when we're tempted to kind of withhold a little bit on stuff because we think that we're saving, it doesn't work that way, right? So the money's going to go out in some other fashion. The might as well direct the contribution. This is not a building fund, right? Just like it's just a profound soul. Because again, a lot of us struggle with this. Right? We work hard. I want to use it for things that I want. Just understand whatever's supposed to go out is already determined. So my financial needs are going to be important. And when we suffer some type of financial setbacks, it's important to understand that sometimes that's one of the ways in which the Father who redeems us from the baggage of our aveils, setting us up for a beautiful Gan Eden. כלומר, כשדברים על זה בארץ, ומאחר זה אומר פאפי, ושאול רבא, מה יתשרו, ואני עשיתי חזקתי זו עשרים, והערכשתי, ואנחנו פאפי, אני אמרתי, יעשה מישראל בעולם הזה, כדי שיחסתי ולא עושה מעולם רבא. So, Papa, who's like, the most incredible. Because what's like this, my whole question is, I give them a little bit of difficulty, a little bit of adversity in this world, in order that they should be strong in the world to come. They lie, you touch the rock, and yet they think so poorly of you. So what's like, this is a tremendous demand. This is almost like the bonus from all the venting a little bit his frustration. That's his frustration. But what is it? Yes, I visit difficulties upon my children. But do you know what I visit difficulties upon my children? Do you know why? It's just to purge them of their negative baggage, so they can get rid of whatever the baggage is in this world, so yet Hashem, the world to come to be good and beautiful. And yet, what's their reaction to the experience? What's their reaction to the difficulties? Because what he says, they get very different. They get upset at me. Like a parent is trying to do good for their child, right? And yet what the child is resentful because the good of the parent doesn't feel good. Whereas like the mother that's always used, like in the parent, to raise their child for the inoculation at the doctor's office. But in the eyes of that baby, that parent is a Russian Marusha, right? That parent is a mullet, right? Marco Tinta, how can you do this to me? Holding me down, you're doing this. Meanwhile, again, the parent's like, come on, you understand what I'm giving you right. It's incredible. The boss says, yes, I visit these serious on my children. I visit difficulties about Club Israel. I do it. But do you understand why I do it? I do it because I'm setting you up for eternal bliss. Because Bob says, I need you to get with the program. And I want to say, by the way, this is about, I think this is also one of the big distinctions between Eretz Yisrael and Chutz La'aretz. I think he's I'm trying to say in this video this morning about the Hallel. It was interesting, to be honest with you. It never dawned on me for a second to say Hallel this morning. It never dawned on me. There are 883 people injured in the latest barrage. You see like these images that come out, like literally again, there are like Magin David and some of us are like carrying children out of the knowledge, but Hashem seems like no fake healthy stuff. Like, and this is really amazing, an incredible ability to see the Avas Hashem even in the Yisrael. That is the ability to see, okay, like things hurt, they hurt. But this is the Yad Hashem, and even the stuff that hurts is there. It's coming from a Father who loves us. He thinks very much like in Golas, like we see things in a very one-dimensional way. Like Nisan and there's Yisurim, and so there's the ability to see the Nisan and the Yisurim, and the Blotza and the Yisurim is sometimes lost on us a little bit. And I have to say, like a little bit of shame. I didn't think to myself like to say, I don't know. I mean, I do a lot of suggestions to skip happening this morning. But that's just because it's Sunday, right? I really go, it's sunny outside, it's skip happening. And so I say, but you understand what a profound dilemma this is. And this is such illogical sophistication. And how can you react when things are difficult in life? Is there part of us that just becomes ultimately like immediately like suspect and resentful action? I think for a lot of us, like that's our effects of the action. Why are you doing this to me? There's no why things like I'm upset, I'm disillusioned. I'm going like, of course I understand suffering is not easy. But the one thing that we aspire to is something so much more theologically sophisticated. What we really aspire to is to be a little bit more like our Eretz Yisrael brethren, and that when the difficulties come, to be able to say, yeah, it's difficult, and of course I don't want this, but I understand that these reserves are also a gift from HaKadosh. The suffering is also a gift. Because some of the difficulties, the challenges, the suffering, there's incredible bracha. There's bracha in the world to come, and there's bracha in this world as well. You just have to have a lens through which you see that divine suffering. It's incredible. So it's like, great story here, great story. Yisarek Lino Rabbi, meaning, Rav Safra, the Adam Rabbi. Okay, so let's watch this. So Rabbi, praise the Safra to the Nino. What's the Nino like to ask the question? Heritage. He praised the Safra, but the Safra was a great time from the Adam Rabbi. And also, as a result, Shafkulei Mitzvah the place Hashem. As a result, so apparently, again, wherever this story is happening, I don't know the geographic location of the story, but these meaning, these applications were in charge. They were in charge. So let's say, because right now Rabbi Abo, they respect Rabbi Abo, and because Rabbi Abo ultimately then praised the Safra, they exempted the Safra from taxes. because he was Adam God, he was a great man. For 13 years he didn't have to pay taxes. Okay? He went to Yom HaChad, listen to this, Yom HaChad Ashtafu, so one day he decided to expand into a Safra. I'm like, sit, Rak, Itchem Yadati Mikom Mishpachon Sadama, Akim Et Kod Aleichem Es Kolavan Seichem. So the heretics brought up this topic. In Amos, and after Safra, what the shot in this pasuk? What does the pasuk say? Rak Eschem Yadati Mikom Mishpachon. I only know you from Israel, from amongst all of the families of the earth. Therefore, I will visit upon you the punishment for all of your sins. Okay? So the heretics said to Safra, Mandi is the Sisa, Barakami, Masikwe, someone who has someone who loves. Right? Someone who has someone who loves. Does he visit all of his anger upon the one that he loves? Right? The most of the pasuk is very interesting. Because the pasuk makes it sound like Father was saying, I love you so much. I love you so much. I know you best amongst the nations of the world, and therefore I will visit the iniquity of all of your sins upon you. The heretic said the pasuk doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, I'm talking about the singularity of that the Father Israel. And then he's saying, I'll go and visit all of my wrath upon you. So man, this is Sisei. Miraculously, one who has anger, or Sisei is anger, actually sound, anger. One who has anger, Rachami Masikwe, because he dumps that anger upon the one who he loves. So they asked this question of Safra, what's the shot in the pasuk? Ishtik, Safra didn't say anything. He didn't respond. So Rabbi is still jumping Safra. So I must say, so Safra was wearing his cloak on as was the costume of Hamid and they put it around his neck. And they began to afflict him. So what exactly is happening? What exactly is happening over here? So now Safra brings down that it could just be either that they were like trying to like play with him, or that just they like disloyal themselves. In other words, as a Chacham walked his talus over his head, they took his talus off his head to show you so not to become Chacham. But anyway, they were definitely giving him trouble. Also, so they rose him along right time. They found him only on my mitzvah, and they rose him. Why bother him? I'm away. You said about the Sarah Saki that he's such an Adam. He asked him a simple question. On a pasuk, and he did not know how to go ahead and answer the pasuk. Right? He asked him about shot in the pasuk of Amos, and he did not pasuk in Amos. So he doesn't answer. So Sarah says, no. He doesn't know that. He went to Yeshiva. No, you can ask him. You can ask him about the Shnayis. You can ask him about Hanai statements. That's what he's versed in. He's sitting in Amos. He's not going to know how to answer. This is very validating, by the way. It's very validating. He does not know how to answer up those speaking in Amos. I mean, right? So the heretics accused about this. They said, why do you know? Why don't you always ask you questions on Psukim and you know it? I hang out with you guys a lot, and you guys are always into biblical criticism. So therefore, again, I have to know I have to know how to answer these speaking to you. They're not trained to answer up these type of theological questions in these speaking. They don't delve into these speaking. So that's it. So first of all, just fascinating that Safra was saying, again, the person who is hanging out with this type of Hebra does need to know what to answer in order to be able to refute. So much I'm away. So now it seems that time so you tell us what's shot in the bus, right? You tell us what is shot in the house, like Emma says. And the Prophet says to Rabbi, I love you so much, and therefore I will visit all of your iniquity upon you. So what's the shot? What's the first line down? I'm going to so can't I give you that, sir? I'm sure I'll much more I'll give you a much to a man ultimately again who borrowed lent money to two people. Echad or Rabbi, Echad so no, one that he likes, one that he doesn't like. Or Rabbi, so to the one that he loves, he allows payback to happen incrementally a little bit at a time. Nip is so and he dislikes. Nip from the ultimately he collects payments all at once. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and collect payments for your iniquities, but I'm going to do it slowly, episodically, gradually and incrementally. And therefore, again, it'll soften the blow. But to the nations of the world, ultimately, again, where the Bible says, I will collect judgment all at once. I'm going to be Allah kind of mind to say, Khalila, Nesot, Hadara Hadar, Lahanis, Sadik in Rash. So let's say, by stone. Also, I'm not going to say, also, Khalila, Kash the Shalom, that he should do something like this to kill the Tzadikim in Rishon. And I was this is what Avinu had Avinu, that they were Tzadikim in stones. So he says, how can you go ahead and kill off the Tzadik together with the Rasha? I have Haksir, one second, but it's not so easy about this. There's even called Tzadik the Rasha. There's also seen that sometimes Tzadikim are swept up together in judgment with Rasha. It's not true, it does happen. Shimar says, no. That's the Tzadik Shena Gomer. Wow. So I say that's talking about a Tzadik who's not a Tzadik Gomer. It's not a complete Tzadik. About Tzadik Gomer alone, what is that to say that a complete Tzadik is never swept up in judgment with Rishon Ba'aksir? On Mikdashai Techelu, B'Tana Rabbi Yosef, Atikrim Mikdashai Elof, Mikudashai. Elu B'nei Adam, Shekaimu Es Kol HaTorah Me'alef Li'atab. So you see that even Tzadikim Gemurim, who have held the entire Torah, are still sometimes swept up in judgment with the wicked. Hasanami, Kevan Shahaya B'Yadam. Lidvos V'lo Michu, Havaluhu Kitzadikim Shenim Gemurim. Wow, let's listen to this. Even a tzaddik who fulfills the entire Torah, if he ultimately again sees the ability to object to negative behavior and doesn't do so, he's not a tzaddik gomer. He's not the tzaddik gomer. Rabbi said, is that not wild? So I just want to point out, it fits in very beautifully to what we were speaking about yesterday also, in Shabbos morning, by the Shlach Kodesh, Anshe Midos. That at the end of the day, the Torah that you learn is not enough. The achrayus to the greater community ultimately again is an absolute necessary part in the real as well. If you're not invested in the success of the community, if you're not about chesed, if you're not looking out for the other, you can learn how to aleph until tough. At the end of the day, that's not a tzaddik gomer. So what we are suggesting over here is a tzaddik gomer is spared from judging together with the Rasha. But a tzaddik she'ena gomer, ultimately again can be swept up even together with the Rasha. So the Gemara says, Papa, let me see. Elza in the Bible said, incredible girls you've actually seen before. One of the most amazing, you have to admit, one of the best parts about learning is when you come across a Gemara that you've seen before. It's the best. We've seen this Gemara a couple of times already. The Gemara is like this. So right now, Rabbi says as follows. So one hand the pasuk says that Hashem gets angry every day, but then it says who could stand up in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's anger. So let's say, so how does that fit? In other words, what the second pasuk says, there's no way anyone can withstand divine wrath. First pasuk says God gets angry every day. So let's go on. Listen to this. Kan biyachid, kan b'tzibah. And let's say as individuals, we cannot stand up to divine wrath. But as a tzibah, we have the ability to withstand everything, including divine wrath. And let's say absolutely incredible. The power of being part of a tzibah. The power of being part of a collective. The power of being part of something bigger than yourself and not retreating into your own little corners. The tzibah can withstand anything. A yachid cannot withstand daily divine wrath. Let's go back to the Gemara. Say, Elsa in the Koyom, his Rabbi gets angry every day. The camel, how long does his Rabbi's anger? The camel zamo, how long does his anger last for? Rega. That's the moment. The camel rega, how much is a rega? Achos mechamish ribo ishlosh me'os, alofim mishmona me'os va'advan mishmona. 153,848 of a second, of an hour. The Gemara says, that's the rega. The aim called Derry Lechavim, we call Lechavim also rega. 50 Ramarasha. Wow. Listen to this. And I in general, no one can figure out what that rega is, what that moment of divine wrath is. There's one person who's able to do it. Bilam, the sixth day, if I say on the days, the day I've got Sayo. Just pause for a second. Is this not the best thing in the world? Is this not? No, not to said something nice to us, and I just wrote back. Let's continue. All right, So
I'm done with great expectations.
I'm not gonna lie. So the pasuk says that Bilam, Yodea das Elyon, he knew the das of HaKadosh Baruch. So Bilam knew about, and this is right, by the way. Now you understand why Balak was so intent on hiring Bilam and pulled out all of the stops. Because Bilam knew something that none of the other Gentile prophets knew, which was that exact Rega that HaKadosh Baruch Hu got angry at. And he was able to curse Klal Yisrael in that Rega, then ultimately could have brought devastation of other people. So let's hold on. Afshar, that's Behemto Lohav Yada. That's Elyon Lohav Yada. So Bilam didn't know his donkey. Right? You're going to see he couldn't control his donkey. So someone couldn't control his livestock. He was able to go ahead and know when the Baruch got upset that was what does that mean? So it's my God spent the Lohav Yada. What does that mean? That he didn't know this? That he couldn't control his, he didn't know the that's on his own. He listened to this. So I said, the Imra got Chazule, so Bilam met up with Balak. Like when he met up with the son of Balak, he was riding on a donkey. I'm like, my time on the Hakasusya. He said, Balak, Bilam, you're a pushing a guy. Now, like, you should be riding a horse. Why are you riding a donkey? I'm like, for a key like Shagari knows. He said, no, again, it's a difficult film and dog. It's in the shop, right? In other words, he was going ahead. He's the loner. Like he said, I put my horses out in the marsh, right, to water them. That's right now. So Miyad, the donkey began to speak. Hello, I know the Asonka. Now he says, come on, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm your donkey. So you always ride on me. Always ride on me. Don't tell me you ride a horse. I'm going to lay in the Amma. So Bill says, you like, I use you all the time, but only for his carrying stuff. I'm going to lay, I share a thought on that. That's not true. You use me for transportation. You ride on me instead of a horse. I'm going to ride by Amma. No, okay, sometimes I ride on you, but that's only at the side. That's not all the time. I'm going to lay, may always call the Alay on my deck. Not true. Not true. You've always used me up until this day. Below old, not only that, every time you open up on a people stayom, the issues balayla.
Like watermelon music.
That's awkward, right? So not only that, but you go ahead and use me for transportation by day and intimacy at night. Sit hustle. So then here, Hashem is thank you. Sit hustle, but you need lots of things. So let's say, obviously, that good on obviously Kabbalah. The guy who can't control his donkey, right? The guy whose donkey is now being off of him, right? Can't control his donkey. Ultimately, again, if you didn't know, it's definitely a book. It says, I remind you of that's Ayot. So what does it mean when it says that Bilam was your Dead that's Ayot? And that wasn't your Dead that's Ayot. It sounds like we really don't know. What did he know? So your Dead like having always the church that the authority calls for. No, when you think of Dead that's Ayot, it means it's like this. Bilam knew one specific piece of information. He did not know HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What that means is one's body by. That's what your Dead that's Ayot is. He really got so much fun by that. He didn't know his donkey, but he knew God. He had one specific piece of information about God. Namely, the moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu got angry. Behind the camera, you love you. אני זכר נא מהיעד בלק מלך בלק ומעונה אושם בילם בן באר מן השיטים ועד היהודה למנדט סדקות השם. אמר רבי, what does the fucking mean? אמר רבי, I'm a אני לא שם סדקות הסיסינו מהנישים see how many acts of praise I performed with you. So that כעסתי עליכם כל אושם היום. But I could run a miracle for you. All the days that Bilam was trying to pursue, I did not get angry on those days. In Ka'asi Alechem, Menushaya Me'ogis of Babin, Nisrael Shemshot Suzy College. So literally, how I got angry during those days, and Bilam pursued during that time frame, he would have obliterated Klal Yisrael. They would obliterate Klal Yisrael. Because Bach, I didn't come into Bilam the Balak. Sorry, Bilam the Balak, Ma'akol, Rokabakel, as Zo'am Hashem. And this is exactly what Bilam says to Balak. Bilam says to Balak, don't get upset. I told you, I know a specific piece of information. I can't do anything if God is not getting angry at his prescribed time. Right? So he's not getting angry at his prescribed time. So therefore, again, because he now is the Chesed Hashem did this all those days, he's going, okay, listen, say to yourself, so get angry, but what? Get angry at a different time. In other words, Hashem, you don't have to stop getting angry. If you want to get angry for a rega every single day. Get angry. Just don't do it at the prescribed time. You can't do that. Why? Yesterday's that. What does Hashem have? What does Hashem have? Hashem has a schedule. Hashem has a schedule, right? And the Moshe models for us that scheduling is the key to successful living. So even for anger, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says there's a time to get angry. The miracle of the Lamb Balak was that ultimately again Hashem did not get angry all of those days. All of those days. That Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael. The Kama Zamo, how long back before? How long does Hashem get angry for? Rega. The Kama Rega. How much is a Rega? I'm not naming everything. You know, Rega to name Rega. Rega is exactly the amount of time it takes to say Rega. That's it. That moment. Pretty much. No man. The Rega have a respect. So how do you know if it's only get upset for a Rega? It's if she Rega Yachol, kind of did some ultimately again as well who is a Rega. He's only the Rega, only the moment of his anger. He's like saying, Habib, Shim'at Rega, Adya Boizan. You will hide yourself, sincere yourself for a Rega until the divine wrath passes. So there was an Imas Rasa, so by the way, when is this Rega? When does the Kaddish Baruch get upset? When is he getting? You know what I mean? It's lost Shaita myself. Within the first 3 hours of the day. So the Gemara says, Kikiyura Karbauta, the time of Zola. The time ultimately again that lights it feather on top of the rooster, that rooster becomes white. So as I was saying, the Shaita, the Chaber in the first white line, so there's both saying there's white in it at all times. So Shaita is slightly silky, the Shaita must be slightly silky. So how do you graph the rest of the day? There are red streaks in the feather on the head of the rooster, but at this early time of the morning, ultimately again, there's only light. Okay, I'm not telling a whole story. But the children lady, probably the sound loud only light. So let's say what happened. The children lady was having some really difficult inheritance. Really just like harassing him. So what did he do? He decided to cry Yom Echad. It's not the kind of vulnerable moving carried to Asa. Not even Savar, Kimata Shaita Alachi. So the children lady has a plan. What's his plan? Got a rooster, he tied it to his bed. What is he going to do? He's going to curse the heretics. Right now you see what to look for. When the feather on the top of the head of the rooster is completely white, that's the moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not flaring mad. And if you curse someone at that time, there's what will obliterate them. So he says, hey, I'm going to curse those heretics at that moment again as the rooster by his bed. I'm going to curse them. At the moment that the feather turns white. So what happened? She must be Shaita Nimri. So you imagine the Rishon lady is like sitting there the entire time. And he's staring at the rooster. Right? The moment and that the rooster's, the feather turned white, he dozed off. Honor, Shmani Allah, Ola Arme, Allah. So Rishon lady says, I learned a very important lesson. Does not want us to curse each other. And even at the end of the day, even when something's bad, even when someone is doing something bad, Coach Baruch never wants us to curse one another. But he may want us to go out and argue with each other, he may want us to go out and be upset with each other, but all our actions that's very different. There may be times when we are upset with one another. There may be times of vehement disagreement with one another. The one thing Coach Baruch never wants is for us to curse each other. That Jews can never do. That's why you see this, by the way. That's why you see this even in some temporary issues that come up. The moment that people start utilizing terrible means for one another is the moment that any legitimacy to their argument evaporates. You want to argue on theological grounds, you want to argue on philosophical grounds, on political grounds. Okay, that's fine. That's nature of Klal Yisrael. To call each other terrible names, to curse one another, then again, that is no longer a legitimate argument. That is incredible. Why? Sid, you got honors for tzaddik lo tov. It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Right? Not good. So we're going to learn the very important lesson which one who does not want us cursing each other. At the time that the Gentile kings put on the crowns and they bow down to the sun because they're worshiping the sun, Yevon gets very upset. Right? Understandably so, because you're choosing to worship one of Hashem's creations more than Hashem himself. Incredible. Rabbi Yosef says as follows: "It's the Inish Salusa de Muslim, plus Shai Kamais and Yomakama, Yoma, Yomakama Zeresh Shasabia." Was a very profound Gemara. A person should not have a Musa on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours of the day by himself. By himself. Should have done so. If a person has to daven the Yechidos on Rosh Hashanah for some reason, the night says we should not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours of the day. What's the reason? It does feel like you got playing the team. Because what happens? Because perhaps when a person is davening, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and look into their deeds, and ultimately again they will be found unworthy, and therefore their tefillah will be cast aside. This is actually just a moment. The Shas Haranah. They will say, what does that do with everything? Because remember, what did the Gemara just tell us before? When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu go ahead and get upset? When does he get upset? First 3 hours of the day, which interesting enough, by the way, in yesterday's Gemara, remember again, what was the first 3 hours of the day? The device was the first 3 hours of the day, right? So anyways, my focus on that is Torah or judgment, which is interesting. It seems to be the bottom line is Torah, right? Which is interesting, but yet divine wrath occurs during that time as well. Therefore, the Gemara says, now that I know that divine wrath occurs during the first 3 hours of the day, especially on Shana, which is a day of judgment, do not daven Musaf. We'll see why Musaf. Do not daven Musaf on your own during the first 3 hours. In other words, if you daven Musaf on your own, when you daven it, once you daven it, because remember, Musaf you can daven the whole day. So just daven after the first 3 hours. You can see we're not. Well, if that's the case, then you shouldn't daven Musaf at all during the first 3 hours of the day of Rosh Hashanah, even by me. We're very much on that, right? And so maybe we should have given by Tzibor. This one says, no, so we got premises. The Tzibor appreciates the Musaf. No. When you daven as part of the Tzibor, you have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about. Why? Because the tzibur draws from the collective zechios of Klal Yisrael. So you got to know the tzibur, confident, davening on your own. Do not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours of the day, because that is a time of divine wrath, divine anger, and you may not be able to overcome that. The Yaki is sacred, Mamilo. So that's the case. That shouldn't just be Musaf. Why not Shabbos? Shabbos, you shouldn't daven Shabbos either during the first 3 hours. Like it wasn't be stocked up on Rosh Hashanah. Like Rosh Hashanah is the day of judgment. The doctor shouldn't daven on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours in Shabbos. No. Keiron did tzibur v'tamatzu lo kametri. So it's different. Why? Because when I saw, since presumably there is a tzibur somewhere davening Shabbos during the first 3 hours of the day, if I'm not going to it's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about, because again, even if I'm davening as a yogi, I'm davening as a yogi, ultimately again I can still attach myself to the tzibur. So what's that? This by the way happens as an aside. Happens in interesting halacha, which is ideally persons will start with a minion whenever they can. If I can't daven with a minion, it is in my law davening the same.
Look at this. It says a foot.
Davening, even if I myself am not physically part of the minion. So this idea that says that if you're davening by yourself on Rosh Hashanah morning, you don't have to wait to daven Shabbos past 3 hours. You daven Shabbos even during 3 hours. Why? Because the pastors on Rosh Hashanah, in the first 3 hours of the day, there is a minion somewhere who is davening Shabbos, and therefore Allah will might see you to do. Musaf is different. Because Musaf, there may or may not be someone davening during the first 3 hours. Therefore, if you're davening by yourself, do not do that during the first 3 hours. You're encountering divine wrath. Shalosh Rishos Chishbar Yosef Alsif HaTorah. 1 second, I understand. First 3 hours are divine wrath. What are the first 3 hours? What are they? Yishbar Singular Torah. April. Around. First 3 hours, God is judging. Second 3 hours, God is learning Torah. You must notice it. So you might say another possibility is the Lord Torah goes to around Torah B'Ksiv B'Emes. B'Ksiv Emes Kolav Shem God. Then this book will also with Mishra Sagil. Then the Lord B'Ksiv B'Emes. HaKadosh Baruch Hu also with Mishra Sagil. Here's the difference on both sides. Torah, where it says Torah, Torah says Emes. when it says MS, ultimately again, Hashem cannot go above the strict letter of the law. Again, by judgment, Hashem has flexibility. Because he has flexibility, ultimately again, he does not execute the strict justice. Interestingly enough, when the time that Hashem learns Torah, that's the time of strict justice. When the time that Hashem judges, that's where there is the opportunity, ultimately again, for divine flexibility. That's counterintuitive, but fascinating. Therefore, Allah says, if you are alone on Rosh Hashanah and davening, do not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours, lest you encounter divine judgment. Shabbos is always in sequence. I will say the takeaway message: when we stand alone, we face a whole variety of divine judgment and divine wrath. When we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot overcome, whether that's divine justice, divine wrath, or external enemy. When we are together as a tzibur, Klal Yisrael is strong, and Klal Yisrael always emerges victorious. No, sorry? Go ahead.
Possible life scenario.
All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone. And to start traveling next to me, everyone should be safe. Everyone else, Hashem should be safe. The responsible should shower with love. And Snowflake should be a week of ridiculous to sell us that was for all of us on Israel and to Eretz Israel. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoya.
You guys are so screwed. And also the Uber driver's name. He's and also, you know what I mean? These 2 ladies walking here. I only have to be done.
All right, everyone say good morning, Baruch Hashem. What a tremendous, first of all, beautiful to hear the sounds of Chazara to Shavuos, Baruch Hashem, and it was a tremendous beautiful space to be able to begin the Sefas Avodah and Hashem here together this morning. Let's begin by thanking our sponsors today. Our annual Talmud sponsor, dedicating all the children Rothschilds this year as a support for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Stephen Abba, Stephen Terry Zin, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devorah Bas Rabbi Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors. Israel is actually quite beautiful. Anonymous gratitude to the encouragement for starting to do Daf Yomi over 2,700 days ago from the Sefas Avodah and celebrating and starting round 2. So whoever this anonymous sponsor is, I don't know if it's here or it's online, please, I would love to know the identity of this mysterious sponsor, but it's so beautiful and so incredible. But I'll say, with that, of course, we always dedicate our learning and discuss all our precious hostages, and 12 minutes to bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov and the Sfos of the soldiers, and the Shvach to be successful by land and by sea and by air. And Hashem has tremendous Hatzlach and accomplishing all of their objectives and to come home to their families. The Shalom and the Karov, and that Shvach and Hashem give us decisive victory over all of our enemies, and Hashem usher in an era of peace and of Shalom and Hatzlach and for all of Klal Yisrael. The Karov. I would say with that, let us begin. So I just wanted to share with you just something really beautiful. Sometimes when you walk in, or sometimes you wake up in the morning and you just feel like a different kind of energy. So I don't know if all of you felt it, but I felt this morning. I couldn't sleep last night, and Baruch Hashem just this morning, this palpable energy like in the universe. With Klal Yisrael starting the Sefas Avodah Zarah. It was just something so beautiful. And then something amazing happened. There was actually traffic on 7 Mile Lane this morning at 5:33 a.m. I was locked in the intersection of Gedalia, deciding where he was going to go first. But Matt was pulling out of his driveway. Holly Strong is already ahead of the path over here. And at 5:35 in the parking lot, Baruch Hashem, there's actually people talking. Usually it's too early to hear people talking at this hour. They have enough energy. Beautiful and incredible. Just to see the energy, just to see the zrizos, just to see and to feel the palpable excitement. So I will say it was a tremendous, it was supposed to be able to finish the Sefas Shavuos and buckle your seatbelts. Just buckle your seatbelts, because what Avodah Zarah is going to be, and just out of the gate, what it is is something absolutely amazing, beautiful, and dramatic. And that excitement that we feel, that is oldest that we feel, that all it is feel every day. The truth is, it's the same excitement every day. It's the same success every single day. It's the same when you wake up in the morning and you say, I can't believe this is my life. Now, some people wake up in the morning and they're like, I can't believe this is my life. No, I'm talking about like waking up in the morning and like, I can't believe that this is my life. I can't believe that I get to get out of bed in the morning, Baruch Hashem, and learn the most beautiful Torah in the world. To say the blessed Gemara, to know that Baruch Hashem, I literally, again, measurably and incrementally closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to myself, to Klal Yisrael, because I embed myself in the holiest thing which exists in the universe. And that is the Torah Kedosha. It's the feeling of privilege and the feeling of purpose that we have. But incredible. Let's say, Avodah Zarah, that days on the outlet. Look what he did. So I'll take a vote. Here we go. There we go. So again, before the recording of the Optical Color. So remember again, this is now we're going to see that Dehan ultimately, we'll discuss the etymology of the word. But for our purposes today, what it means is Yom Tov. Before the Yom Tov of Optical Color, Mishloshi Yom, for 3 days prior to the Yom Tov of Optical Color, you can't engage in any business dealings with them. No business dealings. Gemara says, for example, you can't lend them something, you can't borrow something. To lend them, and ultimately again to borrow from them. That's so again, remember, actually connection to yesterday's that we spoke about a show. But it's not so far, it's like lending and borrowing stuff. Means to lend money and to borrow money from them. You pay them back like an outstanding debt, but to collect payment for an outstanding debt. I won't say what's going on over here. You're going to be Rashi. First Rashi in the set. First Rashi. Rashi says that the end of the page is only going to come and give me the answer of us says. Then us says in mind. Rashi says the true you should the Ozil in Moda la Avodas Kafanim beyond Eden. The idea over here is that because these events are happening in close proximity to the Rabbi, that's a young being, they're in their holiday. So because the event is happening in close proximity to their holiday, they will give thanks to their deity on the day of their Yom Tov. So therefore, again, if I go ahead and I do business with an overseas profit, right? So I go and I say a business deal with him, 3 days in advance of his Yom Tov, or I lend him money, or I borrow money, or I lend something, or I do something. So I want to lend something, the problem just is that is going to spark a sense of gratitude within the non-Jew, and he's going to give thanks to his deity on their Yom Tov. So what's going on here? Essentially, I'm kind of enabling or facilitating this enhanced sense of gratitude that the Oved Kohanim is going to have to his particular deity. And how much the Mishnah says, one should not do such a thing. Okay, incredible. I will say there is one point of contention on this last piece. So you want to say, Rabbi Hugo says, make sure make something up. This is incredible. So the Hugo says, I agree with everything. The one thing you are allowed to do in 3 days before the Yom Tov ultimately is what? You're allowed to go and collect payment from an akum. Why are you allowed to collect payment from an akum? Because having to pay something back ultimately again is painful, right? Nobody wants to pay back the debt, right? Nobody wants to have to go ahead and off this money. So you're allowed to collect payment. This is incredible. The Gemara says, they said to him, the day is the apple and the Tanakam. So to him, even though he is distressed now, right? Because anytime I have to part with money, I'm going to be distressed. But down the road, ultimately, again, he'll be happy. So because, again, at the end of the day, he's going to pay off the debt, he'll be happy later on. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, don't ask him even for payment of the debt within 3 days. So therefore, again, there is agreement on all parts of this Mishnah. Halacha l'maisa, within 3 days, for lots of other things. It's Rabbi's Mishnah also. One of the major differences between the deer and the apple is there in what area of life? In hachara, in preparations. How long does a Jew prepare before Yom Tov? Right? 30 days before the Yom Tov, we already begin the halachos of the particular Yom Tov. For a Jew understands Hachana, preparation is key. If you want to be successful in life in anything, everything requires hachana. Tefillah. You want the meaningful tefillah experience. Once you know, it's what the Gemara was initially said. It's brought to say, Hasidim, how you showing sha'akas lefnei tefillah. The original pious ones would literally again contemplate, meditate for an hour before God. Whether an hour means an hour, whether it means 10 minutes. I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. What doesn't it mean? What doesn't it mean? They weren't late. Because if you're late for something, already by definition you're not involved. You're not involved. You're wherever you are, you catch up, you're this, that. If you want something to be meaningful, you want davening to be meaningful, you have to be early. Everything requires hachana. You want a young gift to be early, and you want a young gift ultimately to be meaningful, it requires hachana. So this Rothschild makes an amazing observation. Actually, last week's parasha, we're going to finish the block, don't worry. There's just so much good stuff here. The Rambam says an incredible halacha by the menorah. The Rambam says that hadlakas hamenorah, kindling the menorah, is pshuta bizar. Even if a non-Kohen does the hadlaka, ultimately again the hadlaka is kosher. But amazingly enough, the halakha is that the hakavas hameros, the preparation of the wicks and the oil, has to be done by a Kohen. It's done by Yisrael, it's hustle. You hear this? The hadlaka itself, if it's done by a Kohen, kosher. But the hakava, the preparation of the menorah, has to be done like that. What do you see from here? The power of hustle. The power of preparation. Preparation creates the result. Preparation creates kedusha. Whatever you roll into in life is never going to be all that good. That's why again, over here. Things just makes me so very that's like growing up. It's so incredibly important also. In the Doma, on Minchar, Erev Shabbos, back at JC, you sit down with a man, you got a little time with your family, and you got a little something to use. You go in as a man, a davening, a shir, what's the word? It's shir. The difference between coming 5 minutes late and 5 minutes early, it's all the difference in the world. Again, I'm settled, I'm there, I'm here. Again, obviously, all different stuff and different things we're all right. But for myself, the concept of hachana is everything. And the fundamental distinction between an akum and ultimately a yid, an akum 3 days, a yid 30 days. Because hachana makes or breaks. What you put into the preparation makes or breaks the effectiveness and the impact of any spiritual endeavor. Incredible. So in general, Tanakh is our agreements regarding everything in the Mishnah. So these are the activities you can't do in Egypt within 3 days before the Yom Tov. You have all this Zara, because for fear that you're going to enable or amplify the feeling of Hakar's gratitude that the Akum has towards his. Towards Zara, and we don't want that to happen. I mean, you could discuss it. He says you could collect payment. That's the one thing you could do. Tanakh says no, you can't even collect payment. Why? Because as much Rabbi Yehuda's logic is, no one likes paying a debt. Tanakh says, well, at the end of the day, as much as it is uncomfortable now, at the end of the day, listen, you don't love this, you have to pay back the debt. It's uncomfortable, it's hurt, there's a pension, it's short term, but there's a tremendous feeling of relief later on. Right when that debt is no longer there, you feel lighter, you feel better. There's a tremendous muscle in this as well. This lesson of who makes a akshav, sameach la'achazma. Even though something is distressing now, it'll cause you simcha later on. Is a tremendous metaphor for life. There are many things that we want to accomplish and many things we want to do in life. The problem is, they will result in some pleasant discomfort. So because of that, we often refrain. Because we don't want to be uncomfortable, we don't want to be in a difficult situation. So if something is going to cause me pleasant discomfort, often I'll shy away from it. The fact in life is that a person has to contemplate a little bit of pleasant discomfort for long-term sake. Sometimes those things that may cause me a little bit of discomfort right now will cause me such tremendous sympathy, such tremendous fear in the future. Don't shy away from life opportunities because they create present discomfort. If they have the ability to create long-term happiness. Deal with the present discomfort because you know at the end of the day you're setting yourself up for tremendous life sympathy. Incredible. And I'm also saying that's just the Mishnah. Just the Mishnah. Second Gemara, here we go. Rabbi Shmuel, okay, so let's say Machlokas Rabbi Shmuel. Now that's Machlokas, interestingly enough, the Machlokas is how to spell the word. So again, remember, we translate without really knowing exactly what the word means. We translate it based on Rashi, and it's again, Judean means their Yom Tov, their day of celebration. But what you have to see what exactly is the actual etymological root of the word Judean. So my focus, Rabbi Shmuel, one says Judean with an aleph, one says Judean with an ayin. So here we go. Man detani Judean lo mishtabish, and man detani Judean lo mishtabish. First white line. Here's the good news. Whichever spelling you like, you're good. You're good. At the end of the day, you want to get with an aleph, with an ayin, it's okay. So let's go say, so what's the etymological root? Here we go. First white line. Man detani Judean lo mishtabish, b'ksiv, ki karov yom yom. So what's the interesting enough? Pasuk over quoting from Zvar. Right, so what's this? So just tell me the pasuk in its entirety. The crush after those lamo. It's talking about those who worship idolatry. The day of their destruction is near. So therefore, again, the Gemara calls the Yom Tovim of Avodah Zarah Idean. So it's interesting. It means the Yom Tov. We're using it to mean Yom Tov, but it means really the days of their destruction. Because the more the Avodah Zarah celebrate and worship the Avodah Zarah, the more that creates their own personalistic undoing. Okay, so that's the hour. For man, the 20 Idean Mishnadish, the one who says Idean with an ayin also is not mistaken. What does it mean? It's Yitznu Idean Yitztafus. Also, we heard the pasuk from Yeshaya, which literally means let them bring their testimony and righteousize them. Just right, righteousize them. Right, I was going to say, what does that mean? So here, the Rabbi's giving this problem. So I say, listen, if you want to be in a Avodah Zarah, be in a Avodah Zarah. Just make sure that when you brought the trial before God, that your Avodah Zarah is going to come and stick up for you. Right? So again, both of them are used in the context of Avodah Zarah. So either Idean with an aleph, representing destruction, so the Yom Tov are called days of destruction, or ultimately Idean with an aleph, representing this idea that Avodah Zarah is called their witnesses, because whenever destruction takes place, as we're going to see, whether it is this day of divine judgment, we hope that the Avodah Zarah shows up and testifies on behalf of those who are worshipping it, which of course won't happen. So it's a metaphor, foreshadow about the embarrassment that all the Avodah Zarah are ultimately going to face. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: "Man between Idean, night time at a time Idean." So let's say, so why does the Aleph Chevra not agree with the Ayin Chevra? The Gemara says under the call, Chavra Adi. Because again, literally Chavra means like the different structure to curse. Because again, in general, whenever we refer to Avodah Zarah, we like to refer to it in disparaging terms. So therefore, we'd rather use Aleph because Aleph means destruction. Aleph means destruction. We only deal with an Aleph. My time alone Tani Pidayan. And the one who goes, why doesn't the Ayin Chevra side with the Aleph Chevra? Amulacha, Man Kagon Yehus Chevra, Egos Shekidu Atzmon. Hilchot Egos Adifa. Because don't say like this, we agree with the Idean with an aleph. But what ultimately causes the destruction? What causes just of the Avodah Zarah? Literally against their own self-incriminating testimony. The idea over here that the testimony of their actions, i.e. the greatest testimony is the way you live your life, right? The greatest testimony is the video of your life. That's my testimony. So ultimately for the Avodah Zarah, the Avodah Zarah itself is going to be the testimony that damages them, that deconstructs them. Therefore, they got to go with the eyes. So this is okay, so let's say so now the Gemara raises a problem. Now, we wouldn't know this problem for one simple reason. We don't know nothing. So because we don't know nothing, the first time most of us ever saw this possible Rishaya was about 30 seconds ago. Or so the Gemara doesn't know nothing. Right, so the Gemara says, for 1 second, the they should bring their witnesses and exonerate them. The Gemara says, that's not talking about Avodah Zarah. That's actually talking about Jews. That's talking about Jews. So let's say, get ready for this. Now, and by the way, not only that, it's actually a positive statement. What's the positive statement? Let's say, get ready for this. There is a lady. Kol mitzvos she'isa osa ba'olam hazeh. Just take this in. All mitzvahs that Klal Yisrael does in this world, ba'os iludos lahem li'olam haba. come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. Shene'emar yitnu ideim v'yitzdiku. Because what does the pasuk say? Literally, let them bring their witnesses and exonerate them, or justicize them, right? So who is that referring to? Eli Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to Klal Yisrael. So therefore, the Gemara says, here's the problem. The pasuk that you're quoting, that the Ayin Chevra is quoting, is actually not a pasuk that's about the condemnation of Obed Avodah. But in fact, it's about the exoneration, and ultimately, again, the solidifying of the secret status of Klal Yisrael. Because what does it mean at the end of the day? At the end of the day, you can be Yitzdiku, and you shouldn't read it. Every single mitzvah that you do in this world, ultimately again, comes before you in the world to come. Again, lots of love and maybe, I'm sorry. You just tell me all about it. Just say, we'll come back to that in just a second. Now it says, Yishmu is the young MS, and it says, they will hear, and they will say truth. In other words, there's two things happening over there. There's Klal Yisrael having their mitzvahs testify on their behalf, and then ultimately again, there's other people hearing and saying MS. Who are the other people hearing and saying MS? That ultimately again refers to the idolaters. So let's say, so you see what's happening here in Olam Haba? In Olam Haba, so again, the Jews, Baruch Hashem, are zochar, have all of their mitzvahs come before them and ultimately testify on their behalf. On the other hand, there's the Obed Avodah, recognizing the folly of their ways, recognizing again the theological emptiness of everything that they did. So what did the Obed Avodah do? They say, Yishmu v'yomu emes. They will hear and they will say, that's emes. That's emes. For our purposes, ultimately, what is it here? That they don't copy again the iron is halach l'maisa, again, talking about, I'm sorry, well, the pasuk of Midian is talking about Jews, not talking about non-Jews. What's going on here? It's talking about the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, Rafuna, the Rabbi Yeshua says, you're right. But when he says Idayan, he brings it from a different pasuk. What pasuk? Yitzrei kasar kulam praim, v'chamidayan abal yo'im, ve'idayam hema. He's bringing over the pasuk, once again from Yeshaya. That literally translated again, those who fashion idols. Kulam tahu, ultimately again, their entirety is emptiness, but chamidayan abal yo'im, that which they desire will never come to fruition. Ve'idayam hema. And ultimately, again, their witnesses, their very witnesses, are these very idols that they create. So that's where the iron, that's where the day and ultimately comes from. Mostly, just before we go back to some ridiculously overwhelming and amazing Gemara, I just want to spend a moment on this Rabbi Shimon lady. It's a very, very, very beautiful Gemara. That kol mitzvos she'yisrael osim ba'olam hazeh, any mitzvah we do in this world, ultimately, again, borrows from the Ibris Lahem Olam Haba. Come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. So there is a beautiful Marsha. The Marsha says like this. I just want to read you the first line of the Marsha. He says, Ha'inyan, get ready for this. It's very interesting. I don't know if the Marsha often has that lesson. So he says, the Indian is like the Mitzvah right? He will call nice to you. Adam Nivra Dava Ruchni Lefi HaMaisa. Every mitzvah we do, ultimately, says the Marsha, creates a Dava Ruchni. Creates a new spiritual reality. כמו שכסף, שעושה המצווה יסקוב לו בפעמיים ישנה לו, וכן להפך. ועושה העבירה, מה תסקוב על פעמיים ישנה לו, ולא שכוח וצד התרומה. So it's a similar again, when a person does not have I create a negative spiritual reality. You know, sometimes little children are taught that when you do a mitzvah, you create a good marriage. Right, you do it on Mira, you create a bad marriage, but sometimes it's kind of curious, that's very nice. I think the idea what that means, right, or where this role I pulled that out of, right, but when myself, it's true. It's true. When I do a mitzvah, I create a brand new spiritual energy in this world. when I do an Avera, I create negative spiritual energy in this world. I create realities through my mitzvot and Averos. And it is those realities, ultimately, they're not only shape my life in this world, but are also there to greet me after 120. They will say our actions matter, and our actions literally again create reality in this world and the next. So often, the reason why we commit Averos, but because of typus, not because of okay, we all have typus, right? But there's a lot of typus that I have that I don't act on. Right? So how is it that some typus I do act on, some typus I don't act on? I think there's a very simple matter. Because at the end of the day, I think that my actions don't really matter. I think I could do whatever I want to do. And again, I understand I'm going to have to do tshuva. I understand maybe there's malchus, or there's misa, there's kares. Okay, but lamaisa, it doesn't matter in the world. Like, it doesn't have an implication in the world. Maybe tshuva maybe says, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Every single thing I do in this world ultimately creates that brand new energy that did not exist before. And that energy shapes my life here in this world. And those energies, so to speak, those results are waiting for me in the world to come as well. So there's no such thing as an insignificant action. Everything you do, says the Mashal, look at this Russian again. To call the whole, my seed, the Adam, Livrat, Dabar, Rukni, the Fi Hamaisa. Every single thing that I do, I create a double rhythm. I create the spiritual energy. What is that? I don't know. Is that a malach? Is that something else? I have no idea. All I know is that my actions matter. My actions have results in this world and the next. And the rest of this should hopefully condition us to live life with a heightened sense of awareness. So that's what many understand. Finally, why is it? What is the first section in the Sirah Shishayim? The first section was Shishayim. First section, we learned it 4 times together, right? Zihirus. What's Zihirus? Alacrity. So we have to translate. Okay, fine. We'll do it a 5th time, right? So, it's like alacrity, awareness, right? Zihirus ultimately, again, no, Jesus comes afterwards. Zihirus is the first thing, right? And it's ultimately, again, right? Watchfulness, alacrity. Right? Ultimately, again, to live like whenever around Chal's marshal, his marshal is that like life is like walking on the side of a cliff. And if you close your eyes for a second, you fall off the side. So why do I have to be so watchful of life? It's because of your Shabbat. Because at the end of the day, my actions matter. So because my actions matter, I've got to be on guard. I've got to be plugged in. I have to be aware. Because otherwise I'm doing things that are going to create results. And those results may have intended or unintended consequences. Incredible. Kalitzo Shinsa Osim Ba'olam Hazeh, both and lead us from the Olam. We'll say, incredible. All right, here we go. Doris, so becoming about Papa. Get ready for this, because this is going to be the most incredible Gemara you've ever seen in your life. Or at least this morning. Send to Gemara. Ready for me about Papa? Beginners, one second. Just take a second, or just like you understand like what it is that we're doing, or what it is that we have discussed to do. It's like I hope these other could be your second. Right? So to be honest, like I'm not gonna ask how much Hazara besides Zevi was happening over the course of Shabbos. Right? Because sometimes like you get like into a lot with a sector and you're like, all right, I already don't know most of it, or whatever. This is a brand new sector. It's a brand new sector right here. It's a brand new sector, right? Sorry? Nice, right? It's a brand new sector. Just like make this yours. Make this yours. Make it that when someone asks you who your best friend in life is, you say Avodah Zarah. Now, it might sound a little bit strange at first, I will say, but just understand, like anything and everything you need to be successful in life is probably going to be continuing the next page, but certainly over the next pages. Like I will say, this is an overwhelming opportunity that we have in front of us. Let's go. So let's go. That's what we're talking about. Here we go. The Asad level, maybe I could have Shabbat. Save the Teko. Ultimately, again, because Baruch brings it, listen to his voice, and I also love it. And also, if you remember again from our civilization, Caleb days, the Asad level can mean a lot of different things. The Pashtus over here is talking about Messianic era. In the Messianic era, HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the Sefer Torah Umanicho B'Chekei over against his chest. V'omer, L'mi she'asek ba, Yavo v'yital scharo. Wow. The Rothschild stands the Sefer Torah by his chest, and he cries out and he says, whoever has engaged in this, Misha'asek ba, that's what I say, Iskos means be actively involved. Whoever learned this Torah, whoever lived this Torah, come and take your schar. Now, let's say it's interesting to note why is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? First, obviously, the whole thing is anthropomorphic, right? Obviously, the Shlomo doesn't have arms, the Shlomo doesn't have a chest, right? So the nice, but what does it mean? It's interesting. You would have thought that a chest is HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and then the Sefer Torah, and he goes ahead and he says, whoever learned this Torah, come and read your work. But what does it say? It says, he holds it against his chest because we know his brother simply does as follows. You know, both say who reaps the next benefit from the reward. There's two ways to learn Torah. You could learn Torah like this, or you could learn Torah like this. You could go ahead and learn Torah as an intellectual pursuit, and go ahead and absorb every different pieces of information and learn different things, but your relationship with Torah is always at an arm's length. Or you can allow the words of Torah to seep into your heart. You can allow Torah to fundamentally change you and uplift you. Do you learn Torah by holding it in your hands, or do you learn Torah by bringing it into your heart? Baruch Hu in the Messianic era doesn't hold the sacred Torah up like this. He holds the sacred Torah against his heart, against his chest, and he says, whoever learned Heartsick Torah, whoever learned Torah with the heart, like whoever inculcated himself, brought that Torah in, that's a person who reaps the maximum benefit of Torah. Don't learn Torah held up high. Learn Torah held close. Incredible. So it's what happens. Listen to this scene. Miyad this concept was one of the video. So I say, so what happens? All of the nations of the world go ahead and come now. What's that bigger bubia? What does bubia mean? They're all mixed up. Right? So the nations go on. So obviously what's happening over here, there's a panic. Right? There's a global panic. Why is there a global panic? Because at the end of the day, they recognize that they do not lead lives steeped in Torah. By the way, that is obligated to learn Torah. We'll get to exactly what this means. But the point is, all the nations of the world rush in to try to get before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls out and says, that's the nations of the world, not us. Don't come before me, Be'er Buvia. Don't come before me all mixed up. Allah, Tzikanis called Ummah B'Ummah on the base. This sofa. Rather, every nation with its scholars has to come on its own share. Now, in their own elements, the nations will gather on their own use monarchy, Shneamar, in their own. One monarchy will sit here, Yaakov and Esau. So we'll say, I just point out over here, first of all, Mazel Tov on finishing our first Amid. Right, if this was an Amid Yom Yishim, we would have finished earlier. Hashem says, now, incredible. What does this mean, by the way? Just this line. So the Gemara says, Cheshbon, who said, don't come before me, Bubia. Don't come before me, all Bubia again, all mixed up. I think that there's a tremendously so in this thing. I'll be constantly by your Bubia. There's lots of things I tell you. You cannot get close to me if you're all mixed up. Closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu requires Seder, requires order. You want a relationship with God? There has to be a Seder in your life. There has to be order in your life. That order means a schedule, as the PHS always speaks about, this idea of being a scheduled person, knowing how I'm spending my time, knowing how I'm spending my day. That Seder means, ultimately, again, I have goals, I have aspirations, I have a methodical way in which I live my life. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you're living there, if you're just all over the place all of the time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll constantly find out. I'm just telling you, you're not going to make it before. Because in order to go ahead and come before me, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says you have to be Seder. Those are the greatest value to this, right? On the holiest day of the year is Yom Kippur. So let's say if there's one thing that you can find on the Seder of Yom Kippur, it is, all right, on the hold of Yom Kippur, it is Seder. everything is hand choreographed, right? From where you go, from what you wear, from who's involved, from what's done. There is no time, there is no unstructured time in the Beis Hamikdash on Yom Kippur. Why? Because Kedusha requires structure. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires strict scheduling. And the more Kedusha you want, the more scheduled, worked out, and thought out you need to be. Because it'll say, if I'm in a Buvia Yid, right? Or as they say in Latin, Sifloidim, right? If I'm Sifloidim, I am, a lot of people go through life Sifloidim, and they accomplish some things, like episodically, but they don't really move the needle in their own personal accomplishment. If you're all over the place, pretty much you get nowhere. Which means if you're a Buvia, you can't come close to it. If you have Seder, if you have order, if you have schedule, if you have planning, then ultimately you come up for a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Incredible. I guess it's the same word. On the days when we hear a Buvia coming at Kodesh Baruch Hu, is there a Buvia chance to sound strange? Is there like a Buvia before a Kodesh Baruch Hu? Like the emotion wants to be concerned about a Buvia? Because you want to say, Ella, you want to say, of course not. Or this is not a problem for Hashem. But rather again, it's a problem for the nations. This is very interesting. Ella, the Rishma ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Hashem is doing for the benefit of the nations of the world. Rashi points out that there's something amazing. Rashi says if all the nations are mixed together, because we're going to see what's going to end up happening is each nation lead its peace before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ultimately, the Rebbe was concerned that if everybody is mixed up, people are going to get their claims mixed up as well. Right? They're not going to be able to properly forge their national defenses. So therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says each nation should come on its own. Rashi says, the Lord Avenu Enu. The day will behind you be a Rubia. About the don't behind you be a in the Babali, and something kind of saying. But who's probably a Rubia doesn't matter. Right? But the nice thing for the nations of the world, right? The nations, it's good for the peace conversations so that they can organize their defense together and not get mixed up on what the other nations are saying. All right, let's get ready for this. Who comes in first? Miyad. Now, what's it? This is for judgment during the Messianic era. The Prophet was held to Sefer Torah by his chest. Says, whoever has come and observed what is written in here, go ahead and come and collect your reward. The nations will realize, oh, we're in trouble. They come to lobby their case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who comes in first? Rome comes in first. Rome comes in first. My time, because Rome is important. Rome is important. So the Gemara says, fine, the Gemara says, my time should be Chashiva. How do you know that Rome is important? They said, the Pasuk says, by Daniel, that when referring to Rome, they consumed the entire land, they plowed it, and they destroyed it. This is Rabbi Yochanan, who says that again, this refers to Rome, literally again, the wicked Rome, or the liable Rome, who's Tiva, who's literally again, their impact has spread upon the entire world. And I will say that is true this very day, right? That's true to this very day. Their impact has spread to the entire world. And we no longer demand the Chashiv Adoration. So in general, how do we know that he who is Chashiv goes first? He was so again, so now here's what we got, right? Rome is coming in for judgment in the Messianic era. And I will say, by the way, it's Rome, and it's all of its derivatives. It's all of its derivatives. Like, for example, the Gemara says in the Sefer Megillah, there are many nations that were derivative of Rome. Germania, right? The Gemara Sefer Megillah says, which I guess perhaps is translated in Germany, right? Germania is a derivative of Rome. So when it's Rome coming before judgment for us, not the Messianic era, it's Rome, it's the empire of Roman derivatives. So the Gemara says. Now, by the way, so now we're saying Rome is the most important, therefore Rome comes in first for judgment. So the Gemara says, by the way, how do you know that the more important, that the more Chashiv entity goes first? The Gemara says, listen to this. Melech v'tzibor, Melech nichnas, so this is very interesting. If the Sanhedrin has to adjudicate two cases, right? The king and the tzibor, ultimately, again, the king goes in first for judgment. Right now, let's say that, by the way, although it sounds like Sanhedrin over here, it's not really Sanhedrin, right? Because remember, we saw, by the way, we saw this in Shulas also, that a king is usually, again, not judged by the court. But again, just for the metaphor. So ultimately, again, if the king is ready for judgment, and ultimately, again, the Tzibur is ready for judgment, the king goes in first. That's why it actually points out, okay, so the king goes in first for judgment. Umishpat Amo Yisrael. So also this is very interesting. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Malachim, and the pasuk says, "Lasos Mishpat Ado Umishpat Amo." Hashem performs the judgment of his servant and the judgment of his nation. Servant meaning the king and then his nation. What do we see from here? The king is judged first and then the nation. Saying the Gemara, it's time of night, and they say, so what is that? So again, now we've shown from the pasuk that halacha l'maaseh again, the king is judged before the nation, which again, for our purposes means the more kosher person is judged first. But ultimately, why is the king judged before the nation? So the Gemara says, the time of night, so one possibility is, if you could not in the waiting room, so it's not appropriate to have the king in the waiting room. Right, so therefore, again, because it's not proper to make the king wait, therefore, or literally again, it means it's not appropriate, it's not normative behavior to keep the king on the outside. Therefore, we take the king's case first, adjudicate him, and then adjudicate the nation. The other possibility is that we want the king judged first. Why? Because if the nation is judged first, again, this is all by a Kaddish Baruch. The nation is judged first, and the bonus of Olam's wrath may be kindled over the nation, and therefore may come down harder on the king. Therefore, again, in order that the king kind of gets a little bit of a lighter side, so to speak, of the bonus Midas Hadin, we let him go first in judgment. Now, if you look at Rashi, the way for Shkarin Afshar, Kaddish Baruch will make his shade Sibor, Shemachas V'Shalom Yisra Min HaMelech Kol Sechel U'Midnei. Okay? So let's say, so two reasons as to why you let the king go first. Either because, again, it's not appropriate to keep the king waiting on the outside. The second possibility is you don't want the king to have to deal with divine judgment in the aftermath of his wrath with Klal Yisrael. He's provoked with Klal Yisrael. I don't see that. But simple, let's say, so therefore, what is just to follow what we have over here? Right? So Messianic era, he's first judging the nations of the world. Right? The nations lined up to Erubia. There's not this Febra, separate out into nations. Who comes first? Rome. Why does Rome come first? Because they're most cautious. Who cares? Because that key who is important always goes first. Where do you see that? Melech the Tzibur, Melech goes first for adjudication. Okay, I'll just tell you this line. Lav Orech Hara, L'Mesev Malka Me'avrai. Such a beautiful line. I'll say. It is not normal that the king should be on the outside. Yeah, let's say, such a beautiful Yisod for our own relationship with HaKadosh Baruch. Sometimes, either knowingly or unknowingly, we keep HaKadosh Baruch at a distance. Whatever it is, we have commitment issues, we have fear, maybe we're not confident enough that HaKadosh Baruch is going to love us, going to accept us for who and what we are. So we create a little bit of an arm's length relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. The Gemara says, don't do it. Lav Orech Hara. Don't, it's not nice to keep the king, to keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu into your life. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu into your soul. He's in there anyway. Right? He knows what's going on anyway. He knows what I'm doing, whether I choose to have a relationship with him or not. Don't keep him at arm's length. Sometimes, again, we're so afraid because of our own inconsistencies and because of our own averos, which we all have. We all have inconsistencies, we all have inherent contradictions, we all commit averos. And we think that because of those things, I'm not fit for a close and meaningful relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is simply not true. At the end of the day, all the king wants is to let him in. All he wants is to let him in. All he wants is not a seat at the table. All he wants is to pull up a chair next to him in the heart. Don't keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let him in. It's the same Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes the Sefer Torah and he brings it to his heart. This is what I want. Don't keep my Torah out here. Bring it inside the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Don't keep me on the outside either. Bring me in. Incredible. All right, so what happens? Here we go. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Maya Saktim. Shem says to Rome, Fevra. Rome, Fevra. Tell me, what did you spend your life with here in this world? I'm going to tell you one show. Good, I want to tell you. We're very proud of what we've done. How they showed the technique. We established marketplaces, having their Chatzar Casino, chat houses, having Kesef, Bizarre, all we proliferated wealth in this world. The Kulam, get ready for this one. The Kulam, no Asinu, Ella, Bishvil, Yisrael. Yidishis, Atsubakola. And God, you know why we did it? I want to tell you, not to brag, but we did it for the chosen people. We did it for Klal Yisrael. Right? Everything with Klal Yisrael. Why? Because we figured that if we make the Gashmius easier, Klal Yisrael will have an easier time learning Torah. So we built these beautiful marketplaces and bathhouses and created wealth, and so wealth was accessible. All this stuff, so Klal Yisrael shouldn't have to worry about the Gashmius. This way, again, Baruch Hashem, they can focus on the Ruchnius. I'm not finished talking. Shotin Sheba'ol. Rothschild says, I can deal with a lot of stuff. What I can't deal is with lies. Don't lie to God. You want to sin? Big is a day. I mean, not exactly. But you want to say, right? You want to sin? Go ahead. Right? You're all going to sin anyway. Right? Don't be dishonest. For the one simple reason, HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees through it even before you finish the sentence. So here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Rome, and most of these things are skill. Right? This is what says, so you fools. Gemara says, Shoda Sheba Olam. Kamash Asisim Mitzvah Atzmechem Asisim. That is not true. Whatever you did, he did for you. Takanta Mishokim. You know why you set up marketplaces? Rothschild and Zonos. So you wanted to create a place for the harlots. Right? You wanted to create a place of prostitution. That's how this is materialistic people. Yes, you think you created wealth? Shalihu, I created wealth. So ultimately, gives it to Rome. Gives it to Rome. So how dare you? Let's say, what's Rome have done? What should they have done? What should they have done? Just own it. We messed up. We messed up bad. We messed up bad. We messed up really, really bad. But instead, it was incredible. They doubled down on their issues. Not only they doubled down, the chutzpah to say that what they did for us. What they did for us. How much Jewish blood Rome and its descendants have on their hands. How much persecution Rome and their descendants have on their hands. And the chutzpah to stand before the Ribono Shel Olam and the Moshe Mashiach and say, everything we did for Klal Yisrael. The Roth is a website. You want to tell me that stuff we could work together. But you want to lie to me? You want to lie to me and say that what you did for the Jewish people? Sorry, nothing doing. You, the Lord says, Kol Mishpachah Magid Zos. Is there anyone amongst you, ultimately again, Magid Zos, who could go ahead and has gotten involved in Zos and Mishpach Shneimar? What's Zos? Zos is Torah. So the Bible asks Rome, is there anyone in your nation who has learned Torah? Now, that's what God's going to ask. I understand. Rome doesn't have an obligation for Torah. That's what we're going to ask. That's tomorrow's stuff. Zos HaTorah Shesam Moshe. Miyad, that's what happens. Rome leaves dejected. Right? Why? Why is Rome leave dejected? And rightfully so. Because they have been indicted in a divine messianic judgment. Right? They've been found guilty in divine messianic judgment. Incredible. Who's next? Yatzamach was one here like this. Benichnas Malchus Paras.
And was like trying to investigate this random ass open mic.
So who's number two? Who's number two? Get ready for this. Persia. Persia comes in number two after Rome. Get ready for this. It's nighttime, huh? Now, why is Persia number two? Kashiva Basra. Because after Rome, Persia was the second most influential empire. You know, on this day, this is the prophecy of Daniel. So in Daniel's prophecy, again, it says, and afterwards there was a second animal, and this second animal in Daniel's vision, right? The first one resembled the one which wasn't Rome. The second one resembled the bear. Who's the bear? The cunning of Yosef, Elab Harasim. This refers to the Persians. Right? What's unique about the Persians? Open the Shosim to go. they drink and they eat. So like bears, which means they eat and drink a lot. And they're covered with hair, hairy people, like the bear. They're big people. They're big people, literally covered with flesh, like the bear. And the God can say I could go. And ultimately, again, they're covered with hair, like a bear. The Abraham and you got to go. And ultimately, again, like the bear, which is a generally restless animal, right? Because it hibernates. Well, it's not hibernating, it's generally restless. So ultimately, they're restless like the bear as well. Okay, now Persians in for judgment. I don't know. Yeah, I'm like, well, the last time, the prophet just tell me, what did you do? I said, I can't point out, here's the practice. You say to yourself, why is the prophet asking the question? Hashem knows exactly what they've done. It's no different than when a prophet confronts Cain, and he says to Cain, right, hey, where's Hevel? Right, and he asks other nation, what have you been up to? The prophet knows everything. But when we messed up in life, he gives us the opportunity to own it and to do tshuva. The problem is 9 out of 10 times we just double down. So I'm saying to Persia law, Shaker law. Tell me, what have you done to? Like, what have you done? Persia, I'll tell you. We made bridges, have a crop and kabash, we conquered cities, have we made many wars. Yes, you have. And Persia says, I just want you to know, everything that we have done, we only did for Klal Yisrael. All these things, all the conquering and all of the bridges and everything we did was to enhance our financial holdings and material holdings. This way, again, more gashmius was available to Klal Yisrael, and therefore they can learn Torah, and again, in a more comfortable way. Incredible. Stop it. That is not true. You know anything and everything you've done, you've only done ultimately again in a self-serving way. You know why you built bridges? So you could collect tolls. Right? Krochim, you conquered cities. Lasses, Angaria. You conquered cities in order to create vassal cities. Right? So again, actually points out here, Angaria, you tell us how Yoshe Krochim, Lasses, Mukamos, Velito, Vandamaldasa. You conquered cities in order to go and create vassal cities. So you could seize people for the army, seize animals for the tax for the king. That's why you did it. You know, wars, you think you created victory in war? This is as well what tells the Romans. Do you think you created wealth? Leah said, but Leah said, money belongs to me. He says to Persia, you think you're in charge? Do you understand the profundity of these words? You think Persia, Iran, you think Persia, you make the wars? You think you're the one who does the wars? Man doesn't choreograph wars. I choreograph wars. Hashem is Milchama. The Spartan is the man of war. You think Persia, you think you're in charge of where the missiles go? You think you're in charge of what happens? The Spartan says, I am the Ishmael. I am the Ishmael. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, is there anyone amongst you? Now, again, the Spartan asks Persia, he says, is there anyone amongst you who learned Torah? Now, again, almost like, the question is still strange, because why should Persia have anyone amongst them who's learning? We'll have to see what that means. Now, obviously, there's no one in their midst who learned Torah. Therefore, Persia goes out dejected. So Rome's done, Persia's done, all dejected. If he asked the Persia's mouth was part of the mouth was Roman, well, behind it, night time, so then when I say interesting question, Persia, after you saw what happened to Rome, you're we're going to pass on this. You know what? Thank you, God. You know, it's not really worth it. Why did Persia choose to go through? And by the way, not only that, but they advanced the same type of arguments. Right? They saw what happened to Rome. They heard how the argument fell flat, yet they went in for judgment and pretty much advanced the same argument. So this is a good time. Persia said, look, here's the big difference us and Rome. Rome destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. We didn't. Right? We built it. And we're being rebuilt it. I will say so again, because remember, Esther's son, Koresh, right? Esther's son with Ahasuerus, was Persia, some other Persian Median Empire, they did rebuild the second time. So Persia felt like, look, at the end of the day, we did do something for the Jewish people. We helped to rebuild the second base, so they thought that would help them in their incredible. Gemara says, so ultimately, and this is the scene that repeats itself with every single nation. So nation after nation comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rothschild says, what did you do? They advanced their accomplishments, they claimed everything they did for Klal Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, not true, what you've done is self-serving. So all the other nations saw that it didn't work for Rome and for Persia, why do these other nations keep coming in for divine judgment? So the other nations say like this, listen, Rome and Persia were the primary persecutors of Klal Yisrael. So therefore, again, I get it, right? I thought we're not going to find any type of exoneration for them. But a lot of other nations in the world didn't per se participate in the active persecution of Klal Yisrael. So they were hoping to find some type of positive judgment. So once they get ready for this, my shna, I'm going to end with this line. Well, not really. But my shna, Hani de Hashidi, or my shna, Lo Hashidi. But also, so what is it that makes Rome and Persia so important more than the other nations of the world? What is it that makes them more important? So they want to get rid of this. Mishum, Hana, the Hana, Mashki ben Malchus, Adda Asim Mashiach. Why am I saying? Because Rome and Persia, like those empires, will last all the way until the Messianic era. So I say, now again, obviously, what it also means is in the form of influence, right? Obviously, the empires are not constituted as they once were, but at the end of the day, the influence of these empires will be felt until the Messianic era. In other words, many other nations come and go, and their influence is gone. So what's unique about Rome and Persia is that their influence in the world is felt up until the Messianic era. So I just want to point out just to understand what this means. Right? So Persia, which again, it is Iran Meshadra. Right? So when I say again, their influence is felt in the world until Mashiach, which means that if we see their influence being diminished, and if we see their influence being compromised, and we see their ability to threaten not only Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, but the entire world being diminished day after day. You know what that tells us? That the most Mashiach is closer than ever. Because the Gemara says, Persia, Paras will be here up until you Mashiach. And if we are literally living in days where day after day, strike after strike, Am Yisrael is diminishing the influence of Paras actively. So it means that Mashiach is not right around the corner, but it probably means Mashiach is right at the front door. It's not me, it's Avodah days on the days. 1 week into this new stage of the war, exactly a little bit more than 1 week, but last Thursday night, and the Gemara is telling us great things are about to happen. Incredible things are about to happen. Paras will be here until Mashiach comes, but as you begin to see their influence being diminished, just know that great things are waiting for Klal Yisrael, great things are waiting for the world. That was very soon that day where HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds that Sefer Torah not in his hands but by his heart and says, whoever throughout the ages toiled in a labor of love to uphold, to learn, and to live this beautiful scroll, come and receive the reward. That reward for our people, that reward for our nation, that reward for all of humanity, and that's Hashem, is coming very soon. I want to say, Shkoyach, and that is absolutely amazing. Incredible. All right, Chavra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoyach. Chavra Yisrael. And Shabbos is to be Shabbos and Eretz Hashem of safety, of security, of the soul, of all the Klal Yisrael and our life. We should see the downfall of Paras in the name of the Emperor.
Fuck you, dude. Hey, take a step back, dude. We got Darius Garland, dude. Who the fuck is that, dude? Now you're just making him look Darius Garland. Alright, somebody knows who that is. He made it in Howard. This is like Oh, I saw someone asking first online station love the word pressure in Trevor Sunday's football game. They threw a hammer at my TV. That's funny. And then you just use that word in this interview, one of the biggest jokes on the planet. And she said, this is the guy that came up with the joke. Right? Trying to use crushing power.
Yeah, I got sucks.
Fuck that.
I can't believe you had him on. That really surprised me. Bro, you know, you gotta like, you fucking really interesting. It's a fucking
That's, yeah, I can't, you know what? I never watched it too. I don't want to give it up. At the end of the day, you have more drink. And I had a feeling, I wanted to do this where I look at the transcript of pickle jar or something like that. Yeah. And did he eat it? I don't know. I just told my son, no. I didn't say he did. I just was making fun of him. I didn't really watch. I watched the podcast thing on it, sort of, but I would also like I watched podcast. I barely take it a second. You're taking 5 minutes. Yeah, but you know, I'm doing 5 things. That's not my mind. Great. But yeah, I mean, that guy's pathetic. Not a chance. I'm never going to sit through that podcast.
He's annoying. He's like, thinks he's really smart. He doesn't.
I swear to God, YouTube is more like search for that's the first mention.
It seemed like a good thing to think change people all the time.
There's been 2 weeks of Oklahoma. I'll see pressures every night for X-ray. I'd rather spend 2 years in jail. 7 nights in a row. Christ. Look, I was pumped when you said kiss sucks and more fun when you talked about how overrated the country was. Gonna get your opinion on YouTube being considered overrated or well, is your load on this?
I like YouTube too. I hate it. I like YouTube too. YouTube was
You literally want people to get fucking like it. I didn't say your wife. I'm sorry.
You said people.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to say your wife. That's
But
listen, you're a guy. That's fine. I accept you. YouTube rules. YouTube is for live. It is for live.
it's for facts that like
I like how you maybe are more aware than I thought. YouTube is for guys. That's what you said. You're a nut. You said like you don't like it in your cook because you know that people that like it are cooks.
what does cook sound like? That.
No, cook sound like that's what it sounds like.
Oh, you're a cook. It's so funny to say cook because that's what British John's saying. He doesn't agree. It doesn't have to do with anything. Mark Burns, I like it. I understand. What do incel cooks do? Just watch each other jerk off. That kind of brings me to the robot thing.
I still sometimes think this.
You don't want to go there. You weren't ready for it. Sometimes I don't want to go where you go. Vice versa. You weren't ready for the robot thing.
I think the world's ready for it.
Get in, loser. We're going to watch robots.
I wanted to ask you a question now about something that I talked about yesterday, and I was going to text you, I was going to call you, and I didn't see that you said to call you, and then 2 minutes later, it's okay. But listen, I want to get your thoughts on this. We waited until now.
Yeah, I think this is the last.
Okay.
Just because John says so.
You're finding, yeah, not a great intersegment here, but I wish that was very important for fucking there. I think it is very important for how we speak as people, as Hawks. Yeah, this guy is still a case. So he is an ex-CIA kind of guy. He does this show like 2 or 3 times a week, and it's him basically talking about world events, politics, his perspective as a CIA operative.
He was thrown in jail by he's actually asking them for a pardon from Trump because it was one of those Edward Snowden that's what he's naming his friends and son. He didn't like the torture program, and I think it has nothing to do with the torture. And he got thrown in jail and then spent a long time spent when he came out in one yeah. So, but here's where I don't. I like him, he's great, but I'm going to play it, and then I'm going to ask you to watch it answer correctly.
And these are the same people that say, we understand why law enforcement.
Let's talk about ICE.
ICE is law enforcement. You just wanted to hang law enforcement on January 6th, and now you're all about law enforcement. So people pick a side for heaven's sake and stick with it. Regarding the FBI taking over this investigation, this is wrong, and I need a capital letters, and I'll tell you what.
Taking over the Minnesota investigation. Let's take our right to the politics. So he just said the wrong thing. Did you find that to be okay.
This is wrong.
Would you like if like you came over and you're like, are you bad? Wrong. If I hit you with the wrong. Yeah, no, I guess now that you say it like that, I don't think it would be good for an argument because even if you know for a fact that you're right, if you're talking with somebody, you don't want to say wrong 3 times, so that makes it sound like you think they're an idiot. So yeah, I would. I might do it by accident, but if I got coached by Gerardo, I might make the right call. It's I don't like it, dude. It's like so annoying
Over this investigation. This is wrong. I don't want to teach you wrong, and I need a capital letter.
I just don't like the they're going up. They're funnier than we are. I just don't think. I'm starting to think that it's right that the FBI is taking over now. Whatever, I don't even know what he's talking about. I just think he's saying that the FBI is taking over the investigation. That is wrong. Like, why can't you just use your words so well? Like, this thing that I believe is right. So you hit me with the wrong. I'm hearing in my ear, like you're inside of me. And you're going, wrong. I just think it's like, dude, that to me is like, you know, it's highbrow, lowbrow. That's lowbrow. Sure. I mean, Devil's assistant, FBI, maybe they are the ones that put him in jail. Oh, there's like remembering having not having a toothbrush, the same food every day, staring at the other guy takes a shit from him and all that. And now he has the chest to be done. And he's like, the FBI, they did a lot to me. They did a lot. It was wrong. If you went to prison, you might say wrong a lot. 3 times might be too little. Prison sucks. I assume. This guy, I don't imagine he didn't put it on. I'd make a shit. This is wrong. This guy would be doing a lot. Like, what's wrong? That's right, yeah. What'd you say, John? I want the shirt I wore yesterday, John. Why is my laundry not done? Do I have to do something? You doing laundry? Wrong. Hey, I want to say wrong. I have my laundry ready tomorrow. You'll see wrong. You'll see wrong, John. Oh, man, so you're on my side.
Over this investigation. This is wrong. And I need a capital letters. Now,
He's told to be saying something that the teeth are small. Oh, that's great. Well, the threats that I would funny how God works. John's like, he didn't give me his commissary money. I'm like, that's funny how God works. Oh man, you guys are coming with words. Yeah, I mean, it bugged me. I was digging into it. I was showing people my history from his channel. Like, you know, you red line before. I was watching videos pretty consistently when I saw this, and I honestly got turned off. Yeah, I don't like when people talk to me. I get it. I didn't get it at first because I'm a cock, so I probably agree with what you're saying. No. I agree with what I'm saying on the live cut. I probably agree with what this guy says. But that wrong. It's like, yeah, that's not really ignorant. You gotta, say your point and say your point. Like, this is what I think. But if you're really one question, you have a good. I also agree with whatever you're saying. This is just information. I think he's kind of like apolitical about his presentation and stuff. He says Trump support. He says, yeah, that makes sense. But he's also commenting on my situation in a negative way. Yeah, like I kind of just, I would shit on that. Shout out to you, probably like 16. Holy shit on rolling. I think it'll be great if they got the fucking voice to say how would he say it? We need somebody to give $200. Say wrong.
Either way,
This is wrong, and
we survive as long as
I am excited.
as long as we obviously accept the Therefore, then the
Yeah,
people
it's
are
fine.
over and see
I think so. I am
sorry, but the heaven and earth can testify
Alright, we'll see you next week.
because they're also not there. Why they was they also
We're
also
going
have
to
to
be
see
ending here, so have a great rest of your evening.
Tons of us
We'll
survive
talk to
in
you
what?
next.
When they don't
Maybe
survive.
Mexican in the thong.
I'm going to follow you. You can get both the
Alrighty. Later on, y'all. There, guys.
I'm busting this. I got it, busting this. Telling you, Shine, I'm busting it. It's fine. You know what? Let's have members from amongst the nations of the world who will come and give testimony. Yabo Nimrod, you know it's our drum. So I'll have all this go coming. Let Nimrod also come along and testify by that drum. But I'm going to do not go ahead and worship on this. Remember again, Nimrod was one of the few Abmadim which was buying birds. And one of the few stood out down to the island. Yabo Lover, you know, Yaakov, so that's what I'm addressing. Let Lover come along. So that's why Yaakov Avinu will never see. If you want to have this new God, you must have to the record. You have a miracle that makes it like Lover flat on the afternoon. How about we just crucified? We saw it in Yosef from Nefshat al-Adura. That's why the crucified come along and say that what? But they say you have to come to his house and they say you have to do morality. No about the book like that side. You got to get the line in the side of life. So he's not going to say it. But the Nefshat al-Adura say that the side of Gaia, that you do not go ahead and die down to the island. No about Gaia, you know if you can make your people as a Cuba. Let Gaia come along and testify that ultimately that you never stop
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. The Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing, You Stupid. That's what I want right there, dude. The energy, like, I don't know why your energy goes, welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Yeah, you're right. I fucked up. Like, ouch. But then when I start laughing, you get angry. I like that. I would just start laughing at you. I wasn't really angry. I just wanted to be, live. I wanted to give the audience something, right? I want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV. Not on TV, but on YouTube. But anyways, on the Patreon, they get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. And I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know the podcast do this, so I'm sorry, but I think this is funny. We had a buzzing in one of the, it was Gerardo's microphone. That's not a dead, like, that's not saying anything bad about him, okay? It just happened to be his microphone. It's not his fault. It's a team's fault. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, do you know why the buzzing is? After we solved it, after Gerardo solved it. After I motivated Gerardo to solve it. And he goes, you know why that happens? I go, no. He said, what it means is that an electrical cable is on top of a microphone cable. That's not what I said, but keep on. Is it how he said it? A microphone is on top of an electrical cable. Or vice versa. Does it matter? What did you say after I said that? I want to get to this. But does which one is on top of the other? Does that matter?
I think it does because, the power grid is kind of on the floor. The microphone controller is on top of your more,
The power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid?
yeah, like the grid of power, basically. All the power cables that go here, there, over there.
That's a grid.
A grid is like a line of cables.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, wait, I'm making this up, though. I'm not, you don't even know if that's what a grid is.
Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets
I got you swapped. Yeah, that's right. You walked into Cooney's corner.
I was kidding. What did you say?
Yeah, well, I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know what's right. And I have enough, humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't care. I think it's funnier if it's wrong. Okay. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said I don't even know the difference between those two kinds of cables. I mean, another electrical cable, that just probably means when you plug in for power and the mic cable might fit. So I didn't know. I just was instantly laziness. My wife, she calls it weaponizing competence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, oh, I didn't know that. Actually, wait, no, I do that difference. The electric cable, let's start the show. We'll talk about it. And she gets mad at me because, I'm not really, trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be tweeting.
Oh, man, I want to wait till later. Let's get into this.
Yeah, but how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. Yeah, I would prefer if everyone spoke fucking Spanish. Oh, yeah. Weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence.
Oh, I can explain it to you.
Yeah, if I'm going to be incompetent when you do it, it's like weaponize my feelings towards you.
It's when you put, there's a wide solid word, but weaponizing competence is just being competence means you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon, right? So I'm like, kind of, as a way of like not doing things, I'm using it as a, I don't know how to do it to get out of it.
I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know about weaponizing competence. I was being incompetent. And that, but all that saying, though, all that being said, though, is that I didn't want to get into the storytelling podcast. I just told people to start listening to the podcast that I see all the time, and they're like, send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're going to check it out on their big screen. They were saying, like, and this is the first time they see me upset and pissed off.
Well, that's an accurate depiction. That's not true. They're like, oh, it's just like we just saw him the other day. He's the same on the She's in Real Life. That's great. That's what people like. You should start yelling at them. They'll be like, it's just like on the show. I don't even have to pretend. I'm just this stupid person.
I was peeing in an out bathroom. Okay,
And now you want to learn.
Granted, this is going to be like memento because it goes back in time, but like, I have like a delay of emotions on how I feel about something. I won't know it until tomorrow. Like, wait a minute, I didn't kind of thing. I don't know why I'm mad because my parents gave me a whole new guys and me in the shower when I wouldn't use it, stuff like this, right? So, what's it called? I was peeing in a bathroom, and I was like, dude, I got so pissed about a conversation I had yesterday. Oh, shit, okay, yeah. Because, talking about white people doing this whole thing about fucking minorities and shit like that. And then they're like creating their own ecosystem of language to like define what our experiences are so that they feel better, but it's still kind of like white power. Anyways, I was peeing at him and I'm thinking about this. Okay, yeah.
But you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. I can't talk about it. What's an example of that conversation?
Microaggressions, shit like this.
Oh, but I Is that white? Oh, no. Yeah, I guess I know it's white. Okay, his lady was white. And she used the phrase one microaggressions. Were you being awful in that? Remember the lake? This happened somehow right around on Monday. Weaponizing it again. It's a good issue. Sorry, go ahead. I really just want to make fun of it. I didn't even try. No, I know. I'm making fun of white people, so it's okay. Microaggressions suck ass. I have always hated them. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's white people that made it. But then I watched Jeff die today, dude. And he's talking about, like, suck it up, and this and that. And that's me. When it comes to terms like microaggressions, I'm like, suck it up. And I start feeling like Jeff died, dude. I feel like shit because of white people, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's confusing. Like, you know, fuck white people is what I'm saying. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's like, dog, everything sucks. Everyone sucks. Nothing's real anymore. All we're doing is talking to each other and putting people down for whatever fucking reason. Anyways, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I mean, it is a troubling time, right? It's definitely like, I saw somebody over the weekend and they asked me how I was doing. And my standard thing is like, great, even though it could be, I could be on the edge. I could literally be, you know, about to jump or whatever. And, pretty good. But maybe I said I kept that thing late because she leaned in and she was like, it's not really that great right now, so we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this. Right? I'm saying great. Federal agents are mass shooting people in the street. There's all sorts of crazy shit. Wherever you stand on that, I think it's bad. It is like trying time. The economy's right, you know. So I can see why everyone is stressed out. But it's also there's Diet Coke. Dude, we're drinking Diet Cokes. We're watching Brendan John. Dude, everything's fine. Shots of people hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I like express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did. And I was in the room. And I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing that happened. Yeah, then asking from my point of view. And I was just in the corner, like a cop watching them fuck each other. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, no, I'm agreeing with both sides. Right? It's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it. Why do I have to now have like a strong opinion about it? And then I was working back so hard, dude, because every time they would go to me to be like, because my progression is this, because that, because this, that, and like, you know, you're Mexican, this kind of stuff, right? And me as a white person, this and that, like, I'm like, bro, this is, I do not want to be here. Yeah. The microaggression, you know what's funny to me about that is, the microaggression thing. So, on the one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, the microaggression thing, right? So, you go, white people made this microaggression thing in your mind. Not saying you're wrong or that maybe did. And you're like, it's annoying, right? Because like you said, making you now, making these terms up to define your race of people, right? But at the same time, so you get mad. But then you watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff die because he's a total idiot. And he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because he's like, microaggressions, look at whatever you think, you suck it up, man. And you start feeling like, wait a minute, you know, and I can see how that would make it's like in ancient medieval times when they would do that fucking, they do two different fronts, and then they engulf the enemy, and then they just start killing them all. I mean, like, it's like I can't go anywhere. I feel like I feel trapped at times. And it's not because I'm Mexican. I just feel trapped, like I can't fucking express myself freely, like in any way. Aside from race, it's just, I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say, and honestly, everyone agrees. But no, just the white person yesterday that I thought was like, I fucking hate you. I didn't say this out loud, but in my mind, I'm like, I cannot stand you, you suck ass. You're like when you come into cardio right now to me, you know. Do you feel like you can't say stuff because of that? I'd rather not, because I don't want to have an argument or I don't want to go on this tirade about something. And then also, I was telling somebody this the other day about mom sometimes, because I like bombing. Like, if I go to on stage. And if I'm bombing, I'm gonna go for a walk and do stuff I shouldn't do on stage, like talk to the audience, shit like this. You see me do terrible. Sure. Yeah. And so like I do that shit in real life too, where it's like if this is going downhill, like let's go all the way down. I'm saying that if people, you know what I mean? I'm saying like the worst things of all time to them, and then I gotta live with that moment whenever they're around my work. You know?
That's kind of funny that you be in a conversation with somebody that you're like getting angry with them, but you don't want to say anything because you know that if you disagree with them at all, you're going to turn it up to like the last, like the top notch, and you'll never be able to speak to them again. So you'd rather just be like, hey man, yeah, sure, sounds right. That's about right. Because the vice versa, that would be like, and fuck you, and well,
And not so much that. Yes, whenever I work with somebody that I'm done working with them, I know this route. But I'm just saying, like, you sound, that's my sort of vernacular of like, let's have a laugh about this very intense, real thing you're making it sound to be when it's not that. You know what I mean?
do you think if you're able to say that, you would be less angry?
No, because then it becomes you know what that word does to fucking. I was so sorry. Like, you know, this conversation turns into something else, and it's just like I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language as this person that's in this different world, dude. Like this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of. I don't feel a part of. Anyways, I wanted to wait to the end of the podcast to do this. I don't want to start crying.
Damn. So,
And then I was peeing at In and Out, and I was probably done peeing, still thinking of this shit. You're just like standing at the fucking urinal, like I don't know why it hit me randomly after that.
I don't know if I get delayed. I think what I like right after is when I think of that. I like when I'm thinking about things that make me mad, or I'm just intensely thinking I go the wrong way, or I forget to go off on the exit. So I'm just going. I start going to like other people, like other houses I've lived in LA, or like where my wife used to live, and I'm like, oh damn it, what the? I'm going to fucking what the fuck, and then I forget. I'm so mad at myself for like going the wrong way that I end up driving back home, and then I forgot about it.
Oh,
I'll take a break. And for me, it's direct. As long as I can go the wrong way directionally, I'll probably forget.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, it's like if I get in an argument with somebody, if they did me wrong in some way, like let's just say him, Gerard, is deemed this justice, like they did me wrong or something like this, and the moment I'll be like, it's fine, whatever, you know what I mean? And then they accidentally like step on my toe 30 days later. I'm like, dog, why would you step on my fucking toe? You know? Okay. It's like this delayed emotional response to something that doesn't have nothing to do with it. But like, as a Catholic, it's all this fucking random shit.
Because you're mad about something that's not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's good that you realize that.
Yeah. Self-knowledge has done me nothing. Ever.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know. Like, is it?
Listen, dude, I don't want to be an analyst, dog. I want to play the game, daddy. And if that's what Jordan does, dude, you better watch out. Take this thing, that shouldn't have stuck to my fucking toe, daddy. I'm just kidding. It's cool that I fucking noticed it.
Yeah, it's rough. Or do you always notice it?
I always notice it.
And you actively ignore it?
No. I'm trying to be funny, dude. Don't fucking psycho. You know, like me on the podcast, dog.
That's really, can I be totally honest? The whole time you were talking, like the last few things, I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring in that I thought ham was over. I was like, how does this is behind the camera or behind my brain? The whole time I was like, how do I make ham a bird into this? How can I get back to him?
So originally Mexican stuff that but the microphone came around and said, no, it's okay.
So I'm in touch with Mexicans, people that exact fair enough.
Yeah, dude, feed a bit, that's fucking good demo over here. Okay, so you want to get into this, dude? Jelly roll? We've got a lot of jelly roll. We got a lot of jelly roll, dude. He might have got more face tats. Let's see what he's saying here at the Grammys. You want a Grammy, I guess?
Yeah, some kind of Grammy. I'm not sure. I'm assuming maybe best country.
Not best name, I'll take that right now. Most weight lost on an album this year.
Strangest body transformation.
Most likely to have a cousin named after a sandwich. Most bots on YouTube. People are still doing the bit where it's like jelly rolls, the music for whatever. That's how he first spotted us. Jelly roll is in my house for guys who fall asleep in their truck. But it's still going. I just saw somebody the other day say jelly rolls. I reposted on recently. Yeah, I mean, it's someone said jelly roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids but not custody of them. I hadn't seen that one. That's another good one. Good. You know, if you have any in the comments, please let's keep it going. It's kind of a thing. Also, just forget about the first part of the podcast. Let's see here. Okay, so I just want you to notice this rhythm of his speech here. He's like being silenced in both the clips I'm going to show you. He's like not able to say what he wants to say up here. I immediately picked up on that. I'm glad you pointed it out. But yeah, it's their thing. These guys all think they're being persecuted and held back, probably because they watched too much Rogan or something. I know they're not willing to tell the truth, and then the truth is like, you gotta love your neighbor. It's like someone's gonna tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this, but make your bed when you get up in the morning. Try it. People don't. I mean, if I said that on Grammy stage, can you imagine what they do? You imagine the amount of kids they fuck up one time? Or if somebody asked me, I said it. The subtext is like, and so you know what's funny about to me, like I'm not totally putting this on Jelly Roll, but the subtext of like what somebody asked, if he said that, it would be that like you know, like or like minorities like like respect, like pick up after yourself, and then it's like, but who's not picking up after themselves? Jelly Roll. Well, I gotta go. Yeah, we know what you're saying. And that's the reason why people don't want you to say it, because A, it's not true. And B, it's a blanket statement about an entire race of people. Also, they have plenty to say when they're endorsing Donald Trump, but when it comes to anything anti-Trump, which is everything right now, they're going to be like, they're going to kick me off the stage. There's another thing that bothers me about he's using this stereotype of the Grammys, taking me off stage or Oscars, stuff like this. He's thought about this moment his whole life, and the first thing he says is, I know the Grammys ain't going like a talk around. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's trying to be like the everyday man. You're not the everyday man, dude. He's got suey eyes, too. That's another thing I want you to see. His eyes are so fucking weird through this whole clip. No, he's in a simulacrum. Yeah. Oh my god. That looks like that video of the guy that goes, remember that one? Yeah, the white guy is like that with his eyes. You ever seen that gif? Oh, yes. Didn't that look exactly like that? Behind the tattoos. He's in a simulacrum. He's got suey eyes.
First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord.
I don't like that, dude. I don't like his little, he's praising something that's not Jesus. I'll tell you that right now.
First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord.
Got a little devil fucking squint in there, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, if I were satanic, I would definitely pretend to be related to Jesus.
It's just so weird.
It's like Hogan about to jump on you for a rope, dog. You know what I mean? Jesus comes back, right? And take me to my supporters, Jelly Roll, Joe Rogan, Peter Thiel, and Jesus is like, what are we doing here? Papa, this is crazy. What? Why do you have a cross on your face? It's like the old, I was killed by the cross. Yeah, what's his name? Bill Hicks is like, Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, what the That's such a great bit. But yeah, no, I mean, he would look at Jelly Roll and think, what's on your face? Your name is what? Jelly Roll? What is jelly? You would know what it is. I think it's funny to say that. Do you think he talks to Jesus? And keep in mind, what is the definition of Jesus? Like for him, you know what I mean? I feel like he's a plant, first of all. We all know that, right? And he's just so stupid that he's going Jesus every day like it's Jesus when really it's some fucking CIA psyop plan. It's like giving him the life that he wants. Exactly. No, I'm with you on that too. Putting his double agreed. He's like, Jesus did everything for me.
He's so stupid. That's hilarious. He's so stupid and he doesn't even realize, even though the CIA guy's always telling him, he still thinks it's Jesus. That's funny.
Did Jesus put my baker in my life and he's helped me through everything that they've done?
Just go up there. I also think it'd be funny. The CIA guy, or whoever made this happen, is telling him what to do, and Jelly Roll's just constantly fucking up and not doing it right. And the CIA guy's just like, no, he's gonna say like, no, you're supposed to say this. And Jelly Roll's like, hey, now, I'm like a kangaroo with a big cut that thing up. No. But Jelly Roll, he does it wrong, but it's actually still working because he wins Grammys, and the CIA guy's just like, I guess I'm wrong. This is working perfect.
Yeah. So who's right? You know what they say? Write 90% and leave the rest to God. You know what I mean?
Jesus. They're gonna kick me out, man. I'm saying really controversial things like I love Jesus.
Okay.
He said that's another thing about him is that he does the bit where you're right. He says all this shit about you're supposed to do this, I love Jesus, I love God. But the second it's something that is controversial, I don't know about that. The ISIL.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that. Yeah, Trump's a great guy. I love him and all that. But I mean, that's up to you. It looks like Jesus wants the Somalians out of Minnesota, so we're gonna say that. What would Jesus say about that? Jelly Roll. You're not even the person that I was thinking. Jelly Roll doesn't he look like somebody that should. There should be like a level of iPhone he can't have. Like he should be stuck at 6'6". Yeah, there we go.
Maybe success.
Yeah, but not like he's not ready for a newer version.
He looks at the 17 and goes, man, I wish my baby would be here.
If you're good, get out of your bowl and then get out of the dog.
Read the Bible. He's like, I ain't never read the Bible. You know Jesus is in the Bible. I love Jesus. Jesus did everything for me.
How come I gotta eat out of a dog bowl? That's what we want. Since we told you have to eat out of a dog bowl, you have to walk around like a dog, at least for an hour. I miss eating Burger King. I miss being able to see my family. You can go to Burger King and have fun and read books. I told you, you walk around like a dog, you bark for an hour a day, and you eat food every day. Understand? Get back to it.
That explains it all, dude. That's what he's like, they're not going to let me speak for long.
Yeah. All right, y'all, I gotta get going. He starts crawling like a dog. Good boy.
Well, I'm like him. Woodpecker with my pecker cut off.
I don't know why I can't remember. I'm like kangaroo with the pecker cut off. What is that?
Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus. Imagine saying like, I mean, dude, listen, I know it happens a lot. I was about to sound like a really dumb person. Okay. But imagine saying like I was going to kill myself. And then I thought, like, dude, Jesus probably wants nothing to do with you if you were going to do that, dude. You know what I mean? First of all, Jesus doesn't give a fuck about us, dude. Jesus was like, Doc, don't say my name at the fucking door because I don't know you. Find divinity yourself. It has nothing to do with me, Doc. That's what Jesus said. He's like, fuck you. My kingdom's not about you, Doc. That's what Jesus said.
I like this animated Gerardo because it's like in the beginning of the episode you're like very heated, and now you're like Jesus doesn't even give a fuck about you. Like you're saying like Jesus doesn't care.
Jesus sees this and he burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he's like a flame lights out of out of nowhere.
No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to be like if it wasn't for Jesus and this woman, it's like it looks like this kind of like Jesus and this woman is a funny comparison, right? Both of them. They needed both. I needed Jesus and I needed busty blonde. That was tatted up. That's an ex-prostitute. Oh, really? I needed them both. But hey, if it works, it works. I personally needed Jesus in Sure Shot and Range.
Yeah, or else how would I needed tissues and lotion, Daddy. Yeah, she says that she cut his pecker off right here. My wife's like to cut your finger off as you look like a kangaroo with the paws above your pin. All I need is Jesus and my wife. It's like just a message from the government, because the government's like that. They're gonna get rid of Social Security and everything, and fuck us. So they're trying to do like Jelly Roll, like, all you really need is your wife. Like we're starving to death because we're listening to music like because we need to be saved because there's no one coming to save us. But we have Jesus and my wife, so we just listen to Jelly Roll. We get drunk, we get diabetes, we die every more time. Imagine this Jelly Roll is some amateur rapper in what cares, right? Tennessee? I think so. Yeah. Let's just say Kentucky. He's an amateur rapper. He'll find something. It's hard to miss. You know what I mean? He points at the big white blob and he's like, how does Peter Thiel sound like? Yes, very strange. That one over there. He's like, that's not that. I don't know. He's friends with all those people. He has like that weird, like, yeah, if you ever listen to the interview, it's scary because this guy Ross Duthan, New York Times guy, he's like, do you just want humanity to be hope? And Peter Thiel's like, yeah, no, I've seen it. So anyways, Peter's like, Jelly Blob or whatever his name is, that guy over there, he's in a helicopter, by the way. He's pointing down, he's able to see him. That Jelly Roll, I'm going to show him some technology. You know what I mean? And then Jelly Roll's like, Peter's like, no, check this out. Jelly Roll and his like stupid ass brain. Oh, come on, passing out, I'm sorry. His dumb ass brain, he goes, this is Jesus. You know what I mean? He's been praying to Peter Thiel and the CIA overlords that put him in the dark power. I kind of love this because I'm thinking, and on top of that, absolutely, and you're absolutely right that you pointed that, so I got the name, you pointed at that Jelly Roll, that thing that looks like one of those hostess things, that thing that looks like one of the dudes in Peter Thiel voice, the hostess thing over there, that thing. So he's like, put a chip in him. He never talks to him really. He has his staff go sneak up. And they probably don't even have to sneak really. Just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and that changes him, and he becomes like a country guy. From a rapper to a country guy who has manners, that talks about Jesus and his mama, and goes to the award show. He's like, yeah, I can't believe people are asking for that. Everybody wants to live, get to go to good school, and live in a good neighborhood with the roads are paved and they're safe and the bridges don't collapse. Everybody wants the helicopters not to hit each other in the sky because we're not paying the FAA. We don't have enough people monitoring where the airplanes come in. But at the end of the day, all you need really is your refugees. Why are we asking why helicopters flying in planes? Why are we doing that? It's wrong. Volunteers are great. That's why they like it. Get him off the stage. He's giving away the whole lot. I just think it's out of when you complain about how the helicopter hit an airplane. You're a bad person. No, I'm going to keep complaining about how that is ridiculous. They fucking don't care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. They're willing to just, you get in an airplane one day and then because they fired half the staff, you're going to fucking, or because the airport itself, the wires are old, you're going to die in an airplane. They killed John Lennon, they killed Tupac Shakur, and it wasn't for them going on stage at the Grammys saying that they love Jesus and their wife. No, you know what I mean? This is the safest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Let's keep going. Thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow. Country Radio. You called it the short circuit, but the suey eyes are what gets me. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow. Look at this, dude. That Duncan Trussell look, dude. That's so weird. Isn't that fucking weird? I see it. He's definitely weird looking dude. His eyes look big. He's probably awesome. Maybe there's that three whites, like theory or whatever, where you can see three whites of the eyes. I'll probably a lot of stuff for me. Three whites right time on my family. Three whites right there, yeah. No, but when you can see three sides of white on somebody's eyes, what is that supposed to see? That they're psychotic. Yeah. Can you see three whites? three sides of white now? All the time waiting in front of me. That time I met you. That's not sugarcoated. I'm sorry, I won't sugarcoat that. You have 4 weeks. On a good day. Oh my God. That's funny. Look at the pronouns here. Country radio, baby, what's up, dog? Oh, Republic Charming, we did it, baby. There was a time in my life, y'all. That was broken. That's why I wrote this out. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 foot cell. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life. It was an iPod. That was not a radio. He's trying to sound like he's been scolded. The transistor radio changed my life. And I ate that iPod. I thought it was a cookie. That was a lot of calories. And God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not owned by one political party. That's the most devilish fucking smile. This is like a video game character that ends up being the devil. Maybe, yeah, Rio's turn. Yeah, I can see it. No, I was kidding. Yeah, Rio, yeah. Jesus! That's called Toronto. No, I mean, I know you, well, I know you don't hate white people, but the turn here where he goes, Jesus is for everybody. Now, to me, I like that, and that part of it, it's a friendly message or whatever, but they know that I like that, so that's why, because it's a part of the control, they want to get everybody, they're like, oh, okay, because it is nice to say, Jesus is not for every political party. Should you have to say that at all? I don't think so, but it's not bad. That's like me coming in here and being like, this world is right. Yeah, like, oh, okay, good job. That's
all right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Speaking by thinking all of our sources for this morning, so to think our annual commentary source, the Christmas talk about Israel. The dedicated publishing addresses this year, as is a wish for the souls for those for Israel. And co-sponsors for the month of Stephen Hamra Aruna Tova, Stephen Karjin, Lebanon, Mother, Doris Zee, the Laura Basham, Troy Young, and the Doctor that film sponsors for today. Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Diane's mother, Tasha Bas, in memory of the film of American Lifetime Torah. All of the Shabbos Adonai, the families in it, all those who need a refuah, should have one together and call for the Yisrael, so the Shalom Hashem. The one our hearts to give the Shalom and the power to allow our holy soldiers in the land, in sea, in the air, and their Hashem to be successful against our enemies, and to result in their Hashem with decisive victory for Klal Yisrael and their Hashem. Bracha, Hatzlacha, and Shalom for our people. And listen, with that, let us begin Shahiyanu B'Kimanu B'Yanu Lazman Razah for our last daf in Sefas Shavuos. So today's daf is Memtes. We are picking up, we've got a lot for you today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Memtes 49. We are picking up on Memtes on page 48b. And let's actually pick up the line before the line will get wide. Actually, 2 lines before the line will get wide. We actually read this yesterday. Actually, read it quickly. So let's just go back and review it again. So this number again is very quick. Very quick. We are in this mesh. Literally up to our necks in the Holy Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Lazar. What's the case? Very simple. Yaakov went his year. Right? What occurs? So remember, Mishnah said that if they die and they're orphans, won't affect each other, and Yaakov's daughter won't affect his orphans. So the halacha is they need a shvua. What's the shvua that the Mishnah is referring to? This was called shvua seyot. Shvua seyot essentially says we swear. The children of Yaakov say we swear that as far as we know, our father never indicated to us that this woman has been with me. And as a result, halacha we are here to collect the debt of our father. Good. So then we want to explain, so we are extreme focus over here. In the following scenario, what occurs if Rabbi Shmuel say that is true when? That is true when the Lopez, the mouth that predeceases the Lopez. But if the borrower pleads
It does
to
sound like
the
a lie, I
lender,
think, because
there
if he has
will
no
be
phone,
issues.
how's he have
That
all
means
those social
already when Yaakov's going to was like he was tied to
Okay,
Shua,
did you not have a
to
phone? Did you have a phone? You know what I mean?
Zvulun's
It's just a
heirs,
weird thing.
because
So you're
remember again, you
yeah,
can't
that is a
continue
weird.
someone out of Shua.
That's right.
When Yaakov
That's the amount
subsequently
of time is
dies,
strange.
Rav and Shmuel say that loan becomes uncollectible. Why? Because Yaakov was already tied to Shua, and Shua cannot be passed down from a father to his children. Therefore, the loan remains uncollectible. But the Rothschild says incorrect or disagree. Although the children can't take the Shua of the father, that's true. But halacha l'maisa, they can take the Shua say Yarshin. They take the Shua say Yarshin. Shalom Aleichem. Collected that. So we'll say that's on the focus. So here we go. He could have not been the surah. So not going to the surah. Oh, look, so Rav Chisda came to visit him. Amulay said Surah Nachman. They say, Mar, no, after the Hadra Shmuel. Okay, Rabbi, you're here. Rav Nachman, you're here. Can you finally uproot this ruling of Rav and Shmuel? So I don't know. So Rav Nachman says, Kedra. Fully the Asai Kohani Pasai and after the Hadra Shmuel. You think I traveled all of this way to uproot the rulings of Rav and Shmuel? So Ella. So Rav Nachman said, look, we're not going to uproot the halachos to suck up Rav and Shmuel. Why? Because it's already embedded. What we can do is create a non-proliferation of this particular halacha. So what we could say is, whatever the cases you've already applied, if you want to apply it to, we're not going to extrapolate it and apply it to any other cases. Okay, the Gemara says, what's an example of an additional case that we wouldn't apply it to? So the Gemara says, the Amra Papa, Apogin Shtaro, so what's this meaning? Apogin Shtaro, we've seen this case before. This is a person who claims partial payment of their debt, right? So maybe there's the money, I claim that I already received, you $1,000, I received $100 for it. The problem is, once you do that, that blunts the effectiveness of the shtar, because I'm already admitting that what's said in the shtar, ultimately again, is not fully active, fully presently active. So I'm holding the shtar and mace, and then again, so again, let's just go with Yaakov. Let's go with Yaakov. So what happened? Yaakov admits that $100 of the debt was paid, and then Yaakov died. Yarshin was for ultimately, again, the children are able to go ahead and swear Yarshin and they're able to collect the rest of it. So you apply that sort of, we wouldn't say that since the mayor in the pre-existing shmua that I'm not going to the Yarshin can't collect, rather the Yarshin swear that it's Yarshin will collect. But who could shove the Shabbat Arba? Those are the students that he had. Those guy died, and that's behind the guarantor. He had a guarantor.
Or if he wants to go on these tours where he meets people who are desperate, have nothing.
Everyone agrees that we don't have to grab a small, because this would be like adding an additional case, which the says,
So, answer the question.
I'm sorry. Who's he going to afterwards? Like Halacha says, he's going to go ahead and says, not true. Again, at the end of the day, a Yorish is a Yorish. What does it matter if they're doing the kids or the other things? So therefore, bottom line, look at the law. So what is the halacha? So remember again, this is a very specific case of where the borrower previously sees the lender, right, and then the lender dies. So now the children of the lender want to collect from the children of the borrower, and that happens. So what the law says, absolutely yes, it's not a problem. You could just take a regular shua sayashin, just take a regular shua of inheritance, right, or orphans, saying that first we know, children of Yaakov say our father never received payment for his family, they can collect. Rabbi Shmuel, they can't collect. Why not? Because again, since Father Yaakov was already obligated to go ahead and take the shua, and that shua cannot be passed down from father to son, therefore the debt remains uncollectible. So who does the halacha follow? So listen to this. So the Gemara says, so Amar Kama, Hashmi B'Yikma, so look at the shmuel, so look at the law. So if I will say, so Kama says, look, Just in case Gemara doesn't reach a decisive conclusion. Therefore, Haydaina the Ovid to Rabbi Shmuel Ovid, the Ovid to Rabbi Lazar Ovid. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says the halacha on Isa. However, the based in Taskins, they're good. They're good. Both legitimate approaches. Papa, Haishtar the Yasmin, Lo Mikra Karinole, Lo Agzi Mandione. So look, it's very interesting. So Papa says, therefore, if you have this type of stuff, now you're looking at the sadly senders, right? The side offers. Now again, remember, the stuff is this case, because also remember again, every year is a beauty. That it's the malva predeceases the malva, like the malva predeceases the follower. That's fine. That's fine because then again, the children of the lender could collect the children of the borrower with what we call a typical shvuas hayarshim. That's not a problem. So that's only in this case where the malva predeceases the malva. So therefore, again, our Papa says, which type of star? Where the malva predeceased the malva. So the Gemara says, well, mikra karinole, we don't care about. Although agree but we don't immediately use it for collection either. Why? Agree you must really learn to that Yeshua. Maybe one of Rabbi Shmuel. So if again you can't go and collect from it, the Rabbi Shmuel will say it's uncollectible. The Mikra will come in day, but we also don't care enough why. The Haydain of the Ovid Kabbalazar Ovid. Because at the end of the day, Haydain is like Kabbalazar, it's worse. And I will say, so to point out, this actually let's see the Gemara. Ahu Haydain of the Ovid Kabbalazar. So it's a particular basin and of dying. The Pasuk of Kabbalazar, and therefore again allow this type of star where the Malva predeceased the Malva, and then the Malva died, allows the Yarshim of the Malva of the lender to collect from the Yarshim of the borrower with what we call a typical Shvuas HaYarshim. An oath where the kids say, we swear that as far as we, our father never told us that this money was repaid. That's how dying did it. Opportunity of Anand Damascus, so there was young young couple in the city. On the night, I see that he died from the Araba, the less self-respect of the Lazar. So he said, since he's dying, I'm going to bring a letter of Mary to Israel, and Halacha does not follow Rabbi to read incorrectly. Alright, but he takes it. So again, so the dying said, all right, go for it. Go for it. Obviously, if you bring me the letter, I'll change my reading, but bring me the letter. So the Gemara says, Pasuk from Israel Chama, Amalei Haydain of the other 12 of it. She gives her the Chama, the Chama, and look, you might not hold that Rabbi Lazar is the ideal approach, but it's only about taking the Lazar. Ultimately, again, the Psak Halacha is binding. Incredible. So we'll say, and that is indeed how the Rambam himself passes. And I'm speaking that ideally we pass like Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, in this kind of case, where again, we'll say, just remember this, where the loader, the borrower, predeceases the Malva, and therefore, again, Yaakov, the lender, was already tied to the children of the borrower of Zul Shadua. When Yaakov subsequently dies, and now his children want to collect the debt, I didn't contact Rabbi Shmuel. This is an uncollectible debt. Why? Because since lender was already tied to Shmuel, the Shmuel cannot be bequeathed to children, and therefore the debt remains uncollectible. If, however, the Beit Din ended up passing Rabbi Lazar, and therefore had the children of the lender take a typical called Shmuas HaYarshim, a regular inheritors oath, which is, I swear that our father never told us that the debt was collected. In Halacha L'Meisa, the debt is collectible. So I do like Rabbi Shmuel, if the Ebed like Rabbi Lazar, and that is indeed how the Rambam passes quite amazing. Again, I will say, to be clear, in the reverse case, like again, the Malva dies first, like Yaakov the lender dies first, and then ultimately again borrower dies. Everyone agrees that is a collectible debt, right? Because then, now again, remember, the Yarshim of the Malva have to take an oath to the Yarshim of the Malva, but that's a typical Shmuas HaYarshim. Everyone agrees that's the Shmuas. That's on the show. Beautiful. That's what I think. In this slide, this is really going to listen into a discussion of a list of people who have to take a shivua, ultimately, again, in order to have to take a shivua even without a claim. Right? So, for example, sharecroppers, right? Was on the whole list, I'm sorry.
Jordan Peele is M. Night Shyamalan at his very worst, because there's no funny part of it. At least Shyamalan is hilarious. They can't take him seriously as a madman. Every movie, the characters are lame. What they do based on their jobs is on the drive for the drive. That's what I do. I'm a doctor. I like to heal people, and that's like every character says that in every movie. These wild, absurd things that happen, and they're fun because they're so ridiculous. I'm making shit, and then later on in the movie, there's something where someone's making shit. And you're supposed to, oh my god, look at how he planned everything. This is amazing. No, it's not. There aren't any more fucking conquerors. Just
again, I'm sending you $1,000. It's
M. Night Shyamalan is hilarious for that. They triple.
In these cases, remember, let's say you raise my partner, do me a favor. I want to show us keep this above board. You take a shua that that's not causing anything more that you're entitled to. I don't have a specific claim against you, but I also myself to trigger a shua. Incredible. So the Gemara says, you want to start turn up, then buy me to show you. And I will say, by the way, we'll see why that is in just a moment. Why can you impose such a shua like this on your partner or your sharecropper? Why you allowed to do this? We'll see. And by Shem, this also says that you have a Ben Dias. Again, remember in the Mishnah, in the Mishnah's case, it was Uben Habayis. So literally again, it says a son who is in my home, a son who runs my home. So who is this? So the next thing is the Tana Ben Dias Shamru. Well, she makes us feel to be like, not just simply a son who comes in and out of my house and refuses Ella, Machnis Loparim and Moti Loparim. Machnis Loparim and Moti Loparim. This is really someone who is running the affairs of my household. Right, she's in charge of the clothing, she's in charge of the employees. So why could I ask him to make a shua? My honey, what's different about all of these people? Members in the shul, they know that they justify taking more than they are entitled to. Now, why do they justify taking more than they are entitled to? That says in the Mishnah Gemara, but they don't. Maximum the fee shetarku ben chasim. Now, let's say everything is coming down amongst all of these people. The shooks and the partners, the these new sharecroppers, the Ben Bias, is all of the people who are working for the benefit of the household. And generally, the Rothschild, where people feel that they're working and they're benefiting someone else. 9 out of 10 times people feel that they're giving more than they get. And therefore, again, people justify taking a little bit extra. I'm not stealing practice, I'm not stealing. I'm really entitled to this. Again, so I'm just going to self-reward. I'm going to self-reward a little bit. So because of that, you know, it says it needs to make a partner in a business, right? That partner can say, you know what, I'm giving more, I'm investing more in a so I'm going to spend more time in the office, I'm out getting new Spanish. I'm giving more, my salary's on the X. I feel like I can over more. So again, it's fascinating because it seems to be like it's almost like human nature. They're always getting the short end of the stick. But it's human nature to feel that I'm always entitled to more. That maybe people don't appreciate the efforts that I'm putting in. And therefore, again, if I'm not going to be recognized by the people around me, I'm going to recognize myself, so to speak. And therefore, again, the shua is there in order to keep everyone honest. Incredible. I'm not just letting you. I'm not letting you. I'm not letting you. Sheesh. So the rest of the says, but again, all of these presupposes that you've actually seen this before, that halacha l'maisa, there's a kind of about these sheikas. I forget about this woman. She's trying to sheikas. She said, "Tano shema kapta mishalim sheikas." There's a model of a mixas. The problem is for the oraisa, ela shekainas shema. So it's actually, he said it was very interesting. He claims there has to be some general ballpark of a financial framework here. And he says it has to be a code of at least sheikas. Kiman, who is this like? Kiman kishmur. I've already here this year that but one thing with this women didn't have this no cases before. In general, again, in case of most of them in trust. So again, this is the claim has to be sheikas because the not negation, but the denial have to be sheikas. So the Gemara says, so but if he brought the standard to support for that, he looked I look for that. You like that? The Gemara says, say for things to be known, so he's denial, like that. Okay, so Yosef comes along and says, and Yosef explains that and modifies this a little bit and says, there does have to be some element of meat on the bones with the claim. It can't just be out of nowhere. In other words, there does have to be some basic framework, some basic ballpark for a claim that I feel that maybe you've been taking a little bit too much from the partnership, the sharecropping regime, and so on and so forth. But Elkosh, look at this is what I will say. The takeaway from that is any case where people are working together in some level of partnership, and both parties have ease of access to money, to merchandise, Chazal instituted that either party trigger a shua. Now, you're not saying either party, that's in the case of shirkers, right? That's the case of partners. Let's say in the case of the sharecropper, if I'm the balabas, the sharecropper can't force me to take a shua. It should stay in partners, so either partner could trigger a shua on the part of the other. By all the other cases, I could cause my employees to have to take a shua, which was saying is interesting because it's a fascinating bookend. So how do we start? We should start on one hand by saying that an employee has tremendous power. How? That if he claims he's going to get paid, he can swear and get paid. Yet the end of the Mishnah highlights this idea of power of the employer. That the employer can go ahead and say, again, in specific cases, it's not any case of an employer. Like in other words, they wouldn't pick an employer with a fixed wage, right? It's talking about employers who employ people who have percentage income, like sharecroppers, things like that. I can trigger a shua, ultimately, again, in order to go and make the person swear that they're not taking any more than they are entitled to. Incredible. Okay, so you says, however, this idea that the employer could force the sharecropper or the executive of the estate to go ahead and take the shua is when the employment is intact. Let's say the employment has been dissolved. After the fact, the employer cannot make the employee take a shua. So the Gemara says, what is it? Let's say, so Ruben is my sharecropper. So now the Mishnah told me that when there is any trade during a sharecropping agreement, I can say, Ruben, I want you to take the shua that you have not taken more than you are entitled to. Okay, fine. But once Ruben is no longer my sharecropper, I can't ask him to take the shua on when he was my sharecropper. However, if Ruben requires a shua to me from another area, so for example, let's say Ruben was a sharecropper. Sharecropping arrangement ended in Nisan, and then what happened in Sivan, I lent Ruben $1,000. The debt is just Ruben only $1,000. Ruben says it only $500. Oh, well, the mixas. Ruben's chayav shua. Once Ruben's chayav shua there, then what can I do? We could do gilgul shua. Right? We could go ahead. Remember again, what's gilgul shua? Gilgul shua says once you have to swear in one scenario, we can keep on other shuas that normally would have been untriggerable. So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. The Gemara says, looks like this gilgul shua apply only when the shua is d'oraisa. Right, but let's say again, the person taking the shua d'oraisa, or does it apply even with the shua d'rabbanan? Right, so for example, let's say again, Ruben was my employee, separate from the sharecropping. I owed him $1,000, or he claimed I owed him $1,000. I said I paid him. He said, no, I didn't. What's the halacha? He takes a shua. What type of shua is that? That's a shua tesis, a d'rabbanan shua. So do we say once he's already taken a d'rabbanan shua, I can add on other shuas like from when he was my sharecropper? Or do we say gilgul shua only works by d'oraisa shuas, but not by d'rabbanan shuas? Fascinating. So Tashma, here we go. So Nova, Erev Shvius, you know what this is? Now, some of Shutta, all artists. So let's listen to this. Let's say you don't borrow money from me, Erev Shmita. Okay, and then after Shmita, he became my partner or he became my sharecropper. In the Galvin, so the halacha is, we cannot go ahead and, now let's say again, he's going to go ahead and take a shua when he's my sharecropper or he's my sharecropper. I can't go ahead and make him swear on the debt from before Shemitah as well. Now, there's a good reason for that. I know the Rabbi and LSC is the Asishmas HaKase. There's a reason for that. Why? Because when I lend the money, I will Shemitah. What happens to debt over Shemitah? Ultimately, again, they're canceled. So he comes back and learns to swear about. However, again, what you can see from there is if he was taking, let's say, a Shuas Shuksin, right, or a Shuas Arisin, and it wasn't a Shemitah canceled loan, I would be able to make him I would be able to make him swear about the Lord. Rabbi says, what do you see from here? That even if someone is taking a shvur d'Rabbanan, you can still do Gilgal Shvua. Which was the more thing of Hashash no Shvua Medalgalim. So the Gemara says, listen, looking on Shashne Shvua Medalgalim, Ella Ima, not Svavid Mercy, you can use as follows. Not so shut up all others Erev Shvius, or Matzi Shvius and love any manner. Let's reverse the case. Reuben became my partner, we became a sharecropper, Erev Shemitah, and then Matzi Shemitah, he borrowed money from me, Medalgalim. So ultimately, again, we do a Gilgal Shvua. Somebody says, that's obvious. How the heck is that funny, bro? Now, so I shut up all others Erev Shvius, or the Matzi Shvius, love any manner. Medalgalim, Shmamina, Medalgalim, Rabbanan Shmamina. What do you see from here? You see from here that Allah says Gilgal Shvua works whether it is a Shvur d'Oraisa or it is a Shvur d'Rabbanan. Either way it works. Allah is putting this in this case because over here, Reuben is going to swear because he's my partner, because he is my sharecropper. And once he's swearing on that, I can make him swear regarding other outstanding loans. That oath of a partner or a sharecropper is a Shvur d'Rabbanan. So that's a very important piece of halacha. Therefore, we see the concept of Gilgal Shvua applies whether or not the Shvua you are currently taking is d'Oraisa or d'Rabbanan. Incredible. I'm going to finish this as follows. Top of Memtes, last daf of Meseches Shvua Shalosai. Incredible. So I'm going to let's go with Gilgal Shvua here. So the halacha is very interesting. You can do Gilgal Shvua for anyone other than a hired worker. Rashi says over here, the Kol Medalgalim, Tap Rashi Amentes, and as I did Kol Shvua d'Rabbanan Medalgalim. As we just mentioned before, you can go ahead and do Gilgal Shvua for any type of Shvua, even d'Rabbanan. So it's Me'al Yad Shvuas Schir, She'in Medalgalim Alav Al Yadeh Shvua Chares, Lefi She'atzma Ina Min Hadin Ala Lachakis Daita Shabalabai. So what does this mean? This is the first Shvua in Mishnah. I write Reuben works for me. I write that he's getting wages of $1,000 circumstances period. I say, Reuben, I paid you. Reuben says, no, you did. So that's the halacha. Reuben swears that he was not paid, and ultimately, again, I have to pay. So the Gemara says very interesting. You can do Gilgal Shvua on any type of Shvua, like even a Rabbanan Shvua, except for that Shvua. Except for the Shvua of payment of an employee. Why? Now, that she points out over here, because since that Shvua in and of itself is such a novelty, right, that the employee could swear and collect his payment, you can't start adding additional things onto that Shvua. If this is a piece of something like Tola in the field, puts in the scale to not do it. So soon again, of course, a pista is not disagreeing. He's actually saying the same thing. Ultimately, again, for all other shuas, you can't be made. Don't analyze that. For all the shuas, you have to be Gilgal Shvua, except for here, where ultimately again we're Mako, and you don't do Gilgal. So you must remember that I was the students talking. So what's this is very interesting. Halacha notes again, when someone comes to this is very interesting. So again, I want to point out everyone is talking about everyone's agreement. What do we have? What are our nuggets of information? Number one, you can do Gilgal Shvua, whether the Shvua being taken is d'Oraisa or d'Rabbanan. That's number one. Number two, everyone is also agreeing that there is one case where you can't do Gilgal Shvua, and that's Shvuas Schir. That is the Shvua of an employee who claims that he did not get paid. So the halacha is he swears and then he gets paid. Once he's seen, the employer cannot keep other Shvuas on that. A lot of people think that since that Shvua stuff is such a novelty, you can't start adding additional stuff onto it. So both the thing and the piece of agreement now, what's going to focus? So let's be very interesting. When someone comes to take a Shvua, do we encourage Gilgal Shvua or not? That seems to be the focus ultimately again between Rahuna and the Christian. Rahuna who says, La Kol Medalgalim, Kol Rahuna, when these parties show up in Beis Din encourages Joseph Shua to say to the claimant, is there anything else you'd like to put on this Shua? And according to the Pista, we don't encourage it. It's only if the claimant asks for it that ultimately we do it. Incredible. The Mercy Rashid Mishametas, and ultimately again, Shmita goes ahead, I will say, the Nabalti Mishnah was, but the Mishnah says that Shmita goes ahead and negates a Shua, or cancels a Shua. Viewers know how you know that Shmita was fascinating. That Shmita cancels any outstanding Shuas. Anyway, we spend money, and like people, I'm not the Zet, the Bar, Shmita, after the Diba Mishametas. Shmita cancels even people, even speech. Outside, Hajj Allah calling us boy. Let's go. Here we put in the Zuman. Ultimately, again, for the last parak of the Sefes Shuas. Arba Shumin Hay. Four custodians. Here we go. Shalafinam. Unpaid custodian. Shoah, borrower. No say starting custodian. Shoka, renter. Because those are our culture. Shalafinam, Shoah, what we call Shom Safar, and Sofa. Incredible. Shalafinam. That looks like it. Now, by the way, why is this here? We'll see again, ultimately, it's not really here for this part, it's here for the sacrifice. We're here to talk about the Shmuel liability of these people. Shmuel says, here we go, Shematinam, Nishpa Alakol. So Shematinam, remember again, what is the Shematinam chayiv for? Unpaid custodian, what is he chayiv for? For Chia, for negligence. Which means that Halakha Mesa, he essentially, he swears that he was not negligent, and he that oath exempts himself from all liability. Good. Timothy, when Mishpah Lakol, still on the shoulders. On the other hand, a borrower, right? On the other end of the spectrum is a borrower, right? A borrower is liable for everything. Right? Remember again, the only exemption that a shower has is by love demons, right? The ultimately, again, the owner is with you. Everyone is with you. But otherwise, for our purposes today, the shower has complete liability. No cease right? So again, a faith custodian, right? The Shema Sachar and Sofer and Renter, Yishpoin ala Shvuya, ala Ba'ala Mesa, and Yishon and Esa Avida Besageva. So Sofer and Shema Sachar, they're kind of putting in the Avida. Like they're kind of, again, if the object is washed or stolen, they are ultimately against the owners. First thing you need to do. Okay. So that's beautiful. That's all that is. But here's the meat about Soka. Here we go. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm going to show it here. Okay, so we'll say, let's just give one little piece of introduction. You see Rashi, no say Schar B'Hasoka. Take the fourth Rashi in the Mishnah. So Rashi says over here, if you skip out the Rashi says, Mishnah Zos Kashmi B'Hasoka Sacholim. Now Rashi says over here, I'm going to learn this Mishnah. Why is this here? So if you see that Rashi no says Schar B'Hasoka, go into 2, 4, 6, 8 lines of periods. In the feed, Shekatan HaShvua B'Yuvi to recover the cat. Shenishpa Al-Davar Shenefiyah. Shenefiyah Zalot, in Hoda, in the Shvuasa Pata Aslo Nishavi. I'm sorry, Pata Aslo Nishavi. Means that Shekofer Mamon, the Chayiv Kaver Shvuasa Hikadon, the Chomesh V'Asham. So what's the result? When it comes to these shomer, here's the way this works. If a person, if a shomer swears in order to exempt himself from liability, and when he swears, he is exempting himself obviously differently. Had he admitted liability, he would have been chayiv. If he attempts to take a shvua to go ahead and exempt himself from liability, he is chayiv the following thing. Number 1, for a false shvua satikadon. Number 2, chomesh, right? Principal plus penalty tip. And number 3, a carbon asham, right? So shvua satikadon for a false shvua satikadon, ultimately again a chomesh and asham. That's if you swear falsely. But again, I will say swearing falsely in a way where the oath would save you from paying. Now the tradition of the Mishnah is, if a shomer swears falsely, but the false oath doesn't do anything to save him money, then interestingly enough, there's no liability. Now, there's liability for a false oath, but there's no asham, there's no chomesh. Rashi goes on, he says, but if he swears falsely for no reason, meaning, for example, let's say had he admitted his liability,
is
he would
2016.
not have been chayiv. Kigon, Shimon Shai Mishai Chayiv Carbon, Chayiv Chayiv Carbon Shua, Shelo Kafka Mama. So also we will see examples of this. So if you lied, like if you still falsely, even had you admitted you would not have been liable, you would not have been liable. Halacha L'Maisa, there is no carbonic liability in that case. Again, so Halacha L'Maisa, as a shomer, you have carbonic liability when your false oath saved you from paying money. When you pay Shlas HaPikadon, Asham, and Chomesh. However, if you swore falsely, but had you admitted there would have been no financial liability anyway, ultimately, again, you have no carbonic liability. Incredible. So let's say now let's finish. For example, I'm going to show you. Hey, I'm showing you. I deposited my shar with Ruben. Ruben is an unpaid custodian. So let's say, what is an unpaid custodian carrying for? What is he carrying for? She only negligence. If he's in any other case, he's not liable. And what happens? I'm a low mace. So Ruben lies, and he says the animal died. So in reality, it didn't die. Here the animal again, well, right, it goes, so to speak. It goes, right, or it's taken captive, or it was stolen, or it was lost. Right? Or, for example, Ruben swears mishpat. He swears that it broke its leg. Right? But in reality, the Mishpat or Mishpat only never office. He's lying. Or, mishpat. The animal is being stolen. We're taking captive. Or Nignaf, animal was really stolen, right? I'm sorry, he swore that it was stolen. Or Abar, he swears that it was stolen. So again, I will say, so essentially, all these cases, something happened to the animal, but Ruben's lying. I say, it's the simple case. So Ruben, where's my animal? Ruben says, I'm so sorry, it was stolen. But in reality, it died. Not that. I say, I say, Ruben, do you swear that the animal was stolen? And Ruben says, yes. And then it turns out that what? Ruben was lying. The animal wasn't stolen, it died. What's that, Rabbi? Potter. Now let's say, when you say Potter, why is it Potter? There's no carbonic liability. There's no Asham, there's no promise, there's no flexibility. Why not? Because again, in this case, Ruben's oath was inconsequential. Even had Ruben told the truth, he still would have been Potter. So therefore, I'll myself, ultimately, again, this Potter. Again, I will say, he still made a false oath, right? There's a Shua Shav over here, a Shua Shav here. But again, what it means is, in terms of Shua Sapikadon, ultimately, again, he's going to be Potter. So there's no Shua Sapikadon, there's no Asham, and there's no Chomesh. And let's say you say to yourself, why would someone lie in such a situation like this? This makes absolutely no sense. So let's say it's a good shout out. And I think it's one of those things that a lot of times in life we don't understand why people do the things that they do. To me, what I see in this is that sometimes we are so desperate to just escape liability or to escape responsibilities that we'll do whatever we can to kind of create an escape hatch for ourselves. Kind of like, you might remember, it's kind of like, what happens when you bump into something or someone, and sometimes you see that people are involved in an accident. The first thing they say is, wasn't me, but you supposed to be right? So it's like it's human nature to reflect the actions to extend oneself from responsibility. Whatever occurred was someone else. So again, which is really the antithesis of what it means to be a youth. It's often it needs to be like the son of a son, what it means to be a youth, ultimately is to take responsibility. It's to be about achayis. It's human nature to escape achayis. Okay, hey, fun show you. So I say to Ruben, Rabbi Zalisa said to this, I said, Ruben, where's my house? I'm going to let you know there. And he says, I don't know. So he must not answer. And Ruben said, I know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So here, Ruben is saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. But who makes on Mishpat, So again, in this case, Ruben is denying that even the president with him asked. I say, Ruben, do you swear? Amen. And Ruben says, Amen. Potter. That was an interesting Potter. Now, why is he Potter? Because again, remember, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, Ruben, as long as there was no negligence involved, Ruben would have never been tried. So here he is swearing falsely. Remember again, there is only liability for Shras HaPikadon when the oath would have saved you from a financial obligation. But when you would have been collected anyway, it makes no difference. They can show me where is my axe. I'm a law about. Ruben says it was lost. Mashbiachani. As the Ruben, you swear that it was lost. And he says, Amen. But Aiden, so Sha'aflo. Oh. Now the witnesses come along and they say, oh no, well, it is lost. It's lost in his stomach, right? It's lost in his stomach because he made a good barbecue, right? He made a good barbecue and invited all of his friends. He ate it. Oh, so now that's Shia. Now that's negligence, right? So now what's this? Now what's Talacha? So now it turns out that Ruben has sworn falsely in a way that saves him from paying money. Okay, so therefore again, Mishalim is Sakara. Ultimately again, we'll go ahead and okay, principle. Hold them in that smoke. Now listen, now, if Ruben went ahead and admitted liability on his own, in that case, Mishalim Karen, Chomesh, Ba'asham. Interestingly enough, Salacha might say if you're made liable through witnesses, you pay principle. If you admit on your own, that triggers then the full force of the Shvas HaPikadon, and ultimately again, you'll have to pay principle, Chomesh, and Ba'asham. Here from Shali, where is my axe? I'm going to meet up. Ruben says it was stolen. Mashbiachani. I say, Ruben, swear to me. But Ruben says, yes, I swear it was stolen. But even also, Sheklan, and ultimately again, witnesses praying that Ruben stole it, right? So the Shalim Tashmi Kefal. Ultimately, they have to pay Kefal because he's a gunner. He's a gunner. Not only did he swear falsely, but he's a gunner. Hold the long out smoke. What happens if Ruben admitted his own liability? After swearing falsely, he admitted his own liability. The Shalim Karen, the Chomesh V'asham. So that's what you see from here is that the form of craft of a false Shvas HaPikadon is ultimately unleashed after a piece of admission. So when he swears falsely, then after swearing falsely, he after he admits that he really misapplying. Then again, liability to Shvas HaPikadon, Karen, Chomesh, V'asham. I'm going to echo the show. So I go over to Ruben in the market. So Ruben, where is my axe that you stole from me? Who will never go after you? Ruben, you never stole anything from you. But even you also should have done both. And it is claim that he stole it. Which that's a good thing. He says he got it. That's a classic case of damage. And therefore, again, he pays. How about Umaka? The shine that's going to have the Kamisha. If it turns out that he stole it, he sold it, then it's 4 or 5 times penalty daily. Even Shiramash Mission of Boris wasn't very interesting. What happens if I confront Ruben and say, Ruben, where is my ox that you stole? Right? And Ruben says, I didn't steal anything. Then what happens? Ruben sees witnesses coming close. So what does he do? He quickly admits it. And it's just stolen. But I did not go and slaughter it and sell it. So in the Mishani Alakarim, ultimately again, he only pays principal. Now, both sides. That's because remember again, Mo did this mass potter. Like Mo did this potter. Now, the Gabba Turkish, you know the class that since this is not really a curedness, or why is he doing it? Because he sees the witnesses rapidly approaching. So perhaps we should not take such an admission into account. Again, he only pays Karen, which I will say, by the way, is a tremendous. If you look at actually, even Shamash Shirabar, there's a novelty here. The Apagat, the Machmas Piususa, the Eden Odi, the Chayiv Atzma Karen, Keshaganat, the Filoaki, Hadi Oda, the Niftam in a Kekel. So let's say the idea here is as follows. Now I want to point out, let's say the witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. Let's say that's what witnesses say he did. Remember, he's admitting already that he stole it. He's just saying I didn't slaughter and I didn't slaughter and sell it. Let's say witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. He's still covered from Adam Kamisha. Why? Why? Because since he admitted that he stole it, therefore what? He's exempt from PayPal. What? Remember you said before? Once there's no PayPal, there's no Adam Kamisha. Why not? Because Adam Kamisha is built on the back of PayPal. So therefore, again, I will say, once he admitted his liability, he's liable to carry, exempts himself from PayPal, and even though witnesses come along and say he's slugging where he sold it, he's still partner. The issue of here is that even though there's admission, it comes because he sees the witnesses coming. That's not a fair admission. Nevertheless, Allah will say, what do you see from here? See from here that Allah will say, even imperfect tshuva is tshuva. Right? We are not curious when it comes to tshuva. Right? Whatever we need to do to get a person on the right path, do it. Even though again, even if tshuva is less than sincere, his admission is only motivated because he realizes now he's choosing to do the lesser of two evils. Either admit that you stole and liberate yourself again, but exempt yourself from Arba B'Chamisha, or stand your ground that you're innocent and have to pay Arba B'Chamisha in just a few moments. So he chooses the better financial choice, which is admit that I stole some of Ghana, I'm going to have to pay back the Karen, and now Potter from Jacob has come over the Knas Potter, and it's going to be Potter under the Kamisha. Imperfect Shabbat is still Shabbat. Incredible. I'm on the show. Hey, I'm sorry. No, right moving by my ox. Ruben, where is my ox? I'm alone. Yes, so it's the last under of this step. Wow. So again, very hard to believe that the journey is coming to an end. Very hard to believe. It feels like just 40 years ago we began the Sefer Shmos. So the Gemara says as follows. So I go to Ruben, bar my ox. I say, Ruben, where is my ox? So mace. Now, Ruben says it died. Now, remember, everyone say, what's the liability for a show? What's the liability for a show? Essentially, for our purpose, the show is cut everything. Now, Ruben claims it died, but it didn't die. He lied. Pollution is part of things like they're broken less. Not really. Pollution makes something else. To it, or Mishpah, he claims like Mishpah is taking that to the root. So it makes a Mishpah because it was stolen, but that's not true either. But Mishpah makes a Mishpah Avad. He claims that it was lost. The root. She makes a Mishpah. So what's the point over here is Ruben's making a claim, and he's lying. I say, okay, so let's just go specifically, right? So again, Ruben's claiming it was lost. It wasn't lost, it really died. And I say, Mashbiach Ani. So Ruben, you swear that the animal was lost. But Amen, and ultimately again, he says, Amen, what's the halacha? Potter. Now again, what's that? He's Potter. Now what is he Potter from? He's Potter from Shvas HaPikadon, Chomesh, and Asham. Why? Because the Shvua didn't change the math. Remember, the only time that there is Shvas HaPikadon liability is when you swear in a way that is going to exempt you from payment. But if your oath didn't change your payment liability, so for example, in the case of the Shoel, he's on the hook. He's on the hook regardless. So again, why is he swearing falsely? I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he feels bad about saying what really happened, but Lamaisa, it doesn't matter. For our purposes, Halach Lamaisa is going to be part. Why? Because the Shua didn't actually change his level of liability. Fascinating. On the other hand, I say, Ruben, where is my shot? I'm not a son. And in this case, Ruben says, Shot, what shot? I don't recommend. Remember the times when you did anything with me. The Rishon is on Mishpah, but really, I did the positive today. And something happened to the animal. Must be not on me. And ultimately, again, I say to Ruben, man, I want to make you swear that Halacha Lamaisa again, that Halacha Lamaisa, you never had the animal. And he says, yes, Kali. In that case, ultimately, again, there's liability. Really liability in that case, because remember on this side, by swearing that he never had possession of the animal, he's looking to exempt himself from complete liability. That's an oath in order to exempt you to save you money. Halacha Lamaisa, again, then he's Kali for a false Shvas HaPikadon, Karen, Chomesh, Asham. Good. So let's say Omer removes his sky basioker. He can show it. What's the scope of the cases? I go over to a banker and to our Shomer Saka, the custodian. I say, Hebron, where is my ox? Omer Lenis. Also, what's his notion to all the cases again? So remember again, what is a Shomer Saka? And the Saka, what are they kind for? They're kind for Geneva Va'aveda. Right, so they're kind if the animal is lost or stolen. They're Potter for onus. Right? Extending inside the animal died. Right? So there's no Shia. The animal died. The animal was taken captive. In those cases, Halacha Lamaisa, they're going to be Potter. So the says it's house. Amir says, where's my ox? Only mace. So again, they claim the animal died. Pollution is part of Mishpah. But in reality, the animal broke a leg, or, again, it was taken captive. Which I will say, by the way, doesn't change the math. Either way, they'd be Potter for that. Or Mishpah. Pollution makes a Mishpah. Or Mishpah. Pollution makes a Mishpah. We said first word, right? Mignah, or was stolen. Usha Avad, or it was lost. Avad, Usha Nibna, or it was right, they claim it was lost, but it was really stolen. Mashbiachani, in all these cases, I say, okay, you may swear. The owner of it, Ruben says, swears, but what's that? He's swearing falsely, but what? The oath doesn't change the law, right? In these cases, he would have been putter anyway had he said the truth. So therefore, again, putter, we must say, now again, keep saying, we say putter, he's putter for sure sabikado. So there is no liability for sabikado, and for Chomesh, and for Asham, of course, he's still swearing falsely. So there will be liability for Shmuel Shav. Or for Shmuel Shav, Mace, we must putter, Mace, Onishbar, Belushe, Nibna, O Avad. So what's this? So ultimately, again, if, for example, it died, or it broke a leg, right, or was taken captive, right, Belushe, but in reality, it was stolen or lost. I make you swear, but Amar Amei, Chayav. Ultimately, again, that's a Chayav. Avad, Nibna, Belushe, Mace, Onishbar. So again, I love the nice again, it was lost or stolen, but in reality, again, it died or misspelled. Once again, here's the rule. Call on the Shana, Mechova the Choba, when we Torah Choba, Potter. Here's the rule. Anytime you take a stress of the Kadam, anywhere, again, you're going from a state of where you were exempt to where you were exempt, or from liability to liability, or from exempt to liability. I was going to say, here's the last page. If you go ahead and you swear in a way that had you made your real claim, you would have been potter. But now, as a result of your actual claim, of your stated claim, you're going to be chayiv. So if you're on a higher level of liability, okay, there's no fear for sure something covered in that case because you heightened your own liability. So in any case, again, where you would have been potter anyway, you would have been chayiv anyway, or you're upping your own personal level of liability from the Chova, right, potter. Ultimately, you're going to be potter. Right? Why? Because again, you're chayiv for sure because when the shvua saves you from payment. But if the shvua doesn't change the math, or the shvua enhances liability, then ultimately again there's no liability for the shvua. On the other hand, mechava lepatur chayiv. But Allah Kalamaisa again, it will say if you swear in a way that exempts you from liability, that's when there is liability for the shvua. We're going to say so a very simple klal. The only time you're chayiv for shvua sabikadon is when by taking the shvua you are seeking to exempt yourself ultimately again from liability. The so the Kala say is anytime you're taking the shua, ultimately again to exempt yourself or to lessen the liability you're going to be chayiv, but ultimately again if the shua either maintains the same level of liability or increases liability, you will be potter. Incredible. Right, we'll say let's go. Man can have our shomim, who is the kind of who holds that they're proper custodians, or not going to right near you, right near. What does that mean? You get kind of the less like I want showman understand what does it mean? Who's the kind of holds of four custodians? Everyone holds of that. Right? That's a concept in halacha. It's like who holds of Chamisha Kosedora. What is this for showman? Man can have so character no say sachar. No, it means it must say in the category of four. Two of them are lumped together. Like Shomer Sachar, custodian, and Sofer and renter are put together. Who is that? Who holds of that? Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir that lumps them together. How Rabbi Meir picked up Shamina, right? Rabbi Meir should just be opposite. It's none. Sofer keeps on Mishalim. How does a renter? What's the nature of renter's liability? Rabbi Meir Omer to Shomer Chinam. Rabbi Meir says that Shomer Sachar is like the Shomer Chinam. Rabbi Yehuda say Sachar. Rabbi Yehuda is the one who says that no. That ultimately, again, a sofer, a renter, is like a shomer sachar. Rabbi Abua ikatami. So Rabbi Abua ultimately again had the reverse. The man says, if that's the case, so what we'll say, interesting enough, what we're saying is that a sofer, a renter, has the same thing as a shomer sachar. If that's the case, it's not really four custodians, it's really three custodians. Because really what you have is shomer sachar, shomer chinam, unpaid custodian, shower, a borrower, and then shomer sachar and sofer are really the same. What it means is there's 4 categories of custodians, but they really only have 3 different categories of liability. So you have Shomer Human that has his category, Shoah that has his category, and then again Soker and Shomer Sachar, which have similar halachas of liability. Good. I'm going to be Echad B'Shok. Sorry. Echad Shori. Sorry. I'm going to Shomer Human. I'm going to Shomer Human. Echad Shori. I'm going to Echad B'Shok. I'm going to Soker. Echad Shori. I'm going to Inodeh. I'm going to the Kulan Turin Mishwas Shomer, the Chayavim Mishum Shwas B'Tri. And that's interestingly enough, in all of these cases, take a look at Rashi, term Mishwas B'Tri, in all of these cases of the Mishnah, where we say that the individual is Pater. Pater means ultimately again what? Pater means they're Pater from Shvuas HaShomer, right? Shvuas HaPikadon. But ultimately again, they're Chayiv in Shvuas B'Tri. Look at Rashi. The Chayiv in Shvuas B'Tri, the Sha'avar, carbon Ola B'Yorei, and Shagal, the carbon Kirbin Shvuas Sha'avar. So Omer Yodani, she shows us also separating what Rabbi is pointing out is interestingly enough, that in these cases of tours, you can be Pater ultimately again from Shvuas HaShomer, which means what we call Shvuas HaPikadon. So there's no Hasham, there's no Chomesh, there's no Karer, but it can be Chayiv ultimately again in Shvuas B'Tri. So the Gemara says, Shmuel was also the one of Askor Mishum Shvuas B'Tri. You can even be Pater from Shvuas B'Tri. I've also wondered argument, Michael Nefemi, Shmuel Savar Lesser B'Lahava, B'Lav Savar Isaba Isaba. So that's what the argument is, one of the Mahomes that we had beforehand, which is what do you need in order to be Pater from Shvuas B'Tri. So ultimately again, I will say so ultimately again, so what Shmuel holds that in order to be Pater from Shvuas B'Tri, Shvuas B'Tri must be able to be phrased both in future tense and past tense. In this case, over here, the Shvuah can only be phrased in the past tense, not the future tense. Therefore, there's no Shvuas B'Tri. Rav says you don't need a future past. Rather, what do you need? Positive and negative. Since the Shvuah can be phrased both in positive and negative, therefore, again, there is liability. The Gemara says, all right, we've already had this method. This one's important. Shvuah is our point of Yom. Again, I take a Shvuah, right? Shvuah is our point of Yom. I swear, I threw the stone into the sea. I swear that I didn't throw the stone into the sea. Rav, I'm a Chayiv. So Rav says you're Chayiv. Shmuel, I'm a Pater. And Shmuel says that you're Pater. So I said, what's the nature of the Machal? Yes, Rav, I'm a Chayiv. Rav says you're Chayiv. Why? Because the viability for Shvuas B'Tri as long as what? It can be phrased in a positive and negative. Which can be phrased in a positive and a negative, right? Shmuel, I threw the stone. I didn't throw the stone. Shmuel, I'm a Pater. Shmuel says you're Pater. Why? Because you can't phrase this in the future. I swear I will throw this out. That doesn't work. So the says, why do you have to go ahead and mention this twice? It's Tzricha. So the says, no, we have to bring this up twice. Why? Yes, we live a hall. If we were just saying this is popular, you shouldn't be shit from the Shabbat. Let's keep it on this side. I am choosing to swear of my own volition. But again, in our case over here, basically is a jury, the individual. Maybe Rabbi uses a shmuel in that kind of case. Sorry. If I'm holding the shmuel with Rabbi Abi, Shlosh HaDayanim Mashpin also, Ein Chayovim Aram Mishum Shvuas B'Tri. Because again, Rabbi Ami holds that any time is being observed by a base thing, ultimately again there's no Shvuas B'Tri. Rabbi Ami holds there's only viability for a Shvuas B'Tri when Halacha L'Maisa again is a self-proclaimed oath. These my Bahar, and if we just said in this case, Bahar Kama Shmuel, that's the case where Shmuel says it's Halacha Babaha, Ema Modi Le'Nira. Okay, so here, ultimately it means it's about Shvuas B'Tri, therefore Tzricha, therefore Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately again, both cases are going to be needed. And both sides. So Halacha L'Maisa, I just want to point out, the way we passed, as we mentioned before, in these cases, in Mishnah, although you are Pater from Shvuas HaPikadon from Shvuas Shomer, you are Chayiv for Shvuas B'Tri. You have made a false oath of oaths, right? You have made a false declarative oath, right? Or perhaps, depending on the circumstance, maybe Shvuas Sheker, or maybe Shvuas Shat, depending on the circumstance. So again, I want to point out, even in all the Mishnah's cases, when the Mishnah says Pater, you're Pater from Shvuas HaPikadon, right? That's what you're Pater from. So you're not going to be Chayiv the Karen, Chomesh, and Asham. But there is other shvur liability for making a false oath. Incredible. Twofold. I'm going to be on the personal show that I'm also in Bobby Shur's last detail. And we'll say everyone just picks up on this last detail. Interestingly enough, if you are a judge in a court, ultimately, again, you can't be liable for shvuas detail, declarative oath. Why not? She'emar, and nefesh, hisishava mezake disasai. The pasuk says if a person will articulate an oath with his lips, what do you see from here? Me'atzmo. There's only liability for shvuas detail if you swear on your own. Keeping Shabbos, the word key ultimately again has 4 different definitions. One of the 4 different definitions, if, Dilma, perhaps, Ella, but, the heart, that. Okay, so therefore, the last of O Nefesh, keys to Shabbos, the last place assigned means, and it's actually very interesting. There's only liability for a shvuas detour if halacha lets you utter it of your own volition. But if you're a juror, there's no liability. Now, we don't pass the next way, and again, all these things are tied together. If you make a shvuas detour, whether you're a juror or you're not, it doesn't make a difference. If it's faulty, you're going to be liable. And that's why this ties into this city. That's why this case is over here. Even if you're not tied for shvuas hakikadon, in fact, your father shvuas hakikadon, you will be tied for shvuas detour. Incredible. But Rothschild says, "Kulak shel shomen, dachayavim mishum shvuas detour, chutz me'ini yodea na'at hasach b'shoel, u'gneva va'aveda v'nosei schar b'shebesocha." So it's interesting enough. So remember, in all this, in I just said before, in all these cases, even if you're partner from shvuas shomen, you will be tied for shvuas detour, except for chutz me'ini yodea na'at hasach b'shoel, except for the case of I don't know what you're talking about in the case of the Shoah, right? And ultimately, again, in the case of Geneva Ba'avida, by no say Schar and Sefer. Why? Shuchai shows tough on mother. Because also in those cases, we will be tied ultimately, again, for shvuas hakikadon. Now, what you must point out over here is, if you're tied for shvuas hakikadon, you're not chayav for shvuas detour, right? So again, you're not going to be chayav for both of those things. So in those cases, you're going to be chayav for shvuas hakikadon. Why? Shahari kafshamah. Because at the end of the day, in those cases, you did deny a monetary claim, and as you pointed out, when you deny a monetary claim, ultimately, again, you're chayav for shvuas hakikadon. So most what's the takeaway over here? So it only just comes down to one simple principle. This last missionary on the second, this last character, this character, right? This last character over here, in the second, teaches us a simple principle. What we introduced over here, we have to call shvuas hakikadon, or shvuas hashomer, where halacha l'maaseh again have deposited an item with one of the four shomer. For the 4 shomer, shomer chinam, shomer sachar, socher, shoel. It's 4, but it's really collapsed into 3 categories because we ask him that socher and shomer sachar really have the same type of liability. There are distinctions, but that's not our sector like that. I come over to this shomer and halacha l'maaseh, I want my object back. He claims something happened to him. Now, obviously, if I trust him, there's no shvuah. We're talking about cases where what? I would like some verification of his claim. He swears something happened to it, and it turns out that what? He's lying. Is there liability? What does it depend on? It all comes down to one simple thing. Did his false oath save him from financial responsibility or not? If it did, then halacha l'maaseh again, he is chayav. Chayav for shvuas hashomer, right? What is he chayav for? Again, Karen principles, chomesh additional fifth, and ultimately covered asham. Covered on. But that's his liability. If he made a false oath, but it turns out that the false oath didn't save him any money, didn't do anything for him financially, then what? He is potter. But it turns out that when we say he's potter on shvuas shomer. And what is he chayav for? Ultimately, again, shvuas. That's the sugya in his entire. As we come to the end, we did it. As we come to the end of the section, so first of all, a tremendous shtar for us. You might say to yourself, well, maybe I don't feel so accomplished. I don't know. I hope no one ever asks me a question on the Sefes shores. Like, you ready? Because it was like, let's just finish the second. How much time I'm back? Couple days. You ready? Okay, you're right. We're not getting smooth on the Sefes shores, right? And perhaps I don't even feel like I'm massive. I don't say, but sometimes it's not about mastery. It's about having the courage, the resolve, and the commitment to make it through the journey. And I will say that is what we have done. We have navigated through a very complex sugya, To be honest, at times like today, not giving the proper amount of time. A daf like this would even require, well, it was really not a daf, it was a daf and a half. I don't want to brag, whatever, a daf and a half. You know, all right, a daf and a half. So the night stuff, this requires 2 hours. 2 hours, okay, we're limited in time. We can't start at 4:30 in the morning. But again, we did it. And we did something that for many of us probably we never thought we would do, and then for those who thought it would be possible, and it would have been so easy to give up at so many different points in this journey. But we did it. We got to the end of this particular chapter, and I will say a tremendous and overwhelming and beautiful and magnificent accomplishment. That the Bola Shalom saw how many times we struggled, but we kept going through. That's the avoda of the year, that's the avoda of the daf, and I will say a tremendous and beautiful and holy accomplishment for us all. And for us, we know that shall see struggle, the effort that we put in, and therefore should be a source of progress today, should be a source for ourselves, should be a source for our Mishachas, and the most like tomorrow morning, the Sha'atava and the Mishachas to begin. The Sechas of our desire, the journey continues, the adventure continues, and Halavai for many more years together. Hajj Allah, Hajj Shomim, we sleep on the Sechas. Shmos Abosai, Mazel Tov. All right, everyone, and that's Hashem. She's up at so many accomplishments together. She's up and that's our heaven, Eretz Yisrael. You know, so nice to see you. She's up and that's Hashem. So she's up and that's Hashem to Shmir Yisrael, to be so Tovos and Halavai. She's up and that's Hashem to Klal Yisrael.
Somebody said 99 cents, funny how God works. Yeah. My gums are big and teeth are normal size, funny how God works. God goes to the doctor, diagnoses Graves, funny how God works. I love it, dude. Sharpies are meant for insertion, funny how God works. We can't, this is kind of like
good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show, to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Yitzhak Mishpacha Rothschild, for dedicating all the shows this year in the schus of the Zohar Souls for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor, Simon Kipsina Malino, the Stephen Karizim, loving young Stephen's mother, Loris is in the Lower Bass, we saw yours from Rahel, and the occasion for 50 years, like the American of our commentary, all of the insurance love and Aliyah. Families in the Kama, all those who wish happen together. Kol Yisrael, to the process of the Next Hashem, bring our hostages home to Shalom and the Torah of Shalom, holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedehem, should shower Shmir Yisrael, protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And then we result on Eretz Hashem to a week of Besorah Tovos and decisive victories. Also with that, let us be real about a lot to do today. So today's daf is it's not. It's Memchas. Today's daf is Memchas 48. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Memchas on the days. We're going to move today 47D. And we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines down from the top. So let's say, remember again, we ended up yesterday with a beautiful allusion, a beautiful heartbreaking, incredible allusion to Chikim Meragim, Darius' Parasha. Then again, the Gemara puts another piece of Agadic interpretation by Shimon ben Tarfon. Hanan Hagadol, Nahar Pras. So ultimately, again, so in the large river, the Euphrates. So let's say, so interestingly enough, now what's probably the Gemara in the statement is, the Euphrates is out of the other. Well, let's see Rashi actually at just a moment. So before we get to Rashi, so Shimon, the entire point Omer, when you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you yourself will become oily. Now, what does that mean? So look at Rashi. Rashi says that the Gabe Dihina and the Goy in Nagata the Mashiach the Shem and the Mashiach the Diaso. If you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you'll also become oily as a result of that contact. So as I say, interestingly enough, remember again, the Torah outlines over here 3 different rivers, right? And ultimately, again, the Pras is the smallest of the 3. The Hanar HaNavi is 4 rivers, and Pras is the 4th one, and Pras is considered to be
I just saw
Pras is considered to be the smallest one. So the Gemara said, yeah, the Hanar is Pras, the tiny Kori also the Har Gadol. Interestingly enough, as much as Pras is one of the small rivers, here it's called the Nar Gadol. Here it's called a large river. So what's the shot with that? Shu Niska Shem Eretz Yisrael, Shu Chashuva Niska Gam Ubekashivos. So that's interestingly enough. The Gemara suggests everywhere as follows: that since at the end of the day, the Euphrates is connected to some of the other bodies of water, which ultimately line up with Eretz Yisrael, and therefore what? The Euphrates is called the Big River. The Euphrates is called the Big River. So again, why is it called the Big River? Since it's connected with bodies of water that get connected up with Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see from here? So again, the same way, if you touch someone that's oily, you become oily. If you touch something that's great, you also become great. So the Euphrates itself is not what it's mean. It's a big river. The Euphrates is actually a fairly large water source. Compared to the other ones, it's not as big. But since it touches the water sources which touch Eretz Yisrael, therefore it's called Nar HaGadol. It's called the large river. The Gemara says, the Bira Bishmal Tana, Eved Melech Kamelech. It's like what people say, the servant of the king is like the king. Now, what does that mean? What that means is, since the servant of the king is ultimately an employee of the king, he's part of the royal court, that endows him with the Kashivos as well. So we'll say a tremendous Musahastio, that sometimes the golden life is to connect yourself to other great things. Because when you embed yourself in an atmosphere of Kedusha, of greatness, that rubs off on you. So whether that's making sure that you keep the right friends who are going to go ahead and have an impact on you, making sure that you actually spend time in spiritually enriching environments. Attaching yourself to Kedusha, by definition, rubs off on you. It's an incredible idea. I will say it's also a beautiful use of the especially there's an Indian, and that has to speak about the beauty and greatness of Eretz Yisrael as much as possible. But since again the hatred and the rivalry was that they denigrated the land, so the tikkun for the faith is during we put back to the Eretz Yisrael. Talk as much as you can about the greatness of Eretz Yisrael. So just to point out here, what a beautiful Gemara, because what does the Gemara say? You know what makes you great? Attachment to the land makes you great. And here by the Euphrates is if you're attached to a water source that's attached to Eretz Yisrael, that makes you great. That makes you great. Although again the Euphrates happens to bump up against the actual biblical borders of Eretz Yisrael itself. Now when you look at the map, see Euphrates doesn't really connect to Eretz Yisrael, but biblical Eretz Yisrael, the Euphrates comes next to Eretz Yisrael, not through Eretz Yisrael, but next to Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, what do you see from here? The Kedusha of the land is such that just by touching the land, and this is what the Gemara says, Avira Eretz Yisrael, the air of Eretz Yisrael makes you smart. Makes you smart. And what's that, by the way? Again, all right, we spoke about already a lot. Because I think when you look at what the Mossad and the army pulled off in Iran, it doesn't make sense. They're like smuggling drug pieces in like missile bags, whatever, like it doesn't look like, I don't know, funnels, whatever, it doesn't like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a country that is less than a century old. How does it have an apparatus like this? How does it have minds that work like this? How does this happen? So now, by the way, I understand. Avira, the Arab, Yisrael, the Eretz of Eretz Yisrael gives you wisdom. See, a whole line is referred that just meant Torah. It is definitely Torah. But it's not just Torah. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's the ability to think out of the box. It's the ability to think differently than the rest of the world thinks. Because you have to think differently than the rest of humanity thinks. Because your survival hinges on it. The land of Eretz Yisrael changes you. The air of Eretz Yisrael changes you. And that's why we all know it, because we've all experienced it. You step foot in the Holy Spirit of Eretz Yisrael, how do you feel? How do you feel? It's so different. It's so different. What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is. But it's the Kedusha of the land. And when you're attached to Kedusha, by definition, you become more Kaddish. When you're attached to the smartness of the air, you become sick. Again, it's like, this is what it means. And again, Eretz Yisrael is a beautiful example, but that's paradigmatic everything else, attach yourself to great people because you will become greater. Embed yourself in the atmospheres of Kedusha because you will become holier. Incredible. Let's go back there. So then the Mishnah spoke about the case. Go say the shopkeepers. Now in the case of the shopkeeper was the following scenario. This was I go over to Ruben, the shopkeeper, and I say, Ruben, I want you to go ahead and I want to pay my workers. So let my workers come in and take $100 of merchandise each. So the workers come in, right? Or what happens? So Ruben says, okay, I paid your workers. So Ruben says, give me my money. Ultimately, again, the workers say they haven't gotten paid. So I'm in the middle of this. So what's the halacha? So the halacha the Mishnah said is that both of them take shvuos and ultimately collect. Now, remember again, so they both collect. They both collect. But the Nana said, Kate said, ultimately, again, so the Nana says it doesn't make any sense because then someone's lying. Rather, the Nana says both of them collect without a shvuos. Essentially, Gemara, Tanya, Amar Rabbi, Rabbi says, why are you making them take the shvuah? And so Rabbi's arguing on the kind of come up, and Rabbi says, why would shvuah be necessary? So again, the Mishnah said that both the workers and the shopkeeper both swear to me, right? So the shopkeeper swears, get paid. The workers swear, they don't get paid, and everyone collects from me. So I said, keep them in there, keep them in there. So interestingly enough, so Rabbi said, I don't understand what it is shvuah. The Bechia responded with, well, that's the Mishnah. So the Rabbi accepts the Bechia's statement. But now, so question, I'm saying Rabbi Omer, right? So again, Rabbi says that the workers swear to the shopkeeper. Now, this is very interesting. So this is now a second idea, that the workers swear to the shopkeeper that Allah knows that they didn't get anything. Why are they swearing to the shopkeeper? They should be swearing to me, to the employer. Amarava, Harlem in the Shvaim of Balabayis, the Maimon Hedvini, in reality, the workers and the shopkeeper are both going to swear. But we're going to make the workers swear in the presence of the shopkeeper. Why? Because the workers are claiming that they didn't get paid. We want to kind of put that thing to the test. We say, Halacha always assumes two things. Number one, people lie. Right? Okay, it's a pretty safe assumption. Right? And then assumption number two is that people will not be so brazen to lie in the face of the person who they're hired something to. So workers will lie about not getting paid. But what they're a little bit more reticent to lie about is what? Is that they didn't get paid in front of the person who really paid them. So therefore we make them swear to the Balabayis in the presence of the company. This was hoping that if they have off the rights and we did get paid, go back down from the shvuah. So I says, therefore, just to point out over here, just fascinating enough, the Gemara seems to indicate over here that halacha might be passed like the kind of halacha, and both of them will take the shvuah. So the workers will swear to the Balabayis in the presence of the family that did not get paid, and the sender will swear to the Balabayis that he did pay them. Oh, incredible. If not, of course, a very interesting case here. There are two sets of witnesses that contradict each other. So you know, so this is a very interesting case. So if you look at Rashi says over here, second of the intermediate wildlife refuge shows you a zoo. Shnayim omim halal, Shnayim omim lo halal. This is a typical case. Two witnesses say, we saw Ruvain kill Shimon. Two witnesses say, we saw Ruvain and he didn't kill Shimon. Okay, so we'll say, what happens to their testimony in a scenario like this? What happens? It cancels each other out. That's all. So we'll say, but here's what we do know. What do we know? Someone's lying. So this is an interesting shayla. Can both of those sets of witnesses go and testify on other cases? So obviously they're both committed agents. Again, there's nothing for us to do because they cancel each other out. So everybody's goes home. What about if they try to testify in another case? What do we do with the testimony then? So the Gemara says, each of them come under one. In other words, they cancel each other out. I know that someone's lying, but again, they're both still absolutely fit for testimony. So each one could come on their own and testify. Rafista says, "Ba'adi shadi shakli lamali." Rafista says, "What do I mean with such lies?" Rafista essentially says, "Interesting." Rafista disqualifies them from what we testimony. Why? Because someone's lying, and I don't know who's lying. So in the absence of the ability to determine who is lying, I'm just going to go ahead and disqualify everyone. Everyone's incredible. Someone says, "Once again, everyone goes to have the outline of certain different cases. Meanwhile, there was Taylor, there was Sage Dollars, there was Tyler. So, for example, if I had the example of this would be, let's say you have two different transactions, right? Two different lenders, two different borrowers, and two different stars. And then obviously, again, both, and then you have each of these sets of witnesses are witnessing one of these transactions. So you might say, okay, that's exactly the case we're talking about. What do you do now with these transactions, knowing that one of these sets of witnesses is a liar? Or if you have one lender, one borrower, two different transactions, in that case, again, let's say again, one is for one of a greater amount, one is for one of a lesser amount. In that case, the one who has the start, the lender, will only be able to collect the lesser of the two debts. Stay margin below the effort, two lenders and one borrower, but yet ultimately again in two different documents, which makes us, that's again, that's the case of our Mishnah. These local amount the effort, two lenders and two borrowers and one lender, which makes us obviously again and in two different documents 9. What do I do in that case? Teku. Ultimately again, Teku. So let's say, so if we are left with over here, so we're just giving 4 cases in which we see how that manifests itself. But by the way, I will say, and this is really very interesting. I have 2 witnesses contradicting each other. Again, capital case, Ruben Goshen, one witness, one group said this, one group said it didn't do it. They can't each other out. So therefore, again, in a capital case, what happens to Ruben? He goes home. Now, again, I'm faced with the reality that someone here is lying. So what do? So Machlokas. Rafuna says they're still both fit. They cancel each other out. Pretty much it's as if it never happened. And therefore, I recognize they're both fit. But Krista, no, someone's a liar over here. And therefore, again, both will be disqualified. So Masid Lafuna by Yehuda. So if we're about to raise the kasha, we'll say Kappa Memkas, Echad Omer Gabon, give days Margaos. Yeah, the Romer Shabosh. So let's see, we've actually seen this before in our Rosh Hashanah days. Like Kiddush HaChodesh. Okay, look, remember again, it used to be before the calendar was organized by Hillel Hashemi, that Rosh Chodesh would be declared based on a testimony of 2 witnesses. They would have to come to days and they would have to describe how they saw the moon. One of the things that they would have to testify to was how high, so to speak, the moon was off the horizon. So the way it would often be measured would be like an ox goad, where there is an ox goad. Because that's helpful if you actually know what an ox goad is. Hey, so let's say again, one of them comes, I mean, obviously everyone knows what an ox goad is. It's something you use to goad a goat, right, or an ox. Good, so let's say the Gemara says over here, so let's say one witness shows up and he says, I saw the moon and it was 2 ox goads up from the horizon. The other says 3, so increasing higher. So let's remember why? Because it's understandable that it's not going to be exact, right? No 2 people are going to see, especially remember again, this is all like ocular measurements, right? So in other words, so you're determining this based on what you're able to see. So obviously, again, it's not going to be exact. So therefore, again, if one says 2, one says 3, the testimony is good. After all, the deal with hey, they do some detail, and it's starting the Eidos Achares. Well, here's what's interesting. But let's say one witness says it was 3 ox goads, one witness says it was 5 ox goads. Ultimately, if you can say that's not misguided, then that doesn't work. It gives you the payoff. Why? Because the discrepancy is too much. But yet, interesting enough, what does the guy say? When it starts in the Eidos Achares, they can become part of another testimony. Now the Gemara says, what does that mean? My love la'ibus moment. Now what that sounds like is, okay, so for this testimony, we're not going to accept them. But they can go on to give testimony in another case.
Folks,
right? In Abus
we need a hype. We need to get hype.
Case.
Why? Because I have to stand. That's going to take some time.
No,
What
it means
did you
is
do?
he or one of those witnesses and another could ultimately
Well, I
again
watched
be
this one
mitzvah
episode.
for so let's say for
Bracken
example,
tweets like 14
let's say
times.
again,
Really?
first
Yeah.
witnesses 1 and 2 come and say that
And
the moon was 3 axes above the horizon.
I mean
Witnesses
that's really
here
about
come
it.
along and say that it was 5.
Is there
So obviously, I
agenda?
will say in that case over here, I'm sorry, so let me say that differently. One says it was
Like-
right. Witness one says it was 3 axes.
this,
Witness
and
2 says it was 5
Jaguars
axes.
fans.
So obviously they're not mitzvah. They're not mitzvah. But
No, you need to
either one of
stand
those
up.
witnesses, so let's say now witness number 3 comes along. And witness number 3 says, I saw it, and it was 3
How haven't you stood
axes
up yet?
above the horizon. So now both say follow this. Witness 1 and witness 3 can combine to form a testimonial unit for
Really?
Kiddush HaChodesh. That's what it means. That's what it means. Why? Because
Stand
now
on your feet.
effectively 1 and 3 combine. 1 and 3
Then
combine.
walk.
And again, that's 2 against 1. See, right? Because
It'll
witness
be
number 2 was the one who said that it was 5.
Amazing.
And therefore, again, it turns out that there are 2 witnesses that say
Really?
3 ox goats, 1 witness that say 5 ox goats, and therefore they can combine. I will say the novelty over there, by the way, is that interestingly enough, witnesses 1 and 3 are able to combine, even though what? You know what? They didn't see it together. Remember, again, this is a unique halacha by Eidos HaChodesh. Normally, by testimony, in order to form a testimonial unit, witnesses usually have to be able to see an event together. Back to our Makos days, some good days. Back to our Makos days, right? But now each time I can
Unprecedented athleticism, folks.
So I'll say, how do we paskin? So the Rambam paskins like Rafuna. That when you have testimonial units which cancel each other out because of contradictory testimony, that does not go ahead and take away their ability to testify in future cases. Essentially, once they cancel each other out, we're done. Even though I know, what do I know? What do I know? Someone is lying. Now, again, is there the possibility that someone's not lying, but someone's mistaken? There's always that possibility. But there's a greater probability that someone's actually lying. Right? But when they cancel each other out, ultimately that does not render them unfit to give testimony in other areas. So again, Group 1 says Reuben killed Shimon. Group 2 says Reuben didn't kill Shimon. Like Salach said, they cancel each other out, but both we paskin like Rafuna, both are still kosher to give testimony in other areas. Incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. Remember the Chen Benitini with Dina Mouse? Dina B'dira Pero. Sorry. So once I remember again, this was the next case. I go over to the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, give me a dinar, ultimately again, of peros, of produce. And what happens? He gives it to me. I say that he says to me, okay, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money and you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him the money. I have to swear that I paid him the money. So says the Gemara, when do I have to swear? When do I have to pay? When let's say the produce is piled right in front of us, right? So again, shopkeeper piled the produce. I say, I'm about to take it. I haven't taken it yet. Shopkeeper says, hold up, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money. You put it in your money pouch. He says, you didn't pay me. Then I swear that I paid him the money and I can take the produce. However, but if I already have the produce. I have the produce. I put it in my shopping bag, right? I put it in my what do you call it? That cart that you push. Blood. Right? I put it in my little cart, right? So lemaisa again, so then in that case, it's a motzi mechaber lavaraya. In that case, since I already have possession of the fruit, again, then the reality is possession is 9 tenths. Right? And therefore, again, if the shopkeeper wants to say that I didn't pay, ultimately the obligation is on him. So let's say it's a very important piece of halacha. So when do we say that I, the purchaser, am obligated to take a shmur that I swore? That's when I did not take possession of the produce. But if I already took possession of the produce, then the obligation of the burden of proof shifts to the chenei, to the shopkeeper. And if he wants to claim that I did not pay him, the burden of proof is upon him. Excellent. Next, Amr Shulchan Aruch. So I'll say, so then, remember again, we had virtually the same exact case with the money changer. Right? What was the money changer? The money changer was, I go with the money changer, I say, give me change for a dinar. He gives it to me. He says to me then, okay, now give me the dinar. I say, I gave it to you and you put it in your money pouch. Right? He says, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him. So says the Gemara, I don't understand the street, I won't say it's the same case. It's the same case. Right? Pretty much, again, the money changer case and the Chenveni case is the same case. Why do you both? I'll tell you why. If you would have just in the first case of the produce, this is very interesting. If you would have told me the first case by the produce, I would have said like this. I could hear that there could be a case of produce where the shopkeeper would be willing to physically give it over before receiving payment. Why? This is fascinating. Because produce rots. When you're a shopkeeper, what do you want to do faster than anything? Cement the sale. How do you cement the sale? Right? Again, well, if you give over the produce, ultimately again to the purchaser, he does have ball. Ultimately, again, it's given. So you can see that. So therefore, I can see the case of produce. How you can have a case of where produce was given over even if payment wasn't yet tendered. I could see that. I could see that. However, again, about most of America, came a module that I didn't know. Again, I'm not saying the case of money, where I'm changing money. Chances are
Let's analyze this from an athletic point of view.
Until he receives the peanut, right? He's not giving over the change. Now,
let's analyze this for real. Okay. You got these muscles, this body, this mind equals perfection. Okay? Look at this move.
Next. Look,
folks,
which is 11 minutes. Okay.
Folks.
So again.
Folks.
That's all right. That's okay. So remember again. So the halacha is, the Mishnah spoke about this idea that
folks, I'm going to summarize this for you in the best way I can.
This idea that
this might be the most athletic thing we've ever had the opportunity to witness.
Again, we'll say that lashon of yisomim not pay. Like in other words, the concept that we've seen over and over is what? If you want to extract from yisomim, you have to require a shua. But the lashon of yisomim only pay. What does this mean? The Gemara says miman. Who are they collect? Who are the yisomim collecting payment from that they need to take a shua? So you may know that if you want to say that, we'll say maybe the case is like this: that right, Father Yaakov died. He left behind sons, Reuben and Shimon. Now Yaakov had lent money to Zvulun. So now again, when Yaakov died, Reuben and Shimon, his sons, want to collect money from Zvulun. So that would tell me like a vineyard shvua. Avun shakam lo shvua. I don't understand. If Yaakov was alive, Yaakov could collect from Zvulun without a shvua. Why? Because what does Yaakov have? A star. So if Yaakov can collect without a shua, so why should Reuben and Shimon, the kids, why should they require a shua? That's what it needs to say. So it says like yesterday's that. But it says, oh no, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about Yisomim who want to collect from Yisomim. So this is orphans collecting from orphans. So the halakha is you can only collect with a shua. So what are we talking about over here? So we'll say, now this is a little bit of a repeat from what we saw in yesterday's daf. So Rabbi during Rabbi, it's very important. Lo shanu ella. When do we say that Yarshim require a shavua? Collect from other Yarshim. That's only when Lo shanu ella shemes malva b'chaye lova. That's talking about again where we'll say a case of where the lender predeceased the borrower. Right. So Father Yaakov is the lender. Yaakov lent money to Zvulun. Yaakov died. Yaakov's kids now go ahead and Yaakov's kids now have the obligation to collect the debt. After Yaakov died, Zvulun died. So now Yaakov's kids are coming to collect from Zvulun's kids. Okay, so what's the halacha? The halacha is that Yaakov's kids can only collect with the shua from Zvulun's kids. Now the novelty over here is even though again, what do Yaakov's kids have? What do they have? They have the star. But remember again, I will say this is all embedded in the idea or in the concern that Yisomim aren't necessarily well versed in the affairs of their father. So therefore the shvua is kind of like just like the fail-safe to ensure that this loan wasn't collected beforehand. Okay, so it says that's not law. So again, so the concept of essentially the Yisomim of the malva of the lender collecting from the Yisomim of the loan is very important. Is when the borrower is when the lender predeceased the borrower. Okay, watch this. Oh, okay. Now, however, if the borrower predeceased the lender, then it looks like finance. So now watch this. Let's say Zvulun's the borrower. Zvulun died first. Okay, so now what happens? And Yaakov's like alive and kicking. Yaakov's good. Now, if Yaakov wants to collect that debt from Zvulun's estate, what does Yaakov need? A shvua. Because remember, you could always only collect property from Yisomim with a shvua. So ultimately, again, if Yaakov wants to collect, he needs a shvua. Now watch this. And if Yaakov subsequently dies, get ready for this. Ein adam morish shvua lebanav. A person can't bequeath, a father can't bequeath a shvua to his son. Now, I'll say what this means, and this is fascinating. Right? So since already, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kid, he would need a shvua. When Yaakov dies, shvua is not an inheritable right. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, because there was already a pre-existing obligation of shvua for the collection of this debt, when Yaakov dies, ultimately, again, you can't pass down that obligation of shvua. In other words, his kids can't take that shvua. They can't take the shvua of their father, and therefore, effectively, the debt is uncollectible, which is quite fascinating. So again, just to highlight this idea as well. So this is Rabbi and Shmuel, right? So again, the Mishnah is teaching me, let's just get this straight. The Mishnah is teaching me that in general, when Yisomim want to collect from Yisomim can only collect with a shvua from other Yisomim. Rabbi Shmuel says, what's that case? That's a case of where the lender predeceases the borrower. So now again, Reuven and Shimon, Yaakov, the lender's kids, are coming to right. So Yaakov dies, the debt is inherited by his sons. They have the shtar. Then Zvulun, the borrower, dies. So ultimately, again, Yaakov's kid from Zvulun's kids, they have the shtar, but they also need the shvua. What Rabbi Shmuel say is you have a case of where the Lovet, the borrower, Zvulun, died before Yaakov. So that means when Yaakov is alive, the only thing Yaakov's expected to do the shvua. When Yaakov dies, that shvua that Yaakov would have had to take is not transferable to his kids. So therefore, again, Ein Adam, that Lashon over here, Ein Adam Morish Lebanav. A father cannot bequeath a shvua to his son, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the kids of Yaakov, of the lender, can't collect. We'll say, take a quick look at Rashi. Nischayid mal b'shvua. Rashi says, "Shelo eskavo klum, shanifra min yisor filu b'shtar tzarek shvua." So we'll say, so remember again, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kids, Yaakov would have to show up. Yaakov would have to swear. What would he have to swear? I swear that I never received payment from your father. Now again, what's the novelty in that shvua? Because what is Yaakov holding on to? He has the shtar. Now again, remember, in a normal case of a loan, I go over to you, I lend you $1,000. I'm going to say, pay me back. You say, I paid you already. All they need to do is what? What? Without that shtar, and we're done. The conversation is done. Because again, whoever has that, but you sold him the halacha is because our legislated. If you want to collect your orphans, you have to take a shvua. So therefore, again, go back to Rashi. So therefore, when Yaakov showed up on Yisrael, you have to take a shvua. So shvua ve'ein adam morish mamon shemechuyev alav shvua levanim. Well, so here it is. The father does not bequeath money that is bound by a shvua to his sons. It's very simple. On both sides. What was the shvua that Yaakov would have taken to the sons of Zvulun? What was the shvua? I swear that I never received any payment from your father. Okay. Now when Yaakov dies and his sons inherit that debt, the sons can't take that shvua. Why can't they take the shvua? Why not? They don't know. So because they can't take that shvua that their father was already obligated in, therefore effectively the debt becomes uncollectible. Incredible. So let's say I will just point out something very beautiful. Over here, a person cannot bequeath a shvua to his son. That is true, I will say, except for one major shvua. The shvua that we took at Har Sinai, ultimately again to be bound to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? We saw this in the Sefer Shvuos. Right, remember again, why is it that when you take a shvua, right, to go ahead and uphold the mitzvah, I swear I'm going to put on tefillin today. Why is that shvua null and void? Why doesn't it work? Why? I'm mushva va'omed. Ultimately, again, I'm already adjured. And I will say, but how? I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I was my neshama was there, but again, I inherited that shvua from my father, who inherited that shvua from his father, who inherited that shvua from going all the way back to Har Sinai. So as much as ein adam morish shvua lebanav, that's true except for the greatest shvua of all. and that's the Shor Har Sinai, which we got from our fathers, and that's the which we will be zocher to pass down to our children. Shalchot Rabbi Elazar. Shvuah Zu, not Tiva. What's the nature of this Shvuah? Right? What is the nature of this Shvuah? So the Gemara says, Shalach Hu Yarshin Yishban Shvuas Yarshin. No, okay, so what's that? Okay, this is where it gets really exciting over here, right? So essentially, Rabbi Shmuel say like this: in any case where the borrower predeceased the lender, right, and then the lender dies, the debt is uncollectible. Why? Because since the only way to have already collected that debt was through a shvuah, right? Yaakov couldn't collect through shvuah, and the kids can't take that shvuah of Yaakov, therefore the debt is uncollectible. But when also comes along and says, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. There is a shvuah. But also said there's what's called shvuas yarshin. What's shvuas yarshin? What's shvuas yarshin? Shvuas yarshin, unless we saw, is a shvuah where Yarshin said, to the best of our knowledge, our father told us that, right, that this was not collected. So we'll say, that's a shvuah. Now, in general, by the way, whenever Yarshin are going ahead and collecting from other Yarshin, that's always the soul that they're taking. We'll say, let's flip this over for just a second, right? Remember again, let's say that Malva died first, right? Let's say ultimately again let's say that Lender died first, Yaakov died first, right? And then Malva died. So what's the halacha? That's the case of our Mishnah. What's the halacha? The Yaakov's kids are going to go collect from Zvulun's kids. They're still going to need a shua. That's the Mishnah. What's the shua they're going to take? What's the shua? We swear that to the best of our knowledge, this loan was never repaid. And then they repaid. So Rabbi says, I understand. So just because Yaakov became obligated in a shua, I understand his kids can't take that shua. Let them take a typical shuas yarshin and let them collect the debt. So it looks like fundamentally we've seen Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Shmuel ultimately saying that in any case where the borrower predeceases the lender, since the lender was already chayiv a shua when he was alive, then he died, he can't pass down that shua to his kids, therefore the debt is uncollectible. Rabbi Elazar says, what are you talking about? Just let the kids let Yaakov's kids take over. Granted, Yaakov's kids can't take his shua. But what? They can take their own shvuah and let them collect the debt. Shalchot b'mei Rabbi. Shalchot b'mei Rabbi Ami. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so they sent this. Shalchot b'mei Rabbi Ami. Amar kulei hay shalchilei va'azli. Yashkichan taima milo shalchilei. So I'll say, so ultimately again, this is very interesting. So they sent this question to Rabbi Ami, right? So they're trying to get Rabbi Ami ultimately again to decide, and I was saying, I understand. This is big stuff because this is going to render some major portion of loans uncollectible in these cases where both lender and borrower die. So they sent Rabbi Ami, right? There's Rabbi Ami, do you have any new developments? Rabbi Ami essentially says, Chevra, if I had something to share,
look at this motherfucker and look at this athleticism. I'm
I'm
really trying to summarize this shit for you as best I can, but really.
Rabbi Ami, name of honestly, even though I don't necessarily have a halachic decision in this machlokas, Rabbi Shmuel versus Rabbi Elazar, but let me share something with you. Amad b'din umeis. Ultimately, again, now interesting. If you look at Rashi, Amad b'din, Rashi says over here, shahotzi shtar ze al yasmu loda, va'amad lo beis in yishav v'tal. So let's say now watch this. So now the case over here is as follows. Let's say Yaakov was still alive, right? Yaakov was alive, and Yaakov came. Zvulun had died. Right, and Yaakov came to go ahead and Amad B'din. Excuse me, I shouldn't say Asher. Amad B'din. Right, so again, they started the Din Torah. Rashi says, "Shehotzi shtar ze al yasmei lo." Then the Amud lo Beitin is shava v'tol. So right, so again, they took out the shtar, and Beitin already told the lender, go ahead and swear, umeis, and then the lender dies. So the lender died before the oath was ever taken. So essentially, over here, so in this case over here, Yaakov came to David to collect the debt from the sons of Zvulun. Right? It was David said, okay, Yaakov swear. Yaakov died before he had the chance. So again, Yaakov's kids can't collect the money. Why? Because they can't take the oath of their father, like Rabbi Shmuel. Lo amad b'din umeis yarsh umeis. What happens, however, if Yaakov didn't try to collect the debt?
Oh, you.
And then he died.
FTW. Oh, you FTW, baby.
So
Oh, you.
that the only
FTW.
gets passed down from Yaakov to his sons. I should say, The only time that the Sonim of Yaakov are unable to collect the debt is when the obligation for Yaakov's Shvuah was already triggered. But if Yaakov did not trigger that Shvuah, then ultimately, again, Yaakov's kids can collect the debt with a typical Shvuas Yarshi. Fascinating. So Maskef Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman is the kasha.
Babies.
Is it the days that obligates Yaakov and the Shvuah?
Oh,
No.
rejected.
No, the Shvuah obligation is triggered when? Immediately when Zvulun died. El Amrav Nachman, let's say first white line. El Amrav Nachman, Yisil Derav the Shmuel Isa, Ilesa. Choose a team, right? Either you hold the Rabbi Shmuel, or you're right. Either you're with us or you're against us. Right? You know, there's two options over here. There's Rabbi Shmuel on one side, and there's a Belazar on the other side. You got to choose a side. Allah, the Sakkavan. So you see from here that Rabbi Nachman wasn't sure who the halacha follows. I'm Rabbi Yosef. I'm Rabbi Nachman Uvda.
I'm back, baby. Look at this athleticism, son. Look at this move. Julia Child, eat your heart out, you cunt. Look at this move. We got OU. Fucking OU Dr. Pepper. Or OU Dr. Thunder.
That's not like Rabbi Shmuel.
Some lazy ass fucking rabbi had to sign off on some paperwork, put a fucking symbol on this bitch. This shit is incredible.
Now this is a different case, right? So this is a case of an almana, a widow who did not collect her ksuba, right? So she died. Now she dies. What's that? Yershin maskir es ksuba said esun lechamesh shani. Ultimately, again, her children, right? Her inheritors.
I don't know if you're all aware of poetry in motion, or athleticism beyond comparison. We've got the fucking Olympics going. Really? Are you gonna watch the Olympics? Yeah, we're gonna get really so fucking into the Olympics. They might even name them after me because it's been called Rabbi Rothschild Games. Pimp. Why? Dog. Do you know how sick I am? I'm the sickest motherfucker of all time. Dude. You're gonna watch the Olympics? Dog, I'm gonna watch so much of the Olympics that I'm never gonna want to see snow ever. I'm gonna know the fucking toboggan. If they have the toboggans, they have inner tubing. Why don't they have inner tubing? Why isn't inner tubing an Olympic sport? Why? No one knows. They should. Yo, dog. Give me the Olympics. Dude, why do they have the fucking Olympics kick off right at the Super Bowl? Hey, dog, we're going to do these things once every 4 years for the winter. Oh, okay, cool. You can do them literally from, like, whatever you want. Oh, okay. When's the biggest television event? Oh, well, that weekend. That's like February 8th. Okay, let's do that weekend.
And if they're collecting, which sounds like you could collect it just with a typical shvus hayorshin, like the Belazar. No, the case is where this is very interesting. She swore before she died that she didn't get anything. So that changes the whole math of this, right?
Doug, so what's on your agenda for today?
She swore before she died that Allah says she had not collected
agendas
anything.
Are big.
Then Allah that changes the
really? Oh, for sure. Man
was married to 2 women, right? He married his first wife and she died. Married his second wife, right? And then he died, right? So again, wife 1 predeceased him, and then he predeceased wife number 2. Ultimately, again, the second wife and her inheritors, their claim comes before the first wife and her inheritors. So again, what I'm saying, but once again, if one is collecting from orphans, So no, these cases over here is where she swore that she did not receive anything from her ksuba before she died. That changes the whole equation. Tashma, aval yorshin mashpiyin also, that's yorsha, that's haba in the ultimately, what's in the ksuba case? The husband's heirs, right? The husband's yorshin have the ability to adjure her and her heirs, and anyone who comes in her stead. Or Shmaya, Mitzvadin Katani. Oh, there are two different cases. Osa Ba'almana, the Yorsha Bedusha. The Osa case is talking about a widow case, and the Yorsha case is about a Dusha case. Master of Nasmarushia. Yes, so again, all it's pointing out over here is that Halakha Lamaisa, these are not typical cases ultimately of Yorshin collecting from Yorshin. So we're going a little bit fast. Master of Nasmarushia. So sometimes again, a son has given.
How into the fucking Winter Olympics should I be? I'm gonna be balls deep in that motherfucker. Are you gonna watch figure skating? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna memorize it.
A son has the ability to collect ultimately again from other Yarshin with a Shvuas Yarshin. But a father, on the other hand, doesn't have the ability to do that. Hey, what's the case? The case is talking about a case where the borrower predeceased the lender. Or let's say again, that's the case where the father would be tied to Shua. The Katani, Shaben Gova Bein B'Shua, Bein Shelo B'Shua. And it says that a son has the ability to collect both with a Shua and without a Shua. The Shua, Shuas Yoshim. Shelo B'Shua, Shem Shimon Gamliel. Ultimately, again, but with the Shua, both sides, one of the time, that's a Shuas Yoshim. That's a Shuas Yoshim. So what like the Lazar? Now, local myself, a son has the ability to collect, ultimately, again, just with the typical Shua that says, I swear, my father never collected his debt. Or Yosef Kamani, whose opinion is this? Or Shama Yiga Amri, Shara Omer the Gavos, Kigabo Dami, is a different position. That's very Shara. And Shama is like that in general, that local myself, any debt that is only to be collected. Is as if it is collected already. And if I look for the mice again, a simple shvuas, a yorshin, you don't do it. Okay, if you're not supposed to just normal line of powder and run fast, but just keep in mind all of this is fundamental methodology we're talking about. They're going to Surah. All of the rest of stuff. They're not going to went to Surah. And they're going to fish again to Amrulay, Lacey Man, after the heart of Rabbi Shmuel. This is incredible. It says, it is time for you to uproot the meaning of Rabbi Shmuel. What's that? Okay, so we're going to again, just remember, all of this, and I apologize that we went quickly, but all of this is centered on one simple machlokes. The shayla is as follows. When the lender dies, right? When the lender dies, and the lender, in order to collect, already himself would have been obligated to take a shavua. Now, when would that happen? That would happen when a borrower predeceased the lender. In that kind of case, and now again, Yaakov, the lender is alive, the borrower is full and died. If Yaakov was correct, that he would require a shavua. Yaakov now dies, and therefore, again, that debt is inherited by his kids. Are his kids able to collect that debt? Rabbi Shmuel say no. Why? Because since that debt was already collectible already by a shvuah, therefore, a father can't keep the debt to his sons, and therefore, the debt itself is totally uncollectible. Totally uncollectible. The Rothschild says it's not true. Although the sons can't take the shvuah of their father, the sons can't take another shvuah. What is it called? That's called the shvuah hayoshim. That's called the shvuah of inheritors. And what does that shvuah say? To the best of our knowledge, our father never received payment from his debt, and therefore Allah should be able to spend it. Mosai, that's enough, focus. That's what we have not yet resolved in the resolution. And last stop on the second shvuah, tomorrow.
He shows up. And now I see what he's got a presence. Now at that time, this is another thing.
All right, guys, I do everyone.
Now what I'm going through, what I'm living in, I
out
the window, this one's doing well. Just one hit of weed out the window. He comes in our room. And I'm thinking when he goes, hey, Jimmy, I know you got weed. I said, I got a one hitter. I got to get away. Right? So he takes the one hitter. Now, in my head, assume it's a suspect. He's like, when he said the weed thing, he laughed hard. Like, he laughed at the Chris Farley wanting to smoke weed. And it is kind of funny, honestly. But I don't know if that's what Burr is going for. I get a one-hitter, man. His son laughed. He's like trying to
say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashot this year as a zechus for the Torah scholars for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, Stephen Harizim, Roy Mary of Steve's mother, Doris Zim, Flora Bat, for the Yisrael Yos, on the occasion of her 50th site. The American Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Hagan, all the families in the Chama, all those who need a fish out of the Kodesh Olam Yisrael. First off, Shemir Hashem is home, our hostage, the Shalom Deparim, of our holy soldiers in the air and ground and sea, and Hashem to be successful. The Chol Amasei Day, which is showered divine protection and guidance upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and how about we should be zocher to a week of decisive victory and shalom for all of us. So let's say with that, let us be with a lot to do today. So maybe great Gemara ahead of us today. Even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agadata in Eretz Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 37. We are picking up on Mem Bach on the days 46b, and we left off with Amar Rabba, Afilu Shomer Nishba, Afilu Ishba. Okay, so remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that Halacha Nishma spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his, and ultimately again the borrower claiming that no, it was mine, and unlawfully seized it. The halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take a shvus hasis and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. Rabbi just gives a little bit more of a qualification. It's Rabbi, Afilu Shomer Nishba. By the way, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a shomer, even a custodian. What does this mean? Look at Rashi. Afilu Shomer Nishba. Amas Nisim Koyin, Verakum Yishraim Shenichnas Isotei Solomashkino, Shalobishas, Afilu Shomer Habayis, and Ma'amam Yishar Yishalim Zeh. It doesn't have to be the Balabayis who swears, but even let's say, for example, I don't know, he has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the mice again, even that person would swear that the lender walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So you must divide that up. I think the shomer nishbas, even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. Keep in mind. So what about let's say again the hired worker? Right? So the people who live again, the hired worker. Right, who works for the Balabayas, is such a person believed to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off with a lunchbowl, so which the Gemara says take it. That's not true. Since he's a hired employee, is there some type of conflict of interest over there? Nothing's that simple. Only at the end of the Rashi. Kind of a casa, the casa. So you see all this interesting stuff. So again, remember, let's say I claim that you didn't walk into my home and took something of mine. And again, mostly all we have is circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that we saw you and walked into my house, and then he walked out with something. What he walked out with, we have no idea. And the circumstances as to why he walked out that we have no idea. Remember, you don't have to leave up to season this thing. Yes, he walked out with something. But it says, I'm claiming he's going to send you from this. So the next one is, what happens if I claim a value? It's a very expensive item. So for example, I say you didn't come out of my house, and it's so long down to I'm going to make a note of $1,000 $1,000. Like you start, like you play $1,000. I think anyone has claimed that he saw something, but I make a very significant financial thing such an expensive pitch. Once you say, but I know you can explain it.
Taylor thinks that she can get it. She's beautiful.
So again, that's what's explaining in the next situation was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with you guys. And then what ends up happening? What's happening? So I was doing so. Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all these things. I've worked out of the ways, all and what happens, I'm being better, beating up all these different kinds of things. So I claim, you didn't hurt me. I told you it again. You said, I didn't touch you. You fell, whatever it was. So what's the halacha? I swear that you didn't insult me. You're allowed to correct that. Secondly, I'm ready to swear. Plus, I have a much of a column that's not. So you might just there's a concern over here, so maybe you're self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to around the table over here. So in that case, that's where a shvua is required. But it's technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted. Then I can correctly make even without shvua. Fascinating. Whereas the nation could have helped them stop it. What's that? You make that in something for a wall. Bring yourself down to fight. I understand that issue, and obviously the word self-inflicted, but how does that mean I have a bite on my back. No matter how talented you are, right? You think for the rest of yourself, right? Or the back of the torso. But so again, these are everything that are not as in so because of that, now again, let's say, you still have a country story, but some other than me, right? To keep this team and move it out. Okay, but remember, when you have the circumstantial evidence, witnesses claims, I went to the entire response. I came out with the entire injured. I'm claiming no, I didn't. So then how about this? I swear, that you've been injured. Me and I'm able to correct. But again, on one side, but the top of the video is someone else who's in the house and you're just doing
That's disgusting. That wasn't cool.
Okay, so that's like the interesting caveat to this sure is that this is only true if there's injuries that put us in self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that will not have been self-inflicted, the sure says I can correct even without sure. Incredible. All right, so we may go closer back to the sure shot. So remember, the next instance was as follows. Next instance was Shakmena Kashvala Shua. this is the situation that let's say one commitment to parties are not going to trust them. One was supposed to swear. Let's say the person was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding a different shua. In other words, his credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's already violated a different shua. So in that case, we flip the shua onto the other party. So the example that initially gave was so let's take for example, I'm going to read this piece of paper. The normal mechanism of resolution to that would be that we already taken the shua, and that we can't take the shua. Why not? Because he's already crushed it. He already lied. So the ultimate is something different. And we can give all different examples. So unless the shua reverts back to him. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, the Gemara has to use shua as a shot. Why does it bring? What does it mean even shua as a shot? The Gemara says, no we bite cover. No we bite cover. It was for shua shlemen. Versus in all the excuses. When you swear that we can talk. The original table is about to make a decision that can change his life. He has no dumber decision. Only did a shua shot. Or is only did a shua shot. In other words, let's say back on the end of a shua shot. Which one is a person swears like they swear that this cup of coffee is in fact coffee. I swear. So that's a shua shot. Now that does not include any denial of financial. I'm going to fuck it swear like that. You know who can look at. It doesn't compromise his ability to have swear financial case. Much more than that. And once you say something that you're not supposed to even if you swear that you lie about it, there's nothing to do with your name. At the end of the day, he's going to work harder to make sure that you swear. So when it says, you're listening, now you trust people. So why don't you trust people as well? Keep that time you swear to people like in the when it comes to the against the shua, there's something like this where you really lie about the shua. However, again, you must have a shua as a detail. You look at the name of the Amishkaba, it's not funny. And let's say shua is funny. Maybe a midwife is going to lie to the outside. If I had meant to think that shua speech as well, is a future type of shua. Right? So, when you wish to shua, it's not thinking like nothing in a lie. This reminds us, do not hold out the lie. What about a cash point? You are people and so on. What is their website? At the time that he made the shua, he was specifically lying or not. Which was shua shad happened on giant. It's a tiny government. Any shua shad and anything is shua shad. In other words, it looks like Sahaba Roman Shah, which is not essentially shared with this. Any time Reuben has lied in a shua, whether it's lying that has financial ramifications or just stop lying on a shua, he made a false or to make a false shua speaking. But he said, I swear I ate a loaf of bread yesterday. And he did. Either way, once he demonstrates a willingness and an ability to lie under oath, then what does that lie with the shua? What does that do? It compromises your ability to make any future or subsequent shuas. Okay, incredible. Next, how you act on the subject of the young. So the next case in the Mishnah was, for example, if one of them had compromised credibility. For example, one of the guys was one of the parties and one of the pretty good. Don't be mad at me. It's not my fault that I ate. It's not my fault either. I miss his own. Our grandparents. One of the parties has previously lied with a shua. His integrity is compromised and he can't subsequently swear. Then it's at an end he's a gambler. So in one sense, he's lying because he's failures. If we got if somebody's credibility has been compromised, we don't let him take a shvua. Why do you have to give all of these examples? Which the Gemara says, Tana, Psula d'Oraisa, Vekatani Psula d'Rabbanan. To which the Gemara answers, you're right, we're giving a Psula d'Oraisa. So, for example, if Ruben had sworn falsely, that's an example of a Psula d'Oraisa. As opposed to Misafik, it could be a gambler, that's the Psula d'Rabbanan. Interesting. And by the way, what's the Psula d'Rabbanan? It actually says over here, Misafik Shukobia. Gazlan Drabanon, the gambler is a Gazlan Drabanon, Tamir Asmachta Lokanda, allow the Dorais allow Gazlan. We'll say, what is the problem with gambling? What's wrong with gambling? Now, the truth is, you might be second Sabon Zara, Haba Alina Latova, Sai Gemara, as the Zara discusses, Eino Osek Yeshuvo Shalola. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. In other words, the whole avoda of life is whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society in some way. Every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead and literally again his entire parnasa, his entire livelihood is made through gambling, there's absolutely no contribution to the society involved in that. But the Gemara also says the other problem is it's here's the issue. When people gamble on both sides, people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, you give away your money. You give away your money begrudgingly. So let's say therefore the winner is a shtickle gospel. There's a little bit of theft involved in that. In other words, it's not reaching into someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money against their will. That is why a gambler is puzzled with egos. That's why he can't take the shua, because he is a thief with the Rabbanon. It's a rabbinic thief, although it doesn't sound like a rabbinic thief. It might be rabbinic thieves as well, right? But the Maisa, he is a thief with the Rabbanon. Okay, incredible. So it's the same again. Mark says we just don't want to give examples of people who are disqualified with the Raisa and disqualified with the Rabbanon. Next. How you trying Kashutin? So I say this is now an interesting thing we're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm not going to dispute with Ruben, and in reality, again, it means that someone needs to take a shivua. And now let's say both Ruben and I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or you know, Ruben's previously swore falsely about something else. So what do we do in that case? So this is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra Hashmuel B'Nechamot Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says the Shmuel goes back to its original place. We're going to see what that means. Rabbi Meir says we split it. Rabbi Meir says no, there's no Shavua, and we just split the claims. So says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi Nachman, Hey Itinan. So what is the proper attribution? Proper attribution over here in the Mishnah. Did Rabbi Yossi say split it, or did Rabbi Meir say split it? So I'm going to go Yedana. So I'm not going to say, I don't know. Don't put somebody, Rabbi said, what is the halacha? What do you do in a case like this? I'm going to say, Lo Yedana. I don't know. It's my, I'm Rabbi Yossi, I'm Rabbi Nachman. Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that we go ahead and we split. We split it. So the Gemara said, "Okay, talking about Tzibur Ba'Osh, Rabbi Yossi only Yachloku." Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that in this case, when neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shua, we simply split the claim. People that I'm telling Tzibur Ba'Osh, Rabbi Yossi only Yachloku, So we'll say so again. So first of all, interesting enough, the Gemara seems to settle on reversing the attribution as it is brought down in the Mishnah, right? Because in our Mishnah, the Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi Yossi says Shmuel goes back to its original place, which we don't really understand what that means just yet. And Rabbi Meir says Yachloku, Rabbi Meir says split. Then the Gemara is really saying it's really Rabbi Yossi who says Yachloku, and then the Gemara says, by the way, that's how he passes. That in this case, where both parties are suspects, like neither to take a shua, we're not going to let anyone swear because that doesn't make any sense. Rather, what we do is essentially just compromise. So I'm not finished yet. Because we're trying to come up, since remember the Americans that Rabbi Meir says, that in this case, where both parties are suspects, ultimately, again, the shua goes back, and we put the shua back to its original place. Essentially, what does that mean? That the shua shvur goes back to its original base. What's the very interesting? Now, the situation in Babel, so the rabbis in Babel, they say the shvur goes back to Har Sinai. What does that mean? This is actually very beautiful. Rashi says the Sinai, 3 lines down from the top of Rashi, the Shvuas Har Sinai, Shishti HaKadosh Baruch Hu Al Yisrael, As Yisrael Alo Sigzol, Lo Yifra Min HaKofer Momo L'Chageiro, Aval Beitin In Yisrael Lo L'Shor Lo L'Pilo. So what's that essentially like this? They say the Shvur goes back to Har Sinai, which essentially means that this din is decided by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Goes back to Har Sinai. Hashem is going to say, don't steal. Someone's going to say, don't be dishonest. And if you're dishonest, who's going to ultimately again right the wrongs? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the rabbis of Babel, the Babylonian rabbis of Babel essentially said, look, in this case, where the case where we demand the Shvuah, and neither party has the ability to swear, essentially, Beis Din says we're kicking this up the docket to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You'll write this shit, right? You'll decide, but we don't even have the mechanism to be able to do something over here because neither party has the ability to go out and take a shvuah. Incredible. So what's that? So therefore, Beis Din is not going to have someone pay. Beis Din is not going to split anything because again, we don't have the ability to avail ourselves of the normative mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, I was saying, Shabbat saying, Chaz means we kick it back to Har Sinai, we kick it back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hashlech Yehavcha Al Hashem B'hu Yircham V'lecha. Some of like you just have to cast your burden on the Ribbon Shalom, and let him take care of it. I was saying, Shalom, so the Aritzah Rabbi said, Chaz Shvur L'Chu Yircham. No. The shvur ultimately again goes back to the one who is chayiv. Now, what is it in the Rashi? In the three bar, Isaac showed the mikzas, the haven shein yachol yishaba, harechashem hu yishalem. What's this to this? The Aritzah Rabbanim said, yes, no. The shvur goes back to the one who is obligated to take it, but what? He can't take it. So I say, what do you do in a case where you're obligated to take a shvur or to resolve the situation, but you can't? You know what the halacha is? You pay. You pay. If you can't take a shvur because your integrity is compromised, then you pay. Shvur is the mechanism that we have either biblically or rabbinically in order to extricate yourself from liability. If you make poor life decisions and if you can't avail yourself of that mechanism, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. That's the way that it is. I'm trying to say it's absolutely incredible. You sort of like personal responsibility. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some lesson in the distinction between Dallas and Israel about personal responsibility, all of this as well. And it's interesting that in Babel, right in Rothschild, it's like these so blows. Okay, you can't do a shvur, you can't do a shvur, kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So no. If you can't take a shvur because you make poor life decisions, that's not the other party's problem. That's your problem. That's your problem. So you can't take a shvur. So what's this again? Just to illustrate this in a way, like in a case, right? I claim that Ruben owes me $1,000, right? Ruben says I only owe you $500. Classic case, motive of such partial admission. What happens in partial admission? What's halacha? Shvur. So if Ruben should swear, now what's the problem? Ruben is a gambler. He can't swear. Okay, so no problem. So we do not know. What do we do in that case? Normally we flip it to the other party. Only one issue is I can't swear either. Ultimately, again, I swore falsely in a different scenario. So again, the Babylonian right, the Babylonian Babel, the Rabbanim in Babel say, okay, what are you going to do? Neither party can swear. To respond, you take care of it. But based in a sense, we can't reveal anything about this case. The Rabbanim very specific. The shvur goes back to Ruben because he's more than us. Ruben can't swear, so because he can't swear, therefore what? He's got to pay. He's got to pay. He's got to pay. That's at the end of the day, the Rabbanim right is something that's all about personal responsibility. If I made poor life decisions, and as a result, the website, we all know this because we all live this. The greatest fallout and ramification of bad decisions is I have more limited before I make poor decisions, Baruch Hashem, there's a whole smorgasbord of life lessons in front of me. As I make more bad decisions, my options become less and less, narrower and narrower and narrower. So at the end of the day, Chazal, the Rabbi shall say, okay, so now you make some bad decisions. You can't swear. That's not Silva's problem. That's your problem, and therefore you have to go ahead and pay. Incredible. I'm not Papa. Papa says, I'm so sure of Baba. And there's another thing about the mission. The Papa says, we are the Rabbanim of Baba. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel is Israel, Rabbi Abba. Okay, so now let's show how each one. Rabbi Shmuel, Baba, Rabbi Shmuel. This not. The thing is Somim, but you put out the Shmuel. What's the thing is, Somim, or things can only collect at the Shmuel. Where it says, what are you talking about? Like, what is that? You're talking about? None. Who are, now let's say, now, what's he thinking about that statement? Generally, the halakha we've always seen is what? If you want to collect from your Somim, you can only collect from an estate from your Somim, from orphans, with the Shmuel. This is the reverse. The Somim themselves can only collect with the Shmuel. Someone says, okay, none. Who are they collecting from? What are we talking about over here? You may not even know that. If you want to say that now, we'll say, so what happened, right? Father died, and father was a lender. Right? So father lender died, left this loan to his kids. The Somim now want to collect from the borrower. So what are you saying now? That you solely need a shua in order to collect from the borrower? I don't understand. I wouldn't shut up below shua to do a shua. If the father was alive, the father lender was alive, would he need a shua to collect the debt? No. What did he have? Get it back to me. I presume you have the same document. Get it back to me. He'd shop at the borrower's door, say, hey, I'm going to collect my debt, and that'll be it. So why would the Somim be the shua? Allah is going to say, ooh, the thing is Somim, meaning how you Somim, or you throw out a shua. Interesting. If this is orphan on orphan collection, in other words, the Somim ultimately again collecting from the Somim. The halakha again, if let's say the children of the lender come to collect from the children of the borrower, ultimately again the Somim of the lender need a shua to collect. The Gemara says, when it is true, it's very interesting. Shemes malva b'chaye lova. That's true when the lender died before the borrower. She says over here, lo shanu, to be shua minas yiklu yasne lova, shal tzir shkal yasne lova, panis chayit malva l'bnei lova shua. So when is this true? But again, if the borrower died during the lifetime of the lender, ultimately, again, in that case, already the lender, or someone says, interesting enough, if the borrower is deceased to the lender, right, that would mean again that already the lender would have been hired a shua in order to collect, because the lender would be collecting from the Somim, and you can't collect from the Somim without a shua. In that case, again, by this the lender would have already been up. I'm going to collect with the shua. The Adam Molish Shua Rabbi. And ultimately, again, it's very interesting. A person cannot bequeath a shua to his sons. And therefore, again, in that particular case, they would have been unable to collect. Interesting. But it's very interesting that actually attached to the Adam Molish, the Ban of Mamo. Right? Shehu Mechuyis Alav Shua. This is very interesting. And I don't know if we ever actually saw this concept before. That if father lender dies, and at the time that he died, the only way for him to have collected the debt was through a shua. That shua is not transferable. His kids now can't collect that debt with the shua of their father. Although, holding the Chayiv Shua is Kabal, he told you, he's sending you up on the Shabbat, Ella Shalom Bakami. ואיזו השוע מוטלת על אביהם, וגם יסקי לא בין יכול לשאול שפר אביהם כמה, רב שמואל שלא יפלו על ממרים, was a select idea here. In this particular case, Rabbi Shmuel is saying that because neither party could take the shua, therefore what? The debt is not collectible. So therefore, again, you see from here, The Rabbi Shmuel are the Rabbeinu Shabbat, they're the Babylonian rabbis who hold that when neither party could swear what's the halacha, essentially kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, now here's Rabbi Abba was exactly in this case. Rabbi is very strong. He was a Rabbi Abba. Here we go. Great case. The fact of Nas Kamichavre. There was a guy who stole a block of, not stole, who grabbed a block of silver from his friend, also like Kamei Rabbi Ami. So what happened? They bought the case of Rabbi Ami. Yosef Rabbi Abba Kamei. Rabbi Abba was sitting there as well. I see Chat Sahado, the mixed up Chat Famine. So what happened? So I go over to Ruben. I take a block of silver from Ruben. I take a block of silver from Ruben. So what happened? Ruben brought an Eidach on a singular witness that said silver took my block of silver. Omerle, I claim it. Took it. I took it. You know why I took it? Because it's mine. I tried so again. So this song's all we have over here. I mean, right? There's an Eidach that I took the block of silver from Ruben. I'm admitting that I took it, but my claim is I took it because it belongs to me. Rabbi Ami said, Heiki was dying. So what do we do in this case? So we're saying, Heiki was dying the Haidina. How should the judges adjudicate this case? Namely, Zil Shlim, so to order me to pay back Ruben, what's the problem? Why? There are only two witnesses, only an Eidach. Nifterei, to say, okay, well, if there's no testimony, then I have no liability. We can't do that either. Why not? There's still one witness. Okay. So in general, what does one witness do? What does one witness do? Generates an obligation for a shua. Okay, but I can't swear. Why can't I swear? Even though I'm mixed up Chakti, how many Kigasman? You know why I can't swear? I can't swear because I admitted that I took it. Right? I admitted that I took it. So therefore, because I admitted that I took it, I'm a shtickle Gazlan. Because I'm like this, because again, so again, I will say, instead of calling me a thief, because remember again, I'm claiming that I took my own, but it's possible that I'm not telling the truth. So because of that, I may be a Gazlan. Because I may be a Gazlan, I can't swear. So here's this fascinating case. So we don't know what to do with me, right? Because the Meister can't order me to pay because there's not two witnesses. Can't let me off scot-free because there is one witness. Can't make me take a shua because again, I'm admitting that I took it. So what do you do in this case? I'm going to be Abba, I'm the Chayiv Shua, then Yakum Shabbat. So let's say, so really, again, what should have been the mechanism for resolution here? What should have been the mechanism for resolution? What should have happened? I, the person who took it, should have been obligated. That would happen in a case like this, right? Then again, let's take a more classic, it's not been a classic case. Well, let's say there's an Eidach that says, I took it, and I'm saying, no, I didn't. Right? So Ruben's claiming silver took my silver, but my bar of silver. I was getting confused with silver and silver, right? Sorry. Right? So again, Ruben claims that silver took my silver. I claim, no, I didn't. Eidach that says, I certainly did. Beautiful classic case. Shua. What's the complicating factor over here? I'm claiming I took it. Now, by my admission that I took it, I'm going to say I took it because it belonged to me, but we don't know if that's a true claim or not. So therefore, I may be a conflict. Because I may be a conflict, we can't let me swear. Okay, so the Alex, what do you do in this case? Really, I should have been the one who took an oath. I can't take an oath because of my statement. Rabbi Abba says, what do? Very simple. Maybe you're supposed to take a shua, but you can't take a shua because of what you've done. Because of what's not you pay. So Rabbi Abba would say, what will be the resolution in this case? What will be the resolution? I have to pay. I have to pay back the silver ultimately again to you. So we'll say, so this is the famous case that's known as Nasca the Rabbi Abba. Nasca the Rabbi Abba, so if you want to look, like you really talk about it, you hear about Nasca the Rabbi Abba, right? You could drop that one. Maybe, Rabbi has some from your relatives. You want some street cred, with that, you could drop that one. I was from yeshiva. Okay, so bottom line over here, what do you see? Rabbi Abba ultimately again is Rabbi Seinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Right? So he represents the view of the Rabbi Eretz Yisrael who say that halacha l'maisa, when there is a shua to be taken, but the party who's obligated can't take the obligation for the choice. So just before we go on, so just to concretize this fascinating focus between Rabbanim of Babel, Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. So ultimately, again, according to Rabbanim of Babel, when there is a necessary shua, but no party to take it, essentially what Beis Din does is Beis Din absents themselves and kind of kicks up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rosh Hashanah, you take care of this. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, again, what are they saying? When neither party can take a shua, or the obligated party can't take a shua, so let's say, what's the halacha? You have to pay. You have to say, because in Eretz, right? So it's just the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael create this sort ultimately again of responsibility. If there's a problem, it needs to be taken care of. And so I was thinking about this last night a little bit. It was fascinating, even in the way that like problem or different call it conflict resolution. It's one of the most overwhelming things that we see here, right, in America, regardless, is rising anti-Semitism. I want to say, what's the most frustrating thing about anti-Semitism? The most frustrating thing about it? You can't really do it. Like, in other words, like, we'd like to think education, this, that. It's the oldest hatred in the world. If it hasn't been solved, chances are it's not going to be solved. And sometimes like, it does us good to we still have to put in the status. We have to figure out, and yes, education is, we have to figure out what we can do, but deep down I think we know that like, not really going to solve that problem. But yeah, I was saying, it's incredible that in Eretz Yisrael, when there's a problem, so what's done? You take care of business. And you look at like what's happening here with Iran. And yes, again, I want to say, so on one hand, you know, the loss of life, and every life is a war unto itself, and the constant disruption that's happening with these missiles raining down. And I will say, you know, on the other side of the equation, you also have to see what's happening over here. And what's happening over here is the Jewish people are taking care of business. The Jewish people are bringing the Iranian regime to their knees. The Jewish people are taking care of the greatest global sponsor of terror. It's not the United States, it's not France, it's not Britain. Yes, we have a lot of wonderful allies. It is the Jewish people. It is the Jewish state. It is Eretz Yisrael that is doing this. And I will say, that's incredible. That is the most incredible thing that I think we may have seen in our entire lifetime. See, this is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes in Gullus, there are certain realities that we have to live with and have to contend with, and we need even be powerless to change. And sometimes in Gullus, you just have to say, I'm picking it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's not the same as in Eretz Yisrael, that's not the case. In Eretz Yisrael, we, together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we are masters of our destiny. We are masters of our fate. Regardless, other people will sometimes have a say in what goes on around us. Not in Eretz Yisrael. Now, the same in Eretz Yisrael, you know what? Someone's got to pay. Someone's going to pay. Someone's going to pay. There is responsibility, there is liability, and ultimately, again, justice will always be served. It's fascinating to see sometimes the dynamic that comes out there about of Shavuos is the very dynamic that we see playing out right in front of our eyes. Diaspora propels against certain dynamics. In Eretz Yisrael, the Jew, partnering with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, has the ability to shape the future of Jewish destiny. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Rabbi, Kavasi Rabbi Abba Mistabra. The Rabbi says, ultimately, again, I think Rabbi Abba. Now, again, Rabbi Abba is Rabbi Simon Eretz Yisrael. I think he's correct. And he's correct. The Tani Rabbi Ami, Shmuas Hashem Tiyadam Shneim, V'lo B'nayash, So the pasuk says, literally, right? The Shua Hashem will be between them, which represents the parties, the low bin Yarshin, but not between the orphans. What does that mean? What's the case? If we're seeing the cases like this, that one set of Yisomim, say to the other set of Yisomim, our father lent your father $1,000. Yours $1,000. Farmerlay function is like in the function last night. And the orphans, right, the children of the borrowers say, no, our father only borrowed 500. Right, so 500, we have 500 we have no knowledge about. The one says, well, that's only the Mobil Mitzvah's case. Malihu and Maliavu. So I say, so ultimately, again, look, if the children of the borrower, Rashi says, they're making a case, they're making a definitive claim, then why shouldn't that be a classic case of Mobil Mitzvahs, in which case there should be an obligation for Shavuot? Which was, Rabbi, here's the case. The children of the lender go with the children of the borrower and they say like this, your father owed, both fathers are deceased, but your father owed our father $1,000. And what happens? The children of the borrower say, and the children of the borrower say, we know about 500. The other 500 we don't know about. Right? I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. Just saying I don't know about it on the base. So it says, what's the law? I'm a dish on the obvious it's with Nifta. So if you would say, had the father's been alive, that the father would have been right, and the father borrower would have been chayiv in the shul in that case, then it makes sense ultimately, again, if the Kron Nifta got a Yersh, then I require ultimately, again, I would require a process to exempt the kids. But if you say that even the father, in other words, even the borrower himself, would have been exempt in a case like this from Shua, ultimately, again, why do I need the pasuk ultimately again by the Yarshin? Okay, so again, remember, so this is just Rabbi coming along and trying to say that halacha l'meisa, and just to figure out halacha l'meisa, bringing a raisa ultimately to split the halacha. So by the way, before we go on, how do you trust it in this case? Right? So what do you do in this kind of case? Well, let's say I need a Shavuot to resolve the case, but neither party could swear. So how do we pass it? The Rambam asking wife, Rabosinu Shada Eretz Yisrael. That's how we pass it halacha l'maisa. Neither party could swear. The Shmuel goes back to its original place, which means the Shmuel goes back to the party that is obligated to take the Shmuel, and therefore what? Since that party can't take the Shmuel, therefore what? He pays Savot. Halacha l'maisa, and the next Hashem hashgacha l'maisa. He paskin like Rabosinu Shada Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. All right, so let's finish up. Now the Gemara goes a little smooth about that over here. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Hai Shmuel, Hashem, Ma'ikadosh, okay? What did Rabbi Shmuel do with that pasuk of Shmuel, Hashem Tziyadei again? We violated with the Bisanya. That's a beautiful Gemara. Shimon Tarfon Omer. Shimon Tarfon says, Shmuel Hashem Tziyadei Shneim. What does it mean when it says that the Shmuel shall be between both of them? Now again, this is talking about the parties, right? The litigants, so to speak. So what does it mean? That the Shmuel will be between them. It means ultimately again that the Shmuel will bow upon both of them. So what's the difference between Hashem comments and says like this? When there is a false oath that is taken, liability for that oath rests upon both parties. Which of us says a tremendous idea. It's almost as if Rabbi Shmuel is saying like this. There's a lot that goes into someone taking a false oath. And there's a lot of negativity and a lot of broken dynamic in that whole thing. You just understand when that type of behavior happens and people are swearing falsely, there's usually enough blame to go around for both parties over here. So I say, I really, this is like, right? And again, I'm not a businessman, but probably enough to know that you have to be careful about who you go into business with, right? And you have to be careful about who you just in general, dealing with day in and day out. Because if you're dealing with the wrong kind of people, then you get pulled into the wrong kind of things. And then you're responsible for the Chinese full well that the person who wants to do this is not the right kind of person. And then I get pulled into these dynamics. I can't claim that I'm the victim afterwards. Because again, I allowed myself to get pulled into this thing. And therefore, again, Rabbi will say that where there is a forced oath that is taken, both parties have liability for that. And it's tremendous most offensive because what it says is, I am responsible for the type of people I keep company with, and I am responsible, again, for the circumstances that I allow myself to be a part of. Like sometimes things happen, or like, oh, I'm the victim. Sometimes I'm the victim, but sometimes I'm not. Because I allowed myself to be part of certain dynamics. Okay, I thought they were going to go a certain way, and they kind of went sideways. But I'm responsible for embedding myself in certain life realities. And once I get ready for this, so you might say, I'm sure not talking about it. This is as far as what I can know from now. So I say, this is very interesting. How do you know? Obviously, all of us know that it's prohibited to commit adultery. Well, okay, good. Okay, right. And yeah, like a lot of blank stares over there. I'm a little bit nervous. One of the 10. Right, so now I can adultery. You might listen to this. How do I know that I'm not allowed to be a facilitator of someone else's adultery? Now, listen, now literally that actually says over here, so literally again, I arranged for someone else to have partners for adultery. I'm the facilitator. I'm like the shotgun. Right? So how do I know that this is wrong? In other words, here, I'm not committing the Avera myself, but I'm enabling someone else to commit the Avera. The pasuk says, literally building adultery. But you also be vocalized as Mosanti, which means don't be the facilitator of adultery. So don't say, by the way, so say to yourself, I don't know, it sounds kind of obvious. Don't say, what it's saying is like this. You can also apply this in the case of, I know that someone's doing something wrong. I keep a secret. Right? I go ahead or I cover for them. The idea here is not only can I not commit Averas, but I can't be the facilitator or enabler of other people's Averas as well. And if I do so, there's liability for that. They also get ready for this. Let's say, so again, the pasuk literally says over here, Moshe Rabbeinu, giving Moshe the Klal Yisrael. Right? They say, so you went ahead and literally again, you gossiped, or you denigrated in your tent. The Gemara says, what does this mean? Shomen Takon Omer, Hartem U'Dinisem Olo Shamakom. You spied out the land, and then you denigrated ultimately again, literally means you denigrated in the tent of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say this week's parasha. In the Rabbin, so Moshe Rabbeinu was giving Muslims word to Klal Yisrael about the Chidron. Let's say, I just want to point out how incredible is this. And let's say, I just want to say, okay, we have these types of meetings all the time. I just want to point out, just understand, Shavuos, I've got a little bit of feedback about Shavuos, right? And shame on you. Right? Shame on you. Shavuos is fantastic. This is fantastic. Okay, it's not an easy sector. Like, it's not an easy sector. It's really not an easy sector to learn that for me. And it's not an easy sector to learn at the pace in which we learn it. But it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful translucent succulent waters of Torah that restore our soul with incredible beauty and vitality and holiness every single day. And sometimes like I struggle through it and it's all the stuff that goes on. And listen, look what he does. Right? As we come to the last 2 days, that's a finish part of the year. I hope it's up to 12 I'm back on Zion on the days. On Tuesday, it's Parsha Shua. Tuesday, Rabbi. So what can I do? What is the Rabbi? His Rabbi is, don't speak negatively about holy things. Right? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you may not realize what holy things do for you But holy things always lift you up, propel you higher, even if you don't understand them. Second Baruch tells us, first of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem, that we're on the right derech, we're on the right path, we're doing exactly what He wants us to do. At a 7.5-year cycle, what are the chances of getting an allusion to Chita Meragel on the Tuesday of Parshat Shvat? And also reminding us how careful we have to be about how we speak about Don Shebekisha, how careful we have to be about speaking about Eretz Yisrael, always about Eretz Yisrael, how careful we have to be about speaking about Sefer Shavuos, how careful we have to be about Edrosai. This is the kiss. This is the kiss Baruch telling us, I understand that the last 47 days have not been easy. They have not, but look what you've done. Look what you've accomplished. You've stayed the journey. And don't fall into the trap of ultimately focusing on the negative, like the Meraglim did. But instead, ultimately, again, stay on the high road. See the beauty in the beautiful service and the beauty of Avodah that we did. Let's not celebrate for today. Again, there's still one more beautiful piece of our Hanukkah next tomorrow. Here's Meraglim. Shrek, everyone.
Do you think, like, because
there's
like some business of some
I think Eretz Yisrael, Shabbat. We love you. We're taking it out to a davening for you. And in Eretz Hashem, Hallel, to result in Eretz Hashem, to result decisive victory, Hatzlacha, and bracha for all of Klal Yisrael.
Actually, I want to see it. How much money? We should start making toupees. Toupee business. Because, like, Jeff Dye has money. He's pretty successful. He's successful enough to destroy another, podcast. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry with the global hair wig market valued at $2.59 billion in 2024, projected to reach $3.6 billion in 2032.
All right, so it's like, good morning.
Solutions with costs for wearers hundreds and several $1,000s annually.
Begin beautiful off Hashem to see Secret Life and Base Manager early Monday morning. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning Church of Faith. Our annual commentator sponsor, Tosi Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating Shurim and Drushins this year as a Zechus for the Soros Talents for Am Yisrael. As commentator sponsor for the month of Stephen Abalim, we drove by Stephen Tarizim, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, Zin, Zivora, Baska, Yisrael Yol, and the occasion offered for the outside. We are America, commentator, and Hashem Sav Maria, the families in the Chalach, Mishpach, and Mirz Hashem, bring our hostages home, allow our holy soldiers on the land, in the air, and in the sea, and Mirz Hashem to be successful. The call Matzah Yedayim and shower incredible providence and protection upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And result in Mirz Hashem to see it, to week of continued blessings and flows, safety and security for our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, a decisive victory for Am Yisrael, and Mirz Hashem Shalom for Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. And so with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. A really beautiful daf as we head into these last few days of the Sefas Shavuos. Hard to believe that the Shavuos journey is winding down. So today's daf is Memvav 46. We are picking up. Let's actually pick up first the wide line and then hand the days 45b. Amalei Bachama. Bachama said, "Come on, now second wide line. How wonderful is this teacher?" Remember, what teaching are we referring to? She remembered getting yesterday's daf that nothing said in the English shul, a very interesting insight. And these cases that we're discussing over here, these cases of where halacha again, we have a dispute. In fact, the Mishnah introduced us to this idea that if a laborer, a worker, comes over to the employer and says, "You didn't pay me," and the employer says, "Yes, I did pay you," then what's the halacha? The halacha is that the employee could take a shvuah and collect payment, which really was the drama of that and the enormity of that teaching will actually be a little bit more apparent in today's life. But this incredible idea that we're learning that we have most of the Kabbalah, you want to extract something from someone again, that's halacha 101. The burden of proof is always upon the extractor. Here, not a simple, not a shvuah as we've seen, but a simple shvuah will allow the employee to go ahead and collect his payment. Now, again, so if not income loans as in shvuah, by the way, that's only if there's testimony that in fact the employer hired the employee. Because if there's no independent legal verification that the employee works for the employer, The employer can simply say, what he has me go. What can he say? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. So because halacha l'maisa, again, you need those readers. So now, Rabbi comes commenting, what a good statement. Amari Rava, my Yusa. So ultimately, again, Rabbi says, what's so weird about it? Thinking, Shuas showing the high Rahman and the because without this statement, then the whole idea of Shua Shalom was no longer what he's done. If we are reading in the Gesser, it's going to kick you again, which we are what Shua Shalom. I deposit an object with a Shomer. I deposit with a Shomer, and then what happens? I go ahead and I want it back. The Shomer says, yeah, whatever it is. Okay, the Shomer thing, custodian, he claims it was stolen, which is a thing that we normally go ahead and exempt it. So you want to say, how could it ever be liability? Because you and sue, right? Because again, remember that halacha l'maisa, you should say that someone should always be believed. Why should someone be believed? Because he has a ego. What's his ego? He should have always claimed, I don't know what you're talking about. You never deposited anything with me. The fact that he can't make such a ego like that indicates that there must be some independent legal verification of his shomer status. Therefore, the Gemara says the activated agent. It must be that halacha l'maisa the object was deposited with the shomer agent. So it's still nevertheless there's some level of ego, because since the shomer could have said, I return the object to you, therefore you believe to say it's an oasis, which means, oh, it must be a case to activate the star, where it deposited with the star. It's the same. I don't know if you're necessarily came across this, but the activate the star means that, let's say, I deposited an object with you, and I recorded that deposit in the star. There's a document that highlights this relationship. So what's about it, this is an aside, Tarval Sirlu, a market eats a Havana baby, eats a Rahatsula baby. This is an original idea that if you deposit something with someone, with witnesses, the object doesn't necessarily have to be returned with witnesses. Conversely, the star, so Rahatsula baby. But interestingly enough, if you go ahead and you deposit an object with a star, then you are obligated to go ahead and return it with a interesting. So Kari running back Hamalid Rasheshes. So right back Hamal said about Rasheshes. So Balas and Daradas had Kari Ha'ila Belibo. So again, Kari was in Dara took these things to heart. So he's coming over Rasheshes, that Rasheshes took this ruling and ultimately again applied it and found corroboration for it. The Ashkechei Rav Sheshes is a lot of our shmuel. Because ultimately, again, Rav Sheshes ran into Rav Shmuel. Amalei, Tani Mar Yudi Yisir, have you been learning? Have you taught anything or learned anything when it comes to when it comes to employee relationships? Amalei, yeah, I did learn something. Tani, we learned. Sir, Bismano Mishpa B'nota. So we'll say again, going back a little bit to our original discussion. Sir, a hired worker, this man know in his time, there was one again, this is one of the other qualifications that we saw in yesterday's daf. What's Bismano? Bismano means like this, remember that in order for the sphere, in order for the employee to be able to collect his wages with a shmua, he has to be coming in the what we call window of payment, right? We spoke about the yesterday's daf. Every laborer, depending on the nature of your employment, has a window in which halachically he is supposed to get paid. So we saw yesterday's daf is this Shavuot has this rabbinic innovation that an employee could come, swear that he has not been paid, and collect payment only applies if he's coming in that window in which he's supposed to get paid. So here is Mano. So the employee is showing up during his window of payment. All he has to do is swear and he's going to collect payment. What's the case? So what's the example of this? So what's the case? Is my Shamalo Sechatoni Sakari Skali? What's the case? What is here's the case? I go between and I say, Ruben, you hired me, I worked for you, and you did not pay me yet. Well, that's not Skali. The Allah owner, and the other one says, Sechatiko, Venasati Lokasafa. What you're talking about, right? Ruben says, yes, I did hire you. I agree that the employment is a fact. But what I saw, okay, so what's the halacha? So again, in that case, then that's the Mishnah. So therefore, again, I as the employee, and assuming that I'm coming within the window of proper employee payment, swear that I do not receive payment, get my money, go home. Good. Amar lo, shtein katzatz li, v'alo omer lo katzatz lecha ela achos, hamotzi mechavera alav haraya. That is very interesting. What happens if I come and spend my money? I say, okay, you hire me, and I say, you owe me $200. Yes, you'll be paying for the day. And then they say, hold up, I only agreed to use $100. So I'm going to say, so here, interestingly enough, what's happening is two things. Number one, complete agreement on the employment, okay, and complete agreement that Reuben didn't pay me. What's the point of contention? How much money he owes me? I claim 200, he claims 100. Then what's the case? Gemara says, that's not the case. So again, I will say, so interestingly enough, this is the price. So according to this price, in this case, the rabbinic connection to Shua doesn't apply. This becomes a type of situation.
Yo, what up?
You
speak English?
From the fact that the Mishnah says, I will say, just want to point out,
Hello?
the phrase for this second case is called Ketzitza. It's not called Ketzitza. Ketzitza literally means again to fix. Yes, to fix. Like to fix. So you know what we're making a distinction between when there is a dispute about payment versus when there is a dispute about the rate. So the price is 50 cents. When there is a dispute about payment, in other words, I say I'm the employee, I haven't gotten paid. Even the employer says I have gotten paid. That's the sure. They are assuming that I am coming in the window in which I'm supposed to receive my payment. I take a shvua, get paid. But if the machotis is about rate, it's about rate. In other words, I say, oh, 200. Reuben says, I only owe you 100. That's a mitzvah of chaver lavaraya. So for lavaraya, the mitzvah, obviously, in that case, the dispute revolves around the extra 100. Okay. So now, how many b'secha b'raya, how many b'shum b'raya? Now, the first thing here is the fact that the Gemara says that the Raisa says by the secha, hamotzi chaver lavaraya. It refers to us in the first case that what? That there's no raya. In other words, I just take a shua, and I take my payment. That's it. And I'm not going to eat stuff. I'm not going to eat stuff. Says top of that bond, says 46a. Reisha the secha b'raya. No, in fact, both the Reisha and the secha require ultimately again that I have to drink a raya. Rashi says here, Reisha the secha b'raya. Reisha is determining the note out. Let's say Elish. So I say, no, it's not true. Even in the first case, there's a raya, but a different raya. We will say, what proof do you need in case number one? What proof do you need? What proof? Proof of employment. Proof of employment, as we saw already before, without furnishing proof of employment. So again, in that case, the employer is always going to be believed. Why? Because he has an ego. What's his ego? His ego is, I don't know who you are. I know who you are. So therefore, what's interesting what's coming out over here is you're always going to need some level of raya. Besides, what kind of raya you do? So in case number one, where I'm claiming I did not get paid, Reuben claims he paid me. Okay, so soon you're raya. What do you raya? Proof of employment. In case number two, with the machlokes is about the rate of payment. I'm claiming I'm owed 200. Reuben is claiming I only owe you 100, then we require proof. Then it's also in the chaver lavaraya. Then again, the burden of proof is upon me to show that I owe that extra $100. The Gemara says, they should say, raya for shami katani, raya the shvua lo katani. Ultimately, again, this is safer. We're talking about, again, the proof of payment. That ultimately is stated. Otherwise, when it comes to proof regarding shvua, which is, again, without the proof of employment, you can't get the shvua. The Rabbi does not mention. So we'll say, so this is very interesting. So again, first to this idea that was really advanced in the name of Shmuel, that all that again, whereas the Mishnah made it sound so simple. I have an employment dispute, right? Reuben says, Reuben's my employer. I say, Reuben, you haven't paid me. Reuben says, you have paid. I have paid you. So the Mishnah makes it sound like all you need to do is take a Shmuel, collect payment. Shmuel comes along and says, there's another critical piece of information that is not written in the Mishnah, but is an indispensable piece of information. In order for me to take, as an employee, to take the Shmuel and get paid, there has to be independent legal verification that I am working for Reuben. Because without that, Reuben is always going to be believed he has an ego that he could claim, I don't know who you are, we have no legal working relationship. Incredible.
That's why I moved out.
Shofar when we gave Rav Shmuel was the third line out from the top, 46 and then on the dollar. Shofar when we gave Rav Shmuel. He sent from the house of Rav Shmuel. That they teach us. Uman Amar Stein Katsatz the week. Father Omer Mokatsatz the Lefa Ella Akos. Watch this. So I claim I'm the worker. I'm the employee. I claim you owe me. You agree to a rate of $200 for the day work. And Rabbi says, I will need you to $100. So he asked Mars in English, but he swears. He swears in this case. I'm alive. Shmuel responded, Bazoo, Yeshava Balabayas, Yafsik Uman. So in this case over here, so in this case, what should happen? The employer, the Balabayas, he should swear, and ultimately again, the Uman should lose out. Or the actual that halacha was the Balabayas. The employer swears, and again pays you what he says he owes you. So the Gemara says, why? Because Ketzitza, not that Ninka deterioration, right? Because Ketzitza, a rate, how much an employer is going to pay an employee, every employer remembers that. Ketzitza, not that Ninka deterioration. So again, this goes back to yesterday's that while the halacha acknowledges that an employer may at times get confused about who he's paying when, especially given the fact that the Gemara almost is the opposite idea that an employer, let's say we're used to the idea that if you employ people, everybody's kind of getting paid in a similar way, whatever it is, you're getting paid, there's a payday, there's this. The Gemara seems to understand from the perspective that it would not be uncommon for a person who is employing multiple people to pay those people in different ways. So that we can understand why there could be some confusion. But the rate of payment, that an employer certainly knows. That's so. But when Rabbi Shmuel said, Katzatz, I'm going to make I will say, but we learned before the halacha myself. Whether is a mahok is about ketzitza, right? Whether is a mahok is about the rate of payment, right? How much was paid? We just said before that that's the case of again, right now we just said the halacha myself, like Shmuel just said, that in the future there's a dispute about the rate of payments, the balabayas, which essentially for our purposes the employer swears, and we're done. Just beforehand we said that when it's mahok is about the rate of payment, which sounds like what? The burden of proof is upon the employee, and let them prove it, and if he can't prove it, you're going to talk about. So it's going on here. And which means, by the way, that if the employee is not able to prove his point, the entire case evaporates. So the Gemara says, Amai, but why is that? He just said before, let the Balabayas swear. No, give the power to the Balabayas and let this go away. Or Nachman, with studying Katan, which is you're not contradicting these statements, they're actually two sides of the same coin. Maybe Raya Yishara Balabayas Yatsukuma. There are actually two mechanisms which can be used to resolve in Machlokas about the Tzitza. So whether it is in Machlokas about the rate of payment, one of two possibilities to be employed. Either the Balabayas, the employer, can swear and put this to bed, or your Uman or your worker should bring a proof. So let's say really fast here. So just to highlight, just to touch over just a second, so we have two cases, right? Case number one is where employee shows up to employer and says, pay me. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, you did it. What's halacha on that case? That's on the Mishnah. Shmuel says the employee swears, I did not get paid. He gets his money. Important halacha caveat, there must be independent legal verification of the employment before in order for that shmuel to work. Okay. Case number two, employee shows up, employer, you told me $200 for a day of work, employer says, I only owe you $100. That is called Machlokas about ketzitza. That's what ketzitza, about the rate, about the set rate. What do you do over here? So what the Lord is suggesting is that a tool to resolve this case. Either Hamotzi Mechaber Alaraya, the burden of proof sits upon the employee to show that he really owes $200, or the Balabayas, the employer, to take a shvuah and put this entire case to bed. Whereas in this way, whereas the Kasha, Hansen comes from Oman, so he goes, I give my palace, I give my book to Ruben. Right, Ruben is Uman. Ruben is craftsman. You gotta have a Monday that feels like a Thursday. You know, that's the basket. So I'm not saying police in Uman. So someone goes ahead and gives their talents, gives their cloak to a craftsman. So I'm giving it to Ruben. So Uman Omer can start Stein. So this is okay, that'll be $20. Like the Allah, we're talking about. I only agreed to 100. That's all I agreed to. What Allah said, now this case is interesting. Why? What's the wrinkle over here? The wrinkle is that there's an object involved. So watch this. Kozman should house beyond Uman. So if Ruben is in possession of the palace, ultimately again, so it's on me to bring a raya that I only agreed to $100. We'll say. So this is also like a sticker on right? Because essentially, if I want my palace back, the burden of proof is upon me to show that I only owe him $100. However, if Ruben gave me back my palace, Bismano, if ultimately again Ruben is bringing his wages in the appropriate time, each Pavanotel, he could swear that he's owed the 200 and he gets the money. Others mano, but again, if it's after the normal window for wage collection, then I'm owed to be a copy of the Paraya. The Gemara says, what is even here? Bismano, so again, just to highlight over here, we have what is a focus about tzitza, but this is a focus about what is the set wage level. What is the set wage level, right? And yet, again, what's happening over here is mano, you see that ultimately, again, the employee is able to swear and extract it. But I said before, we just said before, you just said before that whether it's an focus about the tzitza, what could happen to Balabaris? The employer can go ahead and take a shivua and go ahead and put this whole matter to bed. I'm not going to eat Scott. How many that you would do? Somebody would do, somebody would go, Dama Kozman, Shashua, no place, Balabaris, here in this spot, the Neka, and ladies of the opinion that wherever Chazal, wherever you have a shivua, that technically rests with the Balabaris, the employer, Chazal flipped it and allowed the employee to take it and put the matter to bed. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, remember, this is a modern case, right? Why is it a modern case? Because remember, Ruben is fixing my cloak. Ruben says, I owe him $200. I say only $100 to effectively speaking of modern excess. That's the Bush law. So apparently, the first thing over that this is the and Yehuda holds that what Chazal did is when in the employment case, you have a shvua by the employer. Ultimately, Chazal flipped it to the employee. So one second. Here's Rabbi Yehuda. Which Rabbi Yehuda you refer to over here? So either Rabbi Yehuda do not listen. If we say Rabbi Yehuda of our Mishnah, so I understand how does that work? Rabbi Yehuda of Mishnah is not here. Rabbi Yehuda of Mishnah was the one who said that even by an employee, the ability of the employee to go and swear and collect his wages is only in the case of Modern Mitzvahs. This means Rabbi Yehuda Omer actually takes Sham Mitzvahs Odah. Right, whereas Chazal allowed the employee to swear even when the employer denies the entire wage. Rabbi Yehuda said the employee only was a partial on the part of the employer. Rabbi Yehuda is one last other than the Brisa. It's a need of the Brisa. It's a need of the Brisa. The Sanyo spear was Manshalo of Allah's Manual is a Mishpah and Notel. Rabbi Yehuda Brisa says that when it comes to an employee, as long as he is petitioning for his wages in the appropriate window of wage collection, he swears and collects. in love, but if he's not through his window, ain't no mishpah b'nodav. Ultimately, again, he cannot swear to that and to that. But when you go in Masai, is man she'amar lo imischarim hamishim dina sheyesh l'madcha. And he says, when is this? When is this? That the seer has the ability to swear to that. When is that? But again, the employee comes along and says, give me my wage of 50 dinars. Meanwhile, the employer says, his tabalka mehen dinar zar, but the employer says, I've already paid you part of that wage. O sha'amalo, shtayim katzatzka, ba'alo omelo katzachti loka ela achas. Or the employee says you owe me $200, and the employer says I only owe you $100. But if the employer says I never hired you at all, then I start to look or he says ultimately again, I paid you your entire wage, then I'm also in that case, I would decide that Allah for myself, that's going to be able to be Fine. So now skip her, she should read Rabbi. So she should read Rabbi brought up the following paragraph. Ella cuts it from the Yehudi Rabbi. So they're going to say then that according to this, that the Tzitza case reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda and not the Rabbi. I don't understand. Hashta, if you do not do Rabbi Yehuda, not the Rabbi. Like in a normal case, where Rabbi Yehuda is not here, the Rabbi make them. That is also a Mishnah. But because the Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says the only time that is here to take the shmur and collect his wage is only when what? Only when there's a partial enlishment on the part of the employer. Whereas the kind of comes of Rabbanon said, even if there's a total denial. So in the case where Rabbi Yehuda is not bringing Rabbanon Meko, in the case that Rabbi Yehuda is Meko, like the case of Tisa, Rabbanon is not clear. The Elamai Rabbanon, and we have to say the case of the teachers also the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon is out of Rashmo. Chatzatz, Amoti Mekhaver Laharaya, when you said that there's not focus about the setting of the wage, but it was a special case again of where, like the employee goes on to employer, $30,000 for the day. The employer says, I only agree to 100. So the Gemara says, about the other Rishon Chatzatz, I have money. Running with the Rabbi, so the Bryce says before that Allah for the Mesa, and he keeps raising the focus back to Tzitza. So again, employee says you only 200, employer says you only agree to 100. That's the case of Amotzi Mechaber Lahalaya. Whose opinion is that? No Rabbi, Rabbanon. Allah Amar Rabba. I'll say first of all on the bottom, it's actually very interesting. Here's the source of their Bachlokas. The Sabar, the Dalaisa, all two late Takana. I'll give it that title this year. The Rabbanon, the hobby, and the Rabbanon, the habitat, the Takranti, the Takranti, the Rabbi. Okay, so let's say now watch this. The Gemara gets named as follows. The Yehuda holds like this. In the case of a biblical shua, that's where the rabbi stepped in and made it a bit more advantageous for the employee. So what does this mean? So for example, I will say, in the case of Mogul Mitzvahs, now remember, when you have a case of Mogul Mitzvahs, technically speaking, that is not technically. Mogul Mitzvahs triggers the Shua D'Oraisa. So what Chazal did in that case, in the employment situation, is they flipped the Shua and allowed the employee to go ahead and take that Shua. So for example, let's say, like employee goes over to employer, says you agree to pay me $200 for the day. Employer says I only agreed to 100. So let's say, what is that? That's Mogul Mitzvahs. It's Mogul Mitzvahs. What should happen in Mogul Mitzvahs? What should happen? What should happen? What should happen? Who should take the Shua? Who should take the Shua in that case? The employer, right? Because he's the one who's making out. He's admitting part of the claim. Whenever you admit part of the claim, let's trigger the Shua. According to the Yuka, Chazal then made a takana. What was the takana? They flipped the Shua, allowing the employee to take the Shua. Because what that does is that gives the control to the employee to be able to collect his wages. But the only time the only time ultimately again that Chazal made this takana is in the case of a biblical Shua. So in biblical Shua Mitzvahs, they said that halacha l'maisa, we're going to flip the Shua and allow the employee to take the Shua. But ultimately again,
It's not on iTunes.
Right? In the case, ultimately, let's say short drop. Let's example of short drop. So let's say again where employee shows up and says the employer you only goes out for the day. And the employer says, "Thank you. I paid you already." So let's say in that kind of case, that at most triggers a drop on. So you might say the drop on habitat contact. At most, that would already be a Schwarz Hesses. And to then take the Schwarz Hesses and ultimately say, who should take the Schwarz Hesses with Rabbanon? Who should take it? Ultimately, again, the employer also. The employer should swear, I paid, and that's it, and you're done. So now to say that we should make a takana and take that shua from the Balabayas and flip it on to the employee, that we don't do. It was a very interesting approach. So again, in the Yiddish model, the rabbi stepped in and took a biblical shua and switched it over to the employee, right? Because in the biblical shua, it's us, right? Employer says, I only owe you 100. Employee is claiming 200. That's a biblical shua that now sits upon the employer. The rabbi switched that over to the employee and said, you swear and collect your money. But on a rabbinic shivua, for example, again, employer says, I paid you already. Employee says, no, you didn't. So the din rabbanon is, employer swears and exempts himself. So now go ahead and say we're going to take that rabbinic shivua, now do another takana rabbanon, and switch that over to the employee. That we don't do. That's what you do. Rabbanon say, the rabbanon nam yavdilen takar to a sphere, uketzitza, mitzvah. So ultimately, again, the Rabbanan say that we will go ahead and make this takana even in a Rabbanan. Therefore, even in the Shuvas Hasis case, where the employer says, I paid you, the employee says, no, you didn't, we're still going to flip that shivua over to the employee, like the Mishnah says.
Yes, athleticism in the footwork.
Allowing him to swear, and thereby go ahead and collect his wages. And again, the Rabbanan operating from the perspective that halacha l'maisa, an employer always remembers the rate. And therefore, again, when there is a dispute about the rate, that is going to be hamotzi michavero Allah haraya. So if we kind of just summarize a little bit, summarize this. So halacha l'maisa, what comes out is as follows. We have two basic cases. Case number one, which is the classic case of the Mishnah. Employee goes over to employer and says, pay me my, all right, I worked for you today. You owe me $100. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? The mechanics over here are very important. What's the halacha? So again, this is the Shvuas Hesses. Now, technically speaking, how should this Shvuas Hesses work? How should it work? So really the way it should work is, now I'll say, so again, remember, I want to point out, it's important on the evolution. Before we got to this sugya, if someone were to ask you this shaila, right, say employees claiming, employer claiming $100, employer saying, I paid you, what's the halacha? Right, again, so employees trying to extract money, right, so prove it. Remember again, the employer has the chazaka. We'll say, remember, what's the chazaka? What's the chazaka? Money in your pocket belongs to you, right? So therefore, again, if the employer has the money in his pocket, then the employee wants to extract the money from him. Chazal made a Shvuas Hesses. Shvuas Hesses says just to protect employees' rights. So Balabayis, you should have to swear that halacha l'maisa, you paid your work already. What Chazal then did is they flipped that shvua and allowed the employee to take that shvua to extract his wages. That's case number one. Very halachic caveat, which is there has to be independent legal verification of the employment. Otherwise, again, the employer himself has a ego. I don't know who you are. Fine. Case number two, there's a machlokes about the wage, right? So here everyone is meaning that the money is owed. Employee shows up to employer, you promised me $200 for the day. Employer says, I already promised you $100 for the day. So I must say, so what do we do in this case? Remember, this case is much more complicated. This case is in the attention of Yehuda and the Rabbanan, and it really comes down to one basic idea, which is that, and I'll give you just the bottom line, halacha l'maisa, we assume that an employer always remembers the tzitza. He always remembers the amount that he agreed to pay his employee. Therefore, again, in this case where there is a dispute about the rate to be paid, there are two mechanisms for resolution. Either halacha l'maisa motzim mechaber lavaraya, right? So let the employee prove that he is indeed owed 200, or the employer has a right to take a shvuah and ultimately put this entire matter to bed. So they say that is halacha l'maisa. So two mechanisms for resolution. Either a motzim mechaber lavaraya, employee has the right to legally prove his claim, or balatayis, employer has the right to take a shvuah, put it to bed. Incredible. That's so good. Next, Migzal. Also, remember again, this was a very interesting case in Mishnah. What was the case over here? The case only was like this. Let me read it to you. Migzal Kitza. Right? So this is what happened. So I borrowed money from Rabbi. Then what happened? The witnesses that so Rabbi entered into my home without my rishus. And what happened? And he walked out with something. He walked out with an object. Now this is Mishnah. Who Omer came out Natati. So Rabbi says, yeah, I walked out with an object. Who Omer, no Natati. I'm sorry. Who Omer came out Natati. I'm sorry. I claim Reuben walked out with something, and what? It's mine. Reuben says, no Natati. I didn't take anything. What's that? I, meaning I, in other words, the quote unquote victim, like I, the victim, have the ability to swear and to extract from Ruvain what I claim he took from me. Okay, so you know. So I understand maybe after the Ruvain didn't take anything. I know that he took something. But it's a new I'm not going to hide, man, you're not getting that. So again, what's interesting about this is, remember, Ruvain is claiming he did all there are witnesses. Remember, what do the witnesses see? The witnesses in this case see that halacha l'maisa, Ruvain came in with the intention to take something. Right? That's not really, right? I borrowed money from Ruvain. Right? Really wanted a collateral. I didn't want to give him collateral. Ruvain came into our house, right, claiming that he was going to take something. He comes out. No one sees him with anything, right? But I claim he took my watch. When he took my watch, Ruben says, I took something, but it was my watch. I don't do what was my watch. So the halakha now is I could take a shvuah, and Ruben took my watch, and I could receive payment for that object. So let's hold up. How do you know that Ruben took anything? As much as Ruben maybe went in with the intent of taking collateral, how do you know that he actually took something? This is very interesting. Listen to this. After I'm not going to the Butler case, listen to this. Hayman did not get in Rabbi. The guy took an axe in his hand. Ra'amar, Ezo ba'alak table, if it's not the time. Listen to this. And he's like, so Ruben has an axe. Ruben is extremely mad at Shimon. You know what? I'm going to chop down Shimon's palm tree. I'm going to chop down the palm tree. Right? So he's like, stop off. They cut off. Mishati, it turns out the real case like there's like different episodes happening over here, different events. Right? I didn't even say I'm angry at Shimon, I'm going to chop on the palm tree. Okay. The next thing I know, what do I find? Shimon's palm tree has been chopped down. So you want to normally you will cut right. You cannot necessarily assume that it's Ruben who did it. Right? Why? You must assume it's Ruben. Well, I have a weird circumstance. What do I have? I have Ruben with an axe and angry. That's a very good combination, right? But I have Ruben with an axe and angry, threatening to do something, and then again, Shimon's palm tree lying on the ground. Okay, so there's a lot of circumstances. What am I laughing? What don't I have? I don't know that because that Ruben actually cut down the tree. So it says the halacha is that looking at the can't that Ruben cut down the tree. What do you see here? It's kind of an Alma, Arvik, Inish, the dozen. What do you see from here? People exaggerate and don't carry through. So let's say, by the way, what a line. What a line. Other image to dozens below Arvik. People spend life talking about what they're going to do, but it doesn't mean influence. Everyone said, what a things a little bit. Not life things a little bit. If you guys see us talking about other people, text everyone is talking about me. Right? We all do this. Speak about that. Right? We speak about what we're going to do. Dream about what we're going to do. Plans for what we're going to do. With clarity and vision for what we're going to do. Only one little problem, which is You don't actually get around to do it. And Gemara says this is human nature. Archid English doesn't block. People speak about and they see that the most beautiful and glowing and flowers are the only things you're going to accomplish. Sometimes it's just a failure to execute. It's overwhelming. Hakanami doesn't block. So you also, right, when you didn't walk into my house, right, you didn't have $1,000 collecting from us about my position, claiming that the Mashko didn't walk this out, didn't do anything. And so we see people talk about what they're going to do, but they don't do it. So it's the Gemara says, Ema Mashko. No, it must be the case of right now. The witnesses actually saw Reuben walking out with an object. They actually saw him walk out with something. Alright, but let's say my Mashko. Okay, so let's see what he walked out with. And just by himself, in other words, I'm not of a common looking on the Torah Kim and he thought Pakas Knah. Oh, what happened over here? He walked out, you see that he has an object, but it was under his cloak. So what's this interesting? So in other words, there's a lot happening over here. So number one, right? The nice, again, he's claiming he's going to do something. He actually did, he walked out with an object, but the object was underneath his cloak. Whereas I'm not going to do that. No, we should hit him to choke it. But I was going to say, well, that's the case. And if I look at myself, now the case makes a little more sense. Right? So, moving lend me $1,000. He says, I want a microphone. I say, I'm not giving you a microphone. Comes into my house, and he's going to take a microphone. Witnesses see him walk in. He comes out of the house holding something. We don't know what he's holding. It's under his cloak. He claims he has his own object. It was an object owned by him. I claim he took my outfit. I swear I can collect from you. I'm ready to do that. Rothschild taking Takas Knah. I'm supposed to say how long you've seen lines. Reuben comes out of my house. And he's hiding a utensil, hiding an object underneath his cloak. Riyatza on the base. So I'm the cooking in the other. And Reuben claims, yes, I purchased it. I purchased it from Silver. Right? I'm walking out of that place. It's under my cloak. I purchased it from him. So what's that offer? Ain't no that much. No. Reuben's not believe to say he purchased something from me. The law from Ella, Rabbi Shana Silent Kakela. But I said that this is assumed that what this is only assumed that I am the kind of person who does not sell my stuff. Watch this, like when you come into my house, I'm not selling stuff. About Barbias, the Lord of Life, Shane, or Shane, about Barbias, us to do first, keep up the man. Let's say again, if I have I have a little store, a little shop in my house, or I'm the kind of person who sells my stuff, and the man said this could be a valid trade. So if we're walking out with the utensil, he's saying, yes, it was from Silver's home, but I bought it from Silver, and I'm the person who sells my stuff. The same also because he was not online. Furthermore, even in a case where I don't sell my stuff, so the only time he does not believe is only time he's not believed is by items ultimately again where it wouldn't be the dara to hide it. Never say I would Rashi. I would mention that Rashi Shein Azan Bosh Litlan the Yavon the Shufet Has. So I say furthermore again, when is he not believed? Even our version doesn't sell stuff. When we're talking about items, but a person normally wouldn't be embarrassed to go ahead and hold in public. Right? Ultimately, again, about Rothschild, that's going to affect me now, but ultimately, again, if it's the kind of object, then a person would be embarrassed. I will say, by the way, if you're not embarrassed, because you got an item that's very valuable. Right? So, for example, a person doesn't want to walk around with a very valuable item in a showy way. The shame that's going to happen. Furthermore, again, even the object which you wouldn't normally hide, not even on and your image cannot see it. A person is not very modest. About image to see but a very modest person, even with a non-flashy object, I mean, okay, it would be common for him to put the object underneath his cloak. Furthermore, furthermore, again, well, it's about the other is quite a convention. But we're outputting the object is borrowed. But ultimately, again, we don't explain that it was something about the moving, but ultimately, I guess, getting that stolen, life, culturally, that's what the English is value on the customer. And not necessarily believe, automatically say, that Allah for my so even as a guy. Furthermore, We're talking about items that would normally be rented or borrowed. About dvarim, she'enos lahashil ne'eman. But let's say when it comes to objects, ultimately again, they are not normally borrowed or rented. Ultimately, and that's what I'm ne'eman to take the shvua. Okay, so you want to use an example, which is interesting. The sharp person about average is not actually following idea. Dvarim ha'asim lahashil lahaskia. If you normally have objects, right, items that are normally borrowed or rented out, and what happens? So let's just imagine the following scenario, right? So Ulen has an object of mine, but it's a type of object that is normally rented out or borrowed. I don't know, whatever type of object it is. And Ulen has it, right? And again, Ulen admits that yes, these were mine. But Ruben's claim is what? I bought it from silver. And I'm thinking, I didn't sell it to you, I lent it to you. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Eino Ne'eman. Ruben is not believed to say that he bought it. Since the chazaka, that the type of object, ultimately again, they are normally rented or borrowed, therefore the assumption is that this is a rental or borrowing case, not a sale case. Remember, Ruben's always the Rabbi, after the Sugat is the Sifra Da'agara Tamiyasmi. So there's a case that once came before, Rabbi in the following case, that there was a man who died, we'll call him, Yaakov died. Yaakov left behind his son, really young lady, his son, and in their estate, they had a pair of, scissors, tailor scissors, right? Tailor scissors and a sefer of agarata. Literally said agarata. Someone came to Rabbi, right? So they came to Rabbi, and they said, Rabbi, that's mine. I deposited it, right? I lent it to Yaakov before he died, and then Yaakov died. It's in the estate to me, so it really belongs to me. So Rabbi went ahead and upheld that claim. Why? Because apparently, again, so tailor's scissors and the book of Agatha are common items that are lent out. The items that are lent out. So therefore, again, he verified, obviously they have to prove this a bit more than just that just making a statement, but he verified claims because these are actually the type of objects that are normally lent out to others. So Rashi this morning, Rashi says over the Yasmin, Shehebi Atovea Indim. Wasn't obviously again the case over here is where the claimant, right, the person making the claim, brought in that these scissors and this book of Agarata was his. That was saying now normally just because you bring Aiden that something belongs to you doesn't automatically put it back in your possession. Right? Especially since it's possible maybe it did belong to you, but someone else bought it. Especially when it comes to Yisumim, normally you would require a shula. But novelty in this case is what? That Rabbi didn't require a shula. Why didn't he require a shula? Because since the person making the claim had interest that these objects belong to him, and these are the type of objects that are normally lent out, therefore what? Rabbi reestablished them in the possession of the claimant even without a shua. Even though you know you can't collect from someone without a shua. That's the Rabbi that Rashi. He asked me, Shehebi Ataver Eidim Shein Shalom, Omer Shesh'il Ma'aviyei Yisomim. The claimant said, these objects belong to me. He has witnesses that they belong to him. And he claims that he lent it out to the father of the Yisomim. Come on, so let's say what he's seeking here. He's seeking here that even had Yaakov still been alive, if Yaakov would have claimed that Allah for a nice, again, these objects will not be believed. Why? Because objects that are normally rented out or lent out, you don't have a chazaka to say that they're mine, that I bought them. It's interesting, then Rashi goes on to say, by the way, it's interesting that why does he use the case of a book of Agarata? So Rashi points out there's another interesting. People would not normally lend out Sfarim. Right? Why? Because since Sfarim were commonly used, if you lend it out, they run the risk of getting ruined. Agarata, Rashi points out, was less commonly studied. is this fasting is less commonly studied. So because of that, it would only be used like episodically, and therefore a person would go ahead and be more willing to lend it out. So most like the Gemara highlights this principle, a very interesting principle, that objects that are normally lent out, a person doesn't have an ability to claim chazaka that since it's in my possession, ultimately I'm the owner, which is really fascinating because normally in halacha, remember again, possession normally establishes ownership. And once you have that, then in order for someone to claim it from you, it's how it's mechadra lavaraya. The difference is that these objects that are normally lent out, ultimately again, who remains in possession of it? Ultimately again, the owner. Shabbos provides us with a tremendous Musar Haskell as well. What do you see from here? So objects that are normally only lent or borrowed really remain in the possession ultimately of the owner. Which tells you something amazing. Elokai, Neshama Shenasata Bi Tahorishi. We have a Neshama. And it's very important to understand that Neshama is not given to us. That Neshama is lent. That neshama is a borrowed item. Elokai neshama shenasata bi tahori. Every single day I put the sources. The neshama that you lent me, the neshama that you've given me. So let's say something absolutely amazing. I'm in possession of a borrowed item, which then means what's the halacha when you're in possession of a borrowed item? It's never yours. The chazot is it always remains in the possession of the true owner. And what's an overwhelmingly so? I have a borrowed neshama. And the halacha is that when you have something that is borrowed, the halacha demands a heightened level of vigilance in order to ensure that nothing happens to that item. And that is the sacred responsibility that we have day in and day out to make sure that that borrowed neshama, that beautiful borrowed mitzvahs halakha, that beautiful borrowed spark of the Rebbe always remains pure and pristine. However, we should be zochan to be successful in that daily privilege, in that daily obligation. So stop over here for today. Shkaya, everyone, pick up over here tomorrow. Great job.
Like what happened? What actually happened?
All right,
Today?
Shkaya, everyone. Have a great day.
About like ending lemon.
Whatever it's so, it should be a day in Yom Hashem. Safety, security, the solar struggles.
I wish I could show you. There's no real trees. Yeah. Okay. Well, it actually happens. Let me see if I can find something called. There's a lot of videos of Ben Avery talking shit on Jeff Dye. That's funny. I did see that Ben would retweet like stupid jokes that Jeff Dye did. I did a few of those myself. Let's see, just has the most cringe, like hack. So you insane that you think that you thought of it material, right? Let's see here. Oh, I know what I'll do.
All right, then let's say good morning or good
I'll go see Chest.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. We thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Kotzin Mishpacha Right Yisrael, for the Yetz Hashem dedicating all of the Shem and Drushas this year as its boost to the service covers for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Sivan Abba Lino Tova, Stephen Taizin, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, is in Devola Bas, the Bisco, Yoel, and Zaha, and the occasion for 50th yard site. And a day of learning, sponsor Paul Collins in memory of Rabbi Aaron Waltinsky, of Aaron Yehuda Ben Ruvain, who taught me how to be about prayer and learned with me every Shabbos afternoon during my high school years. Beautiful. That's Hashem. Hashem Shalom Aliyah. Bless the Lord. And that's about time to go up. All the Hashem Shalom Aliyah. All the families and comments. All those who live in creation have one for their home and smoke. They sought to say that Hashem bring home our hostages. Allow our soldiers to yes Hashem be successful. Hamas is going to follow the weakness for venue something. So that the direct result taking the cover body and back young. But has so far still the number of lives. Still people being recovered in the level. Again, overwhelming, still overwhelming times for our people, and the overwhelming nature of this event continues to stop life action for yesterday. This contract is our obligation to recognize that we are all part of the army of Am Yisrael and to put the Yet Hashem give us to continue the power and to continue to resolve each of us to do our part to make our contribution. And how about that? The week is just beginning. And let's hope that Yet Hashem, as it progresses, so Father Yisrael's victory will be quick and decisive, and the Yetz Hashem will usher in a period of shalom, simcha, and bracha, not just for the Am Yisrael, not just for the Yetz Hashem, but the Yetz Hashem for all of humanity.
And he's right.
Let's say you got the last piece. If it is that's one of the things you could have because I didn't create shear yesterday. So I got this one maybe I picked it up on the bottom of the bottom on the base 44B because really the last lines. Remember they were
Well, take me back home, the room long, long, long. Wrapping in mind of the things I don't know. Nothing in the song is on the side, yeah. Nothing in the river mountain night. Nothing in the stand in the moonlight. I can hear the little frogs calling me home. Let me run down to the street. Nothing in the rain, the sun, the shower. Think what's playing when we get back up. Think what's the name on the Green River. Well,
specifically over here, you were talking about this idea of Shekinegdo, so let's say that I have a illegal dealing with someone, and the person who I'm concurring with, who technically should be the one who is supposed to swear, let's say is disqualified from speaking an oath for whatever reason, then what we do is we flip the shur. So for example, so let's swear the pizza, half of memory. Half shur sa'idos, half shur sakitavim, half shur shas. So let's say, for example, let's say again, I have a court case with you, I have a legal dispute with you. And so we're supposed to deal with this matter here for the shura. And really should be moving who's taking the shura. And we're going to care for this shura. Why? Because she is doing in violation, whether it's on a shura sa'idos, or a shura sakitavim, a shura shab. How you have to represent, so in many cases, when you're talking about over here, let's say, for example, you don't even know that could be a false oath of testimony, or a false oath of the recover, or if he's taking a shura shab, he's taking an oath from them, or somehow he's sucking for food. One of us was again, in this case, we're called legal Megadoria, and a lot of religions, only the way we did this, we might keep in there, that he reads his presence, because that's what it's going to do. The second sheet, those things have and that business with the produce. So it's in all of these cases, the point of the most working over here is, I'm in this legal dispute with Ruben. Ruben should be the one taking the shura. What's the issue? What's the issue? Ruben can't. Why can't he? Because his integrity has been compromised. Either because he has previously sworn falsely, right? Or because he's engaged in other activities which generally compromise one's integrity and preclude them from taking a shua. So what do you do in all these cases? Shekinegdo nishva b'notel. Ultimately, again, what Chazal said is we flip the shua. So I'll swear, even though again I really shouldn't be the one swearing, I'll swear, and therefore again be able to extract my money in that way. Incredible. Okay, we'll see. We'll see more about these kids in the Gemara as well. I'm just saying, actually, I will say, this is interesting. Let's say both of us
on the Green River.
Both of us are gamblers, right? Both of us are talking.
Wow.
So basically, both of us are disqualified. So what you do in that case, you know, just cut the machine, cut that thing, you come up. You put the shura back where it belongs. In other words, essentially, if we're both compromised, so pretty much like you can't each other out, and I'm not just apply everything that needs to be applied.
I've been letting boy on the time, baby, now. No, the train took me over. Come on, the Green River. Wow.
Pain society, pain quality seller malls. So what happens? I go into the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, listen, I pay my workers. Do me a favor, pay my workers in merchandise and give them a credit up to a seller of malls. Right, so sellers, I'm sending them my employees for their pay. They come to your store. Essentially, give them credit for $500. And I'll pay you for that.
My son's dad was an older guy, and we didn't want to come up with this, you know what I mean? And I just didn't know what to think. It was so crazy. I was already gotten so and I just was so creative. They were like, there was a whole scene in that where Jason is Alexander at his facility, the rest of them about this girl that he's dating, and how she takes him with kids. She pops trees, this and that, and he's just working, and it was so magical just to see them rehearse and ad lib. They were just, Larry David used to be Jules, and even Joe Weaver, the big great writers at that time. It was just a different talent, and I was like, witnessing it. So do you remember the time when this was
Kate said 80 she was shocked. But now it's how can you structure an elected resolution like that? And then said, what do you got in that solution, which is what? Someone's wrong. Someone's wrong. So then it says, how can you utilize essentially what you're saying is we for a lot of percent of the people just was shocked. Someone's wrong. So he says, who knows why she was wrong? The non-is supposed to be part of the non-is
a huge pillar of your career has been body positivity. Did you worry that?
I think the purchase of Dion's work at Focus Training. Because so long. So that I need to focus on the ocean, so what happens? So the thing says, okay, now we're going to I'm going to start to look all over the side of the body. So I gave you like 20 pounds. So let's say what kind of home, you shove about our bodies, should not so much. So this is here. I swear that I think I'm going to be here. Okay, I forgot the name of our chat myself. That's what he said. That's what I'm saying. So that's good. About a body having smores that contaminates himself. And case number 2, where again, the company claims that he already did the photos. So the company swears that ultimately again we do the photos. WD says no. WD says, oh, check this, the other WD says, whoever is in possession of the produce has the upper hand. Now, what is that? So that's using short lines and that's 5 lines in. Call checking the other you know the first piece. Like, what was the first piece? The first piece over here was red. Depending on the things that I did not finish. Like that nothing. So ultimately again, so Harakama said that the Balabas should swear, but ultimately again return. So in this piece over here, the Rebbe says, you're not sure. The Rebbe says that Halacha L'Meisa, again, the only way that the players were given a full use is how is if you were guided. Generally, people don't give merchandise unless they first receive it. Therefore, in this case over here, just to have a highest of the produce already, chances are it's paid, and if the Halacha L'Meisa here, he does not have to swear to the fact that it is. There actually comes out over here, this is the piece of clothing that the company that pays me who does not extend clothes. Obviously, if they extend with habit, that's going to be the now. So again, also we'll see all of this in the next. I'm on the ship. I go to a membership and say, we need notes. I say, well, my teacher, do change. No, I'm not speaking for change, right? You go ahead and give me a dinner in smaller denominations. And also, like, ultimately, again, so the short funny I'm not going to do something like that. So the short funny says, okay, I give you a change, and now I give you the dinner. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, then I say to this person, I give it to you. I give you a say you put the Gemara in the box. What's the halacha? It's Shabbat. So I swear, it's fine. That's what you say. It's the same thing as the family case. It's just using another same idea. So Rabbi swears, I don't appreciate what you do for them. Unless someone else has to go. Unless it's now, that's not something that I'm not doing this for. What happens is that the verses, I gave you the right. And I said to the shop, if somebody can work it, you will not change. I'm not about it. That's not what I'm talking about. I gave you the change. You shot for yourself. You shot for you. Put it in the box. What's that about? You shot a shop on it. Ultimately, I got a shop on it. I swear, but it actually gave me the change. I gave it to you because any other shop on it, you can success. Actually, you can do that. Looks like some of the people to say, but he says, everyone knows money changers do not give change unless, of course, what? They get the money first. This is what the divinity custom, which is when he says, the same way that a shopkeeper does not give merchandise unless he gets paid first. The shopkeeper ultimately again does not give change unless he gets the person gets the payment first. Therefore, the biggest secret is whoever is in possession of the item, whether the item is the produce or the item is the change, ultimately has the upper hand in this discussion. Incredible. All right, so let's go back to it. The shoe shaman, Hakakemis, Shivasa, what is the other Bishua? So it says there, that's a good Hakakemis, Shivasa. What Hakakemis, Shivasa? So that actually comes out from the other actually to Shivasa shaman. This can be the Mesachas Sinis, and the Sil Shah Siva, the Mother should keep running like Sasa, the Nita Sinis not Ashtat Sivasa. In Torah, it takes going back to the Sabbath, no.
Katie Curry walked to MSC and see, and we said it last time, we shared it with CBS, with our family network. You know, what's coming out of my mouth? They're saying I was in trouble, they're saying I was if I didn't make this, they should have fixed it.
She's effectively done as she shows that document is no longer valid in the way that it's underlying the effectiveness of that document. Now again, that she's doing that, like what was doing that, because again, she is the name that he owned Pennsylvanians of that document. Murph says as follows. Murph says, once she's admitted that she's received partial payment, so really, the document itself, it's not that it's void, but as a court, how do you seriously say any further collection this might be a bad idea? So I don't might not want to wear these out there. It was just a boring thing that is not good. It was not lasting again, I can guarantee you that. And then it says, Ruffle received her suba. Right? So single it says Ruffle received her suba. So that was wrong. So it's another thing. One thing that happened. It's only valid to require a suba. So Abraham comes along and says Ruffle got his her suba. Okay, it's not Ruffle. What's anything else? Yes, to the suba. In the Chassim suba. Over the Chassim suba. In general again. And the person also, this is true for suba, but this is true for finding else as well. If you want to collect from encumbered property, or if you want to collect from the possessions of the submit, or take the element shua, you only collect with the shua. By a fast, shelo b'fanav, or take the element shua, similarly again, if a woman is going to collect her suba.
Yo, dog.
Not in the presence of her husband, she requires the shua. Now, let's say it actually points out that there was that case. Let's say the husband is overseas.
How you living?
He sends his wife a get. So now she wants to collect her suba. She can
Yo.
collect her suba even if he's overseas, and she can only collect it.
How are you? What's good?
So to Yisomim, right? Orphans can only collect. Now, we're going to see in the Gemara what this is referring to.
Yo, dog, what's new?
Again, we have this.
Nope.
Their father, they're collecting something owed to their father.
Because it shows that it's going to show your customers that you're lazy.
We've seen this concept many times before. Remember, in halacha, there is this
Look,
tension.
if you can't help yourself to create 30 different social media platforms, nobody wants to hire you. Anybody can do what you do, which is create 10 of them, and be like, okay, I'm done.
So what happens? But what's the issue? What's the tension? The tension is that we're seeing children of the estate of the father. So therefore, again,
Listen. You can think that. But that's not how a social media marketer works. Okay? That's how a reply guy works. If you want to be a reply guy, that's cool. I want you to be a social media marketer. I want you to be able to promote anyone, anywhere, anytime, on any platform.
Okay, so I'm gonna create like that father never told
that's exactly correct, big dog.
Right? The father never told us that that was paid. He never gave us instructions that this debt was paid. He never told us that our debt was
Dog, I'm live 24/7 everywhere.
Maybe you got like maybe our father's people were education that this outstanding debt was paid.
Okay, I mean, whatever you want, my man. I'm live right now. If you want to be co-host to my space, you can. There's one person in here. I'm that person. But if you want to go, if you want to be a co-host for it, come on in, man. I'll co-host you all day long. All right, big dog. Well, you have to join my space. Okay, but don't worry about being a co-host right now. Create those other accounts. It'll take you a day, and then you never have to do it again. And then we can work on putting content on there and helping to promote you. All right, big dog. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You don't have to download them. You can use the site.
This debt has never been paid.
Sound like a plan? There is no try. There is no try. There's only do. There you go, big dog. All right, and then keep me updated, okay, my man?
What's the role of the shvua when it comes to the children collecting on the shul is the mechanism that ensures that children
it's no
do
big deal.
due diligence.
All right, well, you can see me right here. This one's working.
Children don't know the affairs of their father's estate. The shul ensures that they will endeavor to have.
Okay, that's fine.
But I love when I said the father made it explicit and clear.
Create those accounts, my man.
You still owes me this money, and this debt has never been paid. The children collect on that debt.
Go for it. Ask me any question you want, big man.
I will say now this is riveting. So I say so this whole Mishnah has this given us what to us has.
Okay, well, my man, I'm not a bank, okay? I want you to be able to promote yourself. If you do that, you'll be able to get money from people. But you coming to me, asking me for money, helps neither you nor me. What will help you is you creating your accounts, applying for jobs, getting a resume together. I'll help you with all of those kind of things. But you asking for help, handouts, that nobody's going to help you that way, my man. I want you to be successful. You know I'm right. I want you to be successful. You can either teach a man to fish, or you can give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. I'm wanting to teach you. You're asking me to give you fish. I'm not giving fish, but I will teach you to be the best fisherman in the game.
Let's say you're in a partnership with someone. Either partner could always order the other partner to swear.
Excellent, Big Dog. So go do what I said. Once you do that, you come back and you've got all of the different accounts. It doesn't take you long, and it's absolutely free. You should be all over this. I could understand if I were saying to you, oh, it costs $100 and you don't have $100. No, the only thing keeping from you and doing it, let's be honest here, is your laziness. If you get a little bit of chutzpah, it's true. You know I'm right, man. If you get a little bit of energy and you say, you know what, I'm just going to check these off. I'll do this one. I'll do this one. I'll do this one. And you get them all, and you come back to me, and they're all in your link tree, and they look nice. Then we're going to start making you videos. We're going to start getting you a resume, a cover letter, a curriculum vitae. We're going to make sure that you have the ability to apply to different remote jobs where you can work anywhere in the world. That's what I want to help you with. But you just sitting here on your thumb like, hey, I want to start a project, give me a fish. That ain't going to happen, big man. You and I both know that. You could, and it's not just with me. You can go to any space on X right now and say, hey, I need money to start a project. Everybody's going to laugh at you. But what they won't laugh at is you saying, hey, I can promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms and make sure that you perform better on social media, in AI, and in search engines. And if you want to connect with me, I'll be happy to promote your project. And then, you're able to make $100 a week or something like that. That is something that could be very beneficial to you.
All of us need some level of accountability. In all of these cases, these people have access to all
absolutely, man. I'm here to help. I'm here to help you. And you just got to get over that laziness, create the accounts. They're absolutely free. And then I'm willing to help you, okay? Excellent, man. That's what I'd like to hear. And I'm here to help you.
So we'll say, what can happen? So again, let's say, for example, in a partnership. So I go to Ruben, my partner goes to Ruben and says, Ruben, I want you to swear. Now, again, what exactly I'm asking Ruben to swear, we'll have to see in the Gemara. Sounds like what I'm asking. I swear that you have not misappropriated anything. So Ruben says to me, what are you claiming? So name me shit to shavali. So I say to Ruben, I just want you to swear to me. So Chayiv, what's the halacha? Ultimately, Ruben's Chayiv. So it sounds like an honesty oath, right? Swear to me that you have not misappropriated any assets. And if ultimately, again, I say that to Ruben, that triggers a shua that Ruben has to take towards me. It's incredible. And I will say, by the way, that's so Ruben can say back, well, what do you think I did wrong? I say nothing. It's just a partnership shua. It's a partnership shua. So I say, myself, Moshe says he has to swear. Even though, again, in this case, there's no defined claim. Now, however, I will say now, the ability to trigger this claim is only so far as the partnership or the sharecropping, these relationships are currently intact. Once the relationships have been dissolved, so neither party has the ability to make the other take a retroactive shua. So let's say Ruben and I, we dissolve our partnership. And then again, 6 months later, I'm trying to say, Ruben, I want you to swear to me that when we were partners, you did not misappropriate any money. I can't do it. The only ability to trigger this shvua is when we are actively engaged in the shofars. However, an interesting exception, niskalgelo shvua mimakom acher, megalgelin alav es hakol. So let's say this is very interesting. However, if let's say Reuben and I, so we dissolved our partnerships. Obviously, once we dissolved our partnership, I cannot ask him to swear about our partnership. But let's say again, Reuben then I get to an issue. I deposit something with Reuben. Reuben claims that the object was stolen. I tell him to take a shvua sapikadon. Once he's taking a shvua sapikadon, then about say it becomes a gilgul shvua. What does gilgul shvua say? Gilgul shvua says once I'm already swearing about something, essentially we can pile on as many other claims as we want during that shvua as well. So let's say again now, we're going to take a shvua because again, he's claiming my pikadon was stolen. I want him to swear that he really did not misappropriate it. Once he does that, then I can also add on to that a shvua about the times that we were partners. Incredible. Also, the Mishnah ends off, Vashiyas mishametes as shvua. Shmita cancels oaths. Now, what exactly that means, we'll have to see in the Gemara, but quite intriguing. Okay, I will say, Shkoyach, that's the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, Kol Nishma Shabbaton Nishma V'lo Mishalmin. Let's remember again, how did the Mishnah start? The Mishnah started with the statement that any biblical oath, the way it works is you swear, and by swearing you exempt yourself from payment. Right? So how do we know that? So the Gemara says, on the Amar Krah, it's like first of the widest lines, the Amar Krah, because the pasuk says, V'lakach ba'alov v'lo yishalim. Because once the pasuk says literally again, V'lakach ba'alov, the person will swear, v'lo yishalim, they won't pay. So from here you see, Mishalav l'shalim lo shvua. He who would have paid takes the shvua, and by taking the shvua, he exempts himself from the obligation to pay. Incredible. Beilu mishmoim minotlin. These are the people ultimately again who swear and take. So remember again, one of the most interesting things over here is in what we'll call employee protections. I will say that it's really incredible to see. It's really incredible to see that Chazal really had these fantastic and incredible sensitivities to really go ahead and protect those who may be most vulnerable. It's fascinating. So again, for example, the greatest example of that is Ksuba. Because certainly again, the whole yesod of Ksuba was to protect the interests of a woman who would have been exceptionally vulnerable in a case of divorce or in a case of being widowed. And also these employee protection rights. What does the Mishnah say? Right? If the Mishnah says, what was the case of the employee? Let's remember again. I work for Ruben. I say, Ruben, I want to get paid. Ruben says, I paid you. So I say, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, and I get paid. Now understand, before this Mishnah, how would you have passed it? You be the post, right? I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, you owe me my money. What's the halacha? Simple, right? This is what we're talking about. You go to someone, you say, hey, you money. So this is incredible. So Chazal said in this case, we don't say what's in the in this case, Chazal said to the employee, if you're willing to swear, all you need to do is swear you did not get paid.
That is clearly passive abuse.
That's tremendous. So the Gemara is listening to this. So my sphere, so what's unique about an employee? I will say, why did Chazal do this? Like this really is a tremendous change to just the basic way that the law should unfold. Why did Chazal do this? Rabbi Shmuel.
You had 9%. And then we sold I sold it with Abu Dhabi when they won a few years ago. And then so now you have $360 million plus whatever you had before that. I got a couple more. Does it all come at once, or are there installments? Is there a giant novelty check that you're presented with, like Ed McMahon used to? What they do is, when you do a deal like this, it has to go through a bunch of regulation. And once all the regulation is done and the thing finally closes, I guess you just check. You had 9%.
What's called Takanos Kibbutz. Chazal are creating a lasting piece of legislation. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Achila la'bonon mishun balabayis, mishajila askir mishun kidei. So what happened over here?
More than 5 FBS schools do not have university in their official name.
Air Force,
Colleges.
Ultimately, as far as Bible. See, what they want the whole contribution, they want to be
Boston
that he always has a way to ensure that he gets paid.
Army, Navy, Air Force, the Citadel, Boston. Yeah, no? Oh, fuck, no?
He will get paid.
Army, Navy, Boston, College, Air Force.
Is that fair? I got it. We want to secure employees' rights.
Seconds.
But because we want to secure employees' rights, we should put the employer, the Balabayas, at a disadvantage. No. Balabayas, the thing we're going to finish that this year, the shut down. It's actually in the best interest of the employee also. That if the employee wants to swear, he can get his wages. Why? He needs to is generally called. So let's say, remember again, every employer. What does every employer need? What does every employer need? Employees, right? So now again, for the employer, it also works well that the employee is able to get paid. Why? Because that means people are going to be more willing to hire themselves out. So let's say again, everyone knows, right? There is a shortage of good people. There's a shortage of good people. Well, it's not really a shortage of good people. It's just a shortage of people who want to work, right? So nice again. So therefore, again, this whole thing, right? The labor market, it's everybody's tied together. So in other words, just follow progression over here. Chazal said we want to legislate in favor of the employee. So the employee knows that if there's ever a salary dispute, right, the employee has the control. He swears and he gets paid. Listen, 1 second. So that's giving him an advantage. Isn't that a disadvantage to the employer? No, because since the employee knows that he gets paid, therefore what? He'll be more willing to work.
No one cares about Jackie and Chef. No.
That's good news for the employer. So therefore, everyone is happy. Adrabah, just the opposite. So you must say, 1 second. If you give the shul to the balabayas, that might work better for the employee. Why? Because then, if the employer has the ability to swear and therefore control payroll, he'll be more willing to hire employees, which means work will be more available, pay will be more available. To which the Gemara says, no. Balabayas bal karchei adir. No. We'll say the employer is always at a disadvantage. Why? Because he's going to need a workforce. Now, regardless, he needs people. So the Gemara says, okay, we'll say, but the employee also is at a disadvantage. Why? Because he also needs a job. Ella, so let's say, rather, what's going on over here? Here we go. Ella balabayis, alud b'parlahu. So let's say, here's the issue. Deep down, not deep down, but really, what we feel is actually happening over here is sometimes there are confusions about payroll. Why does confusion about payroll happen over here? There's nothing actually, there's nothing illicit occurring. Rather, what happens? The Rothschild, the employer employs a bunch of people. And remember what happens. So again, I employ Ruben, Shimon, and Levi. And just in the course of handing out the paychecks, I thought that I paid Ruben, but maybe I didn't. It's really just an honest mistake. Because I was concerned about this. So because we were concerned about this, they gave the power to the employee to swear about whether or not he got paid. So again, we could attribute sometimes the confusion to just an honest mistake, and therefore we give the power to the employee to swear. So the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why not believe the employee who was at a shul? If we're assuming over here There's nothing, right? No one's trying to pull any shenanigans, right? There's no shtick over here. But rather, again, just the employer gets a little bit, ice skates, gets just a little bit overwhelmed with running his business. And therefore, again, he thought he paid this one, he didn't pay this one. So Ruben comes along and says, I didn't get paid. So Chazal said, okay, take a shul, she didn't get paid, didn't get paid. And that's the case, we can believe everybody in this case. Why not allow the employee to get paid without a shul? No, hold up there. That's not fair to the employer, right? Because again, the employer really thinks that he paid Ruben. Now, again, if Ruben is willing to swear that he did not get paid, then fine, and the Balabayas will take him at his word. We're not going to just pay him without a shua. So the Gemara says, relatively the agent, have a better idea. Why not say that part of Hilchos payroll is that when you pay your employees, you should have to pay them with witnesses. Right? So you save a lot of time. Right? So time and effort. So right, that's Hilchos payroll. Hilchos payroll, you pay your employees, pay them in front of witnesses. To which the Gemara says, no, trecha milsa. That's a tircha. That's a tircha. I will say, can you imagine that? Right? A person is running a large business, and every single time he pays his employees, people may be on different pay schedules. Every time he pays his employees, he's got to pay them in front of witnesses. That's too much. This is interesting. So I say this is fascinating. Why not prepay your employees? Right? Just pay them in the beginning of the day, and that way there's no problem. I will say, by the way, I just want to tell you something amazing. What's this statement is there must have been such a dramatically different work ethic in the times of the Gemara. Right? You hear this today? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? You're going to prepay employees? Oh, you know what? Here, take this, right? Here, you know what? Here's today's pay, here's today's wages, right? That's not do a good job, right? Otherwise, it's just fascinating. But the fact that the Gemara is even floating this idea means that, like, someone thought that this is actually viable. It's actually viable. So it's like, it's incredible now. It would be beautiful to think that people would be so committed to their job and so committed to the task. But again, I'm pointing out the fact that it's a Havamiyah means that, again, in times of the Gemara, they actually entertain these possibilities. So the Gemara just says essentially, now remember, the idea is why does confusion occur? Confusion occurs because maybe at the end of the day, or the end of the day, what's happening, there's a lot of stuff happening. The Gemara says, why don't you eliminate the confusion that when every employee goes in and shows up at the beginning of the day, the Balabayas pays them. Here's your money, right? Here's the wages, go out, make it a great day. Right? So now why don't we just do that? So the Gemara says, no, he's interesting. No one wants to prepay. No one wants to prepay. Now, literally, hakapa means credit. Now, why does no one want to prepay? So Rashi points out there it's very interesting. So the Balabai is the employer doesn't want to prepay. Why? Because sometimes he doesn't have the money. Right? Sometimes he doesn't have that money. Won't have the money until the end of the day. And interestingly enough, the employee doesn't want that money either. Right? Why? Because that means the whole day now he's got to keep his pay, his wages in his pocket. He doesn't want to have to do that, right? He said he wants to come at the end of the day to be able to go ahead and get paid afterwards. So what's incredible? On the base, and that's the case. Afilu katzatz nami. So let's say, so at the end of the day, so let's say, so now I just want to point that over here. So here's what's happening. The Mishnah told us halacha. I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, I worked for you for the day. You owe me $100. Ruben says, I paid you already. I say, no, you didn't. So what's the halacha? I swear, the employee swears that I did not get paid, and Ruben is obligated to pay this. A rabbinic halacha. Why did Chazal institute this? Why? Because the assumption was that Ruben is very busy running his business. He thought he paid me. He didn't really pay me, and therefore Chazal gave the power to the employee to go ahead and extract his wages through a shvua. So if that's what this is about, that the employer is just, he's tolerant, right? He's fatumot. He's got a lot going on with running his business. And therefore, again, he's not trying to cheat me. He just maybe is not keeping track of everything. And that's why I think the shvua to clarify that. Then the halakha should be the same thing if there is a dispute about the amount of wages owed. So let's say in the Mishnah's case, I'm saying to Ruben, you owe me money for today's work. Ruben said, I paid you, right? Now, let's say, the Gemara says, but if the logic that we just espoused is correct, then even if the dispute is not about whether or not I got paid, but the dispute is how much Ruben owes me, then we should also say that I should take a shvuah and ultimately go ahead and be able to extract my wages. Yet, Allah will tell you, why did we learn about Many of it's 45b, second line. So what happens? I say, Ruben. So right at the end of the day, Sunday, I work Ruben today. I say, Ruben, pay me. You agreed to pay me.
Yo, there he is. Did you create everything? What up, baby?
Hold up there. I only agreed to pay you $100.
What's good, son?
So the Gemara says, what? So in that case, what do we say?
All done? You created everything?
Now again, Ruben's going to pay me the 100 because that's what we both agreed to. But if I feel that Ruben owes me another $100, the burden is on me for you to extract the money. What do we say? That an employer is often preoccupied with the details of running his business.
Okay, we'll do everything but ChatGPT and Sora.
I should be able to swear. That Ruben contracted me for
yeah, you should, but you're going to need it to create your resume.
An employer may
Dog, if you come in here and you don't have 25 done, you're wasting my time. No, 10 is not okay. If I'm your customer and you say to me, is it okay if I promote your project on 10 different platforms? I'm going to say no. Imagine you're my customer and you say, hey, I've got a project and I want you to promote it. And I say to you, okay, well, is it okay if I promote it on 10 different platforms? You're going to say no. They're free. Why wouldn't you use them?
Crystal clear on it. If I want to claim that he owes me more money,
You'll come back, big dog. Keep it up.
That's on me, the employee, to extract. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, then even if the window, remember again, we saw this back in our Sanhedrin days. What's the halacha? The halacha is you have to pay wages in a timely fashion. Now again, the definition of timely depends on what? The nature of the employee, of the employment, right? Is it a day labor? Is it a weekly labor? A yearly labor? So all that depends. So why did we learn? So this is very interesting. So I say this whole idea of nishba v'notel, interestingly enough, only applies if I'm claiming my wages within the window that I'm supposed to get paid. So for example, let's say I'm a day laborer. So what's the number again? How to look for a day laborer? What's considered to be the window of payment is the next period of time, right? So let's say I work by day, he pays me that night. So when we say nishba v'notel, that's it. Let's say, so Sunday I work for Ruben, Sunday night I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. I can swear that I did not get paid, and ultimately I didn't collect wages like that. If, however, interestingly enough, the Brisa says over here that if I wait till Monday, ultimately again, halacha I can't swear and extract money. That then reverts back to what? Why? Chazaka ein balabayis over the Baal Talmud. Wow. Shabbos said there was a chazaka that an employer pays his workers. Fascinating. Shabbos said, so this is really riveting. So I guess so just kind of like to put this together. Someone says like this: there's a general concern that an employer is going to be busy with the details of running his business, and therefore it is possible to think that he paid his worker when he didn't really pay his worker. That is possible. So therefore, Chazal said that if you're the employee and you're coming to claim your wages, right now the piece is being added over. You're coming to claim your wages when? In the window when they are collectible, and I say I didn't get paid. Ruben says I did pay you. I can swear that I didn't get paid, and I can get paid. But interestingly enough, that takana is only in the window of payment. If let's say I wait till Monday morning, and now I come to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. The halakha sides with Ruben, the employer. Why? Chazaka that an employer, or say chazaka that an employer pays his employees on time. That's the chazaka. That's chazaka. And therefore, again, if I, the employee, want to claim otherwise, do I have the ability to do so? Can I? Sure, I can make the claim, but it's a motzim chavero alav haraya. So the Gemara says, listen to this. We just said before that a balabayas, right? That the employer is often busy with the details of running his business. So why would they say even here? Maybe he just missed the window for paying. So I'll say this is before this man, right? The time that he's obligated to pay comes about. But ultimately, again, when the time for payment actually comes, we assume that the balabayas is on top of this, and ultimately, again, pays his employees in a meaningful time. So I'll say, so fascinating construct we have over here, right? So during the time when the actual employees owe his money, Chazal made a takana, he can swear and get paid. After the window for proper payment, halachic payment passes, the chazaka then is that the employer paid his workers, and if a worker wants to claim to the contrary, that is going to be a motzi mechaver ala haraya. Incredible. So you must one second. So you're telling me now. Let's put me on loans over here. Right, so I worked for Ruben on Sunday. Right, Ruben owes me $100. So now what happens? I show up. So if I show up Sunday night, I can swear and get paid. If I show up Monday morning, then what's the halacha? Why? Because chazaka, that Ruben, my employer, doesn't delay paying his employees. 1 second. But when I come on Monday morning and claim my wages, don't, like, what do you think I'm doing? But don't I have a chazaka that I'm honest? Right? Isn't there a chazaka that I don't try to steal stuff from people? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. If he's sucker of Mishum Baltigzon, Gabi Balabais, so when it's Gabi Balabais, he could check Hazak. So when we're saying it like this, when we say, I don't have a Hazaka. What's my Hazaka? That I'm honest. You're saying the Hazaka is that the Balabais doesn't violate the lane paying wages. Got it. How's the Hazaka? That I don't steal stuff. Everybody has to at least some Hazaka, right? My Hazaka is I don't steal stuff. If that's the case, Sheva Chazaka, that vests me with believability to make the claim on my wages even Monday morning. Let's say, watch this. Balabais, he could check Chazaki. The Balabais has two Chazakas. Right, number one, Chazak De'in Balabais, without Talib. Right, so we'll say ultimately, again, Chazaka number one is that the Balabais does not delay paying his wages. The Chada, what's the second chazaka? The second chazaka is that people generally don't wait to collect their wages. Like I was saying, generally people don't say, you know what, I know that I'm supposed to get paid. I'll get around to collecting that when I have a chance. Right? In other words, so these two chazakas. Number one, a balabais does not delay paying wages, and chazaka number two is employees do not delay collecting their wages. So therefore, because the balabais has those two chazakas, it's true that schir, right, the worker has one chazaka. What's his chazaka? That he doesn't steal. But the two chazakas of the balabais outweigh the one chazaka ultimately of the schir. Incredible. I'm going to Shmuel, so we'll say more qualifications to this rule. Lo shor ela shesachro be'edin. And we'll say furthermore, this whole thing over here, right? This whole thing, that going back to, so we'll say, so now let's go back to the initial. What's the original takana? So the original takana is I work for Ruben on Sunday, right? I finish my day of work. I come now understanding I'm coming Sunday night. I say, Ruben, pay me the $100 you owe me. Ruben says, I'm sorry I paid you already. What's the halacha? I swear and collect the payment. So if nothing comes along and says, by the way, that's only true when Ruben hired me in front of witnesses. So there are witnesses that I was in the employ of Ruben. Also, listen to this. Let's say Ruben hired me without witnesses. Right? So in other words, which I want to say means what? Which means what? There is no independent verification of my employment. Right? There's no legal proof that I was ever employed by Ruben. In that case, we talk Shiyacholomar lo skarticha me'olam, Yacholomar lo skarticha v'nasati l'cha skarei. Shabbos say, this is incredible. Listen to this. There's a nigo. What's the nigo? So listen to this. All of this is right. So watch this. So I work for Ruben on Sunday, and I come Sunday night to go ahead and claim my wages. So now the Mishnah says there's a takana. Ruben says I paid you. I say I didn't get paid. I swear that I didn't get paid. I collect my money. When is that? When there is independent legal verification of my employment. Right? Because then Ruben has to acknowledge that at least in some way he owes me money. He claims he paid it to me. I claim he didn't pay it to me. But if there's no independent verification of my employment, then Ruben has a nigo. What's his nigo? When I show up Sunday night and I say, Ruben, you owe me $100 for working for you today, Reuven could say to me, who are you? Right? Hi, Shalom, nice to meet you. Right? You work for me? I don't think we have any type of employment relationship. So because he has that ego, therefore what? He's believed to say that he paid me already. Incredible. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, that statement was made by Rav Nachman, right, in the name of Shmuel. Amar Rav Yitzchak, Yasha. The Yitzchak says Shkoyach, right? Shkoyach. That is an excellent, excellent point. Amar Rav Yochanan, and Rav Yochanan said this same idea as well, right? So Rav Nachman said it's the name of Shmuel, and ultimately again Rav Yochanan said this same idea. So the Gemara says, Michlal, the Polygalei Dvei Shlokish. There was an interesting nuance. So Rav Yochanan said this as well. So now, in general, Rav Yochanan and Rish Lakish were disciples, right? So are we to assume that because ultimately Rav Yitzchak is quoting the same Rav Yochanan, that Rish Lakish disagreed? So the Gemara listen to this. It's incredible. Some say that when this conversation was happening in the base medrash, so what happened? Rish Lakish heard it, right? But he was drinking. Right? So he was silent not because he agreed or disagreed. He was just silent ultimately because he was having a drink. He was just drinking something. So you can't drink and speak at the same time. So let's say, so by the way, just so incredible, right? How the Gemara says how often we read into people's reactions or the things that people do. We create narratives all the time of people's behaviors that may or may not be correct. But it's fascinating. We build entire narratives over what we perceive people to be doing and not doing. So now, Rish Lakish doesn't say anything when they say that Rabbi Yochanan is, he didn't say anything. Does he agree, disagree? He was drinking a glass of water, right? The guy was drinking a glass of water. He just couldn't respond at the time that his down. The others say, Misha Haveshayle, Bishasically, others say no, that when Rabbi Yochanan was saying his piece, Rish Lakish was deferential as he was speaking and allowed him to finish up his thoughts before he went ahead and weighed in. Incredible. Okay, Amar Itmanami, Amar Nashim Asvid, Amar Rav, Moshe, Shasakra Be'edim, Avasakra B'Shalo Be'edim, Mitog Shiyachal Lomer Lo Skarticha Me'olam, Yachal Lomer Lo Skarticha, Benasati Lecha Schar. So what's I so incredible. So what's I say again, just another support to this idea that this whole yisod, right? This whole yisod ultimately again of the ability of the employee to take a shvua and collect payment is only when there is independent legal verification of his employment status. But if there is no independent legal verification of his employment status, then when confronted by the claim that Reuven didn't pay me, Reuven could easily say, I don't know who you are. I don't owe you anything because I never employed you. Since he has that ego, therefore he is believed ultimately to say that I paid you already as well. Amrai Bachama, Kama Malya. So the Gemara says, Kama Malya Hush my son. Right? How beautiful is this statement? Amali Rava, my Malyusa. Ultimately, again, so said, what's the my role here? So the Gemara says, In came Shvuas Shomen B'Chayi Brachmana Henechim Shkachasla. Because without it, ultimately, again, how do you eradicate the Shvuas Shomen? And let's remember again, Shvuas Shomen means I deposit something with someone to watch over it. And now again, let's say, for example, it's a shomer chinam or shomer, so whatever type of shomer it is, there's different levels of liability. Now I come to collect my objects. Let's take the case of a shomer chinam. Right? The shomer chinam claims that it was stolen. Now, technically speaking, an unpaid custodian shomer chinam is pata for gneva va'aveda. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So how can you ever have a shua shomer? This is the act of mitak shechalomer lo lo hayut dvar me'olam yachalomer lo ne'ens. So let's say, so listen to this. Again, it must be that in general, in order to be able to make a lot of these claims against people, the relationships must have been made with edus. Right? I will say a typical case of a shomer. A typical case of shomer. Again, I deposit something with Reuven. I say, Reuven, watch my lawnmower. Right? So now Reuven's a shomer chinam. He's an unpaid custodian. So now I come back to get my lawnmower. Reuven says, I'm so sorry. There was a break-in. All they took was your lawnmower. Okay? I said, fine, Reuven, it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. And therefore, again, you're a shomer chinam. You should swear that the lawnmower was stolen and you didn't misappropriate it. So we'll say, so what stops Reuven from saying to me, who are you? I don't even know who you are. It must be that what? All of these cases where there's an obligation of shua must be where these relationships were created and concretized in the presence of Eidim. Because without independent legal verification that the relationship ever existed, all of these people have a migo. What's the migo? What's the migo? You never gave me a lawnmower. So it must be that even just in a typical case of a shomer, the whole way that it's happening, only if I deposited the object with Ruvain in front of witnesses. It's fascinating. I never really thought about this before, but now this kind of sheds light on all of these things. Right? So ultimately, again, because since Reuben could deny the whole thing, I never took your lawnmower, therefore it should be believed to say that ultimately what? It was an extenuating circumstance. The Afkin Lubeidin, when we talk Shiach Alomer Lo, I'm sorry, we talk Shiach Alomer Lo, Hechzakted Lacha, Yach Alomer Lo, Anansu. The Afkin, okay, we'll say nothing, we'll stop moving for today, because we'll pick up with this case of Shomer and Yirtz Hashem tomorrow, because it goes on for a little bit. So we'll say, but again, what's fast, so again, just so you're clear on the construct, right? So the Mishnah introduces us a Shvuas Heses, a rabbinic Shvuah, specifically created for the employee. What's the Shvuah? I work for Ruvain Sunday. Ruvain owes me $100. I go to Ruvain Sunday night to collect my money. Ruvain says, I paid you. The halacha assumes that Ruvain is busy running a business, so maybe he forgot that he paid me. Therefore, what did Chazal say? I'm allowed to swear that I did not get paid, and I'm allowed to collect my payment. But now, halacha l'maisa, two caveats. Caveat number one, when am I showing up? Sunday night. If I wait until Monday to collect payment, then what? Then I can't collect. Why? Because Reuben has two chazakas working for him. Chazak number one, Balabai is an employer, does not delay paying his employees. And number two, employees do not wait to collect their wages. Furthermore, the only time the Shmuel works is when this employment was solidified in the presence of witnesses. But if it was not solidified in the presence of witnesses, then Reuben does not have to pay. There is no Shmuel. Why? Because he has an ego. What's the ego? He could claim, I never saw you before in my life. And because he has that ego to him that I never saw before in my life, therefore wouldn't have to pay. As Rabbi say, and now we're going to see how we apply this concept of Idus to general cases of Shomer as well. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chevron Zoom. Especially again, Chevron Eretz Yisrael. Should be a week of Yisrael's Tavos, Shmir Yisrael for all of you and for your families. Halavai, complete victory. Bracha for all of Klal Yisrael. All right, Javosai, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shurim and drushos this year as a zichus for the Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Stephen Perizin, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Dvora Bas Yisrael Yoel Zichron Lebracha, on the occasion of our 5th yard site. And they have learning sponsors for today, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, commemorating the yard site of Alan's mother, Kaya Bas Meir, Zichron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families and the Chama, all those who are fortunate to have one should have one together, and Hashem with Kol Chomei Yisrael, Mishpat Mishmeir Hashem with home, all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Torah. And of course, as we follow the events emerging out of Eretz Yisrael, we hope that the Rebbe Shalom will give our holy and precious soldiers incredible siyata d'shmaya as they execute their holy missions. And Eretz Hashem should shower His Shmira Yisera upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And how we should be built on Eretz Hashem that this current phase of the war should bring incredible bracha, hatzlocha, simcha, shalom, and safety for Achinu B'nai Yisrael and for all of Am Yisrael. And we'll say that let us begin. So today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem at the Mishnah on Mem Beis on the phase 42b. Mishnah. So as we continue a little bit, we say as follows: Beilu Dvarim Shein Nishva'in Aleim. So remember again, we're still focusing on the topic of Moed Mitzvos. So these are the areas for which there is no shvua, right? So these are the particular areas that if a dispute arises, so a shvua is not used as a mechanism of resolution. What are these areas? Ha'avadim, if there's a dispute regarding avadim and aved. Hashtaras, documents. Karkos, land, real estate. Hagdeshos, hagdish. What's the halacha? Furthermore, in this one say so again. If there were to be any type of conflict regarding these particular areas, halacha l'meisa, there would be no din of shvua. Furthermore, the common denominator in all of these particular areas is also ein b'hem tashlumi ketel, v'lo tashlumi aved chamisha. There's no din of ketel in any of these situations. Remember again, ketel is the halacha is the person steals something, they deny that they stole it, they're caught with the stolen item, they have to pay double. However, the 4 and 5 time penalty payment is halacha l'meisa again in the case of stealing and slaughtering sheep or cattle, the additional penalty payment you have to pay. Next, shomer chinam. So again, therefore, this first line over here, avadim shtares karkos hekdeshos, ultimately no shvua, no ketel, no aved chamisha in all of those scenarios. Okay, next. Shomer chinam, ein mishpat. But the halacha is a shomer chinam cannot be made to swear a shvuas moed mitzvos. No say sachar, a shomer sachar, ein shalim. Ultimately, again, doesn't pay. Again, we're gonna find a lot of these cases in the Gemara session. The Rosh Hashanah says, "Kachim shechai b'chayuson nishpain aleim, the she'ino chai b'chayuson ein nishpain aleim." So I say this is very interesting. The Rosh Hashanah comes along and says as follows: when it comes to kachim, remember again, because kachim were excluded. Tanakama holds, but when it comes to hagdish, there's no din of shua by hagdish. The Rishonim says it depends on the nature ultimately of the hagdish. If it's kachim, for example, if it's karbanos for which you are responsible for, then halacha l'maisa you could take a shua. If you're not responsible for it, you don't have to take a shua. What does that mean? Karbanos I'm responsible for. Karbanos I'm responsible for. I will say it's very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's remember Rashi on the left hand side, about 10 lines up on the bottom of Rashi. Kachim shechai b'chayuson kigon. Amar harei alai ola, v'nefesh be'ima l'nijal, v'kida l'zeh, nishpa'ala, v'kida l'zeh, nishpa'ala also shapikada miyadon, d're'eu karina ve'yidav ragar mama kosh. We'll get to that start, but again, there's the distinction. There's a difference between saying harei alai and harei zu. Right? Let's say I want to offer a particular animal as a nidava, as a gift offering. If I say Hare Alai Karban, then what's happening over here? I'm taking upon myself responsibility to bring a carbon, which means, let's say I say Hare Alai, and I designate this animal, right? This is my Ola. The animal dies. So because I said Hare Alai, the responsibility is upon me, therefore, even if this animal dies, I have an obligation to replace it. As opposed to identifying an animal and saying what? Hare Zu. This is a carbon. What's the halacha if the animal dies in that context? I no longer have any obligation to go and bring anything else. Thus, halacha l'maisa, again, the designation was on that devolved upon this animal, and this animal only. So, Hare Alai versus Hare Zu. But there's also tremendous musar skill that in general, when you take an obligation upon yourself, Hare Alai, what's the extent of your obligation? Let's say the obligation, get it done. Get it done. When you commit yourself to something, right? There's a difference. Sometimes, again, a person can be task-oriented or a person can be personal growth-oriented, right? Even though so often those lines seem to blur. What's the difference between being committed to personal growth versus being committed to a task? So if you're committed to a task, if the task gets done, it doesn't get done, okay, sometimes things get in your way. If it's about your own personal growth, that's Hare Alai. If it's Hare Alai, there are no excuses. If it's Hare Alai, the job has to get done. If it's Hare Alai, no matter what I have to do in order to go out and meet this goal, I will do it. Incredible. So therefore, again, the Mishnah makes this chilik. He says, Kachim, if you're chayv in the achrayis of it, ultimately, again, there's a shua. You're not chayv in the achrayis of it, no shua. Rabbi Meir says, so another interesting case. And again, this will explain all of this in Gemara. Yesh dvarim shehin kikarka, ve'ina kikarka. So this is interesting. He says, I should say, Yishtar Shein Bikarka, Ve'inon Kikarka. And then it says there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not treated like karka. Now, I'm going to say the Mishnah is all connected. How did the Mishnah start out? The Mishnah started out by saying, amongst the things for which there is no shvua, karka, real estate is one of those things, right? Just to give you an example of this, right? I say to Ruben, I sold you an acre of land, right? And you owe me $1,000. And Ruben says, you only sold me half an acre of land, and I owe you $5,000. That's not a motive that makes us, right? Otherwise, we deal with that. We would have thought partial admission means it triggers a shvua. There's no din of shvua by karka, no din of shvua by real estate. So now, here comes along and says there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not considered karka. What's an example of this? Very interesting. So we're going to say, very chachamim modim. The chum dispute this case. What case are we talking about? Very interesting. I said, I said, Ruben, I gave you 10 laden vines. Vines that are filled with grapes. Vines that are filled with grapes. Right? And Ruben says, no, you only sold me 5. So we'll say, so near the Chayit Shua. Then there says, Mokim Mitzvah. Mokim Mitzvah, partial admission, and therefore again, you're going to be Chayit Shua. The Chum on the other hand says, no. From the Chum of the Karka, Haridu to Karka. The Chum says, what are you talking about? This is a Karka case. This is a Karka case. And because it's a Karka case, therefore what? Therefore no Mokim Mitzvah. So what the exact point of contention between Rabbi and the Chachamim is, we'll see in Gemara in just a little bit. Next, first of all, let's say when you swear about something, you can only be made to swear about something that literally again can be measured, right? Can be measured, can be weighed, or can be counted. In other words, what the Mishnah is saying is like this. I love when I say, in order to trigger a motive makes us, you have to be a defined claim. What's the definition of defined? Something you can weigh, count, or measure. All right, for example, the Gemara says, Ketzad, is very interesting. Bayis mori masarti l'cha, v'kis mori masarti l'cha. V'halo omer, in Yosea, alamashi nachta atanotel. So let's say, for example, I say, Ruben, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay, or I gave you a purse filled with coins, right? And now Ruben says, listen, whatever you gave me, I'm giving back to you. So the Gemara says in that case, what's the halacha? Potter. Ultimately, again, Ruben's potter. What do you mean Ruben's potter? Ruben's potter for the trust Muslim itself. Why? Because the Gemara said this is not a defined claim. Saying I gave you a house full of produce, I gave you a bag full of money, that is not a defined claim. Remember, the definition of defined is midah, mishkal, minyan. Weight, measure, number. Saying a pouch full, like the purse full, a house full, that's not enough. On the other hand, listen to this. On the other hand, if I say to Ruben, good, I'm sorry. So the other hand, they say, Ruben, I gave you a house filled with produce, and the house I gave you the produce was up until the beam of the ceiling. And Ruben says, no, the when it went up to the windowsill, that's modern stuff. Why? Because that's going to have a definition, right? That's going to has a measure associated with it. Okay, incredible. Let's go back. Says the Gemara. Now let's remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that the identity again, Avodim, Staras, Kakos, Hakishos. So slaves, documents, Karka, real estate, Hakishos, Hakish, these items are not subject to a variety of halachas. Amongst them, Kefal, double payment for a fee. So the Gemara says, Kashumi Kefal, from where do you know that? I know these objects are not subject to Kefal. So the Gemara said, Tan Rabbanon, we learned, I'll call Davar Pasha. So what's it? The Gemara is putting on the other part. It says, I'll call Davar Pasha, I'll shar, I'll chamor, I'll sa, I'll samo, I'll call Aheda Shayomar, Kivuzeh, Ada Elohim Yavod Vashneim, Asher Yashir Elohim Yishalim Shnaim Rei. Shmuel said the pasuk is talking about the din of Tifel. Because if I steal an object, and ultimately again I am caught with the object, I have to pay a double payment. Right, the penalty payment. So the pasuk goes through a list of examples of items that you steal, right? So it gives the example just shar, an ox, kamar, donkey, set, sheep, salma, a garment, any lost object. So now watch the word that's the pasuk. Here we go. I'll call up a pasha, like for anything with which you sin, cloud. That's a cloud. Al Sharga Al Kamar Al Sevi Al Salma, then it specifies again an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, props. That's a specific statement. Al Kol Asri, then to the color again, because of the color. Listen, what do you have over here? Cloud, uprat, cloud. So whenever you have a cloud, uprat, cloud, right? A general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So remember again, in that case, the cloud is extended, the prat is limited. How does this work? The prat defines the scope of the cloud. How so? Mahatrat Mufura Dabar, Shimikanto, the group of Mamon, so in this case over here, the prat. Right? What's the coming in about the prat? Shar, Kamar, Set, Salmo, what's the coming in on later? These are all movable objects, the group of Mamon, and are inherently valuable. Therefore, again, therefore the prat sheds light on the cloud, and therefore again, about saying what is included in the din of Ketel, anything which satisfies these two criteria. Then, how do you know if you have to pay Ketel? If you're involved in an object that number one is movable, and number two is inherently valuable. Therefore, the Gemara says, Yatsu Avadin Shukshul Kakos. So first, I'm sorry, Yatsu Kakos, Shani Kakos. So number one, straight out, this is excludes Kakos. Why is it exclude Kakos? Why? Kakos is not movable. Next, Yatsu Avadin Shukshul Kakos, and excludes Avadin because in general we find that an Evet is always compared to Kakos. Next, Yatsu Sharos. Salvation is also an in-group number, and it's two stars. Why? Even though stars are movable, a star is not inherently valuable. And lastly, it excludes Hektish. Why? Re'ehu too. This is enough because the pasuk uses lesson of Re'ehu, the fellow. Therefore, halacha we exclude ultimately again Hektish because Hektish doesn't apply to Re'ehu, fellow. So that's the first nugget of information over here. Why the din of Ketel ultimately again does not apply to all of these items. It is really got from the cloud, we track the cloud. The only thing, so we'll say nugget number one for today. The only thing that Ketel applies to has to satisfy two criteria. Number one, stuff on the Kalko, movable. Number two, group of moments inherently valuable. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Furthermore, again, there's no 4 or 5 time penalty payment on any of these items as well. My time also my time also is but it's very simple. Because the Torah says for 4 or 5 time penalty payment, not a 3 or 4 time penalty payment. What does that mean? It'll say very simple. The model of the 4 or 5 time penalty payment is built on the shoulders of Ketel. Therefore, once you take out Ketel, by definition, you never get to Adva the Chamisha. Right? What does 4 or 5 time penalty payment come? Well, what does it become without Ketel? What does it become without Ketel? 3 or 4 time penalty payment. But there is no din of 3 or 4 time penalty payment. Therefore, once you go ahead and essentially pull out Ketel, you pull the rug out from under Adva the Chamisha, and therefore, by definition or by extension, it just doesn't apply. Incredible. So an unpaid custodian, will not swear regarding these areas again. Remember, same list. Abodin, Staras, Karkos, Hektish, Minahayu, community notice. Like where is this coming from? We'll say top of Memgimel, 43a. It's very simple. The Gemara says, it's not about us. So we learn, Yishin is RAA, cloud. So it's very the pasuk the Gemara is talking about over here is the pasuk of Shomer Chino. Let me just teach you the pasuk in Rabbi. Pasuk is like this. Kiyidin ish are'ehu, pesach al kedem lishma. The person will deposit with this fellow, literally again, pesach, money, kelim, utensils, lishma, to guard. The guna midin ta'ish, So again, and then it's stolen from the house of a shomer. If they find the thief, once again the thief has to pay shmita. Here we go, top of the 43a. So again, that statement, if a person will give to his fellow, that's a cloud. Kesef okelin, money or utensils, prat, specific statement. Luke smart, to guard, chazav etalo. Well, again, what do we have over here? Cloud, prat, cloud. A general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So once again, I'm looking at we are exegetical experts. So what do I know? How does the cloud work? Very simple. The prat modifies the cloud. So the Gemara says, remember again, the cloud itself is modified by the prat. Not prat before same thing, same cloud about the cloud. So what's unique about the items mentioned over here in the pasuk? Kesef okelin, common denominator is stubborn, palpable, removable, and what? Inherently valuable. Therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? I've told up a hamatalto, the group of molos. Therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? And halakha so the shomerhinam can only be held liable for shavua in a case of where he's watching something that is movable and inherently valuable. Whereas yatsu karkal is shameless alcohol. Therefore, this excludes karkal, because karkal is not movable. Yatsu avadin excludes avadin. Because ultimately again they're compared to karkal. Yatsu shtaris excludes shtaris. Shiapapi should have kalkal in gufan mummy. And ultimately it excludes shtaris. Why? Because even though shtar is movable, a shtar ultimately again is not inherently valuable. And it excludes hektish. Why? Re'ehuksid. Because the pasuk speaks to us again something that's happening with your fellow, and hektish is not your fellow. Which I will say is such a fascinating idea. Hektish is not your friend. Now let's say, what does this mean? Rabbi says, Rabbi says, what does the says? That we often translate Yiras Hashem as fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rabbi says, it can't be that Yiras Hashem is fear. Like, why can't it be fear? The Rabbi says, because when you fear something, what do? You distance yourself from it. So the Rabbi uses an example. For example, a person fears fire. So because I fear fire, therefore, by definition, I distance myself from fire. The Rebbe says the whole approach of the year is to come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So since we come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so ultimately again, so why would there be this distance? The Rebbe says, you're right. So Yiras Hashem does not mean fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He says Yira ultimately, ultimately are going to like exaltation of putting something on a pedestal. When you put something on a pedestal, so by definition, you want to be as close to it as possible, but you recognize that as close as you get, it's always going to be a little bit above you. Right? So, but I'm not distant because of fear. I'm ultimately distant because this thing, this entity is so great that no matter how close I get, by definition, I'm never going to be able to throw my arms around it. The Rebbe says, this is the passage by Matan Torah. What does Baruch Hu tell Moshe Rabbeinu? Says, Klal Yisrael, you're going to bow, but you're going to bow at a distance. This incredible nature of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we're always coming closer and always getting closer, but there's always going to be this little bit of a gap between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not a gap that's caused by fear, right? But a gap because the Rebbe is on this exalted pedestal. And again, I as a mortal, ultimately again can only get so close to that. I'm going to bow, but I'm going to bow at a distance. And it's fascinating over here, like how is hektish excluded from all of these things? Because they're also, when it comes to all of these halachos, it's very much of Re'eh, your fellow. You know he's not your buddy? You know he's not your buddy? You know he's not your fellow? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hektish. Like, hektish is not my buddy. Like, there's a distance. And that distance is necessary for that proper reference. It's like you go, you meet the Gadol Hadar. Right? Everybody is not Gadol Hadar. Everybody will see the dollars coming, you know? Like, imagine you someone great. So let's say, second, what don't you do with someone great? What don't you do with someone great? You don't throw your arms around it. Right? As much as, okay, this is a place where a lot of hugging goes on, right? But Lamaisa, there are people you know that you're not, this applies to you, not to me. I'm saying, Lamaisa, there are certain people you know, you're going to meet them, you're not going to hug them. You're not going to hug them. Why? Because there's a certain reference, there's a certain reference that's theirs, and there's a certain distance that's theirs. And this is incredibly important, also. Why is that important? Because the Rothschild is not my buddy. Because he's not my buddy, therefore you have to be so careful in understanding that you don't understand what a Kadosh Baruch Hu does. Now, a lot of times in life, you don't like your kindness. I'm going to go to you did this, you did that, you did that. Those kindness presuppose that I can and I should understand why a Kadosh Baruch Hu does things. And at the end of the day, that's not the way it works. Kadosh Baruch Hu is not your enemy. He's not your friend. So, of course, is it a normal question? Once it's normal and reflexive question. But right after that question, there has to be that understanding is Re'ehu below Hektish. The Rebbe is not my friend. He's not my Re'ehu. He's not my buddy. He's not the entity that's on the same level as me that I throw my arms around. Yiras Hashem. And that distance has the condition within ourselves to understand that there are certain things we won't understand because I'm here and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is here. The relationship is beautiful, is passionate, is close, magnificent, but there is always that little bit of distance, always that little bit of he's on the pedestal and I'm not. And because of that, there's a whole variety of things as I go through life that I'm not going to understand, but yet I find the strength to accept. Incredible. You don't see Schari Mishalim, so Shomer Safar. Shomer Safar doesn't pay, so you must know them. From where do we know this? The Tanah Banan. So let's really go with our Father again. You know, Tanah Banan, Tiyutin Ish Are'ehu Klau. Person will give to his fellow. Also, this is the pasuk over here now. Kitin Ish Are'ehu Kamar, Oshar, Osef, Bechol Behemot, Lishmar, Umeis, O Nishbar, O Nishba in Noah. So the pasuk by Shomer Safar. So person will give to his fellow an object to watch. So the Gemara says cloud. That's a general statement. Chamor, Oshar, Osef, Prat. That's a limiting statement. Again, I give Ruben to watch a donkey, a shara. So that's a prat. The chol behema lishmar. And again, any animal to go ahead and watch. Chazav v'kala. That's a klal again. So I'll say what's halacha? Klalu pratu klal. So again, attack the shreyu. So again, essentially I'll say the same exact klalu pratu klal. Namely what? What's the klal pratu tell me? Tava on the kalto, movable. It's and inherently valuable. So I'll say, interesting enough to point out, I don't know, you don't often see this, that it's the same klalu pratu klal for all of these halachas in the Mishnah. So again, I'm only going to take Keita. Ultimately, again, it's on the top of the Gufar Mamon, only if it's movable and inherently valuable. A Shomer Chinam is only going to pay if he's watching over something, or I should say, he's only going to swear, if he's watching over something that is inherently movable and inherently valuable. A Shomer Safar is only going to be chayiv to pay if he's watching over an object that is movable and inherently valuable. So out of the gate, what does that exclude? Avodim karkos, shtaros, and tekdeshos. Incredible. Next, he was the mayor of Karka. Six, so what's the mayor again? The mayor said there are things that are in the ground, but not like Karka. So what is that? Now, I remember him. The Rabbi disagreed. The Mishnah then said, like, give me an example. What are you talking about over there? So remember again, what was the case? I said, Ruvain, I gave you over 10 laden vines. And Ruvain says, no, you only gave me 5. So there it says, oh, Motiva makes us. Chachamim say, no, it's not the Motiva makes us. So what's going on over here? So you want to say, the Rabbi Meir, Savar, Kalam, Karka, and Karka. So let's say what it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir saying, even something attached to the ground doesn't have the din of karka. To which the Gemara says, okay, so what it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir looks at the vines as metalkor. Okay, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why do you have to set up the case as laden vines? If the empty vines, it doesn't make a difference what's on the vines or not. This is fascinating. You know, what's my focus over here? My focus over here is that the grapes on the vine are ready to be harvested. So now what's the focus? Here we go. The near sabar kibitzuas danyon, but Rabbanan sabi lo kibitzuas danyon. So we'll say, what's the focus? The focus is when you have grapes that are ready to be harvested from the vine, are they considered to be harvested or not? We see this a lot of times in halacha. Something is ready to be removed. Is it considered to be removed or not? And the mayor says yes. So because the mayor says if you have laden vines that are ready to be harvested, we view those grapes as harvested. And therefore what? This is not a din of karka. What is it a din of? Metalflin. The Chacham on the other hand say, as long as it is actually attached, even if it's ready to be harvested, it's considered to be attached. Again, karka. Incredible. So it happens to me, by the way, that I'm not passing like Rabbi Meir, that anovim ha'omdim mitzvah kibtzuros daniel. When you have grapes that are ready to be harvested, they ultimately are what considered to be harvested, and therefore this would be a din of metaltalin, not a din of karka. Incredible. In Mishpan al davar shemidu shemishkal. So then we stand off with a cloud. What's the cloud? That for most of the mixas, there has to be a claim, a defined claim. What is the definition of a defined claim? Mida mishkal minyan. Something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. Okay, so now says the Marcus, I'm not buying. Lo shana damale bayis stam. Aval omale bayis zeh vale yidia tanos. Listen to this what I'll say. So when we say, what's the example of, let's say, undefined claim? Undefined claim, say, Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay, because that's undefined. But what the Rabbi wants to suggest is if I say, Ruvain, I gave you this house, and I bought this house filled with produce, that's a defined claim. Now, what's Abaye's logic? Abaye's logic is because very simple. Since I'm identifying the house, therefore, what can we do? We can go measure it. That's a defined claim. Rabbi says, I don't think so. Because Rabbi, if you're right, the Tani Seifa, because the Rabbi said like this. Let's look at the Mishnah. Like the Mishnah gave an example. What's an example of a defined case? I said, Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce, and the produce went up until the ceiling beams. And Ruvain says, no, it only went to the windowsill. So Rabbi says, Abai, if you are right, then lift low. First white line, lift low to this name that you gave. Then the Mishnah ultimately, again, doesn't have to go into a new case. Use the same case. Better, when is this? So Abai is Malek. Abai is Zem Malek. Abai, if you are right, the Mishnah should have said your case. Right? When do we say it's undefined? When I say to Ruvain, I gave you a house full of produce. But if I say to Ruvain, I gave you this house filled with produce, that's a defined claim, but yet the Mishnah doesn't say that. Which therefore leads Rabbi to say to Abaye, you are wrong. Second white line, Rava, what's the rule? The old Lameno Chayiv, Akshi, Tanina Bedavar Sheva Midah, Sheva Mishkal, Sheva Minyan, Sheva Yodelo, Bedavar Sheva Midah, Sheva Mishkal. Therefore, Rabbi rejects Abaye's idea. Rabbi says, even if you say, Ruvain, I gave you this house filled with produce, that is not enough of a defined to give an explicit measure or number, and Ruvain has to come back with a different weight, measure, or number to show the mitzvah. So thank God, I'll say the Rabbi writes that supports Rabbi cart for Libya death. I say to Ruvain, I deposited with you a core of wheat. And Ruvain says, no, I don't have anything. So what is that? What do we call that? What do we call that? Right? Total negation of the claim. What's halacha called? Is pater. Is menorah. So the menorah negation. Right? I say, Ruvain, I deposited with you a lot to me. Ruvain says, no, you didn't give me a menorah. You didn't give me a big menorah. You gave me a small menorah. What's the halacha? Pater. I will say, why is Ruvain pater in that case? That's also called kind of called bakal. Remember again, we said this before. In order for there to be modern mitzvahs, the hodah, the admission, has to be min hatayno. Has to literally again be a derivative of the original claim. If Ruvain admits something different from claiming, so I'm claiming I deposited a large menorah. Ruvain says you deposited a small menorah. That's a different item. That's a different item. No different than Ruvain. I deposited with you a Cadillac, and Ruvain says, no, you gave me a Toyota. That's not the same claim. Next, Azura Gidol Yeshli Biadacha. So Ruvain, I deposited with you a large belt. No, give me a small belt. Once again, different claim. Therefore, pater. However, if I say to Reuben, according to what used to be a defa, Reuben, I gave you a corn of wheat. Reuben says, no, you only gave me a lesser, which is a different measure. Oh, that's what that makes us. That's what makes us chayiv. Or menorah bas eser litrin used to be a defa. Or does that change the law to define this case? Reuben, I gave you a menorah that was 10 pounds of gold. 10 pounds of gold. Reuben says, no, it was only 8. There's only 8. Oh, that's more than makes sense. Follow Shadavar. So we'll say, here is the cloud.
Yo, dog.
So we'll say, here is the rule.
What up? What up?
The rule is, in order
How you living? Can you hear me?
Claim, I must be clean. My claim must be
Hope
something.
you're having a wonderful day, big man.
What is the definition of defined? Something that could be weighed.
Hope all's good in your world.
Counted. And therefore, again, the hodah, the admission, must also be in the form of something that could be weighed, measured, or counted. And by the way, there's one more piece over here, which is that the hodah, the admission, must be what we call minin hatayna, must be a derivative of the claim. If the admission is not related to what is being claimed, that's not motive of mitzvahs. The admission itself has to be an actual derivative of the claim. When we say close, what is that coming to include? Lav la'asui bayis zemai. It must be coming to include a bayis case. Right? That if I go ahead, even if I say to Reuben, I gave you this house filled with produce. And Reuben said, no, it wasn't filled, it was only half full. That is not a proper claim. Why is it not a proper claim? Because the statement that this house is not defined enough. Even though we could go into the house and what? Measure the amount of produce that the house could hold. The claim itself has to be measured, has to be defined either by weight, measure, or number. Saying this house is not enough. So therefore, again, the cloud is coming to reject a bayis. So I understand. So let's go back for a second. What is menorah kitana case, right? I go to Reuben and I say, Reuben, I left you, I deposited with you a gold menorah that was 10 pounds. Reuben says, no, it was only 8 pounds. So the Bryce said, that's motas. Why is that motas? Right? Those are two different menorahs. Right? So on the other side, it's about two different objects. Right? So I'm claiming a 10-pound menorah. Reuben is claiming it's an 8-pound menorah. Those are two different objects. See, right? You get the distinction between that case and let's say again, where I claim a core of wheat. I say, Reuben, I left the core of wheat. Reuben says, no, it was a half. Okay, we're talking. But a 10-pound menorah and an 8-pound menorah are two different odds. So why is that called as us? To which the Gemara says, "Mashatano lo hodlo, mashodlo tano." I'm sorry. Mashatano lo menorah kitano, mashatano lo hodlo, mashodlo tano. Ihaki bas esher bas chamesh. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. The case of big menorah, small menorah, that's a case of potter. Right? That's a case of potter. Said why? Because again, what I'm claiming is not what's admitted to, and what's being admitted is not what's being claimed. Okay, so that makes sense. If that's the case, bas esher bas chameshani, mashatano lo hod shehodlo lo tano. Should be the case of weight. In other words, if I says right. So in Brisa, we had a case of I say, Reuben, I deposited a larger with you. Reuben says, no, it was a small one. What's halacha? Go for bakol. There's no more that makes us. Why? Because again, what Reuben did not what I'm claiming, and what I'm claiming not what he's admitting to. Yet interestingly enough, I'm sorry, so this one. What interestingly enough, I claim Reuben, I deposited a 10-pound menorah with you, and Reuben says, no. The Brisa says that's more than us. Why? Menorahs. So the Gemara says, I'm going to be sure about the menorah shall fully asking parts. It has parts. So it has like imagine the menorah, right? Right there. Again, I'll say, yeah, like there's sections, and therefore again, you can add on and you can take off. I must remember again when we talk about menorah, right? So again, I say menorah, you think Hanukkah, right? So again, or Beis Hamikdash, that's what happens. See, so I'll show you. That's what Galus does, right? How can it be that we say menorah and a Yid doesn't automatically think Beis Hamikdash? How do we think Hanukkah? How do we think Hanukkah? It's simple. 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years of Gullus changes the neural pathways, right? We think differently. We think differently. Long before there was a Hanukkah, there was a Beis HaMikdash. And that's what happens with Gullus. So let's say, so what happens? So if we think about a menorah of the Beis HaMikdash of Hanukkah, but menorah just means a candelabra. So again, so therefore the Gemara says we're talking about again a menorah that's a modular or has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and Ruben says 8 pounds, we could actually be talking about the same menorah. What it comes down to is how many additional pieces are attached to it. The Kamod if that's the case. Azura Nami Misty look maybe like it. If that's the case, why don't you apply this to the belt case also? And maybe when I claim a big belt and Ruben only lists a small belt, it's a modular belt. Modular belt. You know, sometimes after like a 3-day yontif, you could definitely use one of these, right? You can add on a couple of pieces to it. So you want Ella, the light filo katani. No, it's not kind of belt we're talking about because that's not a normal kind of belt. People don't normally have that kind of belt. How can I shall pull yours low katani? So therefore, again, I will say, let's not go with that case. Shiny menorah, hold you up from the gurura, here's the difference. We're not talking about a menorah made up of pieces. I would say that rather you can understand that what happens is over here, a 10-pound menorah can become an 8-pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metal content wears away. Especially if you have said before treated metals like we have, metal content could wear away, and therefore over time, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when we say a 10-pound menorah versus an 8-pound menorah, we could actually still be talking the same exact. So therefore, I'm not myself. What comes out from this piece over here is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a shua, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, Mida, Mishta, Uminim. Weighed, measured, or counted. Furthermore, again, in order for Moed Mitzvah's time to be triggered, the taina, I don't should say the Hodah, has to be min ha-taina. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror ultimately again the claim. If the response is unrelated to the claim, then there is no Shvua. We've got about Mishnah. Hamavis, Kaveh, Mashton, Va'avad Mashton. Those are very interesting details. I lend you $1,000, and you then gives me collateral. What ends up happening over here? I lose the collateral. I lost it. What's that about? So once I see now he's done service is going to go. Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral was. I'm going to go sell it or be sick. I love the Shabbat. So ultimately, I said, look, I lent you a seller, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. So I'm claiming, I'm the lender, I'm claiming that clearly the collateral was not worth the value. We're going to deduct that value from. On the other hand, Ruben says, no, the collateral was collateral. I'm sorry, Silver, you can't collect anything more. So we'll say, what's that? Here. What is this? So interestingly enough, this Mishnah is kind of like a case of moderness as we're going to see. Right? So I'm claiming to Ruben, you still owe me money because the value of the collateral did not match the value of the loan. He's claiming I owe you nothing because the value of the collateral matched the value of the loan. Assuming what we call like a kol for bakal meaning anything. Therefore, I love him shua. Next case. I lent you a seller and collateral. I lost the collateral, but only worth a shekel. It wasn't worth a shekel. 3 dinar. Now, normally what we say is a seller is equal to 6 dinar. So Reuben's agreeing to over here, the collateral was worth the value of the loan. So shtikal mod b'mitzah. Therefore, Reuben's going to be chayv in the shul. We'll see who exactly is chayv in the shul in just a moment. Next, seller will be sani Allah ushkaya shada. Right. So Moses, interestingly enough. So in this case over here, now this is Reuben talking. Reuben says to Silver, you lent me a seller, and the collateral is actually worth twice as much as the loan. That's all Reuben had, was worth twice as much as the loan. I, the lender, say, lo, I claim, no. I agree that collateral was worth as much as the loan, not twice as much. What's the potter? There's no din of shul over here. Sell it, be sunny. I was supposed to say these cases are the reverse because now this is the lender, this is the borrower talking. Right? So here again, Reuven says, "You lent me a seller, and the collateral was worth 2 slimes." Ligmar says, "Valo omer lo kela seller disicha lo bechamish dinar ma'yashava." I say, "No, I lent you a seller." And the collateral ultimately again was worth 5 dims. Therefore, you still owe me 1. So what's the halacha chai? The case again is a din of shah. So you says, who swears? Who swears in all of these cases? Nishat b'kadon etzlav. So say the person in possession, or who was in possession of the deposit, is the one who swears. Now, in most cases, who is that going to be? Who is that going to be? That's going to be the lender, right? Why? Shema yotzi, shema zeh yotzi, shema yishpazeh. What are we concerned about? We're saying maybe I really do have the pikadon. What's going to happen? Reuven is going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull out the pikadon tara and show that again Reuven is really lying or Reuven is mistaken, and that will counsel him from being a witness in any future cases. Therefore, in order to avoid the possibility of somebody actually being in possession of the pikadon, lying that he doesn't have it, and taking it out after the other party's teshuva, the one who is in possession of the pikadon is the one ultimately it's the shua. Incredible. A base. Says the Gemara here. What's that last statement? That last statement. We'll say, right, the last statement of the Mishnah, which was, whoever is in possession of the pikadon is the one who takes the shua. What case is that referring to? If we're talking about the end of the Mishnah, the Seifa play, the shua gabi malva. So we'll say in that case over here, really, the shua really resides with the malva, right? Because remember again, it's the malva, it's the lender who lost the shua, right? And now again, the borrower is claiming that the value of the collateral is actually worth more than the loan itself. Since it is the lender who had the pikadon, the lender who lost it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately who's taking the shua already? Anyway, Shmuel Aresha. Shmuel says, you're right. We're talking about ultimately the first case of the Mishnah. We'll see exactly what it's just going. Where it says, okay, I got it. My Aresha, which case, but again, which case you're referring to? Sefer Aresha. Literally, again, is of the shekel hayasha. Also, so here we go. So here's the game. I lent Reuven $1,000. Right? Reuven gave me. So now I say to Reuven, I'm sorry, I lost the collateral. I lent you $1,000. Just to keep things easy. Ultimately, again, collateral was worth $500. And I'm agreeing that because I lost the collateral, therefore what? What have I forfeited? $500 of prepayment. Okay, so I'm admitting to the fact that the collateral had a value and willing to forego that value. But here's the problem. Reuven says, "Valo omer lo." Ultimately, again, what's Reuven's claim? Reuven's claim, no, the collateral wasn't worth $500, it was worth $700. So therefore, again, so now we're saying you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700. I agree, I'm going to pay you $300, but Lamaisa, that's the value of your claim. So Shava says, what's halacha? So what's halacha? Chayiv shvua. So I'm what's halacha? So I'm sorry. You know how it's Shava? The shvua gabe love. Now what's halacha? Shvua. Now who takes a shvua in this case? Who, right? Just plain up or go on. Who should take the shvua in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself freely. So to exempt, and he's also like a shtickle mode that makes us, right? Because again, remember, he's admitting, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So what he's admitting already is, I only owe you $300. The lender is saying $500. So it's a shtickle mode that makes us, and therefore again, it makes sense to say that the borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now watch what happens. So we'll say that is not halacha. But watch, this is incredible. Oh, what happens over here? This is incredible. So the rabbis, Chazal, took the shua away from Reuven, and who they put, right? They took it away from Reuven, the borrower, and who did they put it on? They put it on me, the lender. Now, why? What were they concerned about? They were concerned about over here that maybe there's some shenanigans happening over here, and maybe I still have the collateral. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till Ruben swears. I'm going to pull out the collateral. Ta-da! I have it. Ruben, look, you're a liar. You're a liar. And thereby invalidate Ruben for disqualify Ruben. Now, again, it's also Chazal Ruben not always mistaken. So Chazal didn't want shenanigans happening over here. So what did they say? We want to make sure that the lender doesn't really have the collateral we're going to do, even though it's really the borrower who should be swearing, right? Because the lender is saying the collateral is only worth 500. So really what should happen over here is the lender should swear about the value of the collateral and move on from there. But what Chazal did is they take the shul from the borrower and they put it on the lender. The hashtag the Amrashi, the Kaimalan. Zen Mishpat Shebeshuso, but Zen Mishpat Kamashah. So in Arash, it's interesting, Rashi says, this shvua really morphs into different. There's really a lawyering going on all over here, right? Because I want to say why. Zen Mishpat Shebeshuso. The lender has where that he doesn't have the collateral in which he has to make that oath, right? The Zen Mishpat Kamashah. And the has to swear how much value of the actual collateral is. So let's say, so now, the question of who swears. What is the question of? Who swears first? Mi batchila. Who swears first? Mi shati etzlo. So let's say who swears first? He who is in possession of the collateral. Why? Shema yishpazeh biyotzi hala sapikadon. Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that Allah that maybe the borrower is going to swear and tada, the lender is going to take out collateral. I'll say now, the Gemara just threw that out at us. And we have not seen that before. I mean, we sort of love Mitzvah, but we have not seen that referenced over here. And in fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So, in this case over here, I lent Ruben $1,000. Ruben gave me collateral. I lost the collateral. Now, what's the point of contention? The point of contention over here is, what's the value of the collateral? I'm agreeing the collateral is worth $500. I agree. Ruben says, no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So let's say we've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. By the Gemara says, just want to tell you, there's actually two shuas happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I lost it, so whatever it is. I have to make that shua because I am a shomer on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral, and then what happens? Then Ruben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collaterals. Now, really, what it comes down to, I will say, is both of us are swearing. So the real shaila is not who's swearing. The real shaila is who's swearing first. So it turns out that halacha l'maisa, here's the order. First order of business, first shua is me, the lender. I swear that what? The pikadon is not in my possession. After that, Ruben swears about the value of the pikadon, and after he takes that shua, we settle up for the remainder of the outstanding money. So Ruben is really willing to swear. Kadon itself is worth $700. He swears about it. And what's the halacha? He takes his shvua, pays me the outstanding $300, and shalom al Yisrael. Incredible. Amr Shmuel. What's this? Read another line. So Shmuel says as follows: Hayman the ose al chazuz the chavre. So it's an interesting case over here. We'll at least start it, then we'll have to stop. So Ruben says like this: I lend $1,000 to Ruben. And what happens over here? I'll just tell you this outside, then we'll stop. So I will say, we get into an interesting question about collateral. When we normally speak about collateral, we assume that collateral has an inherent value. What do we do in a case where the collateral itself seems to be valueless or certainly does not match the value of the loan? Is there the possibility to ascribe a heightened level of value to an otherwise valueless collateral? And Meretz Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Both sides. What a daf, what a day, what a week. Back on a good night of Shabbos. All right, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, good Shabbos. So our brothers in Eretz Yisrael and Meretz Hashem, it should be a peaceful Shabbos, a holy Shabbos, a Shabbos of Hashgacha Pratis, Hashgacha for our entire Klal Yisrael, and bestow us Yeshua's Nechamas and Shalom. Shabbos, I want to say, good Shabbos. If I lose the match, tomorrow you get tomorrow to listen. So, but you left me money with the match going collateral. When you use the crazy collateral, then what? You lose the debt. Aber, genau the LFCs, stand, the VS national, no, those say, I've been giving $1,000, and they're stuck. And but there's also a match, and you know, collateral. Give it a call, aber a match don't help you most. Everyone will lose. So if I use the match goal, and also make it fair, you go like, so again, in the regular case, when I go ahead, I let you pay money, and there's a match. I now go ahead and use the match. What's the halachot? Rabbi Eliezer says, I don't do it. Sure that I lost the match goal, and I collect my debts. Rabbi Akiva says, nope, you lost the match goal, you lost the ability to collect the match goal, and you said you payment, and therefore you can't go ahead and unless my master it's a match goal. These match goal from a security, or is it just some type of security? Rabbi Eliezer clearly holds it from a security, therefore I use a snare, and I lost I collect my debt. Rabbi Akiva says, no, once it's a form of repayment, therefore once you use it, you use it, however, Gemara then says everyone agrees that if I was given $1,000, the loan was recorded in a document, but the also gives me match loan. In that case, everyone agrees that if I lose the match loan, I lose the money. Then what's the difference? If the value of the match loan is the value of the debt, so I let you get $1,000 and you give me $1,000 match loan, then fine, then you must have a $10 on the side. My payday, you got the Eliezer. You're going to say ultimately again, in what is the logic of Rabbi Eliezer? Why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that the nice again, that why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that I have the ability to go ahead like that? Meaning that the end of the day, the value of the match was the value of the actual debt, then the nice once I use the match, what Rabbi Eliezer said. I swear, that I lost less than I lost my son. That I will love is the most shabby shit. Rather, it has to be ultimately again that value of the match, not the value of the actual moment itself. In the short of it, and therefore, also the point that I'm focusing on is the short what was said before, that when you accept collateral, you accept collateral as the value of the debt. Therefore, according to Shua, if the lender leaves the collateral than what? They lose the ability to collect anything more on the debt. So you can actually argue about it. Here's more as well. There's a similar study. It says in Gemara, everyone agrees that what the value of the collateral does not equal the actual value of the debt. Only unless we Yeshua, listen, this is what it says in Gemara. When the value of the collateral does not mirror the value of the debt, and no one holds that. No one holds it. So what's the piece of the halacha with the shadi and shia?
Welcome.
And where the basic in the collateral is the same value as the actual loan itself. There was in fact a case of the difference of love. Speaking of that, don't have this stuff. We name a powerful ship on a national. And where do you know that about the lender goes ahead and acquires actual mushrooms? There was like again that the mushroom becomes this. Shene'ema, it was a man who was there is independent mushrooms as to the nature of the relationship between the powerful or lender and the mushroom and the actual collateral. Does the collateral belong to this mushroom, or is it more like the shoulder and the custodian of the mushroom? So Yitzchak says, from where do you know that the powerful, the actual lender goes there and acquires the mushroom that is increased? Shenemas, because the Apostle says, in the project stuff. It was the principle of something like that. This is like a high seas average as collateral. And that's the thing that this is borrowing. Collateral is something that I think is challenge as collateral. It's what the Torah says. Hashem trust the Lord, I hope to watch on it. The
Francis Channing. Yeah. Igor Stanislav's special. Is this question? I love the titles. The titles are just as good. Wait, 377 likes for that one. I'm trying to like it, but there's nothing funny in the entire thing. Brandon needs to stay in his lane. His 25-minute YouTube video that I'm gonna go by. In my lane, I read this. Molly moved to Texas. You're happy, Buster. Yeah, more like Gavin Newsom. Refusing to try to refusing to dicey dice. Just waiting for less than 25 minutes of flight to lose jokes. All right, let's go back to the, I wasn't really thinking about what I was just curious to see who was up. Both. Was fucking Rob Gronkowski. Yeah. I didn't even know he had a St. We never watched it. Yeah. I think, is it on Netflix or where is it? I don't know. Dude, it would be good to know. But yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about during the list is our Patreon, like what we had watched and what we had it. And we watched obviously the Burnham Shop stuff. We watched the Leather special. It was pretty horrible. I don't think we watched. Did we watch the other Amy show? We watched the other. I can't remember. Watch special. Myself. I love you, man. What you get as you work hard here. Man. God bless you. Keep going. Why is the like in all the best shows? That is really, man. There we go. Big Poppy. Yeah, Black Poppy. I mean, already better than Red Shop. Yeah, well, yeah, better intro. The chapter is just Rob Gronkowski. What do you It's just... So it's bad, right? Because he's Steve's thing. He's a football player. He got one. Yeah. You know, he had more than a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills. Oh, the most. Yeah, many touchdowns. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying. But I wonder if it's going to be offensive. Because that's what Shop is. Shop special is offensive for sure. It's racist question mark. You know, is that what Gronkowski does? Is that why people say it's bad? I already like bring up better because the music in the beginning is like, oh, bang, you blow brows? Okay. Big boy squad. Well, it's iconic, dude. Yeah, I mean, the music here wasn't really anything. It's hard to tell what it is. It's not sure what it was. I mean, dude. We'll talk about this on Timos, but how many people do you think ask Mark Harley what they think of Poppy? That's SNL. Oh my god. Dad didn't even think about that. Dude, he was, I wonder if he saw like James. They had any James Austin Johnson. He's one of SNL guys. That'd be so funny. James likes to I don't know. He tries to be cool by knowing me. Jake Norman. That's weird, but like, I'm friends with Brendan. Yeah. Oh, how many chicks? Mark would say that. I would say, like, you know, he says that to Lord. How many chicks you fuck? Oh, man. Let's see. You couldn't even say I haven't even started. Look at this dot again. Funny if he came out all wacky and like fucking, what's the guy that smashes the watermelons? Gallagher. He was doing like Gallagher and like real physical comedy. I think that would work better for Gronk. Somebody tackles him. I was gonna say bring someone on stage, check that phone and tackle them. Redacted, I like it. Yeah. Or tackle them to get the phone, and then you tell everyone in the audience like he's gay or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, what's this? What do you hear with Facebook? I'm gonna do. You follow a lot of guys on Facebook. Yeah. Good. Because it's the first time I've worn a shirt in 3 months. Seriously, first time I won the Super Bowl, no shirt. So why not trick everyone like I put in the Super Bowl again this year? So no shirt again. know what that means. Yeah, that's like everyone in the audience is drunk to doing the bird drum thing. They just throw up everywhere. So I'm no sure to get. You're the booker of these guys here in Jiu-Jitsu. I have one rule: no bird, no Gronkowski. I am not having my staff spend hours cleaning up vomit. Because now they get so drunk they just throw up. I like comedy. I bought a club. I'm sorry. I got into doing comedy because I appreciate the art form. They got these people that get so drunk they don't know when they throw up. Gronkowski, the reason this is worse than Shop is because if they Shop, I understood what he's trying to say. Yeah. This I don't even know what he's talking about. He's not really gonna shoot. It's like if Rodney Dangerfield and Steven Seagal had baby. I got those. I respect. I haven't worn clothes to the Super Bowl just to make sure everyone thinks I played. What I'm telling you, you win the Super Bowl and the party doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Going. Every bar I go into, people want to buy you drinks. Yo, let me buy you a drink. Let me get you a beer. It's like this fire. I couldn't escape it. Everywhere I go, people are like, "You want a drink, water?" And then it was fentanyl. It's like it built, and then it ruined my life. I don't wear shirts because I can't afford them. Let me get you a shot. Hey man, how about you give me a motherfucking IV, doctor? I got this in this shoe. The Super Bowl, but I lost the damn liver from you guys. All your guys follow the body shots out there. Dang. It needs to be in B12, lemon ginger, or flu shot, please. Oh shit, vaccines already? That's strong. The whole YouTube community route. The flu shot should be free with your health insurance. Again, being an NFL player. Now, everyone, I don't party hard. Well, let me do a party. You can't handle that shit. All pro football and all pro goal. Catch a ball with Brady in the end. Got a smoking hot model baby. Oh my god, it's Eddie Cuff. Those pants. I think they're like jug. I got those new nice chuggers that turn these. I like that this is better than Chops. Yeah. This is definitely better. That's why I'm reading. This is better because it was shot at 10. I like how he's from, that's when I looked up at New York, but he sounds like he's Bostonian. Yeah, they have a similar thing. Gronkowski, he probably sounds like whatever that is dead. Hot up here. Damn, ladies. Shall I take it off? Sweating for real now. Oh, ladies, I wish you what the fuck is this? Fan base, I guess. It would be funny if Shop is like sitting guard, but I'm a Charleston werewolf daddy. He calls girls daddy. He's just talking about how hot he is, and the same thing he's like, I'm kind of hot. Are there any baddies here tonight? A lot of ladies in the crowd tonight. Said he doesn't do that. He is sexual as Gronkowski. Robert Gronkowski is a masculine man, a successful football player. He's going to talk. If you give give him a microphone. He's going to talk to me. Let him know that he's like, look, I'm talking to guys. He's like, Brendan Schaub's like,